After the distinguished Chu Junhang fell into a coma, he was to marry, and astonishingly, his bride was none other than the younger sister of his former fiancé, stirring mixed emotions among the onlookers. It was said that Sang Zhi was shameless for attempting to seize a comatose man, and that marrying her into the Chu family would spell disaster. Little did they know, misfortune had a tendency to strike when least expected. Just as Sang Zhi had painstakingly repaid her mortgage, she was tragically caught beneath the wheels of a passing truck. Upon regaining consciousness, she found herself in the 1980s, transformed into a pawn, sent to the bed of her sister's fiancé, who happened to be her sister's former betrothed. Her parents schemed within their household, while her sister played the victim. Sang Zhi, exasperated, thought it was high time to confront them. Having already faced death once, she had little regard for the lives of others. Her past life had imparted valuable lessons. Grievances should be settled promptly, and joy should be savored in the moment, for the future remained uncertain. The most unfortunate of all was Chu Junhang, who awoke from his injuries to find himself married to a woman notorious for her viciousness, his new bride already heavy with child. As soon as Sang Zhi became aware of her surroundings, she realized she was intimately engaged with a man. Although she was acutely aware of her actions, she felt utterly powerless to control them. When it finally ended, she collapsed, utterly spent, upon him. Strange memories flooded her mind, leaving her in a state of deep unease. Once her memories merged with her current reality, only one sentiment could encapsulate her feelings: exasperation. Traversing into another world was not particularly daunting after all. She was alone, and her existence could continue anywhere. Yet, it was disheartening that just as she had managed to repay her mortgage, she had been cruelly taken from life. Had she known this would be her fate, she would have relished her hard-earned savings. The heavens seemed to toy with her. Overwhelmed by indignation, Sang Zhi was jolted awake by her own fury. However, upon regaining consciousness, the scene that met her eyes was one she wished she could escape again. "Sang Zhi, what are you doing?" A woman, appearing to be in her 40s yet still possessing an alluring grace, stood before her. This was none other than the mother of the man with whom she had just shared a bed. Sang Zhi adjusted her blanket, ensuring her modesty before attempting to explain, "Aunt, please, this is not what it seems." Before she could finish, she was interrupted by Chu's mother. "Not what it seems. Are you suggesting my son woke up and pulled you on his bed?" If only that were true, she would be overjoyed. But her son had been in a coma for 2 months. Gazing at her motionless son, still with closed eyes, a wave of sorrow washed over Chu's mother. Sang Zhi, feeling powerless, said, "I know you won't believe me, but could you let me get dressed before I explain?" Her lack of clothing left her feeling vulnerable. Chu's mother, unable to bear the thought of the scene under the covers, turned away, her tone sharp. "Hurry up and dress. Don't think I won't report you for misconduct just because you're a woman." The truth was evident. Sang Zhi felt as wronged as any victim could be. As she hastily dressed, she sifted through the memories of her predecessor. She hadn't just traveled back to 1982. During the onset of reforms, she had been thrust into the clicked narrative of a substitute bride. Having been raised in the countryside by her grandparents, she had recently returned home only to be betrayed by her sister. The Sang family belonged to the working class, while the Chu family held a military and political legacy, all because Sang's father had once helped Chu's elderly patriarch to the hospital, forging a bond between Sang Mei and Chu Junhang. However, after Chu Junhang's accident, Sang Mei no longer wished to marry. She deceived Sang Zhi into coming and orchestrated a scheme to ensure the two would consummate their relationship, leading to Sang Zhi's unintended substitution. Little did they expect that Sang Zhi was too frail to withstand the effects of the drug, resulting in her premature demise, allowing Sang Zhi to take her place. Once dressed, Sang Zhi rubbed her temples, pondering the absurdity of her situation. Sang Mei could have simply called off the engagement. The Chu family was powerful, but they could not force anyone into marriage. Yet, she chose to manipulate her already unfortunate sister, displaying a truly malicious nature. Regardless of intent, the original owner of this life had met her end unjustly. Turning to the mirror, Sang Zhi beheld a reflection strikingly similar to her own from her previous life, an undeniably beautiful visage, albeit slightly frail and pale from years of rural living. "Fear not now that I am here. I shall live for you," she vowed solemnly. As she took one last glance at the comatose Chu Junhang, she noted that he was quite handsome, the sort to inspire desire. Even in a state of unconsciousness, the presence of a handsome man was a comfort. "Sang Zhi, what are you dawdling for?" came Chu's mother's impatient voice from outside. Sang Zhi quickly responded, "Coming." The hour was noon, and the rest of the Chu family was occupied with work and school. Chu's mother remained at home, tending to her son, unwilling to entrust his care to others. And yet, after a brief trip to the market, her beloved son had been sullied. Marriages had been postponed indefinitely, and now, as a comatose man, he would likely struggle to accept the reality of his situation. The more she thought about it, the more her heart ached, her gaze toward Sang Zhi sharp and accusatory. She sat silently, refusing to invite Sang Zhi to join her. Sang Zhi recounted the events leading to her current plight. Chu's mother frowned. "Are you saying your sister drugged you and locked you in my son's room?" "Exactly." Sang Zhi exhaled, relieved to have clarified the matter. The potency of the drug had been astonishing. Strangely, although Chu Junhang lay in a coma, he had shown no signs of weakness, while she felt utterly depleted. Ignoring Chu's mother's displeasure, she slumped down in fatigue. Chu's mother massaged her temples, struggling to comprehend, but when I returned, the door was unlocked. If Sang Mei had truly wished to avoid the marriage, she could have spoken up. The Chu family was not so powerful as to force a union against one's will. Why resort to such underhanded tactics? Sang Zhi quickly discerned Chu's mother's skepticism. The door's lack of a lock left only one explanation. Sang Mei had intentionally left it ajar, creating the illusion that Sang Zhi had orchestrated this entire incident. "If you don't believe me, we can go to the hospital. The effects of the drug should still be traceable," Sang Zhi proposed. Chu's mother replied, "But that could just as easily be a ploy to frame your sister." Sang Zhi sighed, weary of the accusations. "Then let's involve the authorities. If you doubt my word, let them investigate." Chu's mother fell silent. Sang Zhi's willingness to confront the situation stemmed from her modern mindset. Yet in this era, even if it were proven that Sang Zhi had been wronged, the prevailing sentiment might still cast blame on the Chu family, not wanting to admit their son was sullied. Choosing not to act was perhaps the wisest course of action. Chu's mother assumed Sang Zhi would resist. After all, the two had engaged in a union of sorts, and marriage seemed a favorable outcome for both parties. However, without a moment's hesitation, Sang Zhi nodded decisively. Chu Mu's heart sank further. Before his injury, her son was a paragon of excellence which young lady in the vicinity would not blush upon seeing him. Had it truly come to a point where he was now avoided by all? Wiping her reddened eyes, Chu Mu suppressed her tears. Sang Zhi finally remarked, "Sang Mei brought me here, and another person left afterward someone must have seen." With that, she departed from the Chu household. The original owner's life had been manipulated out of existence, and naturally, she intended to reclaim the debts owed to her. Chu Mu immediately ventured out to inquire. Their residence was within a military district where sentinels stood guard outside. Ordinary individuals would find it nearly impossible to enter. Sang Mei and Sang Zhi were permitted entry solely due to Sang Mei's prior engagement to Chu Junhang, having made arrangements beforehand. Upon inquiring outside, it was confirmed that Sang Zhi had not spoken falsely. Sang Mei indeed accompanied her, and left alone 20 minutes later. Returning home, Chu Mu felt increasingly unsettled. Even while tending to Chu Junhang's body in his room, tears threatened to spill from her eyes. As she gently wiped with a soft towel, she thought she noticed his finger twitch slightly. Perhaps it was merely her imagination. In a moment of shock and joy, she hastily dialed her husband to share the good news. Just after hanging up, she spotted her adopted daughter returning from outside. "Mother, are you distressed over second brother again? He is destined for good fortune and will surely awaken soon. You must take care of your health." Zhao Yalan immediately noticed the redness around Chu Mu's eyes and offered her comfort. "No, I just had a fly under my eye while shopping for groceries." Chu Mu quickly composed herself. Regardless of the circumstances, if her son truly awakened, it would be a cause for celebration. Yet he remained unconscious, and she could not bear to let her family indulge in false hopes. Zhao Yalan smiled gently, though a hint of concern crept in her voice. "By the way, how is second brother doing? I ran into Sang Mei a couple of days ago." With the context provided by Sang Zhi and the sentinel's words, upon seeing Zhao Yalan's hesitance, Sang Mu's expression darkened. "What happened?" Zhao Yalan hesitated slightly. "I saw Sang Mei dining with a man, a fellow alumnus from my school. It seemed innocuous, but given second brother's condition, witnessing that scene was disheartening." Unbeknownst to her, her words struck a chord with Chu Mu. If that were the case, it would be easier to understand. So it was indeed Sang Mei's scheme? And Sang Zhi? Chu Mu's expression soured regardless of which sister had plotted. They were all of the Sang family, and none were virtuous. Zhao Yalan observed Chu Mu's increasingly grim countenance and managed a satisfied smile. Mother, he'll go upstairs to check on second brother. The soft creaking of the wooden stairs echoed as Zhao Yalan gradually disappeared around the corner. Chu Junhang's room was already tidied, showing no traces of distress. Zhao Yalan gazed at the handsome man. Even in slumber, her eyes filled with affection. Second brother, soon, once that foolish Sang Mei calls off the engagement, I shall marry you. Chu Mu and Chu father had 4 children. The eldest daughter was already married. The second was the comatose Chu Junhang, and there remained a son and a daughter. Zhao Yalan was an adopted child of the Chu family. Her father shared a deep bond with Chu father, and after her father's untimely death, her mother was lost as well, leaving her alone, taken in by Chu father and raised ever since. Yet, at some point, she developed feelings for Chu Junhang that were inappropriate, and by the time she realized it, Chu Junhang had been compelled to engage with Sang Mei due to familial pressures. That woman, so foolish and greedy, was unworthy of her illustrious second brother. Just thinking of Sang Mei's reaction upon learning of the Chu family's plans to bring good fortune made Zhao Yalan grit her teeth in resentment. She dared to disdain second brother, despite not being worthy of him even in his current state. Zhao Yalan's longing fingers brushed Chu Junhang's face, only to reveal a faint red mark at his collar. Frowning, she tugged his collar wider, immediately noticing scratches on his chest. Mother, come quickly. Second brother is injured. Hearing the exclamation, Chu Mu rushed over, following Zhao Yalan's pointing finger, and was instantly embarrassed as she recalled the incident. Oh, it might be that my nails were a bit long. Your brother is tall and heavy. I must have accidentally scratched him while turning him. Zhao Yalan's face flickered with displeasure, though she dared not express it, subtly urging Chu Mu to be more cautious in the future. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sang Zhi had arrived at the hospital. The attending physician, a woman, appeared taken aback upon learning the nature of her request, then adopted a serious demeanor. Comrade, may I ask if someone has harmed you? Such actions are intolerable. We must seek the police's assistance. Sang Zhi knew she could not go to the police. She and Chu Mu had come to an understanding, and the Chu family clearly wished to keep this matter under wraps to avoid public ridicule. If she were to disclose anything unilaterally, the Chu family might retaliate, accusing her of colluding with Sang Mei, leaving her unable to clear her name. Sang Zhi denied it, but the physician remained unconvinced, urging her earnestly. With no other choice, Sang Zhi hastily concocted a flimsy excuse using her limited imagination. Doctor, I appreciate your concern, but truly, no one has harmed me. The situation is this. My family raises pigs in the village, and I was preparing a breeding solution. My elderly mother, being forgetful, left it unattended on the table, and I mistakenly drank it. The unfinished statement only left room for speculation. Sang Zhi wore a tearful expression, which was not entirely fabricated. Yet, she remained resolute, wiping away the tears that threatened to spill. The physician regarded her with a complex expression. In all her years, she had never encountered such a bizarre situation. That mother-in-law truly was careless. Fortunately, the woman before her was already married had it been an unmarried girl. She shuddered at the thought. The physician swiftly completed the examination order and handed it to Sang Zhi, casting her a sympathetic glance. As Sang Zhi turned to leave with the document, she finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Exiting the hospital, she carefully tucked the results into her pocket. This document needed to be preserved well. One never knows when it might come in handy. In other words, even if it doesn't serve a purpose, it wouldn't be superfluous. From this moment forward, she was the Sang Zhi of 1982. That distant modernity was no longer her concern, and all her hard-earned possessions, the house she diligently purchased, the mortgage she had just settled, oh dear, cursed be the heavens. Sang Zhi grumbled as she retraced her steps back to the Sang household. Aside from her elder sister Sang Mei, who was 4 years her senior, she had a younger brother who was 1 year younger. Due to the close age gap, when the younger brother was born, the original owner was sent back to her hometown as they struggled to care for both children. This led to the original owner harboring resentment toward her brother while developing a closer bond with her sister Sang Mei. Of course, the relationship between Sang Mei and their brother Sang Chi was not particularly strong either, but the reasons for their estrangement were beyond the original owner's comprehension. Sang's parents were factory workers, and their home was a welfare apartment allocated by the factory, resulting in limited living conditions. Upon arriving from the countryside, Sang Zhi and her husband moved into a small room, leaving the larger one for the 3 siblings. The 2 sisters shared a bed, separated by a curtain, while the other side belonged to Sang Chi. At that moment, with their parents absent, Sang Zhi barged into the bedroom, immediately noticing Sang Zhi on the other side of the curtain, engrossed in a book. 17 years old, the slender and tall youth was known from memory to be somewhat reticent. Chapter 3. The accuser is the culprit today. Sang Mei took a day off specifically to harm Sang Zhi, which is why she is not at work. At this moment, she sits at the head of her bed, her mind wandering as she absent-mindedly holds a crochet hook. Especially after seeing Sang Zhi enter, her gaze becomes evasive, as she cannot muster the courage to meet Sang Zhi's eyes. Huh! Sang Zhi lets out a cold laugh, striding forward with determination, seizing Sang Mei by the hair and dragging her to the ground. Sang Mei, have I given you too much face? You dare to plot against me? Just watch me beat you so badly that even your own mother won't recognize you. With both hands and feet, Sang Zhi unleashes a flurry of blows, causing Sang Mei to scream in agony. Nearby, Sang Zhi is startled. He hesitates, contemplating whether to intervene and separate them, but as soon as he shows his face, he meets Sang Zhi's fierce gaze. This is none of your business. I advise you not to meddle. Sang Zhi, you're insane. Let go of me. I'm your sister. Sang Mei struggles desperately, but is pinned down by Sang Zhi, unable to move an inch. All she can do is threaten. If you dare to hit me, Mom and Dad won't let you off. Ouch, it hurts so much. Stop it. Sang Zhi, help me. Whether Mom and Dad will let her off is uncertain, but I assure you, I will not spare you. Sang Zhi sneers, deliberately targeting her face and chest, striking the most painful and conspicuous areas. Sang Zhi is not merely a woman of words. Having grown up an orphan, she has done whatever it takes to survive, and she has fought countless times, honing her skills over the years. The ferocity in her eyes as her fists come down sends shivers down Sang Zhi's spine. Though Sang Mei is being thoroughly beaten, Sang Zhi thinks that between protecting others and safeguarding himself, it is wiser to prioritize his own well-being. Besides, his relationship with Sang Mei is not particularly strong. Thus, he pulls the curtain and returns to his desk. But the screams from behind the curtain make it impossible for him to concentrate on his book. Sang Zhi, Jie, and Li Ming, just returning home from work, are met at their doorstep by a throng of neighbors crowding in their yard, blocking their way. Sang Zhi, Jie lifts his hand to tap the elderly woman at the back. Wang Dinyang, what are you all doing cluttering around my house? Upon turning around and seeing Sang Zhi, Jie, and Li Ming, Wang Dinyang exclaims, "Oh, you two are back. Hurry inside and take a look. Your daughters are fighting." Sang Zhi has beaten Sang Mei until her face is covered in blood. It's truly pitiful to see. Upon hearing this, Li Ming quickly pushes her way through the crowd. The onlookers, being neighbors, make way for the couple as soon as they realize the parents have returned. Sang Zhi Jie follows Li Ming to the front, where he immediately sees Sang Zhi being restrained by two women, while Sang Mei sits on the ground, crying loudly. Her face indeed smeared with blood, a sight that is quite unsettling. At that moment, Sang Zhi Jie's expression twists with disbelief, and Li Ming rushes to Sang Mei's side, unsure of where to place her hands, only able to express her concern. "Mei, are you all right?" Having already been beaten, Sang Mei cries out even more upon seeing her parents return, tears streaming down her face as she wails, "Mom, help me. Sang Zhi has gone mad. She's like a lunatic, pulling my hair and hitting me. And Sang Zhi didn't help. They're both ganging up on me. You have to stand up for me." Li Ming, gripped tightly by her daughter's distress, finds her mind blank and can only look to her husband for help. Sang Zhi Jie glances at his two daughters, then at the tightly packed crowd surrounding them. Maintaining his composure, he calls for Sang Zhi to help disperse the onlookers. While everyone is eager to witness the spectacle, they resent being asked to leave. However, out of respect for the family, they slowly begin to disperse. Once outside the Sang household, several of them gather in a group. "Wang Dinyang, your home is nearby, and you're not working. Do you know what happened at the Sang family?" "I have no idea, but I did see the sisters leave together this morning," all smiles. With Sang Zhi holding Sang Mei's arm, her eyes sparkling. "How peculiar. Something must have transpired that we are unaware of. This is no trivial matter. Look at Sang Mei's face. Her nosebleed flows like water from a dam." This metaphor indeed carries weight. As the conversation shifts to focus on Sang Zhi, who has been back in the city for less than 2 months, she was initially perceived as a docile girl, beautiful and capable, with many suitors expressing interest. However, after this incident of beating Sang Mei, many have reconsidered their intentions. Regardless of how inadequate their sons may be, potential brides are sought based on a shared standard of beauty, gentleness, and capability, able to work, manage household duties, and care for their husbands and in-laws. They ought to reflect on their own virtues. Sang Zhi instructs Sang Zhi to close the yard gate, and once the house is left with only family, he takes a deep breath, sits down, and says, "Now, tell me, what is all this chaos about?" His gaze sweeps over his 3 children before finally resting on Sang Zhi. Today, he finds himself quite impressed by her. In the 2 months since returning home, she has maintained a gentle demeanor and interacted normally with Sang Mei, yet he never expected her to possess such fighting spirit, showing no mercy even to her own sister. Sang Zhi hesitates, unsure of what justification to provide. Li Meng quickly hands him a glass of water, soothingly urging, "Dear, calm down. Don't let this anger affect your health. It's not worth it." Her words, intended to pacify, only seem to incite him further. With a loud crash, a teacup shatters on the floor. "Look at this mess. Sisters fighting to the point where no one can intervene. Are you trying to make a spectacle for outsiders?" Sang Zhi has always considered himself fortunate. He had the opportunity to move to the city and become a worker, and a few years ago, he helped an elderly gentleman to the hospital, only to discover the man's remarkable identity, which ultimately offered his daughter an extraordinary opportunity. Though the marriage has been delayed, the connection to the Chu family still grants him a certain level of respect. Those who have little often desire much. Sang Zhi is particularly conscious of his reputation and fears becoming a laughingstock. Li Meng, with tear-stained cheeks, kneels to collect the broken pieces, her tears falling to the floor as she laments, "Why break the dish? It's not like it's free." Regretting his outburst, yet unwilling to admit fault, Sang Zhi points at Li Meng and scolds, "This is all your fault for raising such a troublesome daughter." Chapter 4. So that is how it is when Li Meng is scolded. She tends to cry. She looks up at her daughters and asks, "Dame, Zhi, why on earth were you fighting? Hurry and explain." Sang Mei bursts into tears again. "Mom, Sang Zhi is jealous because I have a betrothal with the Chu family. Today, when I went to the Chu family, she took advantage of the moment when no one was around to strip down and lie in bed with Chu Junhang. I saw it through the door crack. At that moment, I couldn't believe it. Not knowing what to do, I could only leave. But she came back and hit me, accusing me of harming her. I'm so wronged." "What?" Both Sang Zhi and Li Meng stare at Sang Zhi in shock. Even Sang Zhi wears an expression of disbelief. After all, everyone knows the current situation with Chu Junhang, a man who has been in a coma for nearly 2 months, with no certainty of ever waking up. What woman would willingly marry someone to live in mourning? Even Sang Mei, who has a betrothal with him, has been discussing with her family her desire to annul the engagement. Sang Zhi refrained from pressing for the annulment of the engagement, cautious of offending the Chu family. Moreover, given that Chu Junhang had consistently delayed the marriage, he assumed that the Chu family would not dare to bring up the subject of marriage at this point. After all, they had waited for so many years, a little longer would not matter. If, after a few months, Chu Junhang remained unresponsive, they could consider alternative plans then. However, what they failed to realize was that while they could afford to be patient, Sang Mei, Chu Junhang's fiancé, was in a state of constant anxiety, fearing that the Chu family might suddenly mention the marriage or that her parents might sell her off for glory, sacrificing her for wealth. In a moment of rashness, she orchestrated today's farce. Sang Zhi had always appeared timid, the type who struggled to articulate her grievances, and she had no reservations about pinning the blame solely on Sang Zhi, claiming it was jealousy that motivated her. Yet, she was unprepared for the transformed Sang Zhi's return. Although they had yet to witness her eloquence, they had already felt the weight of her fists, which had cost Sang Mei dearly. For someone who could resort to such tactics against her own sister, Sang Zhi's lack of shame was hardly surprising. Turning her gaze toward Sang Mei, there was an oppressive calmness in her eyes. "Are you still determined to argue at this juncture?" Initially, she had no intention of revealing the truth, which was why she had hesitated to defend herself earlier. Despite the fact that she was not at fault, the times had changed and public scrutiny had shifted. She had to bear the brunt of gossip. However, since Sang Mei was so shameless, how could she not expose her, especially given the audacity of her schemes? The misdeeds were orchestrated by Sang Mei, and she was undoubtedly feeling guilty. Yet, with confidence in her fabricated narrative, Sang Zhi knew that Sang Mei would struggle to refute her claims, straightening her posture with satisfaction. "Indeed, Zhi, our parents mentioned that you grew up in the countryside, and upon moving here, you had no acquaintances. I have taken care of you, treating you kindly, introducing you to friends, and inviting you to socialize. But I never anticipated that you would harbor jealousy regarding the marriage. We're sisters bound by blood. If you truly wish for something, you could have simply told me. After all, it seems that Junhang is not particularly fond of me. Yet how could you bring yourself to hurt your own sister so deeply? When referring to Chu Junhang's indifference, Sang Mei felt a pang of sadness. Initially, when the engagement was announced, she was elated, believing herself fortunate to be betrothed to someone so handsome and from a prestigious family. The Chu family even assisted her with employment shortly after the engagement, leading her to envision a life of comfort and security. However, she soon discovered that Chu Junhang had no genuine interest in her. On the day of their engagement, he had not even shown up, and in the following years, he had treated her as if she were invisible. The only communication she received was a message from him stating that the engagement was merely a whim of the elder and that he had no intention of marrying her, advising her to agree to an annulment, with assurances of compensation from the Chu family. Having fought hard for what she believed was a promising union, Sang Mei could not consent to an annulment and shifted the blame onto her parents and the elder of the Chu family. After that, she received no further correspondence from Chu Junhang. Despite several attempts to reach out, her letters vanished into silence. His callousness left her feeling abandoned, and now that he lay in a half-alive state, she questioned if he would ever awaken. Why should she gamble her future for him? However, Sang Zhi was adamantly opposed to an annulment, fearing the loss of the Chu family support and the repercussions of offending them. Thus, Sang Mei devised this scheme. If someone had to marry into the Chu family, why not Sang Zhi? After all, having grown up in the countryside, she had no lofty expectations. Marrying into the Chu family would afford her a life of luxury. Sang Zhi should be grateful to her. As these thoughts swirled in Sang Mei's mind, Sang Zhi coolly produced the test result from her pocket and handed them to Li Ming. Sang Zhi's rise from the countryside to the city was fueled by seizing the opportunities of the times and his audacity. He had ventured into the city with several peers, and when asked about their future aspirations, Sang Zhi expressed a desire to become a worker, which led him to a job in a garment factory. The others, too timid to speak up, remained in their rural homes. However, despite years of living in the city, he had only learned to write his name and could barely read. Ironically, his wife was a city girl, having at least completed elementary school. As Li Ming took the test results, confusion spread across her face. What does this diagnosis mean? Accidental ingestion of pig breeding medication. This is the result from the hospital. I claimed to the doctor that it was an accidental ingestion of medication meant for pigs, because I believe that escalating this matter would be detrimental to our family. The truth is, Sang Mei saw that Chu Junhang had become a vegetable and had no intention of marrying him. I do not know what was going through her mind when she brought me into this and drugged me, which led to the scene she described. That was why I could not restrain myself from hitting her. You're lying, Sang Zhi. Stop framing me. Sang Mei showed that Sang Mei had previously expressed reluctance to marry Chu Junhang, and both of Sang Zhi and his wife were aware of this. However, they never anticipated she would resort to such drastic actions. Sang Mei had already sustained injuries from Sang Zhi's strikes, and now she had to endure the wrath of Sang Zhi, whose strength far exceeded that of Sang Zhi. Fortunately, he did not physically assault her, but offered her a chance to evade his wrath as she darted around like a monkey. As Sang Zhi turned, she caught a glimpse of Sang Chi, noticing a flicker of sympathy in his eyes. How peculiar. In her memory, the original owner had scarcely exchanged words with him since arriving at this household. Of course, Sang Chi's silence was not directed solely at the original owner. He treated everyone with the same reticence. Chapter 5. Money is Life. As soon as Sang Zhi entered her room and closed the door, Sang Zhi halted his pursuit of Sang Mei, gazing helplessly at the direction of the room. Turning back, he chided, "You foolish girl, you never heed advice. Yet you're clever enough to scheme now. Don't regret it later." He had already discussed the pros and cons with her when she first suggested an annulment. After all, the Chu family had not mentioned marriage, so they might as well wait. What if Chu Junhang woke up? With the pretext of caring for her during her recovery, he should be less indifferent to Sang Mei in the future. Yet this girl was impulsive, lacking foresight. Now, not only had she turned sisterly affection into enmity, but she also had no idea how the Chu family would react. Were they aware of this situation? Would they hold a grudge against them? Sang Mei was oblivious to Sang Zhi's favoritism. Even her recent assault on her was merely for show in front of Sang Zhi. She felt utterly wronged, pouting, "I will not regret it. Even if Chu Junhang wakes up, I won't marry him. You all are the true schemers, hoping to exchange my future for the family's wealth. Have you even considered what will become of me?" Facing Chu Junhang's cold demeanor every day and those ruthless sisters-in-law, I will be better off marrying an ordinary person and living a warm life. Fine, I see you have grown wings. Can warmth serve as sustenance? Can provide clothing? Can secure you a job? The Chu family is a prestigious one. If you miss this opportunity, what chance will you have at a better match? What did it matter if Chu Junhang had a cold demeanor? He would still be bound by his grandfather's wishes. Once married, she would enjoy the wealth and status of the entire Chu family. A man of such caliber marrying an ordinary wife would surely face a stark contrast. Once they had children, everything would fall into place. After enduring a few years, a brighter future awaited her. Truly, it was foolish not to seize the opportunity. Reminiscent of her mother, who inherited none of her intelligence. If he had been like her, he would still be toiling in the fields, and there would have been no chance to move to the city and marry a city girl. Sang Zhi takes immense pride in his ability to seize opportunities, including the serendipitous occasion when he assisted the elderly Mr. Chu to the hospital. Encountering such an event was merely fortuitous, yet the gentleman's attire and remarkable demeanor clearly distinguished him from the ordinary. Consequently, Sang Zhi consciously put on a performance, and unsurprisingly, he left a favorable impression on Mr. Chu, who later promised a marriage arrangement, thereby elevating him to the position of workshop team leader. These discussions unfolded in the presence of Sang Zhi, who remained oblivious to the derision and indifference reflected in the eyes of the observer at the back. Such is the nature of his family. From a young age, they have been consumed by petty calculations, thriving only within their own confines. However, he finds himself unable to change or escape this reality. Sang Zhi sat on the edge of the bed, the wooden frame too high for her to touch the ground, her legs swinging listlessly. When Sang Zhi entered, he silently moved to the other side of the curtain, where the sound of page-turning could be heard, soon fading into silence. Sang Zhi felt utterly speechless. This family and its members were indeed astonishing in their absurdity. A scheming father, a weak-willed mother, a foolish sister, a distant brother, and the incident of being bedridden like a vegetable. Her life seemed far more vibrant than in her previous existence. Suddenly, as if struck by an idea, Sang Zhi stood and walked to the wardrobe at the foot of her bed. This cabinet contained Sang Mei's personal belongings, which she was typically forbidden from examining. Although envious, Sang Zhi felt that being brought from the countryside to the city by her parents was already a blessing, one she dared not question further. Children raised away from their parents often harbor a profound sense of loss, fearing abandonment once more. Thus, she approached each family member with an ingratiating demeanor, often mistaken for obedience. Her memories halted at this point. She had no desire to relive those suffocating scenes. Removing a hairpin from her head, she straightened it and deftly unlocked the cabinet with a few twists. Fortunately, after her family's decline in the previous life, she had taken on various jobs to survive, including a stint as a locksmith, which allowed her to open the lock with ease. Inside the cabinet lay winter clothes, far more fashionable than her own. Due to the impending marriage with the Chu family, the Sang family had invested considerably in Sang Mei, ensuring her appearance was always in vogue, while others may do with less. Sang Zhi rummaged through the clothes and discovered a stash of wages hidden in the pocket of a wool coat. Sang Mei, being 5 years her senior, was now 23, having worked as a clerk at a supply and marketing cooperative for 5 years, contributing a mere 10 yuan monthly to the household, while retaining the rest for herself. The job offered numerous perks, allowing her to pocket significant amounts despite her extravagant spending. Counting the money, Sang Zhi found a total of 1,600 yuan. While this sum might seem modest at first glance, it was a substantial amount of personal savings in this era. Just as she tucked the money into her pocket, Sang Mei entered, and upon witnessing the scene, erupted in fury. "Sang Zhi, you dare to steal my money. I'll fight you." The intensity of her reaction was unexpected, revealing a ferocity not seen even when facing physical confrontation. Sang Zhi, startled, quickly sidestepped, causing Sang Mei to crash headfirst into the wall with a resounding thud. Ouch! Sang Zhi winced in sympathy. Since her return home and lacking a job, she had taken on household duties, but after today's commotion, she had not prepared dinner. The kitchen remained cold and uninviting, while Sang Zhi went out to explain the altercation between the children with the family awaiting their meal. Li Meng, timid by nature, felt guilty about the incident, believing both children must be feeling remorseful. Thus, she took it upon herself to cook. As she lit the coal stove and placed a pot on it, she heard Sang Mei's sharp yet muffled cries due to her injury, prompting her to rush over. What happened? Sang Zhi, did you hit your sister again? As she spoke, she opened the door, only to be pushed back by Sang Zhi. Mom, it's nothing. My sister tripped and fell. Don't worry, a 1T hit her again. By the way, Sang Zhi said he's starving. Hurry and make dinner. Sang Zhi, who had remained silent throughout, turned at this moment, casting a puzzled glance at his sister, who lied without a hint of shame, contrasting sharply with her previously meek demeanor. Sang Zhi, sensing his scrutiny, initially intended to warn him with a glance, but realized he had no intention of interfering. Chapter 6. An overwhelming capacity for acceptance. As their eyes met, Sang Zhi's momentary confusion quickly faded, and he returned to his previous task. Such a clumsy lie was indeed believed by Li Meng, who muttered vague reassurances before instructing them to get along and not fight before returning to the kitchen. Sang Zhi promptly locked the door behind her, turning to observe Sang Mei, who lay motionless on the floor, maintaining the pose she had fallen in. Kicking her lightly, she received no response. Frowning, Sang Zhi bent down to turn her over. Having initially noted Sang Mei's forceful approach, it was now confirmed by the deepening bruises on her face and the prominent bump on her forehead, raising concerns about a possible concussion. However, this was not her primary concern. Confirming Sang Mei was indeed unconscious, Sang Zhi resumed her search through the cabinet, tossing aside winter and summer clothes alike until she unearthed a metal biscuit tin from the bottom. The sound of coins jingling within made her smile as she turned, only to find Sang Zhi standing behind her, his gaze shifting to Sang Mei with a complex expression. Just leaving her there, what if she dies? Sang Zhi raised an eyebrow, feigning concern. Although tempted to dismiss it, she was no fool. If Sang Mei were to die in their room, they would both be implicated. A quick check revealed that Sang Mei was still breathing, alleviating her immediate worries. With the money secured and her investigation complete, it was prudent to inform their parents about Sang Mei's condition, who knew what could happen if she were left unattended. At 17, Sang Zhi was tall, towering over Sang Zhi by a head, with a clear voice that, coupled with his aloof demeanor, gave him the appearance of a refined gentleman, had he donned finer clothing. This was a testament to Sang Zhi's efforts. Despite his humble beginnings, he had managed to bring his family into the city, marrying a diligent and beautiful wife. Their 3 children bore a striking resemblance to their mother, successfully elevating the family's lineage. Returning to the topic at hand, Sang Zhi, noticing Sang Zhi's lack of retort, breathed a sigh of relief and opened the door to exit. Li Meng, busy in the kitchen, mistakenly assumed he had emerged due to hunger. Sang Zhi, you must be starving. Just a moment, dinner will be ready soon. Sang Zhi nodded and inquired, Mom, where's Dad? Outside talking to someone. The family had to explain the embarrassment of a sister's quarrel to outsiders, striving to maintain their dignity and a semblance of harmony. Li Meng, lacking the gift of gab and unwilling to engage, left the household matters to Sang Zhi, who was adept at handling such situations. When Sang Zhi returned with Sang Zhi, Sang Zhi had already rummaged through the contents of the iron box, discovering 38 yuan in change, presumably Sang Mei's salary for the month, along with some receipts. Sang Zhi could not fathom Sang Mei's thought process, despite her evident love for money. She kept her earnings at home rather than depositing them in a bank account. Fortunately, this oversight benefited Sang Zhi, serving as a form of compensation. Upon opening the door, her gaze was immediately drawn to the disheveled room before she even noticed her unconscious daughter. Sang Zhi appeared momentarily dazed, questioning, Zhi, what are you rummaging through? If his memory served him right, the chaotic pile on the bed consisted of Sang Mei's clothes and belongings. It wasn't me. It was my sister who went mad and even banged her head. Sang Zhi effortlessly fabricated a lie. Only then did Sang Zhi realize the urgency of his hasty return. His eyes fell upon his daughter's pitiful state, and he lost all interest in anything else. Hastily calling for Sang Zhi to carry her, rushing out towards the hospital. At that moment, Li Meng had prepared a meal but lacked any appetite. Quickly following the father and son to check on her daughter's condition, Sang Zhi emerged from the room, content, bathed in the scorching sunlight outside. She felt quite refreshed after her unexpected windfall, although the sticky sensation on her skin still lingered. It suddenly occurred to her that in her quest for revenge, she had neglected to clean herself. Fortunately, there was a separate bathing area in the corner of the Sang family's courtyard, where the water from the well was pleasantly warm. After thoroughly washing herself, her mind drifted back to the events of the afternoon. Although it was indeed Sang Mei's scheme that had led to this outcome, she was the one in control while the other lay unconscious. At that moment, she had indulged herself, unaware if the other party had enjoyed it as well. This realization brought her a sense of relief, free from any lingering worries. Sang Zhi felt her luck to be decidedly poor. Even her journey through time was fraught with misfortune. While others might find themselves in the company of soldier, at least paired with a normal person who could offer support, she had ended up with a comatose individual, nearly being treated as a rogue by the Chu family. How tragic. However, it seemed the person she was with was also a soldier. The original owner had known of her sister's fiancé in the military long before entering the city. They had been engaged for years without marrying. Unable to withstand Sang Mei's incessant boasting of her superiority. Now, that sense of superiority had vanished. Sang Zhi believed her greatest strength was her remarkable adaptability. After all, she had swiftly accepted the reality of her reincarnation following her death. It was said that the 1980s were a golden era overflowing with wealth. Her maternal grandfather had thrived during this time due to his exceptional culinary skills. Unfortunately, he had a daughter, her mother, whose romantic obsessions led to their family's decline, culminating in her tragic suicide. Recalling these memories, Sang Zhi felt an unusual calm. Her grandfather had passed away, and when that woman had threatened to leap from a building to compel a man to return to his family, she had indeed jumped, entirely disregarding the welfare of Sang Zhi and her brother. In the aftermath, that man inherited all shares of the company, bringing his mistress and illegitimate child home, leaving her and her brother with no path forward. The man took his mistress and child on vacations, locking her and her brother in a storage room for 3 days, during which her brother succumbed to a fever in her arms. From that point on, Sang Zhi focused solely on self-interest, devoid of emotion. Naturally, that scoundrel met a fitting end. She had personally dismantled her grandfather's company, driving him to bankruptcy and subsequent suicide, leaving her utterly alone. Those past events were better left unspoken. The dishes in the kitchen had cooled, but the rice retained some warmth as she calmly filled her belly. Returning to her room, she sat at Sang Chi's desk, found a clean sheet of paper, and began to outline the major developments of this period from her memory. In 1982, the government began encouraging the development of individual economies, and this summer marked precisely the year, coinciding with the vacation period. On a rare day off, Chu Junhang passed by the vegetable market and spotted freshly arrived watermelons, large and round, with many people gathered to purchase them. After much effort, she squeezed in to buy 2, intending to bring 1 home for her family to enjoy. Chapter 7. At least there are reactions in certain aspects. Chu Mu sat in the courtyard, sighing heavily. Zhao Yalan had been intentionally and unintentionally bringing up the subject of consolation these past few days, mentioning how a classmate's brother had recovered from an illness thanks to such measures. She certainly did not want Chu Junhang to genuinely marry Sang Mei. Rather, she suspected that during her absence, Sang Mei must have done something or hinted at calling off the engagement, which had led to Chu Mu's evident displeasure. This was just as well. She and Chu Junhang were not truly siblings. When the Chu family adopted her, they had considered her the sole bloodline of the Zhao family, even retaining her surname. Once the Sang and Chu families formally annulled the engagement, she could propose to bring good fortune to her second brother, enabling her to marry Chu Junhang, thereby earning the gratitude of the entire family. Zhao Yalan's calculations were indeed astute. Unfortunately, she underestimated Sang Mei's foolishness and did not anticipate the emergence of Sang Zhi as a variable. Still lost in her dreams, she was unaware that transforming those dreams into reality could not be achieved through mere words. Those who are arrogant and self-important inevitably pay the price for their actions. As Chu Junhang rode her bicycle into the courtyard, she noticed her mother's furrowed brow. Upon seeing her, her mother merely glanced up briefly before listlessly coming over to help her with the watermelons. "Mom, how's my second brother been these past few days?" "Still the same." The moment Chu Mu mentioned this topic, her voice quivered, and she struggled to hold back tears, not wanting her child to see her distress. She quickly turned away to place the watermelon on the ground, attempting to mask her tearful expression. The once promising younger brother had fallen to such a state, leaving Chu Junhang deeply pained. I'll go check on him. Chu Junhang had changed somewhat since her last visit. He appeared thinner and paler. If he did not awaken soon, it was uncertain how much longer he could endure. After crying upstairs, Chu Junhang composed herself before descending. Mom, let me tell you a funny story. The staff at our hospital have been laughing about it for days. She forced a smile, hoping to lighten her mother-esque mood. Although Chu Mu understood her daughter-esque concern, she felt little interest and merely replied, "Oh, what's so funny? Just the other day, someone came to our hospital for treatment. Ironically, I was the one attending to her. At first, I thought she was a girl, but when she spoke, I realized she was married. You won't believe it. She had mixed up her household's pig-breeding medication with water, thinking it was a drink. I even thought she had been harmed and advised her to report it." Chu Junhang had expected to amuse her mother, but to her surprise, the more her mother listened, the stranger her expression became. By the end, she felt embarrassed and awkward, prompting her to ask, "What is wrong? Isn't it funny?" She assumed her mother might be displeased because she had mocked someone behind their back. After all, her parents had always taught her not to ridicule others. Yet, her mother's demeanor was far from lively, and she had only intended to share a light-hearted story. Just as she felt uneasy, Chu Mu suddenly asked, "Which day are you referring to?" "About 5 days ago. I remember it clearly because my second brother had a fever that day, and I hadn't slept all night." She was puzzled by her mother's inquiry, but answered obediently. After hearing her response, Chu Mu sighed deeply, remaining silent for a long time. Only then did Chu Junhang sense something was amiss and cautiously ask, "Mom, what is going on? Is there something you're hiding from me?" Chu Mu raised her gaze to meet Chu Junhang's. As the eldest in the family, during the time when the man went to serve in the military, it was the eldest daughter who took care of her younger siblings. Consequently, the family had grown accustomed to discussing matters with her. Chu's mother decided to confide in her about the events that had transpired a few days prior. Upon hearing this, Chu Junhang furrowed her brows in contemplation, and finally sighed in resignation. "Mother, I understand your implications. You're suggesting that the woman who came to me for a consultation that day could be Sang Zhi? Not just a possibility. I am convinced of it. What are the odds that it coincidentally happened that very day? And she just so happened to have consumed that particular substance?" Chu's mother retorted, exasperated. "You too, believing in such an absurd reason. No wonder," she remarked. How could anyone refrain from laughter upon hearing such a ludicrous tale? Realizing that this matter had turned into a farcical joke involving her family, Chu Junhang found no humor in it. Moreover, her pure-hearted younger brother, who had always aspired to dedicate himself to the nation, had avoided returning home for years after their father insisted on an arranged marriage. She pondered how he would feel if he awoke to find himself sullied in such a humiliating manner. Chu Junhang swallowed hard, cautiously inquiring, "Mother, what do you and father plan to do? Is it truly going to be like this?" Although no outsider is aware, it remains a fact that Sang Zhi has lost her virtue. How can she ever marry again? In a society that scrutinizes relationships so closely, being an unmarried woman who has lost her virtue is far worse than being a widow. I am also in a state of hesitation. I initially intended to wait and see how the Sang family would react. However, no one has approached us from their side, and your father seems to be preoccupied elsewhere, claiming he cannot return in the next few days. I truly cannot rely on him when needed." As she spoke, she began to lament about her husband. Sang's mother recounted the events of that day, perplexed. "It is indeed strange. After Sang Zhi left that day, while I was tending to your brother, I distinctly saw his hand move slightly. Yet, after observing for several days, there has been no further sign of movement. If only he could awaken. Even if he cannot accept what has happened, it would be far better than lying there, causing us such worry." She wondered if her longing had conjured an illusion. Now, the only moments she felt somewhat at ease were at night when the children returned home. During the day, alone in the house, her thoughts only deepened her distress. Chu Junhang suddenly had an idea. "Mother, do you recall what the doctor said after Junhang's surgery? He encouraged us to attempt conversing with him to stimulate his senses. Perhaps that could awaken him?" Of course, Chu's mother remembered this. During the first month, they had tirelessly tried to engage him, yet he showed no response. Eventually, exhaustion led them to let nature take its course. Suddenly, she realized, "Are you suggesting?" A smile spread across Chu Junhang's gentle face. Indeed, that was precisely her intention. Their words may not have provoked a response, but based on what her mother had said, It was evident that something had transpired that day, indicating that Chu Junhang at least had some level of responsiveness. Chu's mother was immediately invigorated by the thought, her hands fidgeting with excitement. Why didn't I consider this sooner? Chapter 8. A kind word is worth less than a generous gift. Throughout his life, Chu Junhang had always shied away from girls, leading her to once suspect he might have developed unsavory habits. Her concern led her to question him, only to receive a cold stare in return, which deterred her from raising the issue again. Thus, despite his indifference towards Sang Mei, she did not strongly oppose the marriage proposal when it was presented by the elder, hoping her son would marry soon and ease her worries. Now, with this revelation, Chu's mother was eager to rush to the Sang family and propose marriage, hoping to inspire her son to awaken. However, Chu Yanxiu held her back, advising her against hasty actions. While Sang Mei bore significant responsibility, Sang Zhi was also a victim, schemed against by her own sister, and they had to consider Sang Zhi's feelings. After all, with Chu Junhang's current condition, no one could guarantee his revival. Otherwise, Sang Mei, who once clung to him, would not now be so averse. This matter required careful deliberation. The atmosphere in the Sang household had also turned sour in recent days, though Sang Zhi remained unaffected. She had pilfered Sang Mei's savings and sold her clothes and shoes at a discount to local girls, creating a win-win situation that earned her a small profit and garnered the favor of the neighbors. As for any retribution from Sang Mei upon discovering this, it was non-existent. She was too preoccupied with her own troubles. Even Sang Zhi's parents, burdened by the mess Sang Mei had created, could barely pay attention to her. At this point, can you not admit who the father of your child is, Sang Mei? I raised you, not for you to drive us to madness. Dad, Mom, please don't ask. I will tell you, just not now. Please give me some time. The argument escalated outside, and Sang Zhi's father was truly at his wits' end with this rebellious daughter. He had already resorted to physical punishment, harsh words, and even contemplated severing ties, but when logic prevailed, his pride prevented him from doing so. Sang Mei remained tight-lipped about the identity of her child's father, leaving him utterly perplexed. If it were a consensual relationship that had resulted in the child, he would have demanded accountability. If it were unwanted, she could terminate it and pretend it never happened. Yet, she refused to comply. This saga began the day Sang Mei collided with the wall. After being taken to the hospital, the attending physician was startled and quickly checked her pulse. While the injury on her forehead seemed inconsequential, the examination revealed something unexpected. Sang Mei was pregnant. The timing was right, just when it could be detected. The doctor had her undergo a urine test to confirm this shocking revelation. Sang Mei, seemingly not in her right mind, failed to grasp the gravity of her situation. The news sent shockwaves through the Chu family members who had come to visit. Yet, they maintained a facade of normalcy in front of outsiders. After 2 days of observation in the hospital due to her head injury, Sang Zhi's father had been stewing in anger. Upon returning home, he said nothing and grabbed a rolling pin from the kitchen, striking her. Even Li Meng, who attempted to intervene, faced several blows. Thankfully, he retained enough composure to prevent any serious harm. Sang Mei's silence remained steadfast, no matter how much she was pressed. She refused to divulge the identity of her child's father. Consequently, all attention shifted to Sang Mei, overshadowing Sang Zhi entirely. When Sang Zhi returned home, he unwittingly stepped into a tempest of fury as his father lashed out. Why are you running off? You think you can ignore my instructions? The year-end exams are approaching, and if you fail, I swear I'll make you regret it. Sang Zhi's previously uplifted spirits fell at that moment, feeling a chill despite the July heat. Li Meng, having just finished crying, felt a pang of sympathy for her son. What are you scolding him for? You know he is the most obedient child. He studies diligently. With all this turmoil at home, how can he focus? Sang Zhi's father, like many others, displayed a polished demeanor to outsiders while directing his frustrations toward his family. After Li Meng's interjection, he found it hard to maintain his anger. I'm only saying this for his own good. You all are ungrateful. You're wasting my efforts to provide for you. The words carried a veiled implication, seemingly directed at Sang Zhi, while subtly alluding to Sang Mei. Of course, Sang Zhi was not without her troubles. Regardless of whose fault it was, the fact remained that she had slept with Chu Junhang after being schemed against by Sang Mei. However, the pressing matter concerning Sang Mei demanded more immediate attention, leaving little room for concern about Sang Zhi. Sang Zhi merely wished to escape this space, muttering, I shall return to my room to review. Inside the room, Sang Zhi found the environment excessively noisy. With limited funds and other plans in mind, she could not afford the conveniences of future times, where hotels would be readily available. Thus, she decided to make do at the Sang residence for the time being. After closing the door behind him, Sang Chi approached Sang Zhi with an air of calmness, stating, "Sister, I have inquired about the shop you wanted me to check. It is situated directly across from the municipal hospital, consisting of 2 large interconnected rooms, approximately 60 to 70 square meters. I have arranged to meet the landlord at noon to take a look. To understand the situation, we must rewind a few days." Sang Chi had been particularly obedient, and after Sang Zhi sold Sang Mei's clothing and shoes, she generously handed over the proceeds, amounting to over 100 yuan. This gesture was not without ulterior motives. The original owner had spent 2 months in the city, trailing after Sang Mei or doing household chores, leaving her with scant knowledge of Anqing. If Sang Zhi wished to accomplish anything here, it was imperative to connect with someone familiar with the area. Offering a substantial sum was a far more effective means of winning hearts than mere pleasantries. Thus, Sang Zhi successfully exchanged over 100 yuan for Sang Chi's temporary loyalty. Glancing at the sun outside, she realized it was nearly time for lunch. After sending Sang Chi out, she changed into the dress she had bought the previous day, which had finally dried. This particular dress had cost her over 20 yuan and paired with a set of pale crystal sandals. It was a rather ostentatious outfit by her standards, yet quite fashionable for this era. The adage clothes make the man held true. Though her complexion still bore a hint of yellow, her appearance had undeniably ascended to a new level compared to her previous timid demeanor. As she stepped into the crystal sandals, the sound echoed distinctly, and upon opening the door, she encountered Sang Zhi Jie, who was about to knock. Upon seeing his daughter transformed, Sang Zhi Jie was struck by the thought that indeed, she was his daughter, possessing remarkable beauty. It was unfortunate that she had been deceived by that foolish Sang Mei. Otherwise, with a little more nurturing, her worth would surely have multiplied. Now, Chapter 9. Negotiating terms. Sang Zhi Jie sighed, growing increasingly disheartened. In the past, when searching for a wife, he had focused solely on beauty, neglecting intelligence, resulting in a brood of fools, none resembling him, save for her appearance. "Where are you off to?" he asked, his tone surprisingly amiable, a stark contrast to his recent irritable demeanor. "I asked Xiao Qi to accompany me. Perhaps we can find something for him to do. After all, with both parents at work, I cannot have him idling at home." His words were comforting, and Sang Zhi Jie regarded her with a softened gaze. "Finding work in the city is not an easy task. Once this tumult settles, I will devise a plan to assist you. Xiao Qi is still in school. The priority now is his university entrance exams. As his older sister, do not burden him unnecessarily. I have something to discuss with you as well." Sang Zhi Jie attempted to enter the room to speak, but Sang Zhi remained immobile. He looked at her in confusion. While studying is undoubtedly important, one must also balance mental exertion with rest. I will take him for a stroll. Upon our return, he will be more motivated to study. "Father, I am dressed and ready. We can talk when you return." Sang Zhi Jie frowned, clearly dissatisfied, yet for reasons unknown, he relented, cautioning her that is acceptable. "It is not an urgent matter. We can discuss it tonight. Just ensure you two do not linger outside for too long. Return early." "Understood, father. We are off now," Sang Zhi replied with a smile. However, as she turned away, the smile vanished. Exiting the door, Sang Chi hesitated to remind her, given the recent upheaval at home. "Father still bears some patience with you, likely because of the money you obtained from eldest sister." The implication hung heavily in the air, requiring little elaboration. When Sang Mei discovered that her clothes had been sold, her fury would be explosive. She would undoubtedly seek assistance from their parents, making sure Sang Zhi received no reprieve. Did Sang Zhi Jie not know about Sang Mei's savings? It was inconceivable that he was unaware. Why then was he allowing Sang Mei access to those funds, yet demanding accountability from Sang Zhi once the money was in her hands? The answer was not difficult to decipher. Sang Mei's preferential treatment had never stemmed from her personal merits or affection, but rather from her connection to the Chu family. Now that the marriage was undoubtedly off, the privileges would naturally dissipate. Even if Sang Zhi had not preemptively claimed the money, Sang Zhi Jie would not have allowed her to keep it hidden. Money has a way of stirring emotions. Her father in this life was also a man of calculation. Not far from the municipal hospital stood a state-run restaurant, their intended destination. Sang Zhi had enjoyed various culinary delights these past few days, while Sang Zhi had explored almost every state-run restaurant in Anqing, often bringing Sang Zhi along. To undertake any endeavor, one must first understand the industry. In her view, state-run eateries excelled primarily in portion size. The flavors were generally mediocre, as the chefs seldom put in genuine effort. Most dishes were mere reproductions of what the master chef had taught the apprentices. Patrons could only eat what was served on that day. For instance, at this restaurant, lunch consisted solely of dumplings and noodles. Sang Zhi opted for dumplings while Sang Zhi chose noodles. The dumplings boasted a delightful flavor, while the noodles left much to be desired. Yet no one dared to voice complaints. A sign at the entrance strictly prohibited staff from assaulting customers, illustrating the formidable nature of the employees. As they approached the counter to collect their meals, the staff was embroiled in a heated argument, their spittle nearly landing in their food. No one seemed to care, as the quality of service was evidently lacking. Sang Zhi sampled a few bites before skillfully retrieving her aluminum lunchbox to pack leftovers. Once Sang Zhi finished, they departed the restaurant together. Across from the municipal hospital, they found the landlord already waiting for them. A man in his 30s, he appeared somewhat shrewd. Through their conversation, it became apparent that the Zhao family had recently reclaimed the shop, as policies encouraging individual entrepreneurship had only just been enacted a couple of months prior. Currently, many were still hesitant, and few dared to take the plunge. Sang Zhi inspected the premises and found no major issues. However, the landlord was not the sole decision-maker, which posed a potential complication. Zhao Sui had a brother, and while both had agreed to rent the shop, this agreement only came from Zhao Sui himself, raising concerns for Sang Zhi regarding possible future complications. After some thought, she expertly retrieved a pack of cigarettes from her bag, offering one to Zhao Sui, which left Sang Zhi momentarily speechless. Brother Zhao, you are aware that my intention in renting this property is to open a restaurant, correct? Upon receiving the cigarette, Zhao Sui appeared somewhat taken aback, yet he soon adopted a more serious demeanor. Yes, I heard about it from my nephew previously. Sang Zhi, unfamiliar with Zhao Sui, had only made the connection through a classmate who happened to be Zhao Sui's nephew. Initially unperturbed by the encounter, they appeared youthful and inexperienced, leaving Sang Zhi to wonder what significant matters they could handle. However, she was proving herself to be quite adept in this arena. Let's speak plainly. If I say something amiss, Brother Zhao, please do not take offense, and consider it my youthful ignorance. Zhao Sui tucked the cigarette behind his ear, awaiting her words. Upon renting this house, it is certain that I will have to invest some resources. If Brother Zhao has alternative plans in a month or two, it may not be worth it for me. I believe that if the price is reasonable, we should at least sign a 2-year contract. Ultimately, we agreed on a monthly rent of 50 yuan, with no increase in the first 6 months, and thereafter, the rent cannot exceed a 20% increase. Tomorrow, Zhao Sui will come with his brother to sign the contract. Should the landlord have a change of heart during the contract period, they must compensate for the renovation costs and return 2 months' rent. Conversely, if Sang Zhi decides not to rent, the deposit of 100 yuan will be forfeited. This negotiation clearly demonstrated expertise, providing Sang Zhi with valuable insight. He had thought that renting merely involved exchanging rent for keys, not realizing the necessity of a contract and myriad stipulations. After reaching an agreement, Zhao Sui left the keys behind. Sang Zhi was equally decisive, handing over the deposit without hesitation. Once they were alone, Sang Zhi voiced his concern about giving the money, fearing that Zhao might deny the arrangement the next day. Sang Zhi dismissed this worry, asserting that Zhao, being the uncle of a classmate, should not be so unreliable. Sang Zhi remained silent. Nonetheless, 100 yuan is not an insignificant amount. While he had initially perceived his sister as quite astute during negotiations, he now felt she was perhaps too naive when it came to parting with money. The young man was still rather green, and Sang Zhi could easily see through his thoughts. Considering that he would likely be of assistance in the future, she generously imparted some wisdom about navigating life. Chapter 10. A show of authority directed towards oneself. The man wore genuine leather shoes, carried a hero pen in his pocket, and sported a mechanical watch worth at least 200 alongside 2 storefronts directly across from the municipal hospital. He was not likely to cheat us out of a mere 100 yuan. Furthermore, Zhao Sui, carrying a briefcase, spoke with an air of sophistication, indicating he likely belonged to a respectable class. Even if I misjudged him, Establishing a good rapport with the landlord could prove beneficial, perhaps even leading to leniency when it comes time for rent increases. Sang Zhi listened intently, suddenly seeing a reflection of Sang Zhi Jia in Sang Zhi. However, the difference was that Sang Zhi Jia would only scheme for himself, orchestrating their lives, such as pushing him to study hard and encouraging Sang Mei to ingratiate herself with the Chu family. Yet he never seriously shared insights on interpersonal relationships. After Sang Zhi spoke, it was evident from her gaze that Sang Zhi had absorbed her words. Quite promising, indeed, a person of potential. Yet, it remained uncertain whether he would truly comprehend and apply this knowledge, rather than merely hearing and understanding it. As the saying goes, a master leads one to the door. But the cultivation is up to the individual. Some things cannot simply be taught, like some individuals who can expand upon a template with myriad details, while others merely replicate it. By the way, after the contract is signed tomorrow, we can begin organizing the shop. Do you know where to find a carpenter or someone to set up the stove? Grandma Wang's son is a carpenter at a furniture factory, but their rules prohibit taking private jobs. We may need to discreetly seek his help. He might agree, and Uncle Wang likely knows someone who can set up the stove. Sang Zhi's gaze became evasive. He had indeed witnessed Uncle Wang taking on private work, which gave him the confidence to say so, but he had promised Uncle Wang not to disclose this arrangement. Sang Zhi, preoccupied with other thoughts, did not notice these details and simply nodded, saying, "All right, let us head back." Upon returning home, Li Meng was washing dishes in the kitchen, while Sang Zhi Jia and Sang Mei were nowhere to be seen. Likely already at work. You two slipped out again during mealtime. Have you eaten? This had become a routine over the past few days. Initially, Li Meng would save food for them, but upon realizing they did not eat, she ceased the practice. After all, the family was not affluent, and Li Meng embodied the typical mindset of a traditional woman, preferring to sacrifice her own meal for the sake of the men and children. Sang Zhi entered the kitchen, holding a lunchbox. "Mom, we've eaten already, and I brought you some noodles, still warm. You should try it." As she spoke, she pressed the lunchbox into Li Meng's hands. However, Li Meng did not respond with joy. Instead, she frowned and reproached, "Now that you have a bit of money, you waste it recklessly. Your dad just started working and mentioned you should return the money you borrowed from your sister to avoid being so extravagant, which only ends up in others' hands." Despite her criticism, she opened the lunchbox and began eating. The weather was hot, and leftovers could hardly be preserved. Moreover, the noodles had clumped together. Yet, it must be said that the noodles from the restaurant, even when clumped, were far superior to what they could prepare at home, at least in terms of oiliness. As the month drew to a close, 17-year-old Sang Zhi, in a growth phase, was particularly hungry, while Sang Mei seemed only concerned with her own appetite. After a month of consumption, the family's food supplies were nearly depleted, and for several days, Li Meng had only managed to eat to about 60% satisfaction. Recently, when Sang Zhi returned home, she would bring food for Li Meng, and given her extravagant behavior, Li Meng had long wanted to admonish her. Considering what Sang Mei had done for her, as well as Sang Zhi's feelings, she had refrained from speaking up. However, with Sang Zhi's continued reckless spending, it had become untenable. Feeling somewhat irritable, Sang Zhi turned away, pretending not to hear Li Meng's remarks. She felt she should not have bothered bringing anything home. Li Meng continued to grumble behind her, "You're not spending your own money, so it's easy to be careless. Isn't it? Your dad and I work ourselves to exhaustion at the factory and endure grievances, and we never dared to eat out like that." Sang Zhi gently tapped Li Meng on the shoulder. "Mom, maybe you should say a little less. Sister didn't ask you for money. She brought you food out of kindness, and you should appreciate it." Although Sang Zhi had not known Sang Zhi for long, he recognized that she was no longer the meek second sister of the past. Unfortunately, Li Meng was not receptive, while Sang Zhi had not asked for money. The funds she spent were not her own earnings, but rather the savings accumulated by their eldest sister over the years. Family money, not hers alone. Having re-entered her room, Sang Zhi opened the door again, stating, "Mom is right. It's not my money, so spending it feels comfortable without a hint of regret. But I must remind you, have you forgotten what Sang Mei has done to me? This money is merely compensation for her actions. Otherwise, we should report this to the authorities and let them decide whether money or Sang Mei's life holds more value." How can you say that? She is your biological sister. If anything were to happen to her, would you be at ease? Sang Zhi replied, "Now she is my sister. Yet when she plotted against me, she didn't consider that I was her biological sister. There are lengths to which familial ties extend. Sang Mei grew up alongside them, and Sang Zhi merely bore the title of a biological sibling. The original character harbored an inferiority complex and refrained from fighting back, but Sang Zhi would not indulge them. Li Meng had always been somewhat of a pushover, and while she dared to criticize Sang Zhi when she was in a good mood, it was evident that Sang Zhi's anger left her at a loss for words. After a long pause, she finally managed to say, "But your dad said you need to return the money. Then let my dad come and tell me himself." Sang Zhi closed the door, unwilling to engage further with Li Meng. She understood that reasoning with Li Meng was futile. The head of the household was Sang Zhi Jia. With her clumsy communication, she could hardly relay a message correctly, much less expect her to advocate for her in front of Sang Zhi Jia, as long as she didn't cause trouble. That would be a blessing. Li Meng, like a spent firecracker, silently turned back to wash the lunchbox. Sang Chi felt equally speechless. Upon returning to his room, he found Sang Zhi sitting at his desk, doodling with his pen. Sang Chi took out his books to review, though his mind was elsewhere. After tidying up the kitchen, Li Meng hurried off to work. By the time they returned, it was already evening. Sang Jija had not even entered the door, but instead shouted, "Jiji, come out for a moment." Sang Zhi had already changed back in her usual old clothes and opened the door to step outside. In the living room, Sang Mei stood to the side, her face still marred by injuries, relishing the misfortune. Sang Zhi called out once, only to see Sang Jija casually grab a pair of chopsticks from the table and throw them at Sang Mei, exclaiming, "How dare you laugh? Do you think I'm giving you face today? Something that can't even hold up its own pants. Why not just die outside and save us the trouble?" He shouted in a hushed tone, fearful of being overheard. Sang Mei's eyes turned red from the scolding, and she did not even dare to dodge the chopsticks that struck her face. Ultimately, she covered her face and ran out, crying. Sang Zhi stood obediently, devoid of any amusement like Sang Mei, for she understood that this display of intimidation, while seemingly aimed at Sang Mei, was truly directed at her. Chapter 11. She wanted to be the villain. As expected, once Sang Mei was completely out of sight, Sang Jija turned to Sang Zhi, his demeanor no longer ferocious, but instead imbued with the tenderness of a parent and the bitterness of misfortune. "Gigi, it's all your sister's fault for being so foolish, making you suffer. But things are as they are. Even if we beat her to death, we cannot go back. This is how I see it. We cannot afford to offend the Chu family. Although Junhang is currently not well, the Chu family is still a formidable force. If you marry into that family, you shall not be mistreated. Once Junhang awakens, the bond you share will compel him to treat you well. This way, you will have a stable life, and your mother and I can rest easy. Don't you agree?" What mattered to Sang Jijia was the marriage alliance with the Chu family. Whether Sang Mei or Sang Zhi married into that family made no significant difference to him. In fact, he believed Sang Zhi's gentle disposition would make her easier to manage. As for Sang Zhi's recent changes, he dismissed them as mere childish temper tantrums. This perspective, however, was a one-sided assumption, as Sang Zhi was far from willing. Setting aside the fact that she had no emotional foundation with Chu Junhang, who lay unconscious like a living corpse, what was the point of marrying into such a situation? To serve a vegetable and tend his needs? It was evident she was not the self-sacrificing type. She liked money, but preferred to earn it herself, as it granted her autonomy. Currently, she found no avenue to exercise power and had no desire to compromise her integrity. But Dad, the Chu family likely won't agree to this. "Leave that to me. You need only consent. I will handle the negotiations with the Chu family. Rest assured, the fault lies with your sister. Your father will ensure they harbor no prejudice against you." Sang Jijia's confidence stemmed from his ability to persuade others, which was why he could charm the elder Chu to the point of selling his own grandson. However, days had passed without any mention from the Chu family, indicating their disapproval of the marriage. Since the initial fault lay with Sang Mei, if they were to propose the marriage themselves, it would appear they were desperately seeking an alliance. In such a scenario, even if she were to marry, she would merely be a lowly servant in someone else's home, subject to ridicule. The exchange between Sang Jijia and Sang Zhi became a stalemate, prompting Sang Jijia to reevaluate his daughter, who had not grown up by his side. He had previously perceived her as obedient and compliant, much like her mother. Now, however, he realized his understanding was misguided. This girl possessed her own opinions. After several rounds of discussion, Sang Jijia had not achieved his goals, nor gained any advantage, and his patience was clearly wearing thin. If you truly do not wish for this marriage, there is no need to seek further excuses. Your father will not force you. After all, it was still unclear what stance the Chu family would take. It would be wiser to ascertain their position before addressing matters on their end. You have collected quite a sum from your sister. She has informed me of this. Since you have just arrived from the countryside and require new clothes and necessities, I do not expect you to hand over all the money. Keep 200 for yourself. That is not an insignificant amount. The remainder should be given to your parents to manage, lest you squander it thoughtlessly. Remember, spending is easy, but earning is hard. Money may seem to vanish quickly, and it takes years to accumulate such savings. Sang Zhi did not go outside, but pressed his ear against the door, unwilling to miss a single sound from the conversation outside. However, the voices were too low for him to discern anything clearly. It was not until Sang Zhi pushed the door open that he snapped back to reality, quickly straightening up, fearful of being caught eavesdropping. The moment the door swung open, he caught a glimpse of Sang Zi's dark expression and his menacing gaze directed at Sang Zhi. The door soon closed again, completely cutting off his view. Sang Zhi calmly returned to her bedside, betraying no signs of distress. Sang Zhi could not contain his curiosity any longer. Sister, did Dad ask you for money? Sang Zhi nodded. Did you give it to him? Only then did Sang Zhi lift her head, her eyes sparkling with amusement as she replied, What do you think? Sang Zhi obediently fell silent. He was simply curious about how his sister managed to turn the tables on their father. Since he could remember, Sang Zhi had always been the ultimate authority in the household, his word law. Sang Mei had only recently dared to act out, secretly plotting against Sang Zhi and bearing a child with an unknown father. Yet, when Sang Zhi reprimanded her, she could only cry and submit. In truth, it was not a particularly wise approach. It was merely a case of inflicting harm on both sides. Sang Zhi cared for his reputation, while Sang Zhi leveraged Sang Mei's situation to threaten him. She had simply softened her words, preserving his pride while allowing him to grasp the underlying message, thus obtaining his consent to keep some of the money. It was evident that Sang Zhi had not yet abandoned the idea of marrying her off to the Chu family. The money Sang Mei had managed to retain was tied to that marriage proposal. Sang Zhi had tempered her tone, granting Sang Zhi a glimmer of hope, which enabled her to safeguard the funds in her possession. This roundabout method was not for any ulterior motive. Rather, the multitude of pressing matters made open conflict detrimental to her. If they could coexist peacefully, why must they resort to hostility? Sang Mei lingered outside until the lights in the room were extinguished, at which point she quietly opened the door and entered. The bedside lamp flickered on, casting a dim yellow light that startled Sang Mei, nearly causing her to stumble. What are you looking at? She stammered, too afraid to meet Sang Zhi's gaze. These past few days had seen her transition from defiance to submission, with no one to support her at home. Even her own mother only offered her a few whispered words of comfort, suggesting that Sang Zhi was justified in venting her frustrations. The most distressing part was that Sang Mei could not retaliate due to her pregnancy, while Sang Zhi seemed to take pleasure in targeting her sensitive spots, making her cry out in pain. Sang Zhi had laid out two options for her: either leave quietly or face another beating. Her tone was deceptively calm, yet the words were laced with malice, causing Sang Mei's eyes to redden with anger. It's not me causing trouble. It's Mom and Dad who said you should hand over your money. Otherwise, with your extravagant spending, you'll run out of funds in no time. She had merely added fuel to the fire from the sidelines. While this incident was not directly her fault, she had no innocence in prior matters and was thus cast out. The truth was that Sang Zhi's happiness was her greatest grievance. Sang Mei dared to scheme against her only because she perceived her as an easy target. Sang Zhi desired to become the villain, instilling fear in Sang Mei as a fitting retribution for her past transgressions. Chapter 12. Who is the scoundrel? As Li Meng had just settled down, she was suddenly startled by a loud knocking at the door, accompanied by the plaintive cries of Sang Mei. Dad, Mom, Sang Zhi is bullying me. She won't let me sleep in the house. Are you going to do anything about it? Woo, what? How could she do that? Li Meng sprang up to put on her shoes, but was halted by Sang Zhi. If she won't let you sleep in the house, then go sleep outside. I certainly don't have a daughter as shameful as you. The commotion left the mother, Li Meng, feeling heartbroken and helpless. How can you say such things? The child is already feeling wronged. How can you add to her distress? This only fosters animosity between sisters. How can our family live in peace after this? Long before this foolishness led to her being pregnant and plotting against her sister, our family had already lost its peace. Sang Zhi turned away in frustration. If you really have the ability, pry out who the father is from her. If someone needs to take responsibility, let them. Right now, her belly is still small, and others can't tell. But once it grows, it will be impossible to hide. And when that time comes, if her family loses face, don't blame me for being unfeeling. Li Meng sighed repeatedly, sitting at the edge of the bed, grappling with her conscience. Ultimately, she could not bear to ignore the situation. She slipped on her shoes, retrieved a mat from the corner, and gently opened the door. Sang Mei was curled up in a chair in the living room, too weary to do anything but hug her knees as she slept. However, that position was uncomfortable, and she soon had to shift. Li Meng laid the mat on the floor and attempted to rouse Sang Mei. "Dummy, Mom has laid out a mat for you on the floor. Go lie down and rest." Fortunately, it was summer. As long as she covered her belly with a piece of clothing, she wouldn't catch a chill. Sang Mei groggily lay down on the mat. Her voice is soft buzz. "Mom, are you really going to let Sang Zhi bully me like this? Don't you care?" A mother's heart aches for her own child, but Sang Zhi is her daughter too. Although Li Meng favored Sang Mei slightly, she could not bring herself to speak words of forgiveness for Sang Zhi. "Mom, one tea overlook you, but dear, don't blame your sister. After all this, she must feel wrong too. In my view, the most pressing matter is your condition. Your father may have a bad temper, but he would never harm his own child. Time is of the essence. You must tell us who has wronged you so that we can help you." Sang Mei understood that this situation could not remain concealed for long. It was not that she could not speak, but she feared that revealing it would escalate matters and jeopardize the future of the other party involved. She was also concerned about the Chu family. Sang Zhi had not taken the blame for seducing, instead revealing that she had drugged Sang Mei. If it were to come out that she was getting married now, the Chu family would surely deduce the reasons behind her actions. Sang Mei feared the Chu family might take action against her child's father. "Mom, please don't pressure me. I need time to think." Fearing that Sang Zhi would follow her, she had refrained from seeking him out these past few days. She could not wait any longer. She needed to go to him tomorrow, reveal her pregnancy, and discuss their future plans. Sang Mei did not trust the Chu family or her own parents, yet she found herself inexplicably drawn to a man she barely knew. The little intelligence she possessed seemed squandered on this ill-fated romance. Sang Zhi was at a loss, and Li Meng was equally powerless, only able to sigh deeply. Once Sang Mei fell asleep, she returned to her room. The following morning, Li Meng urged Sang Zhi. "Zhi, your sister realizes her mistakes. She has been suffering these past few days too. Please forgive her and stop bullying her. Sang Mei told me that you and Dad insisted on reclaiming the money I have, right?" Sang Zhi responded dismissively. Li Meng fell silent for a moment, and after what felt like an eternity, she spoke hesitantly. "Well, I'm only looking out for you. You are still young. Money should be managed by adults. I want to keep my money for myself." Li Meng was left speechless, her eyes reddening with frustration, unable to impose her will. Sang Zhi grabbed her small handbag and left the house. Sang Chi did not follow this time, as Sang Zhi had instructed him to stay home and study, forbidding him from wandering about. Through the crack of the door, Sang Mei saw Sang Zhi take several papers from the desk, putting them in her bag before heading to the yard to retrieve Sang Mei's bicycle. Sang Mei was the only one in the house with a bike. As her workplace was somewhat distant, right next to the city hospital, it was convenient. Walking would take half an hour, but cycling only about 10 minutes. Sang Mei hurried outside. "Sang Zhi, stop. You've taken my bike. How am I supposed to get to work? Walk or run if you prefer." Sang Zhi paid her no mind, quickly mounting the bike and riding away, leaving Sang Mei fuming and stamping her feet, but with no recourse. Li Meng observed the escalating conflict between the sisters with a heavy heart, quietly wiping away tears, afraid to let anyone see. With no success in persuading Sang Zhi, she could only encourage Sang Mei to be more magnanimous upon her return. No one enjoys bearing the brunt of unfairness, and with a cold expression, Sang Mei rushed out. When Sang Zhi arrived at the shop, Zhao Sui was already waiting at the door. Having given Sang Zhi the key, she quickly opened the door, and the three of them entered. She took out the contract she had prepared and handed it to Zhao Ge. "This is what we discussed yesterday. Please take a look. If everything is satisfactory, we can proceed with the formal signing." Zhao Sui reviewed the contract carefully, noting the added details, which were not of significant importance. "Take a look." After finishing, he passed the contract to his brother Zhao and who displayed noticeably less patience than Zhao Sui. He glanced over it casually and remarked, "If brother has already reviewed it, it's fine as per your discussion." The contract was in duplicate, and Sang Zhi had already signed her name in advance. Zhao Sui had a pen in his pocket, and, along with Zhao and signed their names. They then pressed their fingerprints, completing the agreement. The deposit of 100 yuan had already been paid the previous day, and Sang Zhi paid an additional 2 months' rent, reducing her cash by another 100. The scene of Sang Zhi seeing them off was witnessed by the rushing Sang Mei. Zhao, and with the freshly received rent in hand, walked down the street, pondering what to do now that he had money. Suddenly, he heard Sang Mei call out, "And go." Her sweet voice startled him. Zhao then turned, unexpectedly spotting Sang Mei, his expression dimming slightly. "Xiao Mei, are you off to work? I was just about to look for you. I have something important to discuss." Sang Mei jogged a few steps to reach him, yearning to leap into his arms, but mindful of the people around her. She suppressed her impulses. "By the way, Nge, I just saw you across from the hospital. What were you doing there?" Chapter 13. Deceived by a scoundrel. There was truly nothing to hide. Zhaoan raised the freshly received banknotes, a proud smile on his face. "Xiao Mei, I hadn't seen you for days, and I was worried sick. Come by after work. I'll treat you to something delicious." Their familiarity had grown, and after enjoying a meal, other activities naturally followed. However, those activities were best left unspoken. Sang Mei met Zhao, and while working at the supply and marketing cooperative, where he frequently came to purchase items, and by chance, she often assisted him. Although Zhao was not as handsome as Chu Junhang, his smooth talk, generous demeanor, and deliberate flirtation won Sang Mei's heart over time. One evening a month ago, as heavy rain poured down, Sang Mei chose not to brave the storm and thus accompanied Zhao back to his residence. Zhao reminisced about his days as a youth in the countryside, a time fraught with challenges, leading to his eventual triumph in gaining admission to university and returning to the city, which evoked a sense of sympathy from Sang Mei. After a few drinks, the two became entangled in each other's company. It was only after their rendezvous that Sang Mei revealed her engagement to the Chu family. The notion of an illicit affair was already frowned upon, and the fact that her partner was another's fiancé heightened the stakes. A mere inquiry into the Chu family's reputation left Zhao profoundly alarmed. Fortunately, Sang Mei was considerate enough to propose that they keep their affair discreet until she could annul her engagement. Zhao, naturally, saw no reason to refuse such an arrangement. It seemed a delightful opportunity, charming her with sweet words, avoiding responsibility, and yet finding physical solace. As for Sang Mei's assertion of her desire to dissolve her engagement in favor of him, he decided to wait until it was finalized, believing that as long as he could placate her, even if their secret were to be exposed, he would remain unscathed. However, upon noticing the money in his hand, Sang Mei could not muster a smile. Instead, she felt an overwhelming urge to cry. Zhao, whose charm and attentiveness had initially won Sang Mei's heart, quickly sensed something was amiss upon observing her expression. "What troubles my dear Mei? Why do you appear so despondent?" Only then did Sang Mei disclose her tumultuous relationship with Sang Zhi, revealing that the money in question had been taken from her. Suppressed emotions poured forth, growing increasingly palpable, culminating in tears that attracted the attention of passers-by, who might have mistaken her plight for mistreatment at Zhao's hands. Even Zhao, typically bold, found himself at a loss, hastily attempting to console her. Wishing to spare Zhao further discomfort, Sang Mei stifled her sobs and dried her tears. Taking Zhao by the hand, "Nge, given the deep-seated enmity between Sang Zhi and me, you must align yourself with my cause." "Of course," he replied earnestly. "You are the woman I cherish. I cannot side with an outsider." Yet, Zhao had no intentions of marriage. His desires were purely carnal, a consequence of prolonged abstinence. Sang Mei, however, was immersed in her own thoughts. "You must not rent the house to her. I care not what she intends to do, but she must not succeed." This presented a dilemma for Zhao. He had just signed the lease and collected the rent, and the property was co-owned with his brother. Having served as a youth in the countryside without any savings, the meager university stipend provided little relief. While Sang Mei could share his bed, she could not offer him financial support, often requiring him to spend money to appease her. Without some external assistance, how could he sustain himself? Zhao in silence bred discontent in Sang Mei. "Do you not agree?" "It's not that I disagree. I have my own difficulties." He had no choice but to disclose the situation regarding the contract. If he were to backtrack now, He would not only have to return the rent, but also incur penalties. The tumult caused by this revelation extinguished any lingering romantic notions within Zhao, and he began to feel a growing irritation towards Sang Mei. Their bond, initially lacking depth, now seemed unnecessary to maintain. Unbeknownst to him, the matter's progression was still uncertain. Had Sang Mei indeed severed ties with the Chu family? Before Zhao and could fully contemplate the situation, Sang Mei dropped another bombshell. Forget it. If this causes you distress, we can address it later. However, I am pregnant. You know I have only been with you. Her eyes sparkled with naive anticipation. Zhao froze at this revelation. Pregnant? How could this be? Sang Mei, fidgeting, added, I understand you are facing a critical period with your job allocation coming up, but the child cannot wait, and Zhao's mind raced. It was not just that he had no feelings for Sang Mei, but his current circumstances rendered marriage impossible. Yet, the reality of her pregnancy was undeniable. Just once, and now they found themselves in this predicament. He pondered how to persuade her to terminate the pregnancy, leading to a heated discussion until an onlooker inquired about their relationship, compelling them to conclude the farce. Clearly, the issue remained unresolved. Meanwhile, Sang Zhi returned to the shop, promptly heading to the business bureau for information registration. On her way back, she passed by the supply and marketing cooperative and decided to purchase a few items. After securing her bicycle, she was greeted by a familiar face, an employee from the cooperative. Are you here to see your sister? The worker asked, pulling her inside. Your sister came by briefly and took 2 hours off, saying she wasn't feeling well and needed a rest. She should be back soon. What a coincidence. Sang Mei worked there, but given the limited options in the vicinity, Sang Zhi could hardly avoid this establishment. No, my father sent me to buy some things, she replied, listing her purchases. That makes sense. I thought you would have known if your sister was home resting. After completing her shopping, Sang Zhi left. In a nearby alley, Aunt Wang was gossiping with others. I wonder what's going on with the Sang family lately. Ever since that fight between the sisters, there's been nothing but chaos at home. And I can't even tell what they're arguing about. Just as Aunt Wang was getting into the thick of her tale, she noticed someone signaling her urgently. Turning around, she was startled to find Sang Zhi behind her with her bicycle. It was rather embarrassing to be caught gossiping by the subject of her chatter, but thankfully, it was Sang Zhi and not someone else from the Sang family. In the eyes of the neighbors, Li Ming was merely a crybaby, while Sang Zhi appeared amiable on the surface, yet secretly engaged in petty mischief. No one dared speak ill of the esteemed in-laws. Sang Zhi seemed unfazed, maintaining her composure. Aunt Wang, is Uncle Wang home? Yes, he just got back from work. Aunt Wang thought to herself that even if she had been overheard, surely Sang Zhi wouldn't report her son. Just then, she saw Sang Zhi enter her own yard. Chapter 14. Kicked out of the house, Aunt Wang lost interest in the conversation and hurried home. Upon entering her yard, she saw Sang Zhi animatedly chatting with her son, holding a piece of paper for Wang Dafu to see. Uncle Wang, let's finalize our agreement. Tomorrow at noon, I might take up a bit of your time. We should go check it out together. Such politeness was striking. It's an honor for you to seek me out, Wang Dafu replied. The document Sang Zhi showed him was a design for her restaurant's renovation. Wang Dafu, a carpenter who often took on various jobs, found this opportunity appealing. When Sang Zhi left, she cheerfully bade Aunt Wang goodbye, leaving her perplexed. What was that all about? After Sang Zhi departed, Aunt Wang looked at her son, who was grinning from ear to ear. What did she want? Wang Dafu waved the design in his hand. Mom, that girl from the Sang family is something else. She's opening a restaurant and asked for my help with some carpentry. You should stop criticizing her. I might need to rely on her for some extra income if she gets wind of your comments. Opening a restaurant? Isn't that a capitalist venture? Does she dare to be so bold? Aunt Wang was taken aback. Wang Dafu, startled by her loud exclamation, urged her to lower her voice. What does it matter to us? We just need to earn our own money. Don't go spreading rumors. Aunt Wang covered her mouth. I won't say a word. She wasn't foolish. Her son was taking on work, and she certainly wouldn't sell her own family out. Upon returning home, Sang Zhi found Sang Zhi sitting there with a sullen expression, immediately questioning her. Where have you been? I was just out for a walk, Sang Zhi replied. Sang Zhi's expression grew increasingly grim, yet there was an undertone of restraint in his demeanor as he remarked, You are not a child anymore. As a young woman, it is unbecoming to loiter about like a street urchin. Today, the Chu family came to propose marriage, and your father seized the opportunity to set conditions, requesting that they arrange a job for you. You should spend these days at home preparing for the wedding, considering what items you may need, and let your mother take you shopping. The proposal from the Chu family took Sang Zhi by surprise. They had reached a tacit understanding with Chu Mu that the matter would be left unmentioned, and now, only a few days later, they had retracted their agreement. However, upon reflection, it made sense. Given Chu Junhang's current circumstances, marrying a wife to care for him would relieve others of considerable burden. Thus, Sang Zhi concluded that they did not genuinely wish for her to marry Chu Junhang. Rather, they were in dire need of a caretaker. Unfortunately, she was not inclined to serve as a mere caregiver. I refused the marriage with the Chu family, and as for the job, I will find my own way, Sang Zhi declared, concealing her ambition of opening a restaurant. Assuming the identity of an 18-year-old who had just moved from the countryside to the city, announcing her desire to open a restaurant would be viewed as sheer folly by others. Once she established the restaurant, she would let her achievements speak for themselves, and no one would dare to criticize her. Unbeknownst to her, before her return, Sang Mei had already informed the family of her plans to open a restaurant. Sang Jijia's anger stemmed from this knowledge, coupled with the Chu family's proposal, which required Sang Zhi to marry. Thus, he suppressed his fury. Upon hearing Sang Zhi's refusal, Sang Jijia exploded. What gives you the right to refuse? Sang Zhi, do not forget what transpired between you and Chu Junhang. If you do not marry him, who else will you marry? Are you planning to remain at home as an old maid? And regarding the job, what can you possibly do? Will you squander your sister's hard-earned wages? Have you even considered the state of the world outside? Must you drag the entire family down with you before you're satisfied? Regardless of Sang Zhi's explanations, Sang Jijia was resolute. She must marry into the Chu family, and her restaurant aspirations must be abandoned. After a protracted struggle, Sang Zhi, feeling weary, finally spoke. Father, I know you will not heed my words, but consider this. Had you not possessed such boldness in your youth, you would not have secured a job in the city simply by speaking up. I am in the same position today. Since the country has opened its policies, it is not merely talk. It is precisely because others lack the courage that I have the opportunity. If it were anyone else, Sang Zhi would not have bothered to explain. However, Sang Jijia was different. Though he was domineering, his transition from a farmer to a worker demonstrated a degree of wisdom. Sang Zhi had even contemplated that had he grown up in a different environment with someone to assist him, his achievements would have been far greater. After hearing Sang Zhi's words, Sang Jijia at least calmed down. His gaze shifted, and an internal struggle ensued. After a lengthy pause, he finally relented. I will allow you to pursue the restaurant, but the marriage to the Chu family cannot be dismissed. You must marry. After all, once she married into the Chu family, they would provide support. If trouble arose, the Chu family would clean up the mess. If this girl managed to create a stir, it would bring him, as her father, a sense of pride. If she must marry, let Sang Mei do so. I will not. Sang Zhi's expression turned cold. Ultimately, the result was that Sang Zhi was expelled from her home. This was an unforeseen outcome for her. Sang Mei, who was pregnant out of wedlock, still resided at home, while she, the victim, was ejected for refusing to marry and relinquish her restaurant dreams, without even having eaten lunch. Looking at the bundle in her hands, Sang Zhi felt utterly speechless. Sang Chi reminded her, second sister, your household registration and grain ration are still at home. Sang Zhi was not unaware. Had she not relied on the grain ration for sustenance, she would have left long ago to avoid this humiliation. To think that mere words could secure her marriage was a fanciful notion. Without a moment's hesitation, Sang Zhi turned and walked away. Inside, Li Meng was also urging Sang Jijia. Zhi is still young. As a girl, how can you just cast her out? What if she is bullied outside? Li Meng, ever the weeper, tended to shed tears over every trivial matter, especially in moments of urgency, her voice quivering with emotion. She can be bullied? Did you not see her defiant demeanor? She is still a child. What does she understand? Li Meng sniffled and continued. Moreover, with Junhang's condition, the one originally betrothed to him was not Zhi. Demaizi was unwilling to marry him, so it is only natural for Zhi to refuse. What decent girl would wish to marry a living corpse? Even she, at her age, was not willing. She could not fathom her husband's intentions in pushing their child into such a perilous situation while pretending it was for her benefit. Their perspectives differed greatly. Sang Jijia, having grown up in poverty, understood the struggles of hunger and inadequate clothing, focusing on the advantages of the Chu family's good fortune. In contrast, Li Meng was more attuned to the nuances of daily life. Otherwise, she would not have been drawn to Sang Jijia's rural background, constantly prioritizing him. After leaving the Sang family, Sang Zhi headed straight to the shop. Fortunately, there were 2 rooms behind the store. She had originally planned to renovate them into private dining rooms, but now it seemed imperative to resolve her housing situation first. She spent the afternoon cleaning the 2 rear rooms, purchasing a basin and cloth for the task. Just as Sang Zhi had settled down, she heard voices from the front and hurried out, finding Li Meng approaching with a bundle. Initially doubting whether she had come to the right place, she felt a wave of relief upon spotting Sang Zhi. "You child, you truly ran away after your father spoke in anger," she chided, though her gaze scanned the untidy space, realizing there was no place to set down her items. She placed the rice and flour on the floor and then pulled out some ration tickets from her pocket, offering them to Sang Zhi. "Our family is not wealthy. Your father asked me to share some grain tickets, and here are 2 industrial tickets as well. Your mother also sent some rice and flour for you, so make sure to use them sparingly." Sang Zhi hesitated before accepting the tickets. "Did my father truly send you?" she questioned, skeptical of the truth, as Sang Zhi had shown no compassion when expelling her at noon. "Of course, your father sent me. Otherwise, your mother would not even know about your rented place," Li Meng replied, truthfully. However, Sang Zhi had his own motivations. He acknowledged that Sang Zhi's words had stirred something within him. It is true that fortune favors the bold, yet there is a saying that warns against being the first to stick one's head out. Now, Sang Zhi was both bold and the one who stood out. Sang Zhi had expelled her and then sent Li Meng to soothe her. If Sang Zhi succeeded, it would bring him pride as a father. Yet, if she became the one to be struck down, he would publicly sever ties with her, claiming he had never supported her endeavors to avoid implicating the family. Who could have guessed that Sang Zhi, as a father, could be so callous? Even Sang Zhi, who believed she understood him well, could not fathom such depths. From her perspective, Sang Zhi's calculations were aimed at persuading her to accept the Chu family's marriage proposal, unaware that his thoughts had already twisted in so many directions. When he expelled her at noon, he had not even mentioned retrieving her money, which was why Sang Zhi did not harbor much resentment toward them. Li Meng, ever the weeper and nagger, soon left Sang Zhi with a headache from her incessant chatter. She wanted her to apologize to Sang Zhi, blaming her for carelessly renting a storefront and causing chaos, while also criticizing her for being too lazy, not even bothering to clean the place in an entire afternoon. Sang Zhi felt overwhelmed by the barrage of complaints and hastily dismissed her. The renovation proceeded smoothly. Wang Dafu enlisted several workers who toiled through the night while maintaining their daytime jobs. In just a few days, the 2 shops were transformed. However, the seating arrangements would take a few more days to complete. Fortunately, Sang Zhi wasn't in a rush on that front. What truly weighed on her mind was another matter. The storefront was ready, yet the business license and health certificate remained pending approval. During the initial stages of the reform and opening up policy, the political landscape was rapidly shifting, with different policies across regions. The state permitted individual businesses, but coastal cities were the first to be opened up. Anqing was not far from the coast, and the winds of reform had just begun to reach this area. Some had already started small businesses, operating covertly. Sang Zhi, preparing to open a store and obtain the necessary permits, was a rarity. The staff members were unyielding, consistently refusing to process her application, which was utterly frustrating. What puzzled Sang Zhi the most was that during her first visit to apply, she faced no obstacles. They assured her that it would be approved swiftly after verification. Yet, upon her return, she was informed that Anqing lacked such policies. She lingered at the entrance until the staff finished work, then darted towards the person she had been waiting for, discreetly slipping a can of moisturizing cream into their hands. "Jean, could you please assist me? At the very least, guide me on the right path. I've already rented the shop and invested a considerable amount in renovations. If I can't secure the business license, it could be the end of me." With a combination of persuasion and urgency, Sang Zhi managed to elicit a response from the other party. Perhaps feeling pity for the young girl, subtly replied, "Comrade Zhang, I'm just a minor clerk here. I have no authority. Your pressure on me is futile. Perhaps you should consider if you've offended anyone." Zhang was also a young girl, which was why Sang Zhi chose to approach her. Her youth made her more approachable than the seasoned bureaucrats. Seizing the moment, Zhang returned the moisturizing cream to Sang Zhi and hurriedly left. Armed with the information she sought, Sang Zhi refrained from further entanglement. However, reflecting on her situation, aside from declining the marriage proposal from the Chu family, she couldn't recall having offended anyone else. There were some familial disputes, but neither Sang Zhi nor Sang Mei had the capacity to hinder her in this regard. Nearby, Zhou Qinian observed his wife, who had just been conversing with him, suddenly fixate on a particular direction. Following her gaze, he noticed two young women tugging at each other, one of whom seemed to be associated with their workplace. He patted his wife's shoulder. Yunxiu, do you recognize those two girls? The one with the ponytail is Sang Zhi. Zhou Qinian was Chu Yunxiu's husband, and their bond was unbreakable, having raised 4 children together. She rarely concealed matters concerning her family from him, often seeking his counsel. Thus, he was aware of the marriage negotiations and understood Sang Zhi's refusal to marry. No matter how exceptional Chu Junhang had been in the past, the current circumstances were different. It was entirely reasonable for a capable young woman to refuse an unwanted marriage. No one could blame her for that. If he were in her position, how many would be willing to sacrifice their lives for a stranger? Please wait a moment. I will check on the situation, Chu Yunxiu said as she made her way towards Sang Zhi. Sang Zhi, what are you doing here? Sang Zhi turned around and immediately recognized Chu Yunxiu, the eldest daughter of the Chu family. Despite her earlier suspicions of their intentions, she greeted her politely. Hello, Sister Yunxiu. I'm here to take care of some matters. What about you? My brother-in-law works here, and I came to find him to head home together. I didn't expect to run into you. What a coincidence. As Chu Yunxiu spoke, Zhou Qinian approached after sensing his wife's call. By the way, what business are you here for? Although she was aware of Sang Zhi's rejection of a marriage proposal, Chu Yunxiu understood the situation. Sang Mei had been engaged to the second son of the Chu family for several years, and they had benefited from that connection. It was understandable if Sang Zhi did not harbor any lingering feelings for their family. Chapter 16. Re-entering the Chu family. Regardless of whether the Chu family was creating obstacles for her, since Chu Yunxiu had inquired, there was no reason to conceal anything. Sang Zhi spoke candidly, leaving Chu Yunxiu astonished. Turning to Zhou Qinian, who had approached her, she exclaimed, Old Zhou, this is quite a coincidence. No one is more qualified than you to determine whether Sang Zhi's situation complies with regulations and if she can obtain the necessary permits. Sang Zhi, ikedi surprised, turned to Zhou Qinian, who said, How about this? Since work has concluded for the day, I'm not entirely clear on specifics. It's best if you come back tomorrow afternoon, so I can assess the situation. Sang Zhi bowed deeply, a sweet smile on her face. Thank you so much, Sister Yunxiu and brother-in-law. I will definitely return tomorrow afternoon. Chu Yunxiu invited Sang Zhi to dinner at their home, coincidentally visiting her family that day. Sang Zhi intended to decline, but before she could speak, Chu Yunxiu continued, Even without discussing the marriage proposal, our families are familiar with each other. Moreover, my mother has been mentioning the misunderstanding from last time. Would you give her a chance to apologize? Sang Zhi felt flattered, yet cautious. Nevertheless, with her fate intertwined with theirs, refusing would seem ungrateful. Then I will gladly accept your invitation. Please don't mind me if I appear clumsy. Despite her words, as they passed by the supply and marketing cooperative, Sang Zhi made an excuse to stop and purchase 2 jars of canned goods to bring along. As the saying goes, no one begrudges a gift, and taking others' politeness too seriously would indeed be foolish. Chu Yunxiu's smile indicated her approval of Sang Zhi's thoughtfulness, a marked contrast to Sang Mei's opportunism. Unfortunately, her second brother's current situation left much to be desired. At the Chu household, since the family was gathered that day, a sumptuous spread was prepared. Chu Yunxiu led Sang Zhi into the kitchen. Mom, look who I brought home. Upon seeing Sang Zhi, Chu's mother expressed her surprise. Ah, Sang Zhi. Hello, Andy. I ran into Sister Yunxiu on the way and decided to join her. I'm sorry for the intrusion. Given their past encounter, Sang Zhi felt a bit awkward facing Chu's mother. There's no need to apologize. Your presence brings me joy. Just remember, next time, you needn't bring anything. Chu's mother glanced at the jars Sang Zhi held. The kitchen is smoky. You should go sit in the living room with Yunxiu. Sang Zhi intended to lend a hand, but was firmly escorted to the living room by Chu Yunxiu. The Chu family was indeed well represented that day, aside from Chu's father. Chu Junhang's siblings and Zhao Yalan were present. Sang Zhi was uncertain whether they were all aware of her connection to Chu Junhang, so after exchanging pleasantries, she settled in and chatted with Chu Yunxiu. Zhao Yalan soon joined the kitchen, and to Sang Zhi's surprise, Zhou Qinian donned an apron as well. In the living room, only Chu Yunhuan and Chu Junyao remained, exchanging playful banter. Aside from the presence of the couple, Chu Yunxiu and her husband, this scene was not much different from when Sang Zhi brought her to the Chu family to pay a visit. At that time, the original owner, being a country girl, felt even more constrained in the city, always sensing that others regarded her with mocking eyes. As she lost herself in thought, Chu Junhang tugged at her arm, signaling her to follow her upstairs. Sang Zhi's gaze dimmed, contemplating that the main event was about to unfold. On the staircase, her fingers grazed the railing, and her eyes met those of Chu Junhang, who was looking up at her. He nodded gently, acknowledging her presence with courtesy. Chu Junhang, noticing that her third brother was gazing upstairs instead of engaging in their usual banter, pouted and remarked, "What is so captivating about a country bumpkin? Don't say I didn't warn you. That old man from the Sang family is scheming. Haven't you seen how they've already ensnared our second brother? You'd better watch out. They might try to ensnare you too." Chu Junhang frowned, losing his earlier levity, now wearing a more serious expression. Silence. What do you mean by country bumpkin? Is that something you should say? And as for our second brother-esque situation, our parents will take care of that. It's better to observe than to speak foolishly and risk embarrassment. Chu Junhang was infuriated by the reprimand, but dared not retort. Despite their usual bickering, she fell silent the moment he became earnest, fully aware of her own shortcomings and how often she had involved her brother in her messes. Yet, she felt aggrieved. She had not spoken incorrectly this time. That old Sang hoped to have Sang Zhi approach her, but fortunately, that brat had the sense to ignore his father's wishes, which still left Chu Junhang disgusted. She held no affection for the Sang family. This was quite understandable, as even Chu Junhang could see through Sang Zhi's schemes, indicating their blatant nature. It was likely that no one would appreciate being constantly manipulated. Upstairs, Chu Junhang directly led Sang Zhi to Chu Junhang's room. Although Chu Junhang had been bedridden for over 2 months, it was evident that he had been well cared for by his family. The room was bright and well ventilated, devoid of any unpleasant odors, instead infused with a faint scent of mugwort. At that moment, sunlight streamed through the window, casting a glow on the already pale face of the man, rendering it almost translucent. Nevertheless, even in his weakened state, his elegance remained intact, reminiscent of a fairy tale-esque beautiful yet ill-fated prince. What did Sister Junhang mean by this? Was it an attempt to force a marriage? Chu Junhang had been in a coma for 2 months. It seemed the Chu family had not previously mentioned bringing Sang Mei into their household. Yet now they were pressing her to marry him. Was it truly because of his condition? She as a girl did not mind, so why were they so insistent? With no one else around, Chu Junhang spoke candidly. Zhi, do not overthink it. We mean no harm. The discussion of marriage arose solely from consideration for you. And Chu Junhang, she paused for a moment, but her meaning was clear. I want to hide it from you. After you left that day, Junhang showed a flicker of response. Our family collectively felt that this might be a chance to awaken him. I understand that asking you to marry him is unfair, but we truly find ourselves with no other options and wish to seize any hope of his awakening. As Chu Junhang spoke from a place of sorrow, wiping away her tears, she continued, Look at the situation. You are at odds with your family. And it is unsafe for a girl to live alone, especially with the influx of youth returning to the city. If you agree to this marriage, our family will always remember your kindness. Should Junhang truly awaken, you will be our family's great benefactor. If fate does not favor him, I assure you, my parents will treat you like their own daughter and provide you with a substantial dowry for your marriage. Chapter 17. A curious misunderstanding. Chu Junhang spoke with utmost sincerity. Long before discussing the marriage with her mother, they had deliberated over this matter and reached a consensus. The doctor had indicated that if Chu Junhang remained unresponsive for 2 years, the possibility of him waking afterward would be nearly non-existent. Indeed, it was likely that he would not endure for long. To suggest that Sang Zhi marry him as a form of stimulation was the worst-case scenario and the last glimmer of hope. Yet to Sang Zhi, this sounded like an outright threat. They had perceived a flicker of hope in her, hence their insistence on her marrying Chu Junhang. First, they had obstructed her business license, and now they were leveraging threats. Sang Zhi had no doubt that if she outright refused, she would face trouble from unsavory characters. After all, Chu Junhang even knew about her being cast out from her home, indicating they had been watching her closely. It was indeed a grave misunderstanding. While Chu Junhang desired to have her married to provoke a response from Chu Junhang, the ulterior motives Sang Zhi believed they harbored were unfounded. The Chu family was honorable and would not resort to such underhanded tactics. Besides, forcing a marriage could provoke resentment, leading to repercussions for Chu Junhang. They were aware of the gravity of their actions. Thus, their thoughts were entirely misaligned, each harboring their own intentions. Sang Zhi carefully reconsidered the proposal of marriage. Weighing the pros and cons, she finally spoke. Sister Yunxiu, I can agree to this marriage. Chu Yunxiu had approached the conversation with a tentative hope, not expecting Sang Zhi to be swayed. You truly agree? Sang Zhi nodded. Do you want to reconsider? It feels somewhat coercive. What should be a desired outcome now leaves me unsettled. I have thought it through. You make valid points. Living alone outside is indeed unsafe, she replied, realizing she was far removed from the Chu family's status and had no real bargaining power. Since they wished for her to marry, she would comply. To her, marriage held little significance. However, she intended to ensure they understood exactly what kind of person they were marrying. She would not allow the Chu family to regret their scheming. Sang Zhi was aware that Sister Yunxiu understood her circumstances. Since we're discussing marriage, I have a few requests, though I wonder if you can accommodate them. Sang Zhi's intentions were clear. If she was to be sold, she would aim for a fair price. Unbeknownst to her, Chu Yunxiu was overjoyed by Sang Zhi's agreement. It is indeed a compromise to marry Junhang, given his condition, and it is entirely normal for you to have requests. Regardless of whether I can fulfill them, I assure you, our family will do its utmost to meet your needs. With that assurance, further conditions became easier to negotiate. Sang Zhi's requests were not excessive. Firstly, she wished for complete freedom after the marriage, as she intended to open a shop and perhaps pursue other endeavors in the future, provided the Chu family did not treat her like Sang Zhi, constantly dictating her actions. This condition did not require parental approval, as Chu Yunxiu could easily agree. Their family was quite democratic, allowing each member to manage their own affairs, as long as they did not engage in wrongdoing. Sang Zhi's second request was for a 2-year term. After 2 years, regardless of whether Chu Junhang awakened, she wanted the right to leave the Chu family. For Sang Zhi, 2 years should suffice to establish her strength. If Chu Junhang remained unresponsive, the marriage would lose all significance, and the Chu family would have no reason to object. With their family background, they certainly had the means to hire a caregiver for Chu Junhang. These terms were reasonable, and Chu Yunxiu understood. If Chu Junhang truly could not awaken, it would be unreasonable to expect Sang Zhi to remain in limbo indefinitely. Nonetheless, the mere thought of such an outcome was disheartening. In the midst of a dense fog, Chu Junhang found himself enveloped in a cacophony of indistinct voices, unable to discern their utterances. Yet deep down, he sensed that their words would profoundly affect the course of his life. He struggled with all his might, yet remained ensnared in silence. After finalizing the terms, Sang Zhi stepped out of the room, while Chu Yunxiu did not rush to follow. Instead, she approached Chu Junhang and sat at the edge of his bed. Junhang, did you hear? Sang Zhi has agreed to the marriage. She continued, you may not know who Sang Zhi is. She is Sang Mei's younger sister, the girl with whom you shared a marital bond last time. You have always been a responsible man, and she has been deeply wronged. You must awaken. With tears in her eyes, she reached for his hand, only to discover that his fingers were moving ever so slightly. Startled, Chu Yunxiu quickly grasped his fingers, straining to sense his response. Junhang, you can hear me, can't you? You would like to marry Sang Zhi, wouldn't you? Mother, Yunyao, come quickly. Junhang moved. He moved. As Sang Zhi reached the staircase, she heard Chu Yunxiu's urgent call. Below, Chu Junhao rushed upstairs at lightning speed, entering Chu Junhang's room with haste. Sang Zhi halted and turned back. If Chu Junhang truly awakened, perhaps this marriage could be averted and the Chu family would no longer have to impose upon her. After all, Sang Zhi believed that they were forcing her into marriage solely to rouse Chu Junhang. However, upon their arrival, they found him serene once more, unresponsive to their calls. What had begun as a fleeting hope turned into a moment of doubt, casting suspicion upon Chu Yunxiu instead of Chu Mu. Yet, Chu Yunxiu remained resolute, convinced that she had not misinterpreted the situation. Chu Junhang had indeed moved his fingers. This could not be solely attributed to Chu Junhang's deliberate attempt to evoke fear. He had been able to hear the commotion from the outside and had indeed struggled. But instead of awakening, he had expended his strength, sinking back into darkness. The Chu family's dining table was laden with sumptuous dishes, yet the guests found the meal tasteless. After dinner, Sang Zhi declined Chu Mu's invitation to stay overnight, clutching the gifts that had been insisted upon her return as she was escorted away by Chu Junhao. Upon his return, he noticed that his sister and brother-in-law had not departed, and the entire family was gathered in the living room, a rather unusual sight. Chu Junhang was the first to break the silence. Mother, third brother is back. It was so pressing that we all must wait here. Hurry and tell us. I'm about to melt from the heat. After Chu Junhang settled in, Chu Mu surveyed the room and declared, there are two matters at hand. The first is that Junhang's engagement to Sang Mei is null and void. Chu Junhang and Chu Junhang exchanged glances, feeling little surprise. After all, it was evident that the second brother held no affection for Sang Mei. Zhao Yalan, however, was nearly overwhelmed with excitement, desperately reminding herself to maintain composure. Chapter 18. Unbeknownst matters, however, just as Chu Mu was about to announce the second matter, the smile she had barely suppressed stiffened on her face, her mind echoing like a thunderclap, unable to process what she had just stated. After discussions with the Sang family, we have unanimously decided that Sang Zhi shall marry into our family. Henceforth, she will be your second sister-in-law, given your second brother's condition. You are all aware that Sang Zhi's willingness to marry at this time reflects her deep affection and loyalty. We must reciprocate her sentiment, and you should never look down upon her for her youth. Treat her with the same respect you would extend to your second brother. Zhao Yalan was at a loss for words, as was Chu Junhang, both stunned by the announcement. Marrying Sang Zhi, the girl from the countryside, would mean she would become my second sister-in-law. Mother, have you lost your mind? Chu Junhang et Golim. In response, Chu Mu struck her lightly on the head. You little brat, do you think my words are mere whispers in the wind? Have I raised you to speak so disdainfully of others? When your father was away at war, I raised you and your siblings in the countryside. Are we all to be considered country bumpkins, while you alone hold the status of a city dweller? This remark struck a chord, and Chu Junhang lowered her head, silenced. After a moment, she offered, I'm sorry, mother. I understand my mistake and will refrain from speaking out of turn in the future. The one who appeared most unfazed by the revelation was Chu Junhang. The elder sister and her husband had warmly welcomed Sang Zhi into their home, even escorting her upstairs. After dinner, their mother seemed eager to offer all the family's treasures to Sang Zhi, issuing countless reminders to ensure her safe return. Chu Junhang had sensed this turn of events. However, he found it perplexing that, given his brother's condition, their mother and elder sister would entertain the notion of him marrying, as it would only burden the young woman. This did not align with the family's typical behavior, suggesting there were underlying complications unknown to him. Noticing Chu Junhang's compliance, Chu Mu's expression softened. One must recognize the prevailing circumstances and discern right from wrong. Had their second brother been well, either of the Sang sisters would be fortunate to marry into their family. But now, she suppressed her bitterness. Did they not understand the gravity of their brother's situation? How could they afford to be so dismissive? Yet, this was a matter of his lifelong commitment, and it should not be approached so hastily, especially since he had not even met Sang Zhi prior to this binding agreement. Such a decision was unfair to both him and her. Zhao Yalan, realizing the implications, quickly interjected, hoping to persuade Chu Mu to reconsider. Moreover, the Sang family's decision to exchange brides, unwilling to part with their cherished daughter, while offering a girl raised in the countryside instead, suggested they were not sincere in their intentions. Your second brother is a war hero with countless accolades to his name. Even now, as he lies in a coma, he should not be subjected to such indignities. While I can understand the Sang family's betrayal, how can you allow them to insult him in this manner? Her heartfelt plea brought tears to her eyes, and no one could dispute her claims. Indeed, she had orchestrated numerous schemes behind the scenes, exaggerating to Sang Mei that Chu Junhang would never awaken, and enticing her suitors to sway her affections. Just when victory seemed within reach, and Sang Mei fell into her carefully laid trap, Sang Zhi emerged, turning her efforts into a farce. Zhao Yalan could not accept this outcome. Chu Junhang was hers. Even if he never awakened, she would not permit anyone else to claim him. She clung to this notion, oblivious to the fact that her actions had inadvertently forged a connection between Chu Junhang and Sang Zhi, two individuals who previously bore no possibility of union. Her forthrightness only served to darken Chu Mu's expression. Junhang is my son. Would I ever wish him harm? My decision to unite him with Sang Zhi is made with careful consideration. Yet, acknowledging Zhao Yalan's intentions were rooted in concern for Chu Junhang. Chu Mu composed herself and added, I understand your apprehensions stem from a place of care for your brother, but my decision is final. Does father agree? Zhao Yalan attempted to invoke authority. Chu Mu replied, I will discuss this with your father, You need only understand that Sang Zhi will indeed become your second sister-in-law. Later, Chu Mu confided in Chu Yunxiu, Yalin's concern for your second brother is genuine, yet perhaps she is overly invested. Zhao Yalin had only joined their family at the age of 10, a critical time for establishing bonds. Yet after years of nurturing, she had come to regard them as her own kin. Initially indifferent, she had recently sensed Yalin's growing dissatisfaction regarding Junhang's condition, often finding herself on the receiving end of Yalin's reproaches. Chu Junhang, standing tall at 188 meters, had become considerably leaner over time. Yet he remained too heavy for his mother, Mrs. Chu, to manage alone. Especially during the hot weather, the need for frequent cleaning became an arduous task. On several occasions, while attempting to turn him over, his skin had been inadvertently scratched, leaving Zhao Yalin at a loss for words, as if she were mistreating her own son. Chu Junhang, the eldest child in the family, had spent the least time with Zhao Yalin. She had married shortly after Zhao Yalin arrived, thus remaining unfamiliar with her sister. However, she believed that Mrs. Chu might be overthinking the situation. Mother, when Yalin first came to our home, she was often bullied by the rowdy boys in the courtyard. It was Junhang who stood up for her, ensuring they behaved. It's only natural that she would feel protective of him. She is unaware of the relationship that has developed between Junhang and Sang Zhi. It is understandable for her to worry when we suddenly mention a new bride. Mrs. Chu was blissfully unaware of these events. Had Yalin indeed suffered at the hands of those rascals? Why had she never mentioned it? Back then, they were merely children, and such incidents were common. As an orphan adopted into the Chu family, it was only to be expected that she would face ridicule. Moreover, such matters were not easily reported. No matter how formidable the adults were, they could not interfere in the play of children. Chu Junhang, being a few years older than Zhao Yalin and a natural leader among the children, had resolved those issues with minimal effort. Meanwhile, upstairs, Zhao Yalin sat by Chu Junhang's bedside, tears streaming down her face. Second brother, why was I adopted into the family as a daughter? If my father had not passed away, given the friendship between our families, would I not have had a better chance of becoming your fiancé, even Sang Mei? I have done so much. I finally managed to persuade Sang Mei to call off the engagement, only for Sang Zhi to appear out of nowhere. Why do they have this right? Chapter 19. Delayed reactions. She had pondered this possibility more than once. Yet reality was stark. Her father had died young, and her mother had abandoned her for another marriage. It was precisely her loneliness that had led Sang's father to adopt her out of a sense of camaraderie from the war. Zhao Yalin felt an intense hatred, but was unsure whom to blame. The overwhelming sense of helplessness threatened to crush her. She grasped Chu Junhang's fingers tightly, intertwining them with her own, wiping her tears as she solemnly declared, "But I will not give up. If I manage to dissuade Sang Mei from marrying, I will find a way to do the same with Sang Zhi. Second brother, I do not wish to be your sister. I want to be your wife. Will you accept that?" Chu Junhang felt himself on the brink of madness. His consciousness was hazy, and he desperately wished to awaken, yet he remained utterly immobile. His thoughts a tangled mess. Someone was speaking near him, mentioning both sister and wife, but his fading awareness could not discern the specific content of those words. The voice sounded familiar, suggesting it belonged to someone he knew, yet he could not place it. Just then, Mrs. Chu entered with a basin in hand. "Yalin, are you keeping your second brother company?" Upon hearing her voice, Zhao Yalin quickly released his hand. Thankfully, her position by the bed concealed their intertwined fingers, preventing her secret from being discovered. "Mother, let me help with bathing him," she offered, reaching for the basin, but Mrs. Chu evaded her grasp. "No, I will do it. You are a young lady. You should not be bathing your brother. Please step outside. I can manage." Zhao Yalin's eyes remained red-rimmed, and Mrs. Chu's heart ached for her daughter as she recalled Chu Yunxiu's words. She realized she had been negligent, thinking that merely providing food and drink was sufficient, unaware of the deeper complexities and the hidden grievances Yalin had endured. Reluctantly, Zhao Yalin rose to leave. After shutting the door, Mrs. Chu soaked a towel in the basin, murmuring, "Junhang, Sang Zhi has agreed to marry you. I have also contacted your father to return swiftly to arrange your wedding. I know you must be reluctant, as you have always been this way, not wanting others to worry about you or to be a burden. But I have no other options. If there is even a slight chance of awakening you, I cannot give up. You must not remain asleep. Please wake up. Though it may be comfortable for you to sleep, it pains my heart." Mrs. Chu held back tears as she wiped his face and hands, only to notice his fingers taut with tension the veins on the back of his hand prominently visible. This sight filled her with joy. "Son, you can hear me, can't you? You are getting married, and the bride is not Sang Mei but Sang Zhi." She reiterated the details of the engagement between Sang Mei and Chu Junhang, unafraid of causing him stress, hoping instead that he might awaken from the turmoil of emotions. "If you do not wish to marry her, you must wake up to stop this arrangement. If you want to take responsibility, you need to wake up to give her a proper wedding. If you keep sleeping, she will be married off, and how will that make her feel?" Chu Junhang's head felt as if it might explode from the noise. Who was speaking of sisters and weddings? Why were these words being whispered in his ear? What do they mean? Sang Zhi remained oblivious to the fact that her words had triggered a reaction in Chu Junhang's body, and Mrs. Chu, once anxious, now felt more resolute in her desire to hasten the wedding, believing it would rouse him from his stupor. After being escorted back to the store by Chu Junhang, Sang Zhi examined the items Mrs. Chu had brought for her. In addition to the 2 cans of food she had taken, there was a tin of malt milk and 2 sets of dresses suitable for girls. Sang Zhi calmly held the dresses up against herself, finding them to be a perfect fit. This only solidified her belief that the Chu family had long planned for her marriage. Her chance encounter with Chu Yunxiu today was merely a coincidence. Mrs. Chu could not have predicted her visit to their home or prepared clothing in her size. In truth, however, Sang Zhi was being overly paranoid. Chu Yanhuan was of a similar age and size, and these garments were likely intended for her. Mrs. Chu, knowing Sang Zhi had been cast out by the Chu family and recognizing the inferior quality of her clothing compared to Sang Mei's, had simply acted out of compassion by offering her the dresses. She had no intention of causing any misunderstandings, merely wishing to help. Sang Zhi, who had initially held disdain for the Chu family's actions, discovered 200 yuan and several ration tickets in her pocket while inspecting the clothing. Suddenly, she understood. The Chu family's methods, though somewhat despicable, still showed a semblance of kindness. Despite their actions, they had provided her with money and clothing after she was expelled. Yet, even with this gesture, she would not express gratitude. Had the Chu family not interfered, her various documents would have been processed long ago, possibly allowing her restaurant to open by now. Thus, she had wasted so much time, leaving her with nothing to show for her efforts. Reflecting on this, Sang Zhi tucked the money into her pocket, feeling a modicum of disdain for the new dresses. While they were aesthetically pleasing and of high quality, they did not suit her complexion. Sang Zhi gently caressed her face, relieved that her skin still retained a delicate texture. With some time to spare, she resolved to nurture her complexion, aiming to restore its former radiance and luminosity. The provisions bestowed by the Chu family were not to be wasted. She would make use of them. She prepared a generous cup of malted milk, the rich aroma enticing and the taste surprisingly delightful. Perhaps, having resolved a pressing concern, she found herself sleeping soundly that night, even dreaming of opening a quaint restaurant and a grand hotel surrounded by an endless pile of banknotes. However, upon waking, her smile vanished instantly, and she awkwardly wiped the drool from the corner of her lips. Thankfully, she was alone. Her embarrassment was hers alone to bear. After freshening up, she donned the attire gifted by Mother Chu. Just as she had anticipated, while it was not entirely unappealing, the outfit, paired with her dull complexion, did little to enhance her appearance. In fact, her old clothes, albeit worn, did a better job of framing her delicate features. Thus, she set off with her backpack, had breakfast, and headed straight to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. Chapter 20. Even after the broken engagement, she must be taught a lesson. Zhou Qinian personally guided her through the process, and with a series of green lights. The staff wasted no words and promptly completed the necessary procedures, allowing Sang Zhi to acquire her business license. It was then that she learned of Zhou Qinian's true identity. He was the bureau chief. No wonder he wielded such authority, effortlessly navigating the bureaucratic maze. Upon discovering that her previous attempts had been thwarted by procedural delays, Zhou Qinian inquired about the individual responsible for the hindrance. What unfolded next was even more astonishing. The one who had obstructed her was Zhao Sui, the director of the bureau and also her landlord. When Zhao Sui was summoned before her, Zhou Qinian, with a protective stance for Sang Zhi, questioned him regarding the holdup. Zhao Sui stammered, struggling to articulate an explanation. How could he justify having just rented out the property to her, while simultaneously sabotaging her efforts to establish her business? He had not anticipated that shortly after signing the lease, his younger brother Zhao and would demand that he create difficulties for Sang Zhi. Faced with a mere tenant skilled in navigating affairs and his own brother's insistence, it was evident whom he would support. Now, with Sang Zhi's connections proving formidable, he could not help but feel uncertain about his future. The oppressive heat of the day only exacerbated his discomfort, beads of sweat dotting his brow as his furrowed brow betrayed his distress. Sang Zhi, not wishing to further complicate matters for this unwitting scapegoat, graciously suggested that there might have been a misunderstanding. Surely Director Zhao did not intend to make things difficult for her. Perhaps he was merely constrained by his position. Was he not? Zhou Qinian, observing intently, left Zhao sway at a loss for words, prompting him to acquiesce, expressing his apologies, claiming he had merely been overly cautious. The new policies had just been implemented, and they were still navigating their way forward. His mindset was outdated, focused on a cautious approach. Indeed, his thinking was antiquated, lacking the agility of the younger generation. Improvements were necessary, Zhou Qinian implied. Zhao Sui, not daring to disagree, nodded vigorously, promising to rectify his shortcomings and ensure no further issues would arise. Having concluded her business, Sang Zhi took her leave. Initially, Zhou Qinian held a favorable impression of his future sister-in-law, but her demeanor left him feeling as though she was more inclined to seek personal gain than to forge genuine connections. He had inquired about the conditions of her engagement to the Chu family the previous night and deduced that she seemed more focused on benefits. This was understandable, considering that his brother's situation did not foster emotional ties. How could one expect sentiment when there was no foundation for it? However, having just assisted her, her cold demeanor suggested that it appeared more as if he had been the one to entrap her rather than Zhao Sui. Unbeknownst to Zhou Qinian, Sang Zhi indeed harbored such thoughts. Likewise, she was unaware that Zhou Qinian had intended to advocate on her behalf with Zhao Sui, but her icy reception had dissuaded him from intervening. As a result, Zhao Sui was left standing alone, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, relieved that their relationship seemed to remain intact, yet lamenting his unfortunate entanglement in such conflicts. Upon returning home after work, Zhou Qinian discussed the matter with his wife, Chu Junhang, who was equally taken aback. She believed Sang Zhi did not strike her as the type to behave in such a manner. After some contemplation, a long sigh escaped her lips. The engagement had indeed placed an undue burden on the young woman, although they did not press for marriage. Sang Zhi's expulsion from her home, due to her refusal, could not be separated from the situation. Last night, when Mother Chu bathed Chu Junhang, she had mentioned Sang Zhi, stirring something within him, and, as family, they could not forsake the hope of his recovery for anyone else. For now, they could only allow Sang Zhi to endure her predicament. Regardless of whether Junhang would awaken in 2 years, both the Chu and Zhou families would remember her goodwill. Zhou Qinian also informed Chu Junhang to be mindful of Sang Zhi's wardrobe choices in the future. Her dark complexion did not suit lighter garments, which only accentuated her pallor. Being a last-minute acquisition from Chu Junhang, this detail had slipped her mind, leaving her feeling somewhat embarrassed. Meanwhile, Zhao Yalan was not idle and took the opportunity to seek out Sang Mei. Initially, she intended to glean any weaknesses of Sang Zhi from her, but without much effort. Sang Mei's complaints and vitriol provided her with a thorough understanding. Sang Mei depicted Sang Zhi as a raucous country bumpkin, boisterous and unruly, devoid of decorum or refinement. This portrayal starkly contrasted with the demure persona Zhao Yalan had encountered the previous night. Thus, she discerned that Sang Zhi, while perhaps lacking in propriety, possessed a certain cunning. Moreover, that wretched girl had taken the money she had seized from Zhao Yalan, claiming to be opening a restaurant, with the lease secured through Zhaoan. The mere mention of this caused Sang Mei considerable distress. She had saved diligently, only to see her hard-earned money benefit Sang Zhi. Zhao Yalan seized this opportunity to sow discord, implying that Sang Zhi was not to be underestimated, suggesting that the engagement had been a calculated move on her part to gain the upper hand. Though her brother lay in a coma, Sang Zhi's willingness to marry at this juncture would surely earn her parents' favor, potentially paving the way for future advantages. Sang Mei, having grown up alongside their parents while Sang Zhi had been left in the countryside, might very well harbor resentment towards her sister. Therefore, Zhao Yalan cautioned her to remain vigilant, lest she fall victim to Sang Zhi's schemes. When the topic of the engagement arose, Sang Mei hesitated, clearly reluctant to delve deeper. She dared not disclose that Sang Zhi's ascendance to this position was partially due to her own contributions. However, Zhao Yalan had gleaned the information she desired and believed she had successfully stirred discord between the sisters, leaving with a smile gracing her lips. Armed with this knowledge, she felt confident that undermining the engagement would not prove too challenging. From her perspective, Mother Chu's insistence on marrying Sang Zhi into the family was merely a means to secure someone to care for Chu Junhang. Yet, Sang Zhi was not as docile as she appeared. Behind the facade, she was as unruly as a scullery maid, raising doubts about her willingness to genuinely care for another. It was conceivable that she might even mistreat her comatose brother-in-law. As for that wretched Sang Zhi, even with the engagement dissolved, she would ensure that Sang Zhi receive a lesson she would not soon forget. To dare compete with Zhao Yalan for a man was something she would not allow to go unpunished. She was determined to thwart Sang Zhi's aspirations of opening a business. Zhao Yalan had previously harbored a deep disdain for Zhao and's advances, but now she felt fortunate that she had not outright rejected him. In what initially seemed to be a trivial matter, Zhao not only resolved issues with Sang Mei, but also managed to establish a connection with Sang Zhi. If blame were to be assigned, it would rest on Sang Zhi's misfortune for choosing to rent Zhao and's apartment. Chapter 21. Unlike her casual dealings with Sang Mei, Zhao appeared to take Zhao Yalan's words to heart. Unbeknownst to him, Sang Zhi's documents had already been processed. He assured Zhao Yalan with unwavering confidence, "Rest assured, Yalan, her shop will definitely not open. Just the other day, Xiao Mei mentioned it to me, and I've already had a word with my brother. If she dares to open her shop, it would be a simple matter to shut down." Finally, there was something to bring Zhao Yalan a sense of relief. However, as she listened to Zhao An's references to Sang Mei, a measure of caution crept into her demeanor. "Ngul, you seem to get along quite well with Sang Mei. Although she may appear a bit naive, she's truly a good girl. If you genuinely like her, then cherish her properly." Zhao An's expression turned cold, revealing a wounded look. "Yalan, I know you harbor no affection for me, but you cannot push me onto someone else. It truly hurts to hear that. I'm sorry. Ngul, I just feel that I cannot reciprocate your feelings, and I keep causing you trouble. If you could find someone else to like, it would lessen your burdens." Zhao An replied, "Liking you brings me happiness. I have never felt burdened. Yalan, I do not dare to hope that you will feel for me as I do for you. I can only wish that when you feel weary or sad, you might look back at me. I will always be here waiting for you." At last, Zhao Yalan felt a measure of relief. She still needed Zhao An's assistance. And if he were to genuinely fall for Sang Mei, what reason would he have to continue helping her? Yet, simultaneously, she could not help but disdain Zhao An. A toad wishing to eat swan meat must first consider its own weight. He could not even compare to the least of her brother's worth, and yet dare to harbor such aspirations. Receiving comfort from Zhao Yalan, Zhao An smiled brightly. However, this joy was short-lived as he faced a reprimand from Zhao Zui. "You dare to bring up that matter again? Zhao An, do you not inquire about whom you might be offending before you act? Do you have any idea how much face I lost at work today? I even offended the leadership. She is just a little girl, isn't she? Both her parents are ordinary workers at a garment factory. What background could she possibly have?" Zhao, and perplexed and indignant, retorted, "If you don't want to help, just say so. Why offer such excuses? I know you look down on me, but if I hadn't been sent to the countryside, I might not be any worse off than you now." Although the policy of sending people to the countryside was a state initiative, Zhao An still found it deeply unjust. Why did the eldest son get to stay with their parents while he was forced away? Was it not a sign of parental favoritism and brotherly scheming? Now, even asking for a small favor was met with reluctance. "Fine, if you want tea help, then so be it. That shop is part of his stake." And while he cannot control Zhao Zui's share, he certainly can his own. Sang Zhi had worked tirelessly throughout the day to secure the necessary documents. With a business license in hand, no one dared to trouble her further. Feeling parched, she purchased a bottle of soda from the supply and marketing cooperative and quickly drank it all. Upon returning to the shop, she spotted someone standing at the entrance. Sang Zhi. She had not seen Sang Zhi since being cast out by her family, and the sudden sight of him was quite surprising. Raising the fish and vegetables in her hands, she exclaimed, "You arrived just in time. Today, you are in for a treat. Let me show you my culinary skills." Since becoming Sang Zhi in this world, she had either ventured out to sample dishes from various state-run restaurants or made do with simple meals at home. She had never truly employed her cooking skills. Now that her certifications were complete and the shop's decoration was finished, she awaited Wang Dafu to finalize the seating arrangements before opening. "I won't be eating. Just wanted to inform you that the Chu family visited today to discuss marriage with our parents again. I didn't catch all the details, but Dad mentioned they want to bring you back. Sang Zhi understood that Sang Zhi had no desire to marry into the Chu family. Thus, he came to warn her in advance so she could make other plans. After hearing this, Sang Zhi thought to herself, the Chu family is moving quite swiftly. I have already agreed to the marriage proposal, she responded while opening the door. Today, I am finally cooking. If you miss this opportunity, there won't be another. Are you sure you don't want to come in and taste my cooking? Sang Zhi was puzzled by her insistence, recalling that during the 2 months after returning from the countryside, it had always been her cooking. Perhaps she had grown accustomed to saving on ingredients, as her meals were often lacking in oil and salt, hardly palatable. After several suggestions on improvement, she gradually refined her culinary skills. Nevertheless, her cooking remained rather average. Thus, upon hearing that Sang Zhi wanted to open a restaurant, Sang Zhi had initially advised her to abandon the idea or hire a chef. Upon entering the shop, the transformation was evident compared to the chaotic state it was initially in. The renovated space was clean and bright, with all unnecessary items cleared away, just awaiting new tables and chairs for the grand opening. Sang Zhi stepped into the kitchen, and Sang Zhi followed, asking, "Why did you agree to the marriage? Are they forcing you?" "No. After some consideration, I believe marrying could be quite nice, as it would bring many family members. Most importantly, these family members are quite capable and could assist me in resolving many troubles that I cannot manage alone." Sang Zhi noticed him standing there in a daze, and without hesitation, she began to delegate tasks. "Stop dawdling. Do you still want to eat? Hurry up and help wash the vegetables." Sang Zhi finally got to work. At home, he had never engaged in such tasks, as Sang Zhi Jia had always said these were women's responsibilities. Now, being directed by Sang Zhi, he was clumsy and received more than a few complaints. Fortunately, luck was on his side. He managed to snag the last black fish. The kitchen was equipped with new stoves and utensils, and the layout had been executed exactly as she had designed, making it particularly user-friendly. Having just finished washing the vegetables, Sang Zhi turned to see Sang Zhi already slicing the fish. Her knife skills were deft and precise, the thin fish fillets taking shape under her swift movements. All completed in mere minutes, a dazzling sight to behold. "What are you making?" Though he had eaten fish before, given the abundance of fish and shrimp in the city, it was not difficult to procure. However, at home, they usually boiled it for soup, and only occasionally would it be braised. The sight of it being sliced into fillets was a first for him. Sour fish soup, guaranteed to be delicious enough to make you wish you could swallow your own tongue. Sang Zhi took a moment to explain, "By the way, can you handle spicy food?" "Yes." "Then it's settled. I enjoy it too. The combination of sour and spicy is truly delectable." The fish fillets were soon marinated, and she began to stir-fry the pickled vegetables, adding chili, scallions, ginger, and garlic, setting them aside. Next, she fried the fish head and bones until golden brown, then combined the sautéed pickles with water to create a soup. Once the water boiled, she tossed in bean sprouts and greens, removing them after a brief cooking time and placing them into the prepared bowl. At this point, the remaining broth in the pot had turned a brilliant golden color. She then added the marinated fish fillets and cooked them for 30 seconds before transferring them to the bowl, pouring the broth over them. Finally, she added dried chili peppers, Sichuan peppercorns, minced garlic, and chopped scallions, drenching everything with hot oil. The sizzling sound filled the air, and the aroma enveloped the kitchen. Sang Zhi swallowed hard. Even before tasting, the enticing scent and vibrant color of the dish were already irresistible. Sang Zhi chuckled at his astonished expression. "You little rascal, can I win you over?" Chapter 22. With no table available, Sang Zhi quickly prepared a stir-fried dish of green peppers and eggs. The two stood in the kitchen eating, with fried dough sticks as their staple. Just as she picked up her chopsticks, a voice called for her from outside. Unsurprisingly, it was Sang Zhi Jia, who had come specifically to fetch her. Upon entering, he was taken aback to find Sang Zhi present as well. Sang Zhi Jia quickly wiped the eager expression off his face. "Xiao Qi, what brings you here?" Sang Zhi was a loss for words, but Sang Zhi spoke up for him, explaining that they happened to meet on the road and asked him to assist with some tasks. "Oh, is there something you need help with? Why don't you just ask Dad? The factory isn't too busy these days, so it's easy to take a leave." Sang Zhi was not one to be polite. After all, when labor was offered on a silver platter, one ought to accept it without hesitation. It was a significant matter, just that the restaurant was about to open and she planned to go to the coal yard to fetch some coal. Sang Zhi volunteered immediately, claiming the task as his own. Sang Zhi then cheerfully handed over chopsticks. Dad hasn't eaten yet. Would you like to try my cooking? In truth, he had already eaten, but the delightful aroma wafting through the room made him feel that another bite would be no burden at all. The entire basin of pickled fish was devoured, leaving not a drop of soup behind. After the meal, Sang Zhi effortlessly ordered Sang Chi to wash the dishes. Sang Zhi opened his mouth, but refrained from scolding her. He turned to Sang Zhi and finally broached the subject of his visit. Since the marriage had been agreed upon, Sang Zhi did not tease him further, but she had no intention of returning to the Sang family home. She promised to leave for her wedding from her own home. Sang Zhi was visibly displeased, but considering that Sang Zhi would be marrying into the Chu family and achieving a social ascent, he knew he could not continue treating her as he once had, and merely cautioned her to return home that night. The next morning, Chu Junhang and Chu Yunxiu appeared at the door together. Zhi, let us go have breakfast. I know a place with the most delicious buns. Chu Yunxiu greeted her warmly upon seeing her. Sang Zhi hesitated. Sister Yunxiu, you go ahead. I have some matters to attend to later. What matters? Are they important? The smile on Chu Yunxiu's face stiffened slightly. Sang Zhi explained her need to fetch coal. Everything is rationed now. I need to take my business license to get a permit, and then take the permit to buy coal. The same goes for purchasing food and vegetables. It's quite a hassle. Ah, I see. Chu Yunxiu finally relaxed, almost thinking Sang Zhi was having second thoughts about the marriage. She stepped forward and took Sang Zhi's hand. Zhi, there's no rush for the coal. Since Junhang has time today, let him accompany you to collect the marriage certificate, and then I will help you gather some items. Our family's intention is to expedite the wedding, but rest assured, you will not be shortchanged. We have a relative working at the coal station. You and need to go yourself. Just tell me how much you need, and I'll arrange for it to be delivered. It seemed having connections in the capital made things easier. This arrangement also benefited Sang Zhi, sparing her the trouble of obtaining a permit. Thank you, Sister Yunxiu, but I need to get my household registration at home first. Chu Yunxiu smiled. We have a vehicle. Riding one take much time. Sang Zhi mused that if the Chu family hadn't schemed against her, she would likely enjoy being friends with someone like Chu Yunxiu. Her slow, deliberate speech exuded a gentle and comforting aura. The siblings had come on 2 bicycles, with Sang Zhi riding behind Chu Yunxiu. At this moment, only Sang Chi was home at the Sang residence. Everyone else had gone to work. Sang Zhi retrieved her household registration, and just as she was about to leave, Sang Chi caught her arm. Have you truly thought this through? He always felt that Sang Zhi was reluctant about this marriage and could not understand why she suddenly agreed. What is there to ponder? For a moment, Sang Zhi felt touched that someone cared about her. Have you eaten breakfast? After we get the certificate, do you want to go out for a bit? Being cooped up at home all day under Sang Zhi's watchful, I had left her feeling dull. I want to go. After all, this is a lifelong commitment. You should consider it carefully. People of the 1980s held conservative views, and the concept of divorce was not clearly understood. Many would rather endure hardship than suffer a tarnished reputation. However, Sang Zhi did not share such sentiments. 2 years was ample time for her to strengthen herself. Since the Chu family insisted on using her as a stepping stone, why should she refuse? After all, Chu Junhang, being a vegetable, posed no threat to her. The ones who needed to worry were them. Chu Junhang had already started working and had taken leave to come here. After collecting the certificate, he hurriedly departed. Chu Yunxiu took Sang Zhi out for breakfast, making a special trip to the department store. When they emerged, both were laden with numerous items. The Chu family had certainly spared no expense, providing her with 2 sets of clothing for both summer and winter, 6 outfits in total, along with a pair of sandals and a pair of leather shoes, costing nearly 300. There was even a watch worth over 200. Originally, they intended to buy a radio, but Sang Zhi declined, as she had no use for it, deeming it a waste or a favor to someone else. As for a sewing machine, the Chu family already owned one. Chu Yunxiu suggested that purchasing one would only take up space, and it would be better to convert that into cash as a wedding gift for her, which Sang Zhi found agreeable. The wedding was set for 3 days later, indicating the Chu family's eagerness. However, due to the tight schedule, the engagement ceremony was omitted, and both events would be conducted simultaneously on the day of the wedding. The Chu family's efficiency was remarkable. The very next day, 2 full carts of coal were delivered. Zhao Yalan was taken aback by how quickly the wedding preparations were progressing. Upon entering, she found Chu's father already home, discussing the dowry with Chu's mother. Her face contorted in disbelief. Without even stepping inside, she turned and dashed out, colliding with Chu Junhang. Ouch! You nearly knocked me over. What is wrong with you? Barging in like that. Zhao Yalan quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Junhang. Are you alright? My head feels like it's going to burst. How could I be fine? Though she exaggerated her complaint when she lowered her hand. A distinct red mark was visible on her forehead. Chu Junhang was clearly displeased. Zhao Yalan looked at her, and a sudden idea struck her. With a glimmer of calculation in her eyes, she began to sweet-talk Chu Junhang. Sang Zhi was in the backyard, amused by the mountain of coal, when she unexpectedly encountered Zhao Wen, who was looking for trouble. Oh, Zhao Ergo, what brings you here? She approached him cheerfully. She was clad in the new clothes that Chu Yunxiu had just bought for her, which fit perfectly and complemented her well. Although her complexion was still a dull yellow, her delicate features made her quite lovely. Zhao gazed at the innocent-looking Sang Zhi, momentarily overlooking her skin tone. She was, in fact, more attractive than Sang Mei. A fleeting stir of emotions crossed his mind, but he quickly regained his composure. Beauty held little value for him. His heart belonged to Yalan, and no one could compare. Zhao did not wish to make things difficult for a young girl, but if he was to blame anyone, it would be her for causing Yalan distress. Chapter 23. Digging a deep hole for oneself. Cough. Zhao uncleared his throat. Sister, I shouldn't be saying this, but I find myself in a bit of trouble and hope you can understand. Generally, such statements foreshadowed unwelcome requests. Sang Zhi immediately wiped the smile off her face. Zhao Ergo, let us be straightforward. We all have our struggles in life. If you want me to understand, you need to share your difficulties. If it's within my capacity to help, I will certainly do so, but as a young girl with limited influence, I might not be able to assist. So please don't hold it against me. Her words flowed seamlessly, leaving Zhao Wen, who was already hesitant to speak, feeling even more awkward. No wonder his brother had said she was no ordinary woman. Her way of speaking was certainly not that of a naive girl. Sang Mei couldn't compare to her in any way. However, thinking of Zhao Yalan made him harden his heart. It's about these two storefronts. When my brother mentioned renting them out, I didn't think much of it and just signed a contract with him. But now I've encountered some difficulties. These storefronts, they're not easy to rent out. Zhao didn't speak too harshly, but rather found an excuse for himself. Sang Zhi felt a sense of relief within her heart, grateful for her foresight. Zhao urged, have you reviewed the contract we signed? If you hadn't, you wouldn't have found yourself in such a predicament for so long. It is indeed my fault in this matter. I will compensate you. If you wish to proceed in this manner, then we can have a constructive conversation. Sang Zhi entered the room, retrieved a pen and paper, and began to calculate meticulously. Our contract clearly states that should the landlord retract, I am entitled to compensation for the renovation expenses, as well as the return of my deposit and 2 months' rent. You have only just seen the renovations completed, and now you wish to withdraw? Therefore, in addition to the renovation costs, you must also cover a portion of the labor fees. How is the labor fee calculated? Zhao inquired. Sang Zhi elaborated. For the purpose of this renovation, I have dedicated the past half-month here, tending to the renovation issues daily, expending considerable effort, and yet the house has remained unutilized. Now, Zhao Urge wants to reclaim the property. I cannot have all my efforts go to waste, can I? All right, calculate as you will, Zhao replied, already growing impatient. It could only amount to an additional 10 or 8 yuan. I'm at fault, so I will pay. With that assurance from Zhao Urge, Sang Zhi felt reassured. She did not seek much, just a token sum. 10 yuan would suffice. Sang Zhi scoffed softly, recognizing the earlier lengthy discussion was certainly not merely about that 10 yuan. Once she tallied the total, if he could indeed afford such a sum, she would readily return the shop to him. There were numerous other places nearby. It would merely be a hassle to find new accommodation. The deposit was 100. 2 months' rent, another 100, both of which I had paid and not utilized, so you must return the full amount to me. Additionally, compensate for 2 months' rent, which brings us to 300. The renovation costs 350. Let us value the kitchen utensils at 50, plus that 10 yuan for labor, totaling 701. After listing the expenses, Zhao felt as if his head might explode. What jest is this? We collected merely 200 from you, and now you demand over 700? Are you attempting to rob me? The 200 was not entirely his to keep. 100 had been taken by his brother. This meant that to reclaim the 2 shops, he He would need to return that 100 and then pay an additional 501 out of pocket. Sang Zhi raised an eyebrow. Our contract states this explicitly, and you signed it after reviewing. If you suggest otherwise, it becomes quite unreasonable. She opened her shop, adhering to the principle that cordiality brings prosperity, and had genuinely intended to foster a good rapport with the landlord. It is he who has failed to adhere to the contract. How can she be blamed? Sang Zhi, do not mistake trivialities for authority. The contract specifies the return of 2 months' rent, and your renovations merely involved painting a wall and setting up a kitchen. At most, that amounts to 50 yuan. Including that, I can offer you 270. Within half a month, you can pocket a profit of 20 or 30 yuan. That seems quite beneficial. The average wage for a common person in a month barely exceeds 20 or 30 yuan. Zhao urged perhaps had not thoroughly reviewed the contract. He ought to return and study it carefully before discussing the lease termination further. Sang Zhi's renovation costs were fixed. How could she not hire expensive labor? As for the 2 months' rent, it was clearly inscribed in the contract, penned by her own hand. How could she be unaware? Zhao was rendered speechless by the exorbitant demand of over 700. He could not possibly muster such a sum, even if he pooled all his resources. Furthermore, he had indeed not scrutinized the contract closely. Compared to Zhao Sui, he lacked the intellect, thus signed without a second thought after a cursory glance. Who would have anticipated that he had dug such a deep hole for himself? Zhao glared at Sang Zhi with a piercing gaze and departed without uttering a word. Although it appeared Sang Zhi had triumphed, she felt no elation. Offending a landlord when renting is ill-advised, as one never knows when they might need assistance from them in the future. Yet, this situation was undeniably peculiar. Zhao and S' approach to discuss terminating the lease compelled her to re-evaluate Zhao Sui's reluctance to process her permit. Initially, she assumed Zhao Sui was merely a scapegoat for the Chu family, but it seemed there was more to it than that. Sang Zhi gazed at the shop before her, letting out a resigned sigh. When soldiers come, I shall meet them. When water flows, I shall block it. Having arrived at this juncture, with both time and resources invested, none could deter her resolve to open her shop. What was there to fear? If necessary, the Chu family stood behind her. Having already acquired a marriage certificate, she was now the legitimate wife of Chu Junhang. A mere word from Zhou Qinian could render Zhao Sui anxious. The Chu family would not allow her to be bullied by others. With this realization, Sang Zhi no longer perceived the marriage as a burden. Sang Zhi, come out. The tone of the voice was unmistakably confrontational, far less amiable than Zhao An's earlier demeanor. Having just endured a dispute with Zhao An, Sang Zhi was already in a foul mood and turned her head, irritated. What? Are you trying to shout louder than me? Chu Junhang burst in, colliding with Sang Zhi's visibly fiery tone. This was entirely unexpected. Before she could even begin, the other party's assertiveness diminished her own momentum. You, she pointed at Sang Zhi, her large, bright eyes clouded with moisture, rendering her unexpectedly adorable. However, the finger nearly jabbing her own face was rather impolite. Sang Zhi recognized her at once, unceremoniously swatting the finger away. You're my younger sister? What do you want? Who is your younger sister? Don't attempt to forge connections here. Chu Junhang glat ang vili. You think you can marry my brother? Don't believe I'm unaware of your intentions. You merely seek to climb the social ladder through marriage. I warn you, if you have any sense, you should withdraw from this engagement to spare yourself embarrassment otherwise. Chapter 24. Deceived out of her allowance. And accused of wrongdoing, what did Sister Yalan say? At this moment, Chu Junhang felt her tongue tied, having forgotten the carefully prepared words. Sang Zhi, however, gazed at her with amusement. Otherwise what? Do you wish to threaten me? Chu Junhang bit her lip. What good is a threat? Don't think I'm oblivious to your motives. The Sang family harbors no good intentions. Sang may disdain my brother and sent you over. Do you regard my brother as a collector of refuse, allowing the daughters of your Sang family to pick and choose? TSK. Such words lack persuasiveness. Why should I withdraw from the engagement just because you say so? Sang Zhi challenged. State your conditions plainly. Chu Junhang pondered. What the Sang family desired was undoubtedly wealth. Hesitating, she finally proposed, if you agree to withdraw from the engagement, I will give you 500 yuan. Is that sufficient? As she extended her fingers, it was evident she hesitated, for that 500 was no trivial amount. It represented all her saved pocket money over the years. Had she not been unwilling to see her brother manipulated, she would have been reluctant to part with it. Sister Yalan was correct. None of the Sang sisters were virtuous. Regardless of which one married her brother, their family would face hardship. It would be better to sever the source from the beginning, thus preventing them from inflicting harm. 500 yuan. This young lady was indeed willing to invest. Another benefactor had arrived at her doorstep. Why not accept the generosity? Sang Zhi had no concept of pride. She simply extended her hand. Anyone can boast. If you have the ability, show me the money first. Chu Junhang had indeed brought it, having prepared beforehand. She retrieved the cash from her pocket. 500 yuan being no small sum, handed over in a thick bundle, disdainfully offering it to Sang Zhi. Here, the money is yours. Do not forget to withdraw from the engagement, as per your own agreement. All right. Sang Zhi nodded, unhesitatingly accepting the money. I agreed. Rest assured, I will certainly follow through. Chu Junhang was finally satisfied. Sister Yalan was right. She had married for the sake of the family's wealth, and her second brother would never want to take such a woman as his wife. Sang Zhi was unworthy as well. With a cold snort, she exited and informed Zhao Yalan that the matter had been settled. However, the loss of so much money still stung. Sang Zhi had indeed kept her word and immediately went to the Chu family to call off the engagement, explicitly stating that Chu Junhang had approached her. The result was that the engagement could not be annulled. They had already obtained the marriage certificate, and calling off the engagement was no trivial matter. Sang Zhi had unwarrantedly pocketed 500 yuan, while Chu Junhang not only lost money, but also received a stern reprimand from her family, thus concluding the matter. Junhang, I'm so sorry. I didn't foresee that our parents would scold you over this. Zhao Yalan comforted Chu Junhang, her heart aching. She sighed. I can't understand what our parents are thinking. Even if they wish to find someone to care for my second brother, they shouldn't teach Chu's sisters from the Sang family. It's truly, well, let us just try to be more attentive. We should visit my second brother more often, lest he be bullied in secret, and we remain oblivious. She felt like a small bird offering itself for sacrifice. Yet she feared revealing her true feelings, losing even the right to stand beside Chu Junhang as a sister. Thus, she needed someone to voice her sentiments. The eldest sister, seemingly gentle, was actually quite resolute, and she spoke candidly with Chu's mother. As for Junyao, he was cautious and reserved, not easily deceived. It was only Chu Junhang, the youngest daughter of the family, with her naive innocence and utter lack of scheming, who placed immense trust in her. Consequently, her straightforward nature rendered her unable to comprehend Zhao Yalan's hints. The more explicit the hints became, the more she feared that her unguarded tongue would betray her. For her mind was not adept at convoluted thoughts. Chu Junhang pouted. It was unavoidable, given that the marriage certificate had already been issued. They could not simply opt for divorce. Even if a divorce were to be considered, it would be prudent to first ascertain Sang Zhi's attitude towards her second brother before making a decision. If she could genuinely care for him, then Chu Junhang would have no reason to oppose her marriage to him. Zhao Yalan, however, was taken aback, her eyes widening in disbelief. What? You mean they've already obtained a marriage certificate? What does that imply? What else could it imply? The marriage certificate signifies that their marital relationship is already established. Chu Junhang replied nonchalantly. Therefore, preventing Sang Zhi from marrying now seemed futile, as she and her second brother had already formed a nominal union. But when did they obtain the marriage certificate? How come I was unaware of this? Zhao Yalan was utterly confused. It was just yesterday afternoon. Third brother went to collect it on behalf of second brother, and the eldest sister accompanied them. Upon finishing her explanation, Chu Junhang noticed Zhao Yalan's face turn pale, her gaze vacant, and her body swaying unsteadily. Sister Yalan, are you all right? Chu Junhang hurriedly approached to support her. You look unwell. Wait here. I'll fetch our parents to take you to the hospital. Zhao Yalan grasped Chu Junhang's arm. No. There's no need. Me fine. Just feeling a bit under the weather. No need for a hospital. I'll just lie down for a while. It was so cold. Despite the scorching heat outside, an icy chill enveloped her heart. They had obtained a marriage certificate. Zhao Yalan's mind was consumed by this thought, and she felt a profound sadness. Their parents always claimed to treat her as their own. Yet such a significant event as her second brother obtaining a marriage certificate was known to the eldest sister and Junyao, but kept from her, leaving her feeling like a fool, while they secretly plotted behind her back. It turned out she was merely the punchline. How could they have acquired a marriage certificate? Zhao Yalan gritted her teeth, trembling with rage. She barely managed to return to her room, escaping to lie on her bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, unwilling to move. Chu Junhang sensed something was amiss with Zhao Yalan, but, being rather carefree, she accepted Yalan's words and thought it was nothing serious. Moreover, she felt distressed. That wretched Sang Zhi had already obtained the marriage certificate with her second brother, deceiving her while robbing her of her pocket money and exposing her, resulting in the loss of her allowance for the coming months. How outrageous! How could there be such wicked women in the world? No, she must retrieve her money. Unfortunately, when she arrived at the store, she found the door locked tight. Sang Zhi had already returned to her family. Confronting Sang Zhi's family was beyond her courage. While this matter seemed trivial among the younger generation, bringing it before the elders would undoubtedly humiliate her. Sang Zhi returned home, not empty-handed. She extorted 500 yuan from Sang Zhi as a dowry under the pretext of the marriage, and Li Meng had prepared various items for her. New clothes, new shoes, 2 sets of bedding, and daily necessities like red ceramic basins and thermos bottles, all in pairs. Most of these had originally been intended for Sang Mei, but due to the rushed wedding preparations, there was no time to gather new items, so they were hastily given to Sang Zhi. Sang Mei's premarital pregnancy had already struck a nerve with Sang Zhi and his wife. They had not cut ties with her, which was already generous, let alone leaving her anything, which was out of the question. Chapter 25. A family that preys on itself. This situation could not remain unresolved. One could only imagine the immense pressure Sang Mei would endure once Sang Zhi's wedding took place. Watching the items that once belonged to her now go to Sang Zhi, Sang Mei felt an ache deep within her heart. Mother, you gave all this to Sang Zhi, what about me? Sang Mei felt utterly helpless. Over the past few days, she had gradually come to terms with certain truths. She had thought Zhao and genuinely cared for her, but it seemed he didn't hold her in such high regard. Although Sang Mei was somewhat naive and easily placated, a pregnant woman's emotions are often sensitive, leading her to overthink. Zhao was still sweet-talking her, trying to persuade her to abort, and she was not oblivious to his intentions. Yet, she could not afford to gamble or escalate matters, nor could she confront him. Therefore, she chose to feign ignorance, pretending not to understand. He asked for time, and she granted it. After all, the child in her womb was barely over a month old. She could afford to delay matters for a month or so. If he continued to procrastinate without providing clarity, Sang Mei he had initiated their entanglement. He must take responsibility. If Zhao dared to toy with her, she would ensure he bore the consequences. Li Meng was not as angry as one might think. What will you do? Do you even have the audacity to ask? Sang Mei, her mother, had previously thought her a bit wild, yet she never imagined her daughter could be so foolish. A young woman with a burgeoning belly, still foolishly protecting that man without demanding accountability. How can you even ask what to do? You've trampled on your parents' dignity. Have you considered how we should manage from here? She no longer dared to hope for anything else. Their daughter was pregnant. That man must come forth to take responsibility. Yet even so, Sang Mei was reluctant to disclose his identity. She truly could not fathom what kind of enchantment that man had cast upon her. Sang Mei had her own calculations. Zhao was a university student about to graduate, with a promising future ahead. She only had a middle school education. Although she had secured a job, her prospects were limited, and she did not wish to sever ties with Zhao unless absolutely necessary. There were feelings between them, and she hoped that marrying Zhao would be a mutual decision. Thus, even in their current predicament, she was willing to give him more time. As evening approached, the people from her hometown finally arrived. Sang Mei's uncle pulled a cart, laden with goods, with grandfather Sang seated atop it. The cart was overflowing with items. Grandmother had passed away a year ago, but grandfather remained relatively robust, living with his eldest son's family. Sang Zhi hurried to greet them. Uncle, grandfather, where's Annie? And my brothers? Having grown up in the countryside, she felt a stronger affinity towards her grandparents and uncle's family. Her aunt's father had injured his leg, and she had to go and take care of him for a few days. Life in the city was pleasant, but the living space was cramped, so she didn't invite her brother and his family to stay over. Sang Zhiqiang replied with a smile. Compared to his younger brother, Sang Zhijia, he was just an ordinary and honest man, lacking in cunning, having spent his life simply working hard to make ends meet. Old Master Sang was also a man of few words, while Sang Zhijia was astute and calculating, resembling their maternal uncle's side of the family. Sang Zhijia and Li Meng hurriedly welcomed them inside, pushing the cart into the courtyard. Old Master Sang told Sang Zhi, "These 2 quilts were made by your aunt, who borrowed cotton from others in the village and asked several aunts to work overnight to prepare your dowry. Your aunt said she would return the cotton once our own is ready for harvest. Last year, after the land was divided, they had harvested a crop in the first half of the year. The children at home had grown, and they specifically planted 2 acres of cotton for quilts. However, their own cotton was planted late and wouldn't be ready for another 2 weeks. 3 months after Sang Zhi was born, Li Meng became pregnant with Sang Zhi, and then she sent her back to the countryside. At that time, her aunt had just given birth to a younger cousin who had good milk supply. So Sang Zhi took half of the food meant for her cousin. Although she lived with her grandparents, she played with her cousins, and her uncle and aunt treated her like one of their own children. While the 2 quilts might seem trivial in the city, for rural folks earning barely 100 or so a year, they were truly precious. Sang Zhi was fortunate to be in such a favorable situation. Her older cousin had not received such treatment when she got married. Sang Zhi did not refuse their goodwill, playfully thanking her uncle and aunt, saying, "I've grown up now, and when I can, I'll repay your kindness." Sang Zhi was delighted by her charm, remarking how much more articulate she had become since arriving in the city, and he added, "You don't need to repay us. Just live well and don't let me worry, and that will be the greatest filial piety." Their interaction resembled that of a father and daughter, which made Sang Zhi, who had just lost a significant sum, feel a tinge of jealousy. That ungrateful girl. He had given 500 yuan and provided so much for her dowry. Yet she didn't even offer him a smile. It seemed 2 quilts were enough to win her over. What a heartless child. The card also held several large watermelons, a half basket of green peppers and eggplants, a basket of eggs, 2 large winter melons, a few green pumpkins, and half a bag of fine white flour. There was little of value from the countryside. Everything was homegrown, and they took the opportunity to bring some for them to taste. During dinner, Sang Zhi took the initiative to cook, and as they ate, she overheard Sang Zhi lamenting about life in the city. Even buying a large cabbage required money and tickets. And with so little food each month, the children had grown, and there was barely enough to eat. He claimed it was better to live in the countryside, where they had fine white flour in ages. Sang Zhi nodded in agreement. Life may seem glamorous, but now that the land has been divided, life in the countryside is much better. If you need anything in the city, just speak up. We may not have much in the countryside, but as long as we work hard, we won't go hungry. After the autumn harvest, I'll plant more cabbages and radishes to send you a couple of carts this winter, so you won't need to buy vegetables. That would be splendid, but it's too much trouble for you, brother and sister-in-law. We are brothers. There's no need for formality. Sang Zhi's flattery left Sang Zhi momentarily stunned, while Sang Zhi rolled her eyes. Placing the stir-fried green peppers and garlic eggplant on the table, she interjected, "Buying vegetables in the city is inconvenient, and it's not easy for uncle and aunt to farm in the countryside. Dad, we can't just take advantage of them. Your monthly salary is over 50, and Mom earns over 40. Don't forget to pay for the vegetables. It'll save you the hassle of buying them, and allow uncle and aunt to earn some extra money." Sang Zhi was taken aback, staring at Sang Zhi, and fell silent for a moment. Sang Zhi scolded her. "What nonsense are you talking? Go back to cooking. Adults are speaking." His tone was clearly inappropriate, and Sang Zhi was no fool. After she spoke, although her grandfather and uncle said nothing, their expressions changed, and Sang Zhi looked anxious. Once back in the kitchen, Li Meng quietly admonished her. "What were you thinking, speaking out of turn? Your dad has been telling your grandfather that our salaries are only in the 20s. By saying that, you've put him in a difficult position." Chapter 26. The grandfather and uncle from the countryside. Only then did Sang Zhi realize the background of the situation. Concealing his salary was not wrong. After all, it was his freedom and privacy, and he had the right not to disclose it. However, deliberately underestimating his income to elicit sympathy from his family in order to gain an advantage was bound to earn disdain. Her biological father indeed had a knack for scheming and lacked shame. The meal was particularly sumptuous, yet the Sang family ate as if they had a bone lodged in their throats. Li Meng suggested they set up a sleeping area in the living room, but old Master Sang surveyed the surroundings and said they could simply lay down a mat in the courtyard. They slept like this every day in the countryside, where it was even cooler outside. But since their grandfather and uncle rarely came to the city, Li Meng feared it would reflect poorly on them if they made them sleep outside. In the end, Sang Zhi suggested, "Let grandfather and uncle stay in my room." It was perfect, as she had some matters to discuss with them. This arrangement was convenient, as it wasn't far, and they could ride their bikes over early the next day. Sang Zhi quickly agreed. Old Master Sang and Sang Zhi, however, were left puzzled. Where did Sang Zhi get a place? Hadn't she lived at home after returning to the city? But due to Sang Zhi's deception, both felt awkward and refrained from asking. If not for Sang Zhi's marriage, they wouldn't have come to the city, and now was not the time to create tension. When Sang Zhi accompanied them to the shop, Sang Zhi finally inquired about how she had been living in the city. Of course, Sang Zhi wouldn't say anything negative. She even shared her plans to open a shop. Old Master Sang and Sang Zhi finally relaxed. Yet they still held some reservations about her business idea. Previously, there had been families in the village that had struggled, engaging in speculative trades, and the outcomes were not pleasant. After the land was divided, excess grain could only be sold to the grain station. A few months prior, some had tried to sell grain in town for a better profit and were caught. Although they weren't publicly criticized, their grain was confiscated. However, Sang Zhi's plan involved a legitimate business license, sanctioned by the state, which differed from private dealings. After patiently explaining, Old Master Sang, still unfamiliar with city affairs, only cautioned her to be very careful. Grandpa, uncle, you know that everything in the city requires money and tickets. I'd like to ask for your help. Sang Zhi began with her request. We're family, and I watched you grow up, so feel free to speak candidly. Sang Zhi, who had no grand abilities, was merely a farmer with strength. He could assist with small tasks. She then revealed the plan she had contemplated for a long time. Everything in the city required tickets, which was extremely inconvenient. Running a restaurant would certainly require a substantial amount of grain, vegetables, and meat. She wanted to have her uncle's family supply these directly from the countryside, allowing her to bypass the ticketing process while her uncle could earn some extra income. However, after she articulated this, Sang Zhi fell silent. What reservations did he have? Sang Zhi glanced at the elderly father and sighed. This is not a trivial matter. Your uncle is getting old. I need to consult your cousins before making a decision. Sang Zhi didn't understand what there was to be concerned about. It was clearly beneficial for everyone. Moreover, she had specifically explained the risks associated with speculative trades. Her restaurant was approved by the Bureau of Industry and Commerce, making it legitimate and legal, thus no risk in that regard. From the outset of her restaurant plans, she had never considered the possibility of Sang Zhi objecting. If their supply from the countryside fell through, she would be limited to the rationing imposed by state-run restaurants. Even if she excelled in culinary skills, leaving little opportunity for significant profit. Sang Zhi intended to persuade further, but Old Master Sang timely interjected. Zhi, you are to be wed tomorrow. This is not the time for such discussions. You should return home for now. With a discreet glance from her grandfather, Sang Zhi finally rose, saying, Grandfather and uncle, rest early. I shall take my leave. Once she departed, Old Master Sang turned to his son, questioning. If Zhi could successfully establish a restaurant, wouldn't that be beneficial for us all? Why not consent? Sang Zhi remained silent, observing his sullen demeanor. Old Master Sang understood the underlying issues all too well. The actions of the second son were indeed disheartening, yet he was one person, and Zhi was another. This child had grown up before their eyes. Could they truly fear her betrayal? The second son had only arrived in the city years later, lamenting the hardships faced in the urban environment. All these years, every grain of food I sent was saved for my own wife and children's mouths. How much suffering did Shufan and the children endure for this? Zhi spent her years in the countryside relying on you too, and when you fell short, it was I, as the eldest uncle, who supplemented. How could the second son behave in such a manner? Had it not been for Zhi exposing the truth today, he would have remained unaware of the deception perpetrated by his brother. Sang Zhi felt both cold and wronged. Seizing the opportunity, he vented his frustrations. I know I am not as eloquent as the second son, and you all favor him. I have always thought of myself as a brother. Yet, I am a person too. If the second son truly struggles, what is it to me as the elder brother to support him? But how has he treated me? He has betrayed me. Sang Zhi had his own wife and children. While he could disregard his own interests, he could not neglect his family's welfare. The realization of his brother's betrayal led him to ponder deeper implications. Honest individuals harbor no ill will, yet they can become fearful of being exploited. Not only did Sang Zhi feel wronged, but Old Master Sang too was taken aback by his youngest son's actions. He found himself momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, he remarked, Both the palm and the back of the hand are flesh. I did not foresee the second son would act in such a manner. You cannot outwit the second son. It may be better for each to lead their own lives. I merely feel that Zhi's situation might present an opportunity. The children had grown. Scraping by in the fields would yield little promise. This year, they earned a meager profit of around 100 yuan for their sustenance, while the second son and his wife amassed that amount within a month. It was indeed easier to earn in the city. The elder son's honesty, coupled with old master's awareness of the second son's disingenuousness, only fueled his desire to assist the elder son further. As one ages, the uncertainty of life's duration becomes apparent. Being parents, they wished to support the one who had struggled more. Perhaps marriage had indeed wrought a psychological impact. Sang Zhi could not find solace that night. Before dawn, just as she began to feel drowsy, Li Meng pulled her from bed. The ordeal of combing her hair and washing her face left her thoroughly awake and feeling as if she had shed layers of skin. Engagement and marriage occurred on the same day. The Chu family arrived in the morning, bearing engagement gifts and various offerings to partake in the betrothal feast at the Sang household. The watch and bicycle had long been given to Sang Zhi, while the clothing had just arrived from the Chu family, occupying nearly half a bed. The bride price was a substantial 2,000 yuan, a sum that left Sang Zhiqiang and his wife astounded, while also inciting jealousy in Sang Mei, who wished to gnash her teeth in frustration. Chapter 27. The allocation of the bride price before changing her clothes. Sang Zhi went to the restroom and overheard Sang Mei whispering to Sang Zhiqiang in the corner of the living room, "Dad, the Chu family is wealthy and does not lack this sum." Given such a generous offer, and considering Chu Junhang's situation, he surely does not expect Sang Zhi to take it back. Moreover, Sang Zhi has taken so much from me, over 1,600 yuan, not to mention selling my clothes and items. Add to that the 500 yuan dowry you gave her. It all amounts to a considerable sum. I think we should keep the bride price. Traditionally, the bride price is given to the bride's parents, and our family has already provided a dowry. Even if you do not consider me, you should think of Shao Qi. As a boy, he will need money in the future. Sang Zhi understood the matter clearly. Money indeed stirs the heart. It seemed this father-daughter duo had not learned their lesson and were attempting to siphon funds from her. How spoiled they were. The sound of clapping jolted Sang Zhiqiang and Sang Mei, who realized their conversation had been overheard. Turning, they met the knowing gaze of Sang Zhi, and both felt a shiver run down their spines. They were well aware of Sang Zhi's tenacity, and hearing such words would complicate matters. Sang Zhiqiang quickly shifted the conversation, saying, "Zhi, do not heed your sister's nonsense. I have my own thoughts on this matter and will ensure you are not at a loss. It is getting late, and you have yet to change your clothes. Hurry and prepare yourself. Once married, you will be an adult and must learn to temper your temperament. You cannot remain as carefree as you were at home." After all, the intention of marrying Sang Zhi off was to please the Chu family, not to offend them. Sang Zhiqiang hoped to leverage this further. "Since you say so, I am reassured. Perhaps you could give me the money now to prevent anyone from coveting what does not belong to them." Sang Zhi interromar infuriatet Sang Mei, twisting her face in anger. "Who is coveting your belongings, Sang Zhi? You truly think that marrying into the Chu family will elevate your status and allow you to bully others? Do not forget, that was all cast aside for you to have chance. Otherwise, who do you think you are? If Chu Junhang were not in his current state, would the Chu family have even considered a rural girl like you?" Sang Mei scoffed. "I suggest you hope Chu Junhang does not awaken. At least then you could enjoy a fleeting sense of power as the Chu family's daughter-in-law. But if he does wake up, you will be the first to be cast aside." Reflecting on her own years of engagement to Chu Junhang, Sang Mei had indeed experienced happiness and enjoyed the benefits of his name, garnering admiration from others. Yet, the man himself was a cold, unromantic figure. Living with him had proven arduous, especially after Sang Zhi's arrival. Moreover, his current predicament rendered him almost indistinguishable from the dead. In fact, it might be worse than death. Were he to pass, his wife could remarry, and in this day and age, the Chu family would not have much to say. However, as long as he lived, his wife was destined to endure a life of widowhood, caring for a half-alive man. Such a life was utterly despairing, a reality that had driven her to decisively abandon the engagement. The more she reflected, the more she felt justified in her choice. Looking at Sang Zhi, she could not help but feel a twinge of schadenfreude. This little minx was not as innocent as she appeared when she first arrived in the city. She had followed Sang Mei around like a shadow, flattering her with sister and seeking her favor. Now, having made a slight connection with the Chu family, she fancied herself above others. Sang Mei reveled in her own satisfaction, oblivious to the increasingly grim expression on Sang Zhi's face. He desperately tried to signal her to stop, but she remained oblivious until he raised his hand and slapped her. "You ungrateful girl, be quiet. This is your sister's joyous occasion. Who taught you to speak such words?" Sang Zhi quickly turned and saw Chu Junhang standing a short distance away, observing them with a calm gaze. No wonder. If anyone in the family was adept at leveraging connections and power, it was Sang Zhi. He would never suddenly turn hostile. It became clear how Sang Mei viewed the Chu family and her second brother. In the years past, the Chu family had indeed treated her poorly. Chu Junhang's expression remained unchanged, perpetually cool and composed, yet his words struck Sang Zhi like a dagger to the heart. "The rebellious young woman has been spoiled by me, and I do not know whose instigation she has listened to, leading her to utter such nonsense. Yun Yao, today is a day of great joy. Do not take it to heart. Once this is over, I will certainly teach her a proper lesson." Sang Zhi smiled ingratiatingly. To prevent Sang Mei from continuing, a loud slap drew the attention of everyone in the courtyard. Old Master Chu entered, inquiring about the commotion and whether Jun Yao had eaten well. The banquet outside was still ongoing, and it was not the time for Chu Junhang to engage in discussions. However, the Sang family truly wished to leave. After finishing his meal, he glanced at Sang Zhi, asking if she was ready. Sang Zhi nodded, indicating she would change into her wedding attire. Thus, a farce came to an end. Upon returning to the room, Li Ming immediately entered and carefully handed her money, saying, "Zhi, this is the betrothal money from the Chu family your father instructed me to give you. With so many people today, you must keep it safe." Sang Zhi nodded, accepting the money without further comment. The Chu family had not only brought the clothes from before, but had also added 2 summer outfits, including a vibrant red wedding dress. Rich in vintage style, it featured a 3/4 sleeve top and a knee-length skirt with a slight fishtail design, complemented by a pair of red-pointed sandals. Sang Zhi applied her makeup herself, the white powder concealing her dusky complexion, her lips a vivid red, her teeth white, and her brows and eyes beautifully crafted, giving her an ethereal appearance. Indeed, a fair complexion can mask flaws, especially since she was not unattractive to begin with. When Sang Chi entered, Sang Zhi asked him who would be sending her off. "Uncle and the others," he replied. It was customary for the maternal side to send off the bride. Sang Zhi frowned, asking if he would go. Sang Chi contemplated and concluded he could indeed accompany her. According to tradition, they could also send a peer. The original choice was a cousin from the maternal side, but it would be acceptable for him to go instead. Sang Zhi handed him the bag containing the betrothal money, saying, "This is our betrothal money. Keep it safe for me. If you can go to the Chu family, take it with you. If not, hold on to it for now. Be careful of Sang Mei trying to steal it." This was not due to Sang Zhi's suspicion, but rather a recognition of Sang Mei's capability for such mischief. With no surveillance present, many had lost money at weddings, and, as the bride, Sang Zhi could not carry her bag, necessitating a trustworthy person to safeguard her funds. Sang Chi accepted the money with a sense of gravity, feeling the weight of responsibility. Sang Zhi bid farewell to her parents, climbing onto Sang Chi's back as they exited. The wedding procession began throwing sweets, and the Chu family had prepared abundantly, tossing candies into the crowd, with both adults and children eagerly collecting them. As firecrackers exploded, Sang Zhi, amidst the envious gazes of onlookers, climbed into the jeep. Just before closing the door, she overheard conversations about how remarkable it was that the Sang family girl was marrying into such a notable family, with 2 cars arriving for the wedding. "My goodness, I just inquired, and I heard they are from the Chu family. I remember their eldest daughter is also marrying someone from the same family. Could it be that 2 sisters are marrying 2 brothers? It seemed unlikely. If that were the case, it should have been to Mei marrying first, not Sang Zhi." Once the door closed, the chatter faded into silence. The vehicle moved slowly, and the firecrackers continued to sound behind them. Sang Zhi glanced back, but saw nothing. The driver was a young soldier, while Chu Junhang sat stoically beside her, not sparing her a single glance throughout the journey. The car entered the courtyard and stopped in front of the Chu family residence. Chu Junhang opened the door for Sang Zhi, revealing a festive atmosphere. Although the guest count was sparse, consisting mainly of immediate family, they did not wish for a grand affair. considering the current situation with Chu Junhang necessitated a simpler celebration. Sang Zhi was promptly led to the bridal chamber. Once everyone had left, she stood up to survey the room. Chu Junhang lay on the bed, surrounded by bright red bedding, his attire also red, which somewhat softened his pallid complexion. Yet, viewed through a modern lens, the scene felt rather somber. Hesitantly, Sang Zhi reached out to check for a breath under Chu Junhang's nose, and upon feeling it, sighed in relief. Thank goodness he was alive. She patted her chest and playfully pinched his face, not applying much force, yet it tugged at his gaunt features. Hey, Chu Junhang, you may be comfortable lying there, but do you realize how much trouble you've caused me? Although Sang Zhi viewed this marriage as a mere transaction of convenience, the compulsion to marry weighed heavily on her heart. With no one around, she voiced her frustrations aloud. Just then, Chu Junhang, regaining consciousness, heard her words and indignantly retorted, "Nonsense. The Chu family would never act so despicably." Naturally, he kept these thoughts to himself, unwilling to voice them to Sang Zhi. A man of integrity, he could not fathom that his family would stoop to the level she suggested. What forced marriage? Such absurdity. He had never acknowledged the union with the Sang family. His parents were aware of this, and even if they wished to provoke him, they would not engage in such meaningless antics. Chu Junhang, still disoriented from his previous state, remained unaware that the bride had been switched from Sang Mei to Sang Zhi. However, Sang Zhi noticed a slight furrow in his brow, previously devoid of expression. She felt confident that perhaps the Chu family had indeed made a wise choice, as she seemed to have a stimulating effect on Chu Junhang. Could it truly be the result of their shared intimacy? Inquisitive, Sang Zhi leaned closer, continuing her chatter while poking and pinching his face. Suddenly, the door, which had just been closed, swung open. "What are you doing?" Sang Zhi looked up to see Zhao Yalan, the Chu family's adopted daughter, standing at the entrance. Her face ablaze with anger. She quickly approached, her eyes seemingly ready to ignite. "Sang Zhi, what are you doing?" Realizing her fingers were still on Chu Junhang's face. "Sans y I wasn't doing anything," she stammered, but her explanation was cut short as Zhao Yalan surged forward, forcefully pushing her aside. "You wretched girl. How dare you?" Zhao Yalan was incensed that the man she adored had married another without any awareness, and now this woman had the audacity to mistreat him. Taken by surprise, Sang Zhi fell to the ground, her fingers colliding painfully with the bed's edge. The sudden aggression was utterly unprovoked. It was clear to anyone that while she had been playfully interacting with Chu Junhang, she had not exerted any real force. Did they think Sang Zhi was so easily bullied? Her untimely death in her previous life had taught her to retaliate immediately. For one could never predict what would happen next. What if she died again? Wouldn't that be infuriating? Rising from the floor, she observed Zhao Yalan, who was still gazing at Chu Junhang in concern, and delivered a resounding slap. Smack! Zhao Yalan was equally taken aback, her face swelling from the blow. "You shameless hussy, how dare you?" By the time the others downstairs arrived, Sang Zhi and Zhao Yalan were already embroiled in a tussle. Although there were no outsiders present, the joyous occasion had devolved into chaos, leaving Chu Fu and Chu Mu feeling utterly embarrassed. Closing the door, Chu Fu spoke. "Yalan, what on earth is going on?" His tone remained steady, but those familiar with him recognized the suppressed fury. Sang Zhi's bridal headdress had been disheveled, and Zhao Yalan looked even more disheveled, pointing an accusatory finger at Sang Zhi. "She bullied my second brother and pinched his face. I witnessed it with my own eyes." Chu Mu's expression darkened immediately, and she hurried upstairs to check on her son, though she found no signs of distress. Hesitating, she asked, "Yalan, your second brother is fine. Could it be you misjudged the situation?" "It is impossible. I have witnessed it with my own eyes." Sao Yelen glared fiercely at Sang Zhi. "Father, mother, this woman is not sincerely marrying my second brother. My second brother is a war hero, and he has sacrificed for the country to end up in this situation. We absolutely cannot allow him to be bullied. Regardless of whether Sang Zhi is genuinely mistreating Chu Junhang, we must solidify this accusation. Even if we cannot expel her from the Chu family at once, we can make her lose the trust of her family." After waiting for so many years, Zhao Yalan possesses an abundance of patience. Chu Junhang is only hers. No one else can have a claim. Chu Yanhuan still harbors resentment towards Sang Zhi for deceiving her out of pocket money. At this moment, with her second brother at stake, she naturally places more trust in her elder sister Zhao Yalan. who shares a deeper bond with her than the untrustworthy Sang Zhi. Therefore, she interjected, "Father, mother, this woman is utterly unreliable. She is the most adept at twisting the truth. If she truly had not done anything wrong, Yalan would not have wronged her. Moreover, Yalan is right. We cannot allow our second brother to fall into her hands for her to mistreat. I suggest we expel her before the wedding is completed." "Silence. Leave," Chu father reprimanded her. Zhao Yalan's fervent declarations inevitably led them to question Sang Zhi. Chu father, maintaining a semblance of composure, turned to Sang Zhi and asked, "What do you have to say?" Sang Zhi smiled and refrained from rushing to explain. Instead, she approached the bedside. Her movements caused the Chu family members in the room to tense up, for the fierce confrontation they had just witnessed made it clear that the girl before them was no innocent. Under the gaze of everyone, Sang Zhi leaned down and planted a kiss on Chu Junhang's face, producing a loud smack. "Sang Zhi, I will fight you." This scene was unbearable for Zhao Yalan. Sang Zhi shrugged. "I am merely engaging in a moment of intimacy with my man. Do I need to justify myself to you?" Chapter 29. The unspoken intentions, one must admit, the youth are incredibly audacious. Chu father's aged face flushed crimson, while Chu mother appeared equally mortified. The two exchanged a glance, each carrying a hint of embarrassment. "You are speaking nonsense. It is not like that at all." Zhao Yalan did not anticipate Sang Zhi's audacity. Her lies flowed effortlessly, devoid of any semblance of shame. Yet, it was also true that anyone with a shred of dignity would never perform such an act under the scrutiny of others. "That is enough," Chu father hastily interjected. "This matter ends here. We are all family. What kind of spectacle is this?" Upon finishing, Chu mother added, "Yalan, you too. Sang Zhi is now your sister-in-law, and it is perfectly normal for her to share some intimate moments with your second brother. You cannot jump to conclusions based on mere assumptions." Their willingness to welcome Sang Zhi into the family was initially driven by the hope that her affectionate gestures would stimulate Chu Junhang's recovery. They had feared that Sang Zhi might be reluctant or too shy to take the initiative, but it seemed those concerns were unfounded. Not only was she proactive, but she was exceedingly so. They had only just welcomed her into the family. "Enough, enough, I cannot think about this any further." Zhao Yalan wore a face of discontent, her heart still burdened with grievances. Observing that she had already been given an opportunity, Chu mother felt her smile fade slightly. "Yalan, will you not apologize to your sister-in-law?" Reluctantly, Zhao Yalan, though unwilling, could not defy Chu mother's wishes and tearfully said to Sang Zhi, "I am sorry." After uttering those words, Zhao Yalan turned on her heel and left, not casting a single glance back. Once outside, Chu Junhang clutched Chu mother's arm and said, "Mother, we do not know if Sang Zhi is pretending. What if Yalan is telling the truth? Are you truly at ease in trusting our second brother to a stranger?" The words made her sound like a stepmother, prompting Chu mother to shoot her an annoyed glare. Yet, in the presence of her own daughter, there was a touch more tenderness. "Do not worry. As long as Sang Zhi is not foolish, she would not dare to mistreat your second brother." Chu mother sighed. "A good girl marrying into our family is already a considerable sacrifice. I never expected her to take care of your second brother excessively, especially since she plans to open a shop. Therefore, during the day, I will still be the one looking after him after lying in bed for over 2 months." Chu Junhang's once muscular frame had withered to skin and bones. Any slight misstep would leave a mark on his body. Looking at Sang Zhi, he did not seem like a fool capable of such foolishness. Moreover, the 2-year agreement was initiated by Sang Zhi. If Junhang were truly unable to awaken, they would not force her to remain in mourning, leaving her with no reason to torment him. Chu Junhang was even more perplexed. If Sang Zhi was not needed to care for their second brother, she could not fathom the purpose of marrying her into the family. Of course, Chu mother would not explain such matters to a young girl. Her concern was whether Sang Zhi, faced with her unconscious son, would have the heart to act. The last time, it was due to medication that things turned out well, but in the future, downstairs, others were present, and after descending, many inquired about the commotion upstairs, leaving them to concoct a vague excuse. Meanwhile, Zhao Yalan, having suffered injuries at Sang Zhi's hands, had retreated to her room, too afraid to show her face. Inside the room, Sang Zhi seethed with anger as she looked at the man on the bed, unrestrainedly accusing him. "It's all your fault. Tell me, have I ever mistreated you? Am I, Sang Zhi, such a person of low character?" The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. and she used both hands to knead Chu Junhang's face as if it were dough, distorting his features. Chu Junhang felt a warmth on his face and a peculiar sensation that stirred his previously dormant consciousness. Just then, he overheard Sang Zhi's complaints. However, the name Sang Zhi, had he been asleep for so long that his memory was muddled? He distinctly remembered that the woman his grandfather had forced him to marry was named Sang Mei. Who was Sang Zhi? Furthermore, how could a man in such a deep slumber be held accountable for anything? It was utterly absurd. In these past 2 days, Chu Junhang had only just begun to regain a semblance of consciousness. Although he could faintly sense the outside world, his spirit remained easily fatigued, causing him to slip back into slumber after a brief awakening. After venting her frustrations and clearing her grievances, Sang Zhi looked at Chu Junhang's face, which she had reddened with her actions, and suddenly felt a twinge of guilt. Never mind, why was she taking out her anger on a person in a vegetative state? Truly, it felt like she was regressing. She patted her cheeks. The recent bout of distress had wiped away several patches of her makeup, leaving her hair in a disheveled state, resembling a bird's nest. Chu Junhang's room was rather pleasant. Although he was asleep, the space bore no unpleasant odors. Instead, it was filled with a fragrant aroma. The balcony outside was adorned with flourishing flowers and plants, each thriving beautifully under the sunlight that streamed through the window. The room also had a door leading to the bathroom, which was equipped with a shower and a toilet. In that instant, Sang Zhi's eyes brimmed with tears. Indeed, nothing surpasses the advantages of a good marriage. No wonder Sang Zhi had meticulously plotted this arrangement. He could not bear to let go of such a union. This had directly enabled her to leap across social classes. In the year 1982, most urban homes had pit toilets, often shared among many. For instance, in the Sang family, one had to navigate several twists and turns just to reach the toilet, and during busy hours, one would often have to wait in line. Furthermore, due to the cramped living conditions, privacy was a luxury. One could barely pull a curtain for modesty, and carrying a chamber pot was inconvenient. Although her shop had a separate restroom in the backyard, it could not escape the foul odors, and every time she used it, she had to bury the waste. Otherwise, it would attract pests. Such experiences might be unimaginable to others, but those who had endured pit toilets would certainly understand. However, after using the facilities, she realized that what seemed convenient in this era still could not compare to the comforts of the future. While there was indeed a flush toilet, the water pressure was inadequate, rendering it ineffective, and she still had to use buckets to flush it. The shower had water, albeit lukewarm, but again, due to water pressure issues, it trickled weakly. Sang Zhi tidied herself up a bit, rearranging her hair. Just then, there was a knock at the door, and she quickly called out, "The door is unlocked." Chu Junhang gently pushed open the door and entered, her face adorned with a smile that betrayed no other emotions. "Zhi, it's time for dinner. Shall we head downstairs?" Unlike some others, Chu Junhang exhibited a sense of courtesy that was refreshing. "All right, let me fix my hair. I'll be ready shortly," Sang Zhi replied, hastening her movements. In the meantime, Chu Junhang glanced at Chu Junhang and remarked, "I've heard about what happened earlier. Zhi, Yalan came to our family when she was only 10. While we have treated her well, she has endured much injustice from outsiders. It was only with Junhang's intervention that the people in the courtyard ceased to bully her. She has always adored Junhang, and now that he is like this, she is undoubtedly distressed and perhaps overly worried, which has caused you some grievances as well. Zhi, our parents and I will speak to her about this. If anyone in this family wrongs you, do not hesitate to tell me. I will stand up for you." Chapter 30. No preparation, though the words were sweetly spoken. They ultimately served to exonerate Zhao Yalan. Sang Zhi was not oblivious to the veiled sentiments and felt a flicker of irritation. "Since you said so, I will share my thoughts too. Although my union with Chu Junhang was orchestrated, I have consented to this marriage and would never covertly harm him. Furthermore, we have an agreement. Regardless of whether he awakens, it is merely a 2-year delay from me, and I possess the patience for that. Moreover, he serves the nation, and though I am but a woman, I too harbor patriotic sentiments and would never mistreat a wounded soldier. This is a truth that, I believe, anyone with a shred of conscience would uphold." Chu Junhang discerned the underlying meaning in her words and was convinced that the girl before her would not mistreat Junhang. "I understand your grievances, Zhi. This situation is Yalan's fault, but it has already transpired, and dwelling on it serves no purpose. What I can assure you is that as long as you and Junhang are well, I will always stand by your side. The stipulation, of course, was that Chu Junhang must be well. Sang Zhi, appearing moved, embraced Chu Yunxio's arm. I knew you were the best, Yunxio. From now on, you shall be my elder sister. Still calling me Yunxio? That should change, she teased, effortlessly shifting the conversation. The two linked arms and descended the stairs, their bond resembling that of true sisters. Chu Junhang, feeling a twinge of jealousy, sulked silently, sycophant. She couldn't fathom what Sang Zhi had whispered her sister. Every time she criticized Sang Zhi, her sister would admonish her. Just then, Chu Junhang caught wind of her words and raised an eyebrow. Another lesson needed? Chu Junhang felt even more grieved. Third brother, you two have betrayed me. You all are being too much. Chu Junhang frowned. Do not speak recklessly. What did betrayal mean? He had always stood by their parents and elder sister. As a single man, he had not the slightest fear of speaking to their mother about Sang Zhi and Chu Junhang's relationship. However, his keen mind led him to suspect something amiss, especially since he had assisted in obtaining their marriage certificate and arranging the engagement. Fearing that Chu Junhang might replicate Zhao Yalin's actions, Chu Junhang resolved to confront her. After much murmuring, he found himself fatigued by the exchange. Then, he heard Chu Junhang pout, but she deceived me out of my money, which I had saved for so long. Chu Junhang exclaimed, if you hadn't sought trouble, she wouldn't have been able to deceive you. You brought this upon yourself. After all that, she had absorbed none of the counsel. I'm just saying, consider whether your 500 yuan is more important than second brother. The comparison was inconceivable. Naturally, second brother was of greater significance. Yet Chu Junhang still lamented her lost funds. Woe is me. It was everything I saved since childhood. Sang Zhi had only barely recognized the members of the Chu family, and she was unaware of many others. The only person she recognized was the elderly gentleman at the head of the table, Grandfather Chu, who had decisively arranged the betrothal between Chu Junhang and Sang Mei. However, Sang Zhi could not perceive him as one easily manipulated by Sang Zhijia. Rather, he exuded an aura of authority. Pondering over such trivial matters was futile. Following Chu Yunxio's instructions, she took her seat and endeavored to embody the role of a new bride. Together with the guests, there were only 3 tables. Not spotting Sankey, she presumed he had not attended. Where is Yalin? Why hasn't she come down for dinner? Aunt from the second household inquired of Mother Chu. She is not feeling well, so I sent her upstairs to rest, came the prompt reply. It seemed she was quite spoiled. Otherwise, one might think she resented the arrival of her new sister-in-law. Sang Zhi discreetly nodded, appreciating those who could articulate their thoughts. She enjoyed listening. Yet, when the elder spoke, urging silence for dinner, no one dared to utter a word. Perhaps it was the mention of discomfort that caused Sang Zhi to suddenly feel a pang in her own abdomen. Chu Yunxio, seated beside her, noticed her lack of appetite and assumed she was merely shy, so she continued to serve her meat. The meal was plentiful, yet she truly could not eat. The elder then declared, we are family here. Take what you desire, and do not hold back. Sang Zhi quickly replied, thank you, grandfather. I appreciate it. The elder's aloofness was not without cause. He had insisted on this match against his grandson's wishes. And not only had the bride-to-be turn against them, but she had also wronged her own sister, leaving their family's reputation tarnished. In front of his descendants, the elder felt humiliated, observing the Sang family with disdain. However, upon reflection, Sang Zhi was also a victim in this scenario. At merely 18, she was still in her youth. And considering that his grandson was 8 years her senior, it was evident that perhaps he was not worthy of her. Contemplating this, the elder's expression softened, and he could not help but treat Sang Zhi with more warmth. After the meal, the guests departed one by one, leaving the household in tranquility. Chu father handed Sang Zhi a box, stating, this is for you from your grandfather. Keep it well. Sang Zhi accepted it, responding sweetly, thank you, father, and thank you, grandfather. Chu father nodded. Now that you are married to Junhang, live well. I know you wish to open a shop. If you encounter difficulties, do not hesitate to discuss it with the family. We are all kin. After all, we should be closer than others. Sang Zhi listened, contemplating the deeper implications of his words. Being family does not guarantee closeness. Often, one's greatest wounds come from those they hold dear, for outsiders lack such opportunities. After ascending the stairs, she opened the box, revealing 2 radiant golden bracelets that sparkled brilliantly. Indeed, the elder was quite generous, and the weight of the bracelets was substantial, She liked them very much. Delighted, she returned to her room, yet this moment was not lost on Zhao Yalan. Sang Zhi, should you find fault, let it be that you should not have married into this family. I had intended to bide my time, but you, with all your audacity, have crossed the line with second brother. If you choose to disregard the warning, do not blame me for being ungracious. Zhao Yalan could hardly fathom the audacity of Sang Zhi's actions toward Chu Junhang. She assumed that a person of sound mind would avoid any intimate behavior with him, especially after marrying into the family. Yet, Sang Zhi seemed unashamed, having kissed her second brother, an act Yalan had long fantasized about but never dared to pursue. As dinner drew to a close, Sang Zhi still had not descended. Chu Yunxiu ascended to summon her, only to discover Sang Zhi lying beside Chu Junhang, still clad in her red attire, though her complexion was rather pallid and her lips slightly white. Being a doctor herself, she promptly checked Sang Zhi's pulse but found nothing amiss. Sang Zhi opened her eyes. What is wrong? You don't look well. Are you feeling unwell? Chu Junxiu in guit? Sang Zhi hesitated, about to mention a stomach ache, when suddenly she felt a warm rush beneath her. Embarrassed, she blushed. Sister, it seems I have started my period. Do you have any supplies? Let me get that for you. Chu Yunxiu immediately stood up. Sang Zhi never anticipated that today would unfold in such a manner. No wonder her stomach had been troubling her all afternoon. Having just married into the family with little preparation, she was fortunate to have Chu Yunxiu by her side. In Chapter 31, a significant complication arose. Chu Yunhuan stood in the courtyard as Zhao Yalan approached her. Yunhuan, she implored, others may not believe me, but you must. I truly witnessed Sang Zhi bullying second brother. She pinched him, and I can discern between playful and malicious pinching. What? She dared to pinch second brother? Chu Yunhuan had already suspected Sang Zhi's character due to the incident involving her pocket money. She resolved to inform their parents. Second brother could not be subjected to such mistreatment. Zhao Yalan grasped her arm. What good would it do to tell them? You saw how they reacted at lunch. They refused to believe us. What should we do then? Chu Yunhuan, raised in an environment devoid of worries, lacked the foresight to ponder the situation thoroughly. Unbeknownst to her, Zhao Yalan's eyes glimmered with a calculated gleam. Since they could not expel Sang Zhi for the time being, she could not allow her to be in close proximity to second brother. Sang Zhi did not come down for dinner. Deep down, she understood that her behavior upon entering the household had marred any initial goodwill, regardless of her physical discomfort. Yet, she was determined not to project an image of being submissive or easily intimidated. A good person could be irrevocably tarnished by a single misdeed, while a wrongdoer could attain redemption through a solitary act of kindness, an immutable truth throughout the ages. A young boy brought her some food, calling her aunt, leading Sang Zhi to surmise he must be Chu Yunxiu's child, for she was the only one in the Chu family who had married and borne children. After dinner, Chu Yunxiu's family departed, and Chu Mu was forcibly led upstairs by Chu Yunhuan. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Zhao Yalan observed the scene, her previously dark expression softening slightly. Chu Junhang furrowed his brow and hurried upstairs as well. As Sang Zhi emerged from the restroom, she heard a knock on the door. Sang Zhi, open the door quickly. Chu Yunhuan's voice rang out impatiently. Fearing Sang Zhi might harm Chu Junhang, she was further incensed to find the door locked from the inside. Kumu, already unwillingly dragged upstairs, now sensed her younger daughter's tone and feared she was seeking confrontation. She scolded, Chu Yunhuan, have you forgotten what we discussed just days ago? Sang Zhi is your sister-in-law, not someone you can address so casually. Sang Zhi, not waiting for Chu Mu to properly instruct her daughter, opened the door and politely greeted. Mother. Chu Mu responded, her demeanor softening slightly as she inquired, are you feeling better? There's brown sugar downstairs. I'll have Yunhuan bring you a cup. This was her way of mediating, hoping Sang Zhi would not hold her daughter's behavior against her. However, to Chu Yunhuan's ears, it sounded as though, as Yalan had suggested, their mother was entirely placated by Sang Zhi, rendering her words inconsequential. Sang Zhi did not decline the offer and expressed her gratitude once more. Chu Yunhuan, agitated, interjected, I have something to say. Will you allow me to finish? She had finally managed to bring her mother upstairs for a serious discussion. Yet she found herself interrupted by the two exchanging pleasantries. Sang Zhi remained silent, but Chu Mu cast a warning glance at Chu Yunhuan. Feeling somewhat guilty under her mother's glare, but recalling her brother's safety, Chu Yunhuan summoned her courage, albeit her voice trembled slightly. Even though second sister-in-law has married into the family, it's not appropriate for second brother to be too close to her given the circumstances. I believe it is more suitable for her to reside in another room. Chu Mu's expression grew increasingly stern, and Chu Junhang's voice dwindled. Sang Zhi, however, found amusement in the suggestion. That is an excellent idea. I would prefer to have my own space. Before she could finish, Chu Mu interrupted. Junhang is young and inexperienced. Our parents will correct her. Zhi, you have been wrong today, and since you are unwell, you should rest early with Junhang. Chu Mu tried to usher her daughter away, but Sang Zhi was not willing to relent. I just married today. Our parents promised to compensate me for the events at noon, yet the compensation has yet to arrive. Now, another form of compensation? I find it perplexing. This marriage was clearly imposed upon me by your family, and I have complied with your wishes. Why create further disturbances? Is this a display of power? Sans Zhi, do you believe that I will acquiesce to your authority once, allowing you to manipulate me repeatedly, reducing me to a mere puppet devoid of dignity and purpose, serving as a tool for your desires? Each pointed question drained color from Chu Mu's face. What coercion? Sang Zhi, are you misunderstanding something? She had facilitated this union alongside her eldest daughter and had only informed her husband after Sang Zhi's consent. Who had coerced her? Such words could not be tossed about lightly. Whether it was a misunderstanding or not became irrelevant. Sang Zhi spoke calmly, yet her eyes burned with defiance. Even a cornered rabbit would bite when threatened. My marriage does not mean I will permit others to dictate my life. I am not unreasonable. While you seek to provoke Chu Junhang into awakening, I require the Chu family's protection to pursue my own ambitions. This is merely a transaction. None of us is superior to the other. While I am willing to cooperate with your desires, I hope you do not overstep. Even Chu Junhang, despite her naivete, sensed an unusual undertone in Sang Zhi's words. She gazed at her mother, bewildered. Mother, what does she mean? Was she coerced into marrying us? She had always believed Sang Zhi was merely seeking to align herself with power, thus antagonizing her. In truth, from Sang Zhi's consent to marry to her arrival, only 3 days had passed, although the wedding had been hastily arranged to prevent any last-minute change of heart. The notion that her family had forced her into marriage was entirely unfounded. There must have been some misunderstanding. Sang Zhi, today's events were caused by Yalan and Junhang's missteps, but I assure you, our family had no intention of intimidating you. I will clarify this matter with your sister, and we shall provide you with an explanation. After all, the agreement had been initiated solely by Chu Junhang. Although Chu Mu believed her eldest daughter would not engage in such behavior, it was crucial to resolve any lingering doubts to prevent discord among them. Sang Zhi, feeling weary and unwell, chose not to pursue the matter further. Had it not been for the Chu family's constant pressure, she would not have spoken so harshly. Once everyone departed, she turned to face the man who lay undisturbed on the bed, scoffing, Chu Junhang, you are quite the conundrum. Her desire to escape him was thwarted by Sang Mei's schemes, and the Chu family had compelled her to marry him. They had relentlessly pressured her. Perhaps when one is unwell, they become particularly vulnerable. Sang Zhi suddenly found herself questioning whether her decision to marry was right or wrong. She had yet to harness the power of the Chu family, yet she was already enduring the consequences. That night was destined to be restless. In Chapter 32, was it protection or harm they sought? Yet, she had never been one to passively accept humiliation. Although her stomach still ached in the darkness, her bright eyes gazed upward, her mind racing. To compel someone to submit, one must first seize their vulnerabilities. A heart devoid of empathy can shatter the entire situation. The ones who should be worried are undoubtedly them. In this household, Chu father and mother required little of her concern. Chu Junhang spoke little, and she had no familiarity with him, but he did not appear to be her foe. Chu Junhang and Zhao Yalan's malice was palpable, yet there were nuances between them. Chu Junhang appears fierce, yet she is remarkably gullible, unlike Zhao Yalan. Reflecting on the noon encounter, Zhao Yalan's gaze towards her was not merely that of fear for Chu Junhang's well-being. Is the adopted daughter of the Chu family truly regarding Chu Junhang as merely an elder brother? If that were the case, does she not comprehend that she, Sang Zhi, is now Chu Junhang's legitimate wife? How can she so brazenly disregard her presence and resort to violence without fearing that she might truly harm Chu Junhang behind the scenes? Is her intention to protect him genuine, or does this sentiment intertwine with ulterior motives? Meanwhile, discord brews downstairs. The family congregates in the living room. With Chu's father aware of the turmoil Chu Junhang has caused upstairs, his anger prompting him to raise his hand. Yet, upon seeing Chu Junhang's tear-streaked, defiant face, he ultimately refrains from striking her. Chu Junhang pulls her aside. The air is thick with heat, and silver hooks dangle from the treetops. Looking at his aggrieved sister, he speaks without mercy. Chu Junhang, do you genuinely wish to protect second brother? But do you intend to harm him? Of course, I want to protect him. How could I harm him? Chu Junhang sobs. I simply struggle to understand your intentions. Second brother is currently unconscious, yet you insist on marrying him off. Are you not afraid that once the door is closed, Sang Zhi might mistreat him? Though she had not considered this herself, Zhao Yalan's relentless insinuations had left her increasingly troubled. Chu Junhang understands his sister well. Reasoning with her at this moment would be futile, so he resorts to a threatening tone. If you can think this through, shouldn't you be more open-hearted towards your sister-in-law? You fear she might harm second brother if left alone, yet your repeated bullying of her only drives her to unhappiness. Do you think this aids second brother in any way? Then why must we bring Sang Zhi in the family? Why? The question tormented Chu Junhang, leaving her perplexed. Chu Junhang, lacking insight into the full situation, could only speculate, trusting that their parents had their reasons for their actions. Think carefully, Chu Junhang. Our parents are the ones who least wish for second brother to come to harm, far more than you or us. You must reflect on this and not be led blindly by others. He had been unaware of Chu Junhang's hostility towards Sang Zhi, but after witnessing Zhao Yalan's treatment of her, he began to form suspicions. Chu Junhang had been spoiled and impulsive, but Zhao Yalan was not so easily swayed. Having lived under the care of others from a young age, she had learned to read situations and was inherently reserved. Though she had acted impulsively against Sang Zhi at noon, what was her true intention? Second brother had been in the army and had never sensed anything amiss with Zhao Yalan. Nonetheless, her excessive concern after his return from injury had raised eyebrows. Meanwhile, the newly returned couple, Chu Yunxiu and her husband, receive a call from the Chu family. During the conversation, it became apparent that when Sang Zhi initially agreed to the marriage, she faced difficulties in obtaining a business license. After Zhou Qinian intervened, her demeanor changed drastically, which was inherently illogical. If she believed that Zhou Qinian was the source of her troubles, her sudden shift in attitude would make sense. However, this was an egregious misunderstanding. Before Chu Yunxiu introduced Sang Zhi, Zhou Qinian had no idea who she was. As a leader, he had far too many responsibilities to meddle in trivial matters. Furthermore, he had already clarified the situation to Sang Zhi, identifying the real instigator behind her troubles. However, Zhao Sui, one of his subordinates, was involved. Sang Zhi Wu's team mistakenly perceived this as Zhou Qinian's doing, nor would she scapegoat Zhao Sui. Would she? Zhou Qinian, sharp-minded as a leader should be, realized that if this issue remained unresolved, his reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Unbeknownst to them, Sang Zhi felt no discomfort in the following days, perhaps due to her unease. Her menstrual cycle had troubled her for 2 days before finally subsiding, along with her abdominal pain. Given her history of irregularity, she didn't dwell on it. As Zhou Qinian and his wife returned home, they were followed by the timid Zhao Sui. Seizing the opportunity of her recuperation, Sang Zhi organized her clothing and placed it in the wardrobe. Chu Junhang's wardrobe, although spacious, contained few items, mostly thin summer clothing, presumably acquired after returning home. Sang Zhi neatly arranged his clothes in one section while keeping her own separate. The blankets she brought as part of her dowry, along with those provided by the Chu family, were tucked away at the bottom of the wardrobe. Fortunately, their clothing was minimal, allowing for everything to fit. While organizing, she inadvertently discovered a savings book belonging to Chu Junhang, revealing a staggering balance of over 12,000 yuan. This figure astonished Sang Zhi. A person with such savings in the 1980s was indeed wealthy. She had no intention of touching this money and placed the book back, closing the wardrobe. Sang Zhi then proceeded to the bathroom to fetch water, preparing to tend to Chu Junhang's body as instructed by his mother. She lit incense in the room, opening both the window and the door. Chu Junhang arrived, noticing Sang Zhi's busy demeanor. Sister-in-law, the eldest sister and brother-in-law are here and wish to speak with you. All right, I shall go. Sang Zhi nodded and exited. Chu Junhang added, may I go in to see second brother? Since Sang Zhi's marriage, he had found it inconvenient to enter Chu Junhang's room freely. Now it was Sang Zhi's room, and apart from Chu Mu, others were denied entry. However, with her consent, it was permissible. Sang Zhi, being considerate towards those who treated her well, allowed him feel free. Once inside, Chu Junhang observed Chu Junhang lying there as usual, seemingly unchanged. However, Chu Junhang's worries were indeed unfounded. Chu Junhang bore no signs of mistreatment. Chu Junhang did not linger long, exchanging a few words about recent events before taking his leave. Downstairs, upon seeing Zhao Sui, Sang Zhi guessed their intentions. Before she could speak, Zhou Qinian glared at Zhao Sui, demanding, "Explain why you targeted my sister-in-law earlier. Repeat what you told me." Zhou Qinian deliberately emphasized sister-in-law, conveying to Zhao Sui that Sang Zhi was his kin and a member of the Chu family, not someone he could manipulate. Unsurprisingly, upon hearing this, Zhao Sui's face turned ashen, a chill enveloping him despite the summer heat. That rascal Zhao and had truly gotten him into trouble. With Zhou Qinian watching, Zhao Sui dared not be deceitful, confessing, "I didn't intend to oppose comrade Sang Zhi. It was my brother Zhao and who sought revenge for a friend and asked for my help." "Who is Zhao's friend?" Sang Zhi was skeptical. She had hardly offended anyone and certainly had no ties to Zhao Sui. "It's Sang Mei." The name was all too familiar to Sang Zhi, invoking feelings of animosity. The implication was clear. Zhao sought vengeance for Sang Mei. The expressions of the Chu family shifted dramatically. Initially, they believed Sang Mei was reluctant to marry, but it now appeared she had already secured another suitor. There is nothing particularly strange about this situation. Previously, Chu Junhang had been reluctant to marry, and Sang Mei, not being young anymore, understandably did not wish to be kept waiting. However, her malicious intentions to escape the marriage while also harming her own sister are appalling. Moreover, she resorted to various underhanded tactics, exhibiting both foolishness and malice in full display. Such a woman should be grateful that she is not the one entering her own home. Yet what is even more perplexing is the enmity that exists between sisters, compelling her to act in such a manner. Sang Zhi grew up in the countryside, while Sang Mei was raised alongside their parents. Even if there were grievances, it would seem more reasonable for Sang Zhi to resent Sang Mei, wouldn't it? This incident was not instigated by the Chu family, which surprised Sang Zhi and made her realize the magnitude of her folly. Marriage had never held any significance for her. Marrying anyone was of little consequence, merely resulting in the presence of another man beside her at night. Without power or influence, the Chu family could serve as her support, so this situation was not entirely disadvantageous for her. However, Sang Mei's shamelessness had once again lowered her standards. "So, the child in Sang Mei's womb is your brother Zhao's?" This revelation left the Chu family in utter shock. Chu Junhang had been unconscious for less than 3 months, and yet the child in Sang Mei's belly could already be identified, indicating that she had been involved with someone long before the incident with Chu Junhang. Her heartlessness is truly reprehensible. If Chu Junhang had not fallen into his current predicament, would she have dared to come with another child, expecting the Chu family to raise her illegitimate offspring? Sang Zhi intentionally exposed this matter, since Sang Mei had no shame. Why should she cover for her? Zhao Sui was only aware of Zhao and Sang Mei's relationship, but was oblivious to Sang Mei's prior connections with the Chu family. He was perceptive, yet the peculiar expressions on the faces of the Chu family left him baffled, though it did not hinder his instinct for self-preservation. "I am unaware of the details. I merely know they are dating." Despite feeling frustrated with Zhao, he remained protective of his younger brother, attempting to downplay his existence. Zhao's situation was not hidden from him, so Zhao Sui knew better than anyone. Even if Sang Mei was pregnant, Zhao, at least for now, could not marry her. After several days of pressure from the family, Chu Junhang felt that the family was in the right. Look, someone with a guilty conscience always thinks everyone is out to harm her, only to discover that the turmoil lies within her own household, wrongly accusing others. How absurd! Sang Zhi cast a cold glance at her. At this moment, Chu Junhang felt justified, thinking, "Why are you looking at me? I haven't said anything wrong. You, be quiet. If you don't want to stay here, go back upstairs." Only when Chu father spoke did she sulkily quiet down. "I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. Mom and Dad." Sang Zhi was humble and courageous enough to admit her mistakes, but when her gaze fell upon Chu Junhang, her tone shifted. "I acknowledge my errors, but this marriage was sanctioned by your Chu family, not my scheming, nor does it mean you can blame others for your own faults, nitpicking and incessantly harping on it. If this marriage can be formed, it can also be dissolved. If you truly find me displeasing, We can easily replace that marriage certificate with a divorce certificate. There is no need for mockery. As long as misunderstandings are resolved, we can live well together in the future. Since you have married into our family, you are now one of us, and regardless of the difficulties, the family will support you. Chu mother quickly interjected, no matter whether Sang Zhi was mistaken or not. Bringing her into the family was a decision they had made together, and it would be absurd to consider divorce right after the wedding. What a joke that would be. She reprimanded Chu Junhang and Zhao Yalan, saying, Junhang, Yalan, you must treat your sister-in-law with respect, just as you did with your brother. Should I find out that anyone dares to be disrespectful, I will send them off to live at school to avoid causing trouble at home. Chu Junhang huffed in protest, playfully trying to charm Chu mother, while Zhao Yalan felt heartbroken. She had promised to treat her like her own daughter, yet now it seemed she was being pushed away. Zhao Yalan felt that Chu mother's words were directed solely at her. With the truth unveiled, Zhao Sui left with a sense of trepidation, while the couple Zhou Qinian had to return to work and departed accordingly. Chu Yanhuan was still in school, and Zhao Yalan, who had worked for a while, was now home for summer break after passing the college entrance examination last year. Chu Junhang, due to work commitments, had an irregular presence at home, but these days he happened to be free. After Sang Zhi ascended the stairs, Chu mother called Chu Yanhuan and Zhao Yalan into the room, stating, I don't care how you feel. I have said what needed to be said. From now on, you need not interfere in Sang Zhi and your brother S affairs. Just take care of yourselves. Anyone who dares to show her disrespect will face my wrath. Mom. Chu Yanhuan pouted in dissatisfaction. Chu mother lightly tapped her forehead, particularly admonishing her. If you can't speak properly, then say less. We are all family. Creating discord benefits no one. Third brother has said the same. Chu Yanhuan thought to herself, if they don't interfere, then I can have peace of mind, but if my brother truly gets bullied, I wonder if he will regret it later. Chu Yanhuan huffed and left, leaving Zhao Yalan appearing meek as she received the reprimand. A foster daughter is, after all, different from a biological one. Fearing that she might overthink, Chu mother sighed. Yalan, my dear, I know you care for your brother, but Sang Zhi is now his wife. They are a couple. Do you understand? I understand. I acted impulsively that day. Zhao Yalan suppressed her emotions and said, Mom, I won't act that way again, and I will persuade Yanhuan to accept her sister-in-law. She truly regretted her impulsiveness, wishing she had been more effective in driving Sang Zhi away. Not only did that not happen, but it also led to a series of complications. Given the current situation, she could not allow her family to sense her true feelings and would have to maintain a facade of compliance for a while. Chapter 34. Return visit now. She could only pray that Sang Mei and Zhao and those two fools wouldn't expose her. Remembering Zhao and made Zhao Yalan feel nauseous. The man who professed to care for her had managed to get Sang Mei pregnant. Furthermore, she had thought she could thwart Sang Zhi's plans to open a shop. She genuinely believed her words held weight, when in reality, they were merely to vent Sang Mei's frustrations. Zhao had certainly earned her disdain. Upon returning upstairs, Sang Zhi found Chu Junhang still in a deep slumber. She sat by his bedside, recounting every detail of the events that transpired downstairs, uncertain whether he could comprehend her words. Regardless of whether it had any effect, speaking more could never be detrimental. She only hoped that Chu Junhang would awaken soon, so they could put an end to their current predicament. However, it was regrettable that she did not possess the fortune of a true protagonist. The heroines of such tales often awaken their husbands on the day of their wedding, thereafter basking in the adoration of the entire family, whereas she, reflecting on the past few days' experiences, it was better left unspoken. At that moment, Chu Junhang's consciousness began to clear, and he finally understood why his bride had shifted from Sang Mei to Sang Zhi as the central figure in this unfolding drama. He had to admit that this girl was indeed unfortunate. Yet when she claimed they had shared intimacy, could she really be serious? In his current state, although Chu Junhang was somewhat aware, his mind would alternate between clarity and confusion, leaving him unable to remember everything. However, upon hearing her words, he felt an overwhelming urge to awaken, to break free from this fog. Just then, Chu mother entered, announcing, Zhi, the items for your return visit have been prepared. Would you like to see if anything is missing? I'm not familiar with these matters. You can decide, Mom. Sang Zhi was agreeable, as she did not share a strong father-daughter bond with Sang Zhi. By the way, Sang Zhi suddenly remembered and opened the cabinet to retrieve a savings book. I found this while tidying up the cabinet today, since our room is bustling with people. You should keep it safe, Mom. Chu mother, without needing to glance, already knew what was inside. After all, she had organized Chu Junhang's wardrobe for years. However, she refrained from accepting it. This was the savings her son had accumulated over the years. Now that you are married, it should rightfully be in your possession. Such a generous offer, along with such a substantial sum, left Sang Zhi feeling overwhelmed. After some contemplation, she nudged the savings book forward once again, insisting that it should remain with her mother. The agreement was set. 2 years in the Chu family, regardless of whether Chu Junhang awakens. The marriage would be null after that period. Although it was a considerable fortune, it felt inappropriate for her to hold on to it. Chu mother, with a complex expression, urged her not to feel embarrassed. She had no intention of trapping Sang Zhi with money. This marriage, born of misunderstanding, had inadvertently caused her distress. Regardless of what happens in 2 years, the money would serve as compensation for her. Chu mother believed that if Junhang were to awaken, there would be no need for Sang Zhi to divorce him. They were already legally married, and their relationship was genuine. It would be a beautiful thing to continue living together. Whether the money resided in Sang Zhi's hands or her son's, it would ultimately belong to their little family. If her son did not awaken, retaining this money would hold little significance for the couple. They could not take it with them to the grave. It is said that a day as husband and wife equates to 100 days of affection. Thus, it was better to offer it to his wife as compensation. Her only hope was that Sang Zhi would care for her son, even if the outcome was less than favorable. At least they would have made an effort. Zhi, Junhang can hear us. He has responded to you. Chu mother hesitated to articulate her thoughts clearly, but Sang Zhi understood, her cheeks flushing as she fell silent for a moment. Chu mother did not press her, instead offering a wry smile. Let's not dwell on this. It is getting late, and your parents are likely waiting for you. I will have Junyao take you back. No need, she replied. I do not wish to trouble Junyao too often. It could lead to misunderstandings. I can go by myself. She hesitated before speaking again. Mother, I will do my utmost to assist in awakening Chu Junhang. Ultimately, she could not muster the cruelty. Perhaps it was due to Chu mother's kindness towards her. Chu mother smiled with satisfaction. Very well, prepare yourself quickly, and I shall head downstairs. After her departure, Sang Zhi exhaled deeply and turned to poke Chu Junhang's chest. Hey, Chu Junhang, you heard that, right? Your savings will belong to me from now on. Even if you awaken, you cannot go back on it. And if you dare, I shall not return it. However, you are truly fortunate, so fortunate that I find myself envious of you. Please awaken soon. Do not keep everyone worrying about you. Both Chu's parents and his siblings have devoted themselves wholeheartedly to him. Despite the circumstances, none of them resented her. Instead, they were all concerned for him, hoping he would awaken swiftly. Chu Junhang, too, wished to awaken. He desperately sought to break free from the darkness and reach the light until exhaustion overcame him. Plunging his consciousness back into slumber, Sang Zhi gathered her belongings and descended the stairs, where 2 bamboo baskets awaited in the living room, with Chu mother standing beside them. The contents of both baskets were similar: 2 bottles of liquor, a whole strip of golden leaves, along with common treats like 4 colored pastries, honey, and a piece of pork. Sang Zhi glanced at them, rendered speechless. Even in this era, these items were luxuries. Was the Chu family truly so affluent? For a fleeting moment, she was tempted to abandon her ambitions, thinking how wonderful it would be to marry into such comfort. Yet, this thought was ephemeral. Her experiences had taught her that relying on others was ultimately futile, and she could not fulfill the role of the idealized gentle wife that others envisioned. You have grown up alongside your grandfather, and surely your uncles have looked after you as well. This additional portion is prepared for your grandfather and uncles. Would you prefer to take it with you for your father to pass along, or would you like to make a special trip back? Despite the grievances of the past 2 days, the Chu family's arrangements had already compensated for all. I shall take it, Sang Zhi replied. Mother, I may return quite late this afternoon. She intended to visit the countryside. Over half a month had passed, and her shop had yet to open. She could not afford further delays. She also needed to persuade her uncle in person. If successful, that would be ideal, but if not, she would have to devise another plan. Sang Zhi contemplated approaching her cousin for assistance. Her uncle, having aged and endured the most difficult of times, was understandably cautious regarding such matters. Her cousin, being younger, should be more open-minded, possessing his own ideals and aspirations, making him easier to converse with than her uncle. En route, she spotted Sang Zhi approaching with a robust man. The burly man was her cousin, Sang Zhi, affectionately known as Stone. Just as she had been thinking of him, he appeared, making her upcoming trip to the countryside unnecessary. From Sang Zhi, she learned that her uncle had already agreed to the matter and had specifically awaited her return to discuss it thoroughly with her. Under the noon sun, the three of them chatted amiably as they walked into the alley, where her uncle was waiting outside the courtyard. Upon hearing Sang Zhi mention that she had gifts for her family, Sang Zhiqiang's smile broadened, reaching his ears. Chapter 35. A bitter dispersal. It was not the value of the gifts that mattered, but rather Sang Zhi's thoughtful gesture, which made him feel that this child was worth the affection he had given. Noticing that it was just the three of them, Sang Zhiqiang's gaze wandered behind them before he composed his expression and spoke. Zhi, where is Junyao? Today is a significant day for your return. Why is he not accompanying you? Sang Zhi also realized, having only heard his grandfather and father speak of how handsome her husband was and how well off his family was, that upon seeing Sang Zhi, he had completely forgotten about her husband. Yes, Zhi, where's your husband? With such good conditions. Surely he wouldn't look down on his own wife, allowing her to return alone on such an important day. But if he truly looked down on her, why marry her at all? That would be cruel. The thoughts raced through Sang Zhi's mind, darkening his expression further. Sang Zhi looked at Sang Zhi in confusion. In her haste that day, she had not informed them of who she was marrying and had no idea what Sang Zhiqiang had shared. Yet now, seeing their expressions, it seemed they were completely unaware that Junyao had merely come to escort her on behalf of his brother. In the kitchen, Li Meng was bustling about, and upon hearing that Sang Zhi was marrying a man in a coma, Sang Mei could not suppress a smirk of schadenfreude. Stop dawdling. Your sister should be back soon. Come help. Busy, Li Meng shot her daughter an impatient glance, just as she noticed Sang Zhiqiang striding angrily toward the house. The chicken in her hands fell into the basin. Oh dear, what is your uncle upset about? Quickly, wash that. I will see what is going on. As she spoke, Sang Zhi, too, rushed inside with a furious expression, while Sang Zhi and Sang Zhi followed, each carrying a basket. Sang Zhiqiang, you brute. By the time everyone arrived, Sang Zhiqiang had already knocked Sang Zhiqiang to the ground with a punch. Although Sang Zhiqiang hailed from a rural background, he had always been slippery and had avoided hard work over the years, especially since moving to the city, making it impossible for him to compete with Sang Zhiqiang in terms of build. Understanding he was outmatched, he dared not retaliate. Brother, let us speak calmly. I am your own brother. Sang Zhiqiang attempted to appeal to familial bonds to stop the assault. Indeed, he could not kill him, but the very thought of what his brother had done nearly took his breath away. If you were not my brother, I would have killed you today. Initially, when Sang Zhi was told she would marry, he was perplexed. Sang may have been engaged for years without a wedding, so why was his sister marrying first? Sang Zhiqiang had spoken beautifully, explaining that Sang Mei was engaged to a soldier who had not yet returned, and thus they could not marry without delaying the next generation. Furthermore, the man's family was well off. If they missed this opportunity, finding someone of equal merit would be challenging in the future. He, a grown man, found it difficult to discuss marriage matters with Sang Zhi, and never anticipated that Sang Zhi, her biological father, would harm his own daughter so thoughtlessly. To his utter astonishment, Sang Zhi would resort to selling his daughter for personal gain. Although Sang Zhi was not his daughter by blood, she had grown up in the countryside, had often eaten at their table, and played with his children. The thought of her marrying such a person filled him with sorrow as her uncle, while Sang Zhi, as a father, could so readily destroy his child's future. Sang Zhiqiang felt an overwhelming regret. Why hadn't he asked more questions that day? Had he clarified matters, he would have never allowed Sang Zhi to marry into that family. Sang Zhi hastily defended himself, extolling the benefits of the Chu family. But Sang Zhiqiang was too furious to heed his words. Moreover, it was Sang Zhi herself who had agreed to the marriage. He hadn't forced her. Given Sang Zhi's stubborn nature, he knew she wouldn't have acquiesced if she hadn't wanted to. Sang Zhiqiang then turned to Sang Zhi, inquiring if what he heard was true. She nodded, confirming her consent. Although Sang Zhi had indeed pressured her, the success of the marriage ultimately hinged on her own decision. This realization saddened Sang Zhiqiang even more than if Sang Zhi had claimed her father coerced her. Shou Mai chimed in, suggesting it was because the Chu family was wealthy and powerful, and marrying into such a family would elevate one's status. Sang Zhi, unable to contain her frustration, slapped her sister and warned her against provoking her further. Sang Mei immediately fell silent, recalling that Sang Zhi had a medical report from the hospital. She had sought it several times, but never managed to find it. Ultimately, they skipped lunch, and Sang Zhi took Sang Zhi and Sang Shi to her place. Given the turmoil, there was no longer any need for secrecy, and Sang Zhi recounted all the events she had encountered since arriving in the city, including Sang Mei's treachery in drugging her and plotting against her with Chu Junhang. The original Sang Zhi was no more. The person before them was likely the one who cared most for her in this world, and out of both affection and reason, they deserved to know the truth. Sang Zhi, infuriated, slapped his thigh, lamenting that had he known, he would have never allowed her to return to the city. It would have been better for her to stay in the countryside and marry a decent man. Even if they were poor, at least life would be comfortable, unlike in the city, where a family could be rife with intrigue and betrayal. Such words were indeed sorrowful. He had always known that his brother was somewhat calculating, and it was precisely these calculations that had led to a better life for him. Sang Zhi, lacking such cunning, had secretly envied him. Yet now, he would rather remain in the countryside for life than witness his family entangled in such deceit. Sang Zhi, that wretched man, focused all his energy on unscrupulous pursuits, raising a child who had gone astray. As for Sang Mei, she was Sang Zhi's own sister, even if they hadn't grown up together. Blood ties could not be severed, so how could she betray her sister so? Sang Zhi was a straightforward man, and no matter how he racked his brains, he could not comprehend how wealth and power could eclipse familial bonds. At this juncture, words were futile. He asked Sang Zhi, "What are your thoughts? Are you truly willing to gamble your future away like this? Speak honestly to your uncle, if you do not wish to go through with it. I will confront the Chu family and demand they release you. We can return to the countryside together, and our family will remain united, never to set foot in this city again." His words carried weight, prompting Sang Zhi to smile gently. "Uncle, the city is not as dreadful as you perceive. Although I have married a man in a vegetative state, the Chu family members are kind, especially my in-laws, who treat me exceptionally well. You need not worry. No one can bully me. The city may lack the warmth of rural life, but in comparison, she preferred the urban environment. It was not that the countryside was inferior. It was merely that she refused to accept mediocrity. There was nothing wrong with being an ordinary person, yet poverty could not withstand adversity. Even minor tribulations could threaten the entire family's well-being. Having experienced such hardships, Sang Zhi was determined to strive for a better life, vowing never to revisit that desperation. Chapter 36. Conscience and lack thereof. Upon hearing Sang Zhi's words, Sang Zhi understood her sentiments. With a resigned sigh, he said, "Since it has come to this, if you wish to stay, then stay. Regarding your plans to open a restaurant, I will discuss it with your aunt and cousins when I return. We cannot offer much assistance, but if you need anything, just ask." With her objective achieved, Sang Zhi felt elated. She stood, "We haven't had lunch yet. There's a supply and marketing cooperative nearby. I'll go buy some ingredients and let you and Brother Shi taste my cooking." Sang Zhi did not refuse, as he had no desire to step into Sang Zhi's house again. When Sang Zhi returned with groceries, Sang Zhi and Sang Shi were absent. But Sang Chi had come over, bringing the bag he had received on her wedding day. "Second sister, this is what you entrusted to me. Take a look." Initially, he had intended to accompany her to the wedding, but family opposition had prevented him from doing so. Now that she had just married into the Chu family, he felt too shy to visit them, and had anxiously hidden the money in his possession until he could return it to Sang Zhi. Upon opening the bag, she casually glanced inside before taking it to her room. "By the way, the tables and chairs at Uncle Wang's are ready, but you've been absent." Sang Zhi handed him a set of keys and instructed him to check when Uncle Wang was available to bring the furniture over. "Once the restaurant opens, you're welcome to come and enjoy meals." She smiled playfully, causing Sang Chi to scratch his head shyly. Compared to his interactions with family, he preferred the camaraderie he shared with Sang Zhi. After Sang Zhi finished cooking, Sang Zhi and his son returned, both wearing cheerful expressions as they chatted about how easy it was to earn money in the city. Sang Zhi was taken aback and asked, "What money is so easy to earn?" Sang Shi excitedly chimed in, boasting that he and his father had sold blood at the blood bank, earning 12 yuan for a bag, totaling 24 for both. The staff had mentioned they could sell blood once a month, and they planned to invite the second and third brothers next time, potentially adding an extra 40 to 50 yuan to the family income each month. Upon hearing this, both Sang Chi and Sang Zhi were astonished. "What nonsense are you spouting? This must not be mentioned to the second and third brothers, nor should you tell your mother." Sang Zhi chastised him, then pulled out some money from his pocket and handed it to Sang Zhi. Our family isn't affluent, and as you prepare to open a restaurant, you will need funds. This is all I can assist you with. Do not disdain it. Sang Zhi's expression turned serious. Her nose tinged with emotion. Uncle, why did you think of selling blood? And you even took Brother Sher along. She was not naive. She understood the hardships faced by people in this era and had heard that due to numerous flawed policies and management loopholes, many impoverished farmers resorted to selling blood to improve their circumstances. Yet, she had never imagined such a scene would unfold in her own family. The money earned this way had been placed directly into her hands. Sang Zhi had always believed herself to be emotionally resilient, but in that moment, her heart softened. Sang Zhi, however, brushed it off. Do not heed your brother's foolishness. He merely heard from villagers that blood could be sold for money at the blood bank. We are not destitute. Our family does not rely on this, and we shall not do so in the future. Sang Zhi did not believe those words. She returned the money that she had tucked away in her hand, asserting that she was not in need of it. After all, she had received ample compensation from Sang Mei and had also been given a generous dowry from the Chu family when she married. With her plans to open a restaurant, she was more than capable of supporting herself, and she insisted that they need not worry about her any longer. From Sang Zhi's perspective, Sang Zhiqiang remained unaware of the deeper issues at play. He believed that Sang Zhi was willing to push his own daughter into peril purely for financial gain, which only fueled his concern for Sang Zhi. It was commendable that he harbored at least a modicum of conscience. Then you should take this money, he insisted. Your father's contribution is from him, and although your uncle may not be as affluent, he considers you as his own daughter. Do not let me worry about you while I am in the countryside. With Sang Zhiqiang's insistence, Sang Zhi felt compelled to accept the money. Yet as she placed it into her pocket, she felt an overwhelming urge to cry. The meal they prepared was modest, but the substantial pot of rice was satisfying enough. Sang Zhiqiang mentioned that he would have his 3 sons come over the next day to dig a root cellar in the backyard, which would ensure that vegetables and meat could be stored longer, regardless of the weather. Sang Zhi was no longer preoccupied with such matters. Instead, she took it upon herself to educate Sang Zhiqiang and Sang Shi about the perils of selling blood and the potential diseases that could arise from it. She exaggerated the dangers, hoping to dissuade them from considering it a viable source of income. Simultaneously, she contemplated the necessity of helping her uncle's family become prosperous, to prevent them from seeking unreliable means of survival. Upon hearing her warnings, Sang Zhiqiang was drenched in cold sweat. He was aware that many villagers went to the city to sell blood and that it often left them dizzy and weak for days. He had only done it a few times out of desperation. If it weren't for his deep concern for Sang Zhi, he would not have brought Sang Shi along, nor would he have thought to let the children go a second time. Sang Chi, too, felt a pang of discomfort upon realizing the hardships faced by his uncle's family. He had known they were not well off, but he had not anticipated that they would resort to selling blood. For years, they had lived in the city without ever considering how to help their uncle's family in the countryside. Instead, they often lamented their own struggles while asking for vegetables and grain from home. Sang Shi had always felt that his father's actions were questionable, and with this new knowledge, he felt even more disheartened by their own behavior. He recalled the time when their grandmother fell ill, wondering if his uncle had also sold blood then. Sang Chi's inquiry stemmed from a memory of when Sang Zhiqiang had come to borrow money. Sang Zhijia had reluctantly lent 30 yuan, but had lamented about hard times. The following day, Sang Zhiqiang had delivered some grain, albeit looking quite frail. Their grandmother had been gravely ill, and each day in the hospital had been a struggle for survival, financially draining the family. Sang Shi had just gotten married, and they were enduring particularly tough times. Sang Zhiqiang had sold blood twice before finally asking Sang Zhijia for assistance, feeling the weight of responsibility for his ailing mother. Ultimately, their grandmother had passed away, and he had genuinely believed that his brother's family was suffering. Now, with this knowledge weighing on him, there was a sense of resentment, but he understood that what was done, and harboring ill feelings served no purpose. Sang Zhiqiang stood up, saying to Sang Zhi, "Tomorrow, I will come to help you dig the cellar. For now, we must take our leave. When do you plan to open your restaurant? Let us know how much food you will need in advance, so we can prepare it for you." Sang Zhi nodded, reminding him to take the items from the bamboo basket. The tables and chairs were ready, and she could open at any time. "When you come tomorrow, bring some rice and flour. We will likely need a substantial amount moving forward, and relying solely on our household will not suffice." sure can procure supplies from the village at the market price. Chapter 37. Not all mistakes are worthy of forgiveness. After making her arrangements, Sang Zhi added, Uncle, Xiao Tian has little to do at home. You might ask her if she would be willing to come help me serve and wash dishes. I will pay her. Sang Tian was Sang Zhi's younger cousin, just 2 months her junior. They had grown up together, sharing a bond akin to that of sisters. I will ask her when I return. There is no need for wages. It will be beneficial for her to come and assist you. Sang Zhi did not argue on this point, knowing she would eventually pay Sang Tian for her work. She initially intended to provide them with 200 yuan as capital, but Sang Zhiqiang adamantly refused to accept it. Since they were all from the same village, there was no precedent for exchanging money for goods. They would send what was needed first, and they could settle the account later. Without such arrangements, rural goods held little value. Often go to feed livestock or fetching low prices in town. In this era, honesty and diligence were considered virtues, and Sang Zhiqiang embodied these traits, earning the trust of the villagers. After they departed, Sang Zhi felt a lingering discomfort in her heart. However, this feeling did not last long as she regained her composure. She tidied the kitchen and then called Sang Chi to accompany her to the post office, where she deposited 3,000 yuan, keeping 400 yuan as reserve. She then gave Sang Chi 50 yuan to settle the expenses for Wang Dafu's tables and chairs. Zhao and had calculated well, and given their neighborly relations, Wang Dafu had offered her a discount, allowing her to pay 50 yuan, which rounded out the total neatly. Sang Chi was quiet, and when she instructed him to follow, he did so without questioning. As she completed the transaction, he asked, Are you returning to the Chu family? What Chu family? I am returning to the Sang family. She still had accounts to settle with Sang Mei. Earlier, she had been considerate of her uncle's family, but now that they had departed, it was time to address both old and new grievances. Those who dared to trip her up had underestimated her, and perhaps she had been too lenient in her previous confrontation. Fortunately, she had refrained from striking her opponent in a vital area. Otherwise, her life could have been in jeopardy. Of course, Sang Zhi was also one who cherished life. Teaching a lesson was one thing, but she had no intention of resorting to lethal force. Sang Chi sensed a hint of resentment in her tone when she spoke of returning to confront Sang Mei. He had not anticipated that since the revelation of her pregnancy, Sang Mei had been relatively subdued. He wondered what had caused her elder sister to harbor such strong feelings. Since Sang Zhi was returning home, Sang Zhijia and Li Ming had taken the day off from work. However, with the situation escalating, they were both still seething with frustration. As Sang Zhi and the Sang Zhiqiang family left, Li Ming had not even prepared a meal. The family was still staring blankly, having not eaten lunch. Upon seeing Sang Zhi and Sang Chi enter, Sang Zhijia quickly stood up. Zhi, did your uncle leave? Sang Zhi nodded yes. They have left. Sang Zhijia winced slightly, still nursing a bruise from the earlier confrontation. However, hearing that the visitors were gone eased his tension. Do not heed your uncle's nonsensical remarks about selling daughters for glory. After spending a few days at the Chu family, you should see the difference between our families. Everything your father does is for your own good. Your uncle is merely a country bumpkin who has never ventured far beyond the village. What does he understand? He barely manages his 2 acres of land. The disdain in his words was palpable. Sang Chi could no longer remain silent. Father, how can you speak of uncle in such a way? Do you have any idea how difficult their lives are? Uncle took Sure to the blood station to sell blood today. Last year, when our grandmother fell ill, he did the same. Yet here you are, with money in the house, being stingy and unwilling to help while demanding assistance from him. Despite their poverty, they have never taken advantage of us. Why do we have to look down on him? Sang Zhijia was taken aback by Sang Chi's words. Perhaps the reality of his brother selling blood had genuinely caught him off guard. Yet, that realization lasted only a moment before he hardened his heart again. He chose to sell it of his own volition. I did not compel him. Besides, my superior circumstances are solely due to my own capabilities, without any assistance from my family. Your grandparents have labored in the countryside for him, tending to the children, which is inherently his responsibility. If he cannot afford to pay for your grandmother's medical treatment, it is merely a reflection of his inadequacy. It has nothing to do with me. Moreover, Sang Zhijia spoke with a tone of defeat. I contributed financially as well. How could I have anticipated her illness would become so critical? This was the first instance Sang Zhi witnessed Sang Zhijia feeling such distress. His eyes reddened, yet feigning strength. masking his true emotions with an indifferent tone. However, she could not comprehend why, if he truly cared, he would be so miserly toward his own biological parents. The fact that he could produce 500 yuan for a dowry indicated that he possessed even more funds, which could not have been amassed in a short span. Thus, a year ago, he was not in want of money. Yet, he stood idly by as his mother passed away, offering only meager medical expenses, which he only agreed to after being prompted by his uncle. A memory suddenly surfaced in Sang Zhi's mind. When her grandmother was gravely ill, she had also kept vigil in the hospital, and during her final moments, the grandmother had uttered a poignant remark to her grandfather. At this point, "Does the second still refuse to forgive me?" This suggested that the old woman had undoubtedly wronged Sang Zhi in the past, harboring resentment ever since. Sang Zhi herself had also endured familial wounds. She understood better than anyone that not all transgressions were worthy of forgiveness. Without making a sweeping judgment, she did not wish to declare who was right or wrong. The naive Sang Zhi, who had yet to experience much of life, failed to perceive this nuance. Instead, he became even more agitated by Sang Zhi's words. "Your ignorance cannot erase the reality of your negligence towards your gravely ill mother. How could you, as a father, wish for your children to treat you the same way? Just because you claim ignorance about her urgent condition, does that justify watching your parents die before your eyes? Be quiet, Sang Zhi. Do not speak of your father in such a manner." Li Meng scolded him. "You have no idea of the grievances your father has endured. Even if he is at fault in this matter, it is because they wronged him first." Sang Zhi had always known that his father was eloquent, yet he had never considered that his biological mother could distort the truth just as adeptly. It was all mere sophistry. He could not bear to listen any longer. Storming off to his room and slamming the door with a resounding bang, Li Meng turned to comfort Sang Zhi. "Dad, the child is merely being thoughtless. Do not let it trouble you." Sang Zhi paced back and forth, breathing heavily in the cramped living room, taking a long time to calm the anger within him. He let out a cold laugh, gritting his teeth, and asked Sang Zhi, "And you? Have you returned merely to criticize me?" Chapter 38. The days ahead will not be pleasant. I do not know what transpired between you and your grandparents. Perhaps they have wronged you in the past, which is why you cannot forgive them to this day. If they treated you poorly, you have every right to resent them. Just as they did not mistreat me and raised me, I am obligated to reciprocate their care. I have no right to dictate how you should feel, whether it be resentment or forgiveness. That is entirely your own choice. Sang Zhi's words were clear. She had no authority over the relationship between Sang Zhi and his hometown. Equally, Sang Zhi had no right to hinder her interactions with her hometown. After all, Sang Zhi had been raised there, with a debt of nurturing outweighed that of mere birth. Sang Zhi found himself momentarily speechless. He suddenly realized that while he indeed had grounds to blame his parents for their neglect, he too had wronged Sang Zhi in the dynamic between her and another set of children. He was a selfish man, and this realization lingered only for a fleeting moment. "Well, at least you possess a semblance of conscience," Sang Zhi remarked. "It is getting late. You cannot stay too long. I will not keep you tonight. Your uncle brought 2 chickens and a basket of eggs for you to take home. Being married is different from being a daughter. Be diligent in the Chu household. Speak sweetly. It is far better to receive a little kindness than to cause trouble for yourself." However, Sang Zhi did not rush to leave, but instead inquired, "What about Sang Mei?" Sang Zhi was no fool. The 2 sisters had not been on good terms for some time, and Sang Zhi would not bring up Sang Mei without reason. "Has your sister troubled you again?" he asked, frowning. Sang Zhi could not conceal Sang Mei's actions and calmly relayed the situation regarding Sang Mei and Zhao and plotting against her. She understood that even if Sang Zhi did not seek revenge for her sake, he would not ignore the fact that the child in Sang Mei's womb belonged to Zhaoan. If Zhaoan had made a girl pregnant but refused to marry her, it was clear he had his reasons, whatever they might be, and this situation would not bode well for either party. At present, Sang Zhi had not given it much thought. She merely speculated that Zhaoan intended to toy with Sang Mei, considering he had a brother in a government position and was himself a university student. Sang Mei, possessing little more than her looks, had secured her only job through connections with the Chu family. Marrying her would yield no benefit for Zhaoan, who would be burdened by potential complications. "Zhaoan," Sang Zhi muttered, then inquired further about Zhaoan's character. Originally, he had envisioned both daughters as potential means to elevate their status. But now he dared not entertain such thoughts, focusing instead on hastily sending Sang Mei away. With her condition, prolonging the situation would undoubtedly lead to trouble, affecting everyone involved. While they conversed, they did not shy away from Li Meng's presence. Once Sang Zhi stepped outside, she eagerly turned to Sang Zhi, "Dad, what are we to do?" A mother knows her daughter best. Though Zhao and situation did not compare to the healthy Chu Junhang, it was still relatively favorable. She could not fathom why. Now that the marriage situation for the Chu family had been resolved, Sang Mei would feel compelled to conceal the identity of her child's father. What Li Meng could deduce, Sang Zhi could also surmise. He rose with a cold expression. "Do not concern yourself with this matter." He was determined to uncover what this fool was up to. Sang Zhi initially thought the worst that could happen was that Zhao had a family, which prompted him to deceive Sang Mei in his silence about his identity, hoping to resolve the situation behind the scenes. In reality, Zhao indeed harbored such intentions, yet Sang Mei had her own little schemes that had prevented her from cooperating. However, based on Sang Zhi's understanding, Zhao was indeed a university student, but he was unmarried. Upon learning this, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he was not married, Sang Mei's child was only 2 months along. They could simply arrange the marriage and claim it was a premature birth. Regardless of why he refused to take responsibility for Sang Mei, Sang Zhi was not one to back down, so he promptly sought out Zhao. Sang Zhi had already anticipated that Sang Mei's forthcoming days would not be pleasant, yet she did not dwell on this matter excessively. Rather than ruminating over it, she found it far more practical to plan her own path. When Sang Zhi returned in the early afternoon, everyone else was out. Chu Mu had just finished organizing things for Chu Junhang when she spotted the chickens, eggs, and an assortment of fresh vegetables in the yard. "Why had you brought back so many items?" The basket also contained various gifts, a portion of which had been returned. It was no wonder that Sang Zhi was well liked by the elder of the Chu family. He was undoubtedly adept in matters of human interaction. A generous heart is never resented. Even if these items were not particularly valuable to their household, they nonetheless represented sincere goodwill. "My uncle brought these over from the countryside today. They're nothing rare, just a token of appreciation from our family. My father asked me to bring them home for us to enjoy." Sang Zhi was also quite eloquent, compared to Sang Mei and Sang Qi, who had been raised alongside Sang Zhi. Sang Zhi had truly inherited his father's finesse in certain aspects. The in-laws are truly too gracious. "Our family is in for a treat today. Since everyone is home, I shall go and prepare the chicken for dinner." After expressing her sentiments, Mother Chu took the chicken into the kitchen. "It is rare for your father to stay home for a few days due to your marriage. Junyao is often so busy with work that he disappears for 10 days to half a month at a time." Upon ascending the stairs, Sang Zhi noticed water stains on the table and glass, and found Chu Junhang lying on his side, likely having been turned over by his mother. She hung her bag on the rack and retrieved a lock she had specifically purchased. After all, there was another person in the room needing care, and she could not prevent everyone from entering. Thus, she locked the cabinet door to preserve a bit of her personal space. The cabinet was double-doored, and she only locked her side where her clothes were stored, leaving Chu Junhang's side unaffected. She secured his bank book and her newly opened account within the cabinet. Finally feeling a semblance of safety, suddenly, she felt a pang of guilt for not being more considerate. She had never hoped for anyone to care for her until now. Today, however, she realized that there are indeed people who love and cherish her. Her uncle and cousin had gone to the blood bank today to sell their blood, believing that Sang Zhi forcing her to marry him was a disgraceful act, thinking her life in their family must be unbearable. They intended to give her the money from selling blood and even wanted to take her back to the countryside. She thought, how foolish. Although she remarked on the absurdity of the situation, her eyes brimmed with tears. Perhaps because she had been alone for so long and had not experienced familial affection in ages. She was unsure how to help Chu Junhang regain consciousness. Yet she could not follow her mother-in-law's wishes of acting toward a comatose person as if he were fully aware. Instead, she decided to share her daily experiences with him, hoping it might aid in his recovery. Regardless of the circumstances surrounding their marriage, whether everyone else was at fault, Chu Junhang was not to blame. Since she was married, she resolved to face it earnestly. Talking to oneself could be rather dull, so Sang Zhi decided to massage his arms and legs to prevent muscle atrophy from prolonged lying down. The clothes Chu Yanhuan had purchased previously were taken by Mother Chu and given to Sang Zhi. The money in her hands had been entirely spent by Sang Zhi, and today she had finally managed to get some compensation to buy herself 2 new pieces. As she ascended the stairs, she heard Sang Zhi speaking. Chapter 39, An Apology. She crouched and tiptoed to the door, eager to see if Sang Zhi would mistreat her second brother in their solitude. To her surprise, she overheard a conversation that sparked a thought from her grandfather's frequent saying, "Why not eat meat porridge?" She had assumed such hardships were far removed from her own life. Yet there were indeed those who relied on selling blood to afford their niece's dowry. How tragic, yet undeniably touching. Lost in thought, Chu Junhang daydreamed until she noticed someone standing before her, causing her to jump back in fright, her heart racing. "What are you doing?" Sang Zhi raised an eyebrow and smiled. "I was about to ask you the same. Are you eavesdropping on my conversation with your brother? Or do you harbor some ill intentions against me?" "You, don't wrongfully accuse me. I'm not that malicious." Chu Junhang was unwilling to admit any wrongdoing. In fact, she had not done anything. Why should she confess? She felt utterly led astray. "Oh," Sang Zhi scrutinized her thoughtfully, "if you haven't, then why are you secretly lingering at my door?" Chu Junhang rolled her eyes, struggling to find a suitable excuse. In a moment of impulse, she extended the clothes in her hand towards Sang Zhi. That was not the most infuriating part. The most aggravating was her own swift tongue as she blurted out, "Aren't Mom and Dad asking me to apologize? I figured that simply saying sorry lacks sincerity, so I bought you this dress as an apology." Upon finishing her sentence, she wished she could slap herself. Sang Zhi had already swindled her 500 yuan, which she had yet to recover, leaving her financially strained. The money she used to buy clothes today was sponsored by her family. Surely Sang Zhi would not have the audacity to take her clothes as well. Chu Junhang hoped Sang Zhi would refuse, even if only out of politeness, and she would promptly retract her hand. However, contrary to her expectations, Sang Zhi did not refuse, but instead examined the dress in her hand before accepting it. "You are too kind, little sister. Since you are so sincere, I shall forgive you." Chu Junhang's expression darkened instantly, clutching the remaining item in her hand obstinately. Sang Zhi, with a smirk, asked what's wrong. "You speak so sweetly. You wouldn't merely be trying to placate me, would you?" "Of course not." Chu Junhang gritted her teeth. "It's just that there's another piece in here that belongs to me." Sang Zhi firmly tugged it from her grasp, glancing inside to find indeed 2 outfits, a sky blue dress and a set of pants with a shirt. Their figures and sizes were quite similar. Otherwise, Mother Chu would not have thought to give her clothes to Sang Zhi. Sang Zhi pulled out the pants and shirt, smiling as she said to Chu Junhang, "You have such a lovely complexion. Dresses suit you beautifully. I shall take these pants and shirt then." She was utterly unreserved, and Chu Junhang felt on the verge of tears. With only 1 outfit left in the bag, she turned and retreated to her room, no longer wishing to see her beloved second brother. How outrageous! How could Sang Zhi be so shameless? Chu Junhang threw herself onto her large bed, rolling in the sheets, her anger mounting. To add to her fury, when Mother Chu called them downstairs for dinner, she noticed Sang Zhi was wearing the very outfit she had just lost to her. Chu Junhang felt like a complete fool. Sang Zhi was indeed doing this on purpose. The pretense of buying her clothes as an apology was nothing more than a facade. She could discern the difference between insincerity and genuine goodwill. Since they did not fancy her, Sang Zhi found no need to curry favor. The opportunity she had presented was merely a trap to annoy her, a form of vengeance for the previous days of weakness. Sang Zhi felt elated. Even the weeds sprouting by the courtyard walls appeared more pleasing to her. She enthusiastically entered the kitchen to help serve the dishes. The chicken brought by Sang Zhi was a large rooster, weighing 7 to 8 pounds, complemented by potatoes and green peppers, resulting in a bountiful dish. However, her culinary skills were limited, and the presentation of the meal left much to be desired. Sang Zhi contemplated this, masking her thoughts as Mother Chu handed her a piece to taste. She enthusiastically praised Mother Chu's cooking, making her beam with delight before taking the dishes to the table. Chu father and Chu Junhang were discussing the day's newspaper, while Zhao Yalan pulled Chu Junhang aside, asking, "How was your shopping today? Did you find something you liked?" Mentioning it only caused Chu Junhang's expression to shift, her gaze moving from Zhao Yalan to Sang Zhi. Today, Sang Zhi was clad in new attire, fitted black pants accentuating her long, straight legs, topped with a pink plaid shirt that seemed utterly at odds with her usual style. Zhao Yalan shifted her focus back to Chu Junhang, noticing the latter's gaze had diverted from Sang Zhi, now tinged with disdain. She assumed as much, unaware that Chu Junhang merely felt discomfort seeing her treasured outfit worn by someone else, especially since it was money she had painstakingly acquired. Sang Zhi placed the dishes on the table, and Mother Chu followed suit with rice and utensils. The meal looks delightful today. Is there a special occasion? Chu father inquired. Although the family lacked neither food nor clothing, they were not extravagant either. A large bowl of chicken, accompanied by spicy scrambled eggs and garlic greens, filled the table. The esteemed uncle from the countryside had brought it, claiming it was a rare delicacy, as such plump chickens could not be found in the supply store. Shumo explained to him, "Oh, you must savor it." Chufu took over the conversation, picking up his chopsticks, prompting the others to begin their meal. Zhao Yalan tentatively spoke up. "Sister-in-law, your clothes are truly beautiful. Where did you purchase them?" Sang Zhi swallowed her food before replying, her gaze filled with intrigue as she looked at Chu Junhang. "This is not from a store. It was a gift from Junhang." Zhao Yalan's expression instantly darkened. "Junhang gave it to her? How could that be?" She struggled to maintain her composure, her eyes filled with confusion directed at Chu Junhang, who was diligently focused on her food, avoiding the gazes of those around her. Sang Zhi added fuel to the fire. "Indeed, Junhang believes that merely apologizing with a simple 'I'm sorry' lacks sincerity, so she specially bought me this dress as an apology. After all, it is a thoughtful gesture from a younger sister, and I couldn't refuse it. Besides, it truly is quite lovely. I adore it." Upon finishing, she turned to Chimu Mom. "Felt it good in it?" Chimu, who longed for familial harmony, beamed with joy, nodding repeatedly. "It looks splendid. You wear it beautifully. Junhang has exquisite taste, and it suits you perfectly." Sang Zhi was quite pleased, her eyes now fixed on Zhao Yalan. "My younger sister has good taste. She truly is a delightful girl raised by our parents, beautiful and well-mannered, capable of recognizing her mistakes and possessing kindness and courage. I previously thought her apology was merely to placate our parents, but I was mistaken. She is genuinely sincere." Chapter 40. Wishing to act like a bandit, what did Sang Zhi mean by that? Was she mocking her for lacking biological parents? Chu Junhang was obedient and considerate, knowing how to curry favor with her. Did Zhao Yalan truly come across as foolish and dim-witted? Just a simple garment could sway her? It was laughable. Despite the delicious meal before her, Zhao Yalan found it hard to enjoy. Once dinner concluded, Chemu pulled Zhao Yalan aside, retrieving 50 yuan from the cupboard to give to her. "Mom, what is this for?" Zhao Yalan's heart leapt with joy, thinking Sang Zhi's flattering words are meaningless. "I'm the one raised by the Chu family. Even if I can't compare to a biological child, how could I be inferior to someone who has only just entered the family?" Then she heard Chemu say, "Since Junhang gifted your sister-in-law a dress, and she is no longer upset, it shows she is not petty. Ultimately, the previous incident was a fault shared between you and Junhang. Take this money to buy her a gift. If she can forgive Junhang, she will surely forgive you as well." Zhao Yalan's smile instantly froze, her hand holding the money stiff in mid-air, caught in indecision. "Mom knows you are studying now and have little money, so this is for me. You just need to make the purchase." Chemu noticed Zhao Yalan's reluctance, but, as she stated, the situation was one she had created herself, and an apology was warranted. "Yalan, your second brother is in a difficult position, especially Sang Zhi. Our parents only wish for you all to get along. Can you understand that? What nonsense. Sang Zhi is the one who has a hardest. If given the choice, she would prefer to shoulder that burden herself, yet they wouldn't even grant her that opportunity." Zhao Yalan felt as if she had swallowed a swarm of flies. Suppressing the grievance within, accepting the money, "I understand. I will buy a gift for my sister-in-law." "Good girl. I knew you would be understanding." Chemu praised her generously. Zhao Yalan forced a smile, but as she turned away, she could no longer conceal the tears welling in her eyes. She had no desire to be understanding. Not at all. If she could, she would rather act like a bandit and seize Chu Junhang from Sang Zhi's grasp. However, she knew she could not. If she did, she would lose even the chance to be family with him. Chu Fu and Chu Junyao were still conversing in the living room. She dared not let them see her tears, hastily retreating to the courtyard, only to collide with Chu Junhang. "Sister Yalan, why are you crying?" Chu Junhang was momentarily stunned, her anger flaring up instantly. "Who bullied you? Was it Sang Zhi?" This revealed her lingering bias against Sang Zhi. Zhao Yalan dared not mention that she had just been chastised by Chemu, quickly wiping her tears and shaking her head. "No, I was just startled by a little bug when I came out." Summer was indeed the season of many insects, especially in well-lit areas. However, with both her eyes red, Only the naive Chu Junhang would believe her transparent excuse. Do you need me to check if the bug is gone? I'll just wash it out with water. Zhao Yalan quickly walked over to the well. Chu Junhang, fearing she might not rinse it out properly, followed her. By the way, Junhang, what made you decide to gift her clothing? Zhao Yalan asked, probing. It wasn't me who gave it to her. It was clearly. Chu Junhang pouted, unwittingly divulging everything. In the shadows, a hint of a sarcastic smile appeared on Zhao Yalan's face. What a bunch of country bumpkins, reduced to selling blood. If others discovered the Chu family had such impoverished relatives, it would be utterly embarrassing. Yet Zhao Yalan's thoughts drifted elsewhere, her gaze growing increasingly profound. The moonlight wove a veil, enveloping the night. Sang Zhi awoke early before dawn, having completed her preparations before anyone else stirred. Yesterday, her uncle mentioned he would come to dig a cellar for her, hence her early departure. Just as she opened the door, Sang Zhi arrived with 3 cousins and a little cousin, a cart laden with grains, vegetables, and a few chickens. They had come early due to the distance. Aiming to finish the work today, Sang Zhi prepared breakfast for them in the kitchen, while Sang Tian assisted nearby. I told Uncle about your potential help at the restaurant. What do you think? Do you want to come? Sang Ta nodded eagerly. Then I'll pay you a salary of 25 yuan a month, and you'll eat and live at the restaurant. If we make it profits, I'll give you bonuses too. Sang Tian shook her head. That's too much. 25 a month translates to 300 a year, which was more than her family's total income minus food expenses. Besides, it included meals and lodging. As long as she didn't spend extravagantly, she'd be the richest in the family. It's not too much. The restaurant isn't open yet, and we don't know how much we will earn. Once we start making money, I'll raise your salary, Sang Zhi reassured. Sang Tian nodded, beaming sweetly. Later, Sang Zhi spoke more, while Sang Tian listened, responding occasionally with a word or two. Sang Tian was slightly shorter and thinner than Sang Zhi, appearing easy to bully. Moreover, she had a stutter since childhood, making her seem less noticeable. However, coming from the countryside had its advantages, as she was quick in her work. The busy hours flew by, with carts filled with soil being taken away, and Sankey also brought over tables and benches with Wang Dafu. The tables were square, 3 against each wall, with 3 in the center and 2 large round tables set in the back courtyard for the dining area. Everyone was bustling with energy. Seizing a moment when no one was paying attention, Sankey pulled Sang Zhi aside. Eldest sister, today I heard that the second sister came home, crying from work, saying she made a mistake and lost her job. Sang Zhi was taken aback. What kind of mistake did she make? Why is everyone so concerned about their current jobs being iron rice bowls? They should be secure as long as they are alive, unless it was a grave mistake. Superiors couldn't just dismiss workers at will. I don't know the details. I just heard a bit before I came out. Sankey hesitated before asking, second sister, she might think you did this. You should be careful. I worry she might come to trouble you. Let her come if she dares. Sang Zhi was unconcerned, but still puzzled about Sang Mei losing her job. As Sang Zhi suspected, Sang Mei had suffered several defeats at her hands and was too intimidated to confront her. However, she had stirred Sang Zhijia. Sang Zhijia arrived in the afternoon, colliding with Sang Zhiqiang, who was hauling soil outside. The 2 brothers exchanged glances. Sang Zhijia wore a charming smile, while Sang Zhiqiang emitted a cold snort and brushed past him towards the exit. Embarrassed, Sang Zhijia quickly composed himself and called for Sang Zhi. Once outside, Sang Zhi took the initiative to speak. Did you come because of Sang Mei? Has Sang Qi been here? Upon hearing this, Sang Zhijia immediately surmised that someone had tipped off Sang Zhi, or perhaps Sang Mei's employment was indeed manipulated by Sang Zhi. However, after careful consideration, he deemed such a possibility unlikely. Despite their sister's grievances, Sang Zhi would not be foolish enough to reveal everything to the Chu family, as that would only tarnish her own reputation. Moreover, it was not the Chu family that caused Sang Mei to lose her job. Sang Zhi lacked the power to do so. Chapter 41. Cherish the good life we have. Both individuals were astute, and there was no need to articulate every thought. They deftly skirted the topic at hand. Sang Mei's work is of no concern to me. I am currently preoccupied and lack the inclination to dwell on inconsequential matters, so do not expect me to assist her. Given our current relationship, I would be doing her a favor by not adding to her troubles. Sang Zhi spoke bluntly. Sang Zhijia had never anticipated reclaiming Sang Mei's job. This was not something initiated by Sang Zhi, but rather a decision of the Chu family. Initially, he had thought that by allowing Sang Mei to break off her engagement, he could still maintain the familial connection through Sang Zhi. However, It seemed that they had ultimately offended the Chu family. Sang Zhi had little rapport with the Chu family, often only visiting the elder Chu. Recently, however, Mr. Chu had concocted various excuses to avoid meeting him. Sang Zhi understood the implications. One cannot expect to prevail against a formidable opponent. He reluctantly set aside his ambitions for the time being, seeking stability instead. Fortunately, the Chu family seemed to regard Sang Zhi favorably, and since she was his daughter, and Sang Zhi had a good relationship with her, they could still forge some connection. As long as the two children thrived, he, as a father, would inevitably bask in their success. Sang Zhi was quite aware of this, hence he did not need to verbalize his thoughts. Regarding Sang Mei, she could now be considered a half-abandoned pawn. The reason she remained a half-pawn was due to the father of her unborn child, Zhaoan. Sang Zhi had inquired about Zhaoan and found that he had only one elder brother, who was certainly not comparable to the Chu family. However, Zhaoan was a university student, and his future might hold promise. Regardless of what lay ahead, present interests outweighed future potential, making Sang Zhi far more significant at this juncture. He would assist in strategizing for Sang Mei as, aside from the financial implications, blood ties still held sway. Nevertheless, her future was ultimately contingent upon her own actions. After weighing the pros and cons, Sang Zhi finally spoke. Your father knows that your sister has committed many wrongs against you. I will not ask you to forgive her. I merely came to inquire if her matters might affect your standing with your in-laws. After all, we cannot rival the Chu family. This is something you must navigate yourself. The head of the Chu family is your in-laws, and as long as they are satisfied with you, the opinions of others are of little consequence. Zhi, live well. If you encounter difficulties, do not hesitate to voice them at home. Do not overly compromise your own well-being. Though his words were harsh, they were rooted in truth. Even Sang Zhi herself recognized that she and Sang Zhi shared a similar nature, both being opportunistic individuals. Before departing, Sang Zhi cheerfully greeted Sang Zhiqiang, who remained aloof, refusing to show any warmth. Once Sang Zhi had left, Sang Zhiqiang quietly inquired of Sang Zhi, "What did your father say to you? If it puts you in a difficult position, do not acquiesce." He was thoroughly disappointed in Sang Zhi and feared that he might jeopardize the well-being of the younger children. Sang Zhi reassured him, "Do not worry, uncle. I'm not foolish." However, Sang Zhiqiang remained skeptical. Sang Zhi, as a father, wielded a degree of authority that could be difficult for a child to oppose. Otherwise, Sang Zhi would not have married such a man. Although he did not wish to speak ill of the other party, as he had once been a soldier, he could not help but feel a sense of imbalance. After all, the bond with one's own children held greater significance than that with a stranger. Sang Zhi took the opportunity to approach Sang Zhiqiang when he was alone, seeking to learn more about their father's past. After reflecting on the matter, he realized that their father had shown a cold-hearted nature towards his own parents and siblings, seemingly devoid of guilt. Perhaps there were deeper reasons behind his actions, but he was unaware of them. Recalling those times, Sang Zhiqiang could not help but feel melancholic. Life had been hard for everyone, especially during tumultuous times. Even the land they could cultivate was rented from the landlord, resulting in a meager existence where a full meal was often a luxury. At a slightly older age, he had to labor in the fields alongside his parents, while Sang Zhi, with his sweet tongue, had served as a cattle herder for a time. Sang Zhi listened attentively as Sang Zhiqiang recounted stories from Sang Zhi's childhood. He felt a profound sense of empathy for their hardships, yet could not fathom what grievances Sang Zhi harbored. Disappointment settled in his heart once more. Perhaps some individuals were innately selfish, and, unfortunately, that selfish individual happened to be his kin. Observing Sang Zhi's sudden disinterest, Sang Zhiqiang could not discern the cause and earnestly advised, "Therefore, cherish the good life you have now. Compared to our past, you're much happier." A smile illuminated his face. The happiness of his children brought him solace. The government now permitted individuals to contract land, indicating that their future would only improve. With renewed vigor, Sang Zhiqiang and his sons completed digging the cellar by mid-afternoon. Sang Zhi wished for them to linger longer, but they were eager to leave. After receiving a list of items that Sang Zhi had written down for delivery the following day, they returned home. Observing the sign hanging on the door, "Happy Restaurant," a name she had personally chosen, filled her with satisfaction. "Little Chi, we open for business the day after tomorrow. Do you have any friends or classmates you could invite? I'll treat them to a meal. Just get them to come and show their support." This was Sang Zhi's little scheme. With the opening of a new restaurant, a private enterprise, she feared that even if others were curious, they might hesitate to enter. Thus, she decided to invite familiar faces to fill a few tables, ensuring both goodwill and avoiding an awkwardly sparse opening. Initially, Sang Zhi did not comprehend her intentions, but feeling compelled by her suggestion, he replied that he would invite his friends. After Sang Zhi explained further, he finally understood and felt he had learned something new. Sometimes, he marveled at how his sister's mind worked, as she often harbored peculiar ideas. Then I will invite about 7 or 8 people, he proposed, aware of many acquaintances, but cautious not to invite too many and risk a significant loss for his sister, while also wanting to ensure a lively atmosphere. All right, Sang Zhi agreed, handing him some money. By the way, when you have time, buy some firecrackers for the opening day. I'm uncertain if I'll have time to come over tomorrow. Since you live nearby, please put a notice on the door stating the date of our grand opening, with a message of good fortune and a welcome gift for those who enter. Sang Zhi promptly acknowledged her requests, committing them to memory. When Sang Tian arrived, she brought along a mat and a thin quilt. Sang Zhi assigned her to the room she had previously occupied, leaving her 5 yuan and some ration coupons for emergencies. The restaurant was stocked with food and vegetables, so she could cook if she got hungry. Given Sang Tian's circumstances in the Chu family, Sang Zhi was wary of bringing her there, fearing she might be mistreated, so she decided to wait for a more opportune moment to introduce her. After a long day, although Sang Tian had not been burdened with heavy labor, the scattered tasks had still been quite taxing. Exhausted, she returned to the Chu family just as the evening glow painted the sky. Before entering the living room, she slipped off her shoes, walking barefoot on the cool floor. Noticing this, Mrs. Chu quickly fetched her a pair of her slippers, saying, "It's too hot to go barefoot. We're mine for now." Chapter 42. Are the gifts to your liking? Thank you, Mom. You are so kind. Sang Zhi lavished compliments without reservation, then placed her soiled shoes outside the door. In the courtyard, there was a large water tank where she intended to wash both her clothes and shoes later. This scene, however, fell into the eyes of Zhao Yalan, who had just entered, further aggravating her irritation. With a bag in hand, she followed Sang Zhi upstairs and only spoke when they reached the upper floor, second sister. Sang Zhi paused and turned back, looking at her with a questioning gaze. Zhao Yalan pulled out several books from her bag and seemingly gently handed them to Sang Zhi. Second sister, I was wrong about the previous matter. I shouldn't have harbored prejudice against you out of concern for second brother. Yesterday, Yin Huan sent you clothes, and I was at a loss for what to give you. On a whim, I thought I'd find you some books to read. I heard that second sister grew up in the countryside and didn't even graduate from middle school, while second brother was an outstanding graduate of military school. It might be beneficial for you to read more, so when second brother wakes up, you won't struggle to communicate. Don't you think? Upon being presented with the books so abruptly, Sang Zhi couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. Calmly accepting the books, she smiled and said, "Since this is your kind intention, I cannot refuse. However, if you call me second sister, I shall regard you as a sister. Yalan, I advise you to maintain a sense of propriety. Our parents raised you. Regardless of the situation, the Chu family has shown you kindness. Even if you do not wish to repay every kindness, at the very least, you should not repay kindness with enmity, right?" Zhao Yalan had thought she could regain some ground, but Sang Zhi's words made her expression even more unpleasant. What do you mean? What enmity? Can't you choose your words better? She was pushed to her limits, and Sang Zhi found joy in her reaction. Am I wrong? If you truly care for second brother, you should hope for love between us as a couple, allowing us to face challenges together. Yet, your repeated disdain for me makes one wonder if you wish to separate me from second brother. What are your true intentions? Sang Zhi leaned closer, contemplatively adding, "You wouldn't harbor inappropriate feelings for second brother, would you, thus wanting to drive me away?" Zhao Yalan was taken aback by Sang Zhi's directness. Her eyes widening in fear, she denied, "What nonsense are you talking about? I have no such thoughts. That is good to hear. Please ensure you understand your place. Whatever happens between second brother and me is our matter. Even if I were to go in and hit him, it would not be for you, an adopted daughter, to intervene." Sang Zhi's expression turned cold after her words, and as she glanced at the books in her hand, she tilted them slightly, letting them fall to the ground, landing right at Zhao Yalan's feet. For a moment, her face twisted in anger, but Sang Zhi had already turned away. "Wretched woman," she silently screamed in frustration. watching Sang Zhi's graceful figure vanish behind the door. In the room, Sang Zhi increasingly felt her intuition was correct. Zhao Yalin's attitude towards Chu Junhang was not that of a sister toward her brother. Sitting at the edge of the bed, she shared her thoughts aloud with the person lying there, seemingly talking to herself. Perhaps I'm overthinking this. If she truly had such feelings for you, when Sang Mei wanted to break off the engagement, she could have simply declared her desire to marry you, avoiding all this turmoil and waiting until the marriage was settled to complain. At that moment, Chu Junhang was quite distressed, a storm of emotions brewing within him. Yet he could only suppress them. What was this woman babbling about? Yalin was his sister. How could she possibly harbor such thoughts about him? Although he remained unconscious, his awareness was sharper than before, able to hear others speaking to him. Reflecting on the brief time Zhao Yalin had spent at home when he had just entered high school, he realized they had hardly spent much time together. After graduating, he went to the military and was subsequently recommended for further studies at a military academy, resulting in even fewer opportunities to meet. If anyone were to be considered childhood sweethearts, it would be Yalin and Jun Yao, as they were of similar ages and had spent more time together. How could she possibly like him? That was absurd. Unbeknownst to Sang Zhi, who continued her monologue, Chu Junhang was inwardly crumbling. He felt as if he were merely an emotional wastebasket, allowing her to spill out her tangled thoughts. After changing clothes, Sang Zhi went downstairs to wash her dirty laundry. It was at this moment that Zhao Yalin stealthily entered their room. She immediately spotted the locked cabinet, grimacing as she approached and struck the lock. The sound of metal clashing against wood echoing, causing her to wince in pain. Suppressing her emotions, she finally approached Chu Junhang's bedside. Second brother, I truly wish for you to wake up, but a part of me selfishly hopes you never do. Chu Junhang. He had just been feeling stifled by Sang Zhi's words, thinking she was talking nonsense. However, he recognized Zhao Yalin's voice, yet couldn't comprehend what she meant by wanting him to never wake up. Was she wishing for him to die? Suddenly, he felt that the family he had always known seemed quite foreign. Reflecting on the scarce occasions he had returned home, he remembered how Zhao Yalin had always been subtle yet caring towards him. However, Sang Zhi had guessed wrong. It wasn't that she had feelings for him, but rather she wished for his demise. In comparison, this was undeniably more tragic. Perhaps lying here day after day, with only brief moments of conversation to alleviate the monotony. Chu Junhang was unaware of how active his thoughts had become, a stark contrast to his usual calm demeanor. Zhao Yalin had not yet finished speaking. Her tone was thick with sorrow as she continued. Only by wishing for this can I freely express my true feelings, sitting here watching you peacefully sleep, rather than huddling in the corner, secretly gazing at you, or yearning alone in the dead of night. Meanwhile, downstairs, Sang Zhi was washing clothes by the tank when Chu Mu approached her, attempting to strike up a conversation. How had you been adjusting to sleeping with Junhang at home these past few days? It's been fine, Sang Zhi replied thoughtfully, unsure of the true meaning behind her words. In truth, Chu Mu had something else in mind to discuss, but she felt it would appear too abrupt to dive straight into the main topic. Hence she began with a lighter subject. After chatting for a while, she cautiously asked about the clothes Yun Huan sent you yesterday. It seems Yalin has realized her mistake and said she wants to give you a gift as well. I noticed she returned with a bulging bag earlier, and I'm curious about what she brought you. As soon as Chu Mu finished speaking, she noticed Sang Zhi had stopped washing, turning to look at her with an indescribable expression that did not appear pleased. A pang of anxiety struck her heart. Was the gift not to her liking? There are countless individuals, each with their own preferences and ideas. Gifts are ultimately just tokens of goodwill, steps towards strengthening one's relationship. Even if it was something she did not particularly enjoy, there should be no reason to express disdain. Chu Mu had generally been quite satisfied with Sang Zhi, but her mood darkened at that moment. Chapter 43. Benevolence with Intent. The kindness shown to Sang Zhi was motivated by ulterior motives. Naturally, the child raised by one's own hands would always hold a closer bond. She believed that although Zhao Yalin had initially offended Sang Zhi, she had already mediated the situation. And with multiple apologies from Zhao Yalin, Sang Zhi should let go of her pride and demonstrate the generosity expected of a sister-in-law, fostering a harmonious relationship among siblings. Are you referring to those books as gifts? Books? Hummel frowned, momentarily perplexed. Yalin's gift to you is a few books? This gift cannot be deemed bad, but it depended on whom it was given to. For someone who enjoys reading, gifting books is certainly appropriate. However, She knew that Sang Zhi had only completed middle school and had not seen her read anything since coming to their home, aside from the newspapers downstairs, which she had only glanced at out of boredom. Although Sang Zhi was unaware of Chu Mu's thoughts, she was adept at reading facial expressions. The momentary confusion in her brow, accompanied by a hint of dissatisfaction in her gaze, did not escape Sang Zhi's notice. Initially, she had no intention of reporting behind anyone's back, deeming it unnecessary. However, given the discomfort imposed upon her by others, she felt no obligation to preserve any semblance of politeness. Moreover, Yalan had remarked that her second brother was an outstanding graduate of a prestigious military academy, while she was merely a middle school student. Even if Chu Junhang were to awaken, they would have nothing in common to discuss. Thus, she advised Sang Zhi to read more books and study diligently. Thinking that it seemed rather unfair to Chu Junhang that she had come into his life. Yet, she resigned herself to fate, acknowledging that no matter how exceptional he might be, he was currently only worthy of someone like her, a high school dropout. What to be done? Fortunately, this predicament was only temporary. After all, even the most arduous of times would pass within 2 years, a fleeting moment in the grand scheme of life. Faced with Sang Zhi's audacity, Chu Mu opened her mouth but found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Sang Zhi, indifferent to the feelings of others, felt a sense of relief after her caustic remarks. The sound of clothes being washed echoed by the basin, and Sang Zhi gritted her teeth, reflecting on how long ago washing machines had been invented. The summer laundry was exhausting, and she could only imagine the toll winter would take. Dohumu. Sang Zhi appeared as if she were about to devour someone in her fury. With a sigh, she attempted to reason. Yalan is a diligent child. Don't take it to heart. She likely meant well without considering the implications. Just let it go. I am not the one holding a grudge. Sang Zhi replied with a smile. But you are right, mother. She loves to study while I am more materialistic and financially driven. I may not be as duplicitous as her, pretending to be one way while acting another behind scenes. In that regard, I am indeed inferior. Chu Mu wished to smooth things over, but it depended on whether Sang Zhi was amenable. Did this family truly believe she was easy to bully? Sang Zhi had a fierce disposition. If she was unhappy, she would not permit others to be at ease. She had no interest in harming others for her own gain. Yet anyone who dared to insult her would find themselves facing her wrath. Sang Zhi ascended the stairs with the freshly laundered clothes, hanging them on the balcony. When Chu Fu and Chu Junyao returned home, they found Chu Mu sitting in darkness at the doorway, her expression troubled. The father and son exchanged glances, and as Chu Junyao entered the house, Chu Fu approached his wife and gently touched her shoulder, speaking in a conciliatory tone. What's wrong? Who has upset you? Why is dinner not being prepared and the lights off? Already in a foul mood, Chu Mu felt even more irritated by his questions, which made her chest ache with frustration. She recounted to her husband the incident involving Zhao Yalan sending books to Sang Zhi and Sang Zhi's confrontational attitude. What is Yalan thinking? She has said everything under the sun, good and bad. If she feared Sang Zhi lacked money, the funds for gifts came from me. How could she possibly act so irresponsibly? And Sang Zhi, here, she shook her head wearily. Zhao Yalan had been raised by her. A few words of reproach could be overlooked. However, as for her daughter-in-law, she felt it inappropriate to chastise someone she had not raised. Ultimately, she could only exclaim that none of them were easy to deal with. If just one of them had said a little less, perhaps such significant conflict could have been avoided. Since none of them are easy to handle, wouldn't it be a loss for anyone to hold their tongues? Chu Fu remarked, let the children resolve their issues themselves. Since intervening is futile, do not distress yourself. It is not worth it. I am concerned they might foster deep-seated animosity. We all live under the same roof and see each other daily, Chu Mu replied. It is not that serious, Chu Fu mused. In essence, they're simply too comfortable. If they were struggling to put food on the table, they wouldn't have the luxury to create such drama. That is nonsense, Chu Mu retorted, glaring at him. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Oh, Yalan is not so young anymore. Previously, she was always focused on her studies. Now, that graduation is approaching. How about we find her a partner? If she were to date, her attention would shift to herself, and she wouldn't be so fixated on her brother and sister-in-law's affairs. Zhao Yalan, who had come downstairs to help with dinner, happened to overhear this. She halted mid-step, clenched her fists, and gritted her teeth, then quietly retreated upstairs, pretending she had not heard. She had always known she could not measure up to her older sister or Yunhuan, but she had never imagined her existence could be so undervalued. To them, it seemed her sole purpose was to be married off. Zhao Yalan had not considered that at her age, it was indeed appropriate to be in a relationship. She had previously deflected such discussions with her studies, but as graduation approached, it was unreasonable to remain single indefinitely. Upstairs, Sang Zhi vented her frustrations to Chu Junhang, belittling the entire Chu family in her anger. Unbeknownst to her, he was already aware of her sentiments, and even if he were conscious, he likely would not care about her feelings. The outcome was that, while she expressed her disdain for his family, Chu Junhang remained skeptical yet compelled to listen. After Sang Zhi concluded her grievances, she noticed Chu Junhang's brow had furrowed slightly. In an instant, she doubted her own perception. Gazing at him intently, she observed no other signs of movement. Undeterred, she continued her complaints. Then, to her astonishment, his brow furrowed once more. Sang Zhi gently touched his brow and asked, "Hey, can you hear me? Are you waking up?" The door remained ajar, and she felt no guilt in speaking ill of the Chu family, unafraid of being overheard. As Chu Junyao approached the doorway, he overheard her words. Instantly intrigued, he rushed inside. "Second sister-in-law, has second brother awoken?" Sang Zhi's hand remained on his brow as she shook her head. "Not yet. I merely noticed him frowning, and it has happened more than once." Even such a minor indication was monumental news for him. Chu Junyao quickly called for their parents to come upstairs, and upon hearing about Chu Junhang's frowning, the entire family congregated in their room. Chu Mu was particularly agitated, collapsing against him. "My son, when will you awaken? Please, I beg you, wake up." Yet, Chu Junhang remained still, unresponsive. Chu Yunhuan interjected, "Second brother, if you can truly hear us, please frown again or move a finger." Chapter 44. Partiality towards Sang Zhi. Everyone fell silent, but Chu Junhang remained immobile. It was not that he was unwilling to respond. The struggle he had just endured had left him utterly exhausted. Had it not been for his sheer willpower, he would have long succumbed to slumber. The disappointment among the family members was palpable. Logically, Zhao Yalan should have seized this opportunity to attack Sang Zhi, but Chu Mu's earlier comments had rendered her cautious. She feared that if she continued to target Sang Zhi, she would find no refuge in this family. Hence, she suppressed her discontent. Chu Yanhuan, on the other hand, was impulsive and did not intend to criticize Sang Zhi. Her worries for her brother were genuine, and any accusation stemmed merely from her frustration over the situation. "Sang Zhi, are you sure you're seeing things clearly? If second brother truly frowned, why has he not moved since we arrived?" Sang Zhi, who was merely the wife that the family had arranged for the comatose Chu Junhang, felt no affection towards him, and thus was unconvinced that he would react solely to her presence. If he could indeed move, it would only be in the company of his family. Confused about the situation, she sighed, "Perhaps I misinterpreted." "What do you mean you misinterpreted? I see that you are utterly indifferent to my second brother." Chu Junhuan pouted. "Be quiet, Chu Fu," as the patriarch discerned the gravity of the situation. After admonishing Chu Yunhuan, he turned to comfort Sang Zhi. "Sang Zhi, you must keep a close eye on Junhang. Don't fear misreading the signs. Even the slightest movement is a positive indication. It is a good beginning." The sudden transformation of the family's pride, the beloved child, weighs heavily on everyone's hearts, especially that of the parents. Even the cold-hearted Sang Zhi cannot help but soften a little at this moment, as I am aware. Dinner was casual, and Sang Zhi returned upstairs, casting a suspicious glance at Chu Junhang. "You wouldn't be trying to play tricks on me because I spoke ill of your family, would you?" As her words fell, a knock on the door sounded, and in walked Chu Junyao. He is one of the few who are willing to believe in Sang Zhi, and his purpose was to ask her, "Sister-in-law, has anything particularly significant occurred when my elder brother furrows his brow? Perhaps we could use this to rouse him from his stupor. Does speaking poorly of your mother or Zhao Yalan count?" Sang Zhi replied candidly, leaving nothing concealed. Chu Junyao was taken aback, momentarily stunned, then awkwardly nodded, unsure of how to respond. It was only when he went downstairs to ascertain the events of the day that he confirmed that if Chu Junhang's frowning was genuine, it indicated that he could indeed sense the happenings around him. Naturally, the analysis and results were known only to the parents, and none of the three intended to disclose this to Chu Yunhuan and Zhao Yalan. They were already dissatisfied with Sang Zhi. If they learned that there was hope for Chu Junhang's recovery, would they not look down on Sang Zhi even more? It was best to first attempt to engage Chu Junhang in conversation. They could inform the others once he truly awakened, thus avoiding the disappointment of being wrong in their analysis and the sorrow it would bring. The next day, Sang Zhi purchased some paper and borrowed a brush from the study, meticulously writing out a menu. Chu father and Chu mother conversed in the courtyard, discussing how a lack of formal education does not equate to a lack of culture. I see Sang Zhi upstairs writing, Chu father remarked. Her calligraphy flows smoothly. Her skills rival my own. Even Chu mother was taken aback, pondering whether Yalin's comment about her lack of culture had struck a chord, prompting Sang Zhi to deliberately showcase her writing skills today. Stop overthinking, Chu father interjected. It's good for a young lady to have something to occupy her time. When busy, she's less likely to engage in gossip and idle talk. Just then, Zhao Yalin, who was preparing to leave, overheard this and felt a pang of sadness wash over her. She instinctively felt that the comment was directed at her. She was not without her own pursuits. After graduating high school, she had entered the workforce as per her family's arrangements. The year the college entrance examination resumed, she had gained admission to university through her own merit. She could not fathom why she was perceived as merely idling away her time. Clearly, they were biased towards Sang Zhi. That wretched girl. Since her arrival in this family, everything had gone awry for Zhao Yalin, and even the favorable impression she had previously left on her parents had faded, leaving her with a reputation of being ungrateful. Chu mother turned to see Zhao Yalin and inquired, Yalin, are you heading out? Yes, while school hasn't started yet. I've taken on a translation job to earn some pocket money and relieve my parents' financial burden, Zhao Yalin replied, quickly regaining her composure. Chu father remarked, if you find yourself short on funds, just let your mother know. We are not in want of that little sum. However, it is good that you found this translation work. It will allow you to gain some experience before graduation. Zhao Yalin was studying foreign languages at university, and her future career would undoubtedly follow the path of translation. She nodded and departed. That child. She has so many good qualities, yet she cannot seem to get along with her sister-in-law, Chu mother lamented. Sang Zhi toiled through the afternoon, finally completing the menu and allowing it to dry before heading downstairs, where she found Chu father and mother seated in the courtyard. With slight hesitation, she spoke, Mom, Dad, you're home just in time. I wanted to tell you that my restaurant opens tomorrow. If you're available, please come. We'll have time. Your father will be home for a couple more days, Chu mother cheerfully replied. Please let your elder sister, brother-in-law, and Junyao know. Our whole family will attend. I'll reserve a table for you all. I don't know how late I'll be today, so I want to have time to inform them individually. In truth, she had intended to mention this during dinner yesterday, but after the incident with Zhao Yalin, her mind had been consumed with anger. After a night's rest, her irritation had lessened somewhat. She pondered that her marriage into the Chu family was meant to be advantageous. If she allowed Zhao Yalin's actions to deter her from inviting her family, it would be a loss. As for whether her parents would invite Zhao Yalin, Sang Zhi did not concern herself. It was best if Zhao Yalin did not attend, but if she did, Sang Zhi would not turn her away. As Sang Zhi approached the entrance, Chu father suddenly remembered to ask, Oh, if there are extra seats, please reserve another table. Your father has invited a few old friends to join us for drinks, which will also lend support to your opening. Sang Zhi smiled and turned back. Thank you, Dad. I'll go prepare. Upon her arrival, Sang Zhi discovered a crowd gathered at the restaurant's entrance, animatedly discussing the opening. Sang Zhi had efficiently posted the announcement the previous day. Sang Zhi squeezed into the throng, addressing everyone, Greetings, everyone. Tomorrow marks the grand opening of our happiness restaurant. We have special offers for the new store, and we warmly welcome you to come and taste our offerings, providing your valuable feedback. Her announcement clearly established her as the restaurant's proprietor, and the crowd bombarded her with questions, to which Sang Zhi patiently responded. Many expressed their intent to come and support the opening. Chapter 45. A sharp blade situated directly opposite the hospital, the location naturally attracted a significant footfall. The only nearby establishment was a state-run restaurant, which, aside from its questionable food, was notorious for its poor service. The arrival of a new restaurant piqued the interest of many, especially since Happiness Restaurant did not bear the state-run label, but was instead run as a private enterprise. Even if they did not dine, many were curious to witness whether the government truly allowed the growth of private enterprises. After finally managing the crowd, Sang Zhi entered the restaurant to find Sang Qi and Sang Tian already inside. She asked in surprise, Why didn't you open the door? I thought no one was here. Sang Qi replied, The announcement is up, and a large crowd has gathered outside asking questions. We were unsure how to respond. so we decided to keep the door closed. Sang Tian nodded in agreement. Sang Zhi said no more, directing Sang Chi to affix the menus to the walls and place the numbering by each table for easy service. Although it seemed straightforward, the task was intricate and time-consuming. By the time they finished, it was already past noon, and they had not even eaten lunch. With a flourish, Sang Zhi led them to the state-run restaurant for a hearty meal. Sang Chi returned home first, and Sang Zhi asked him to relay a message to Sang Jijia, inviting the family to dine at her restaurant on its opening day. The bonds of blood cannot be severed. It would be remiss not to treat her parents on the first day of business. Sang Tian sat on the back of Sang Zhi's bicycle, grinning as he inquired, "Sister, where are we going?" "To the supply and marketing cooperative. I'm taking you to buy clothes." As the youngest in the family, most of their garments were hand-me-downs from older siblings. Recently, Sang Zhi had acquired several new outfits for herself, thanks to her marriage and her mother's generous additions. She had even bought a few new pieces that had yet to be worn. Sang Tian's clothes were still tattered, especially his trousers, which were patched at the knees. While this was common in the countryside, city dwellers typically had better means and dressed more presentably. It would not do for Sang Tian to wear such old clothes. Initially reluctant to accept, Sang Tian soon relented, for what girl does not love beauty? When she received the new clothes, her smile could not be contained, reflecting her sheer joy. On their way back, she sincerely thanked Sang Zhi, "Sister, thank you." Once she received her salary, she intended to buy gifts for her sister Zhi and also for her second sister. Sang Tian had an elder sister, who was her biological sibling, ranked second in the family. She had long been married, with children who had grown quite large. Why should she stand on ceremony with her sister? Once the restaurant opened, they would all work diligently, striving to earn more money, not just for clothing, but also for an abundance of delicious food and delightful experiences. Becoming the envy of others as a wealthy older sister, Sang Zhi was prone to speaking impulsively, often voicing thoughts that Sang Tian had never heard before. Her cheeks flushed, and she gripped Sang Zhi's clothing tightly. Although Zhi hadn't been in the city long, the transformation was astounding. If it weren't for their identical faces, she could hardly believe that her gentle sister could articulate such carefree sentiments. They decided against returning home for dinner. It was far better to stay with Sang Tian and discuss plans for the restaurant's opening the next day, as well as the distribution of tasks. Sang Zhi had no need for discussion. Currently, there were no chefs in the restaurant, so she would have to take charge of the cooking herself. Sang Tian could assist with chopping and preparing ingredients, and when not busy, she could wash dishes and serve food. For the time being, they would have Sang Chi come over to help for a few days. If business thrived, they could later recruit 2 apprentices and additional workers. In the blink of an eye, the next day arrived. Before dawn, Sang Zhichang had already delivered everything Sang Zhi needed. The cart was piled high, and Sang Shi, the one pulling it, was drenched in sweat. To Sang Zhi's surprise, there were even a few wild chickens and rabbits, all skinned and prepared, along with a processed wild roe deer, and 2 large buckets of fish and eels of various sizes. Sang Zhichang mentioned that they had fished them out of the river overnight. They decided to keep them in a large water tank in the backyard for the time being, organizing everything appropriately once unloaded. After ensuring everything was in order, Sang Zhi finally had a moment to inquire, "Uncle, Brother Shi, have you been busy in the mountains these past 2 days?" Sang Shi grinned, "Your restaurant is just opening. We need some rare items to attract customers. Plus, you mentioned the difficulty in sourcing meat, so we thought we'd catch some game from the mountains. When the weather turns cold and we can preserve the meat, we can always slaughter pigs if needed." While it was not impossible to slaughter now, a pig could weigh 200 to 300 pounds, and in this weather, they couldn't store it properly. Any excess would go to waste. In truth, Sang Zhichang had been quite worried these days. He recognized Sang Zhi's determination to open the restaurant and knew he couldn't dissuade her. But he couldn't help but fret about the potential losses if business did poorly. Hearing their words, Sang Zhi felt a deep sense of gratitude. As Sang Zhichang prepared to leave, she wanted to invite him to stay, but he was determined to go. The family had been busy skinning and butchering all night, and the vegetables had only been picked last evening. They had walked over for over an hour, drenched in sweat, and staying longer would only tarnish the restaurant's image. On the first day, chaos was inevitable, and merely accommodating a few tables of guests was enough to keep them busy. Fortunately, the menu had already been set the previous day. Sang Tian washed and chopped vegetables. Sang Chi handled the fish and meat, while Sang Zhi prepared in the kitchen, ensuring everything that needed boiling or frying was promptly addressed. As the sun rose high, They set off firecrackers at 10 o'clock. The first to arrive were Sang Zhi's friends, young men with little to do during the holidays and eager for a free meal. They were soon dispatched to the nearby intersection to attract customers. By the time the Chu family and Sang Zhi arrived, the restaurant was already teeming with patrons, bustling and lively, with no empty tables in sight. This scene left everyone momentarily taken aback. The staff was woefully insufficient, and Sang Zhi and Sang Tian were overwhelmed, scarcely able to catch their breath. Zhao Yalan hadn't anticipated Sang Zhi's restaurant would be so successful. Yet, what did it matter? The special circumstances had just passed, and business was often looked down upon. Moreover, she wasn't particularly adept at socializing. Since they had come to support her, it was inconsiderate not to reserve a table for them, clearly showing a lack of regard for her family. She thought this, but Sang Mei blurted out, "Dad, Mom, Sang Zhi invited us to support her. Yet she didn't even save us a seat. Doesn't that imply she doesn't care about us at all?" Outside, several other guests were waiting for a table, and it wouldn't do to have them wait behind. Though Zhao Yalan often regarded Sang Mei as foolish, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of appreciation for her at this moment. In her encounters with Sang Zhi, she had seldom emerged victorious, losing her previously established good reputation. The Chu parents were already considering arranging a match for her, and Zhao Yalan felt compelled to behave herself for a while to avoid being cast out entirely. At this juncture, she needed a sharp sword to help her achieve what she desired but could not accomplish. In the Chu household, that sword had been Chu Junhang, and now, seeing Sang Mei, Zhao Yalan's thoughts began to stir again. "You be quiet. This is not your place to speak." Sang Zhi Jie had noticed the Chu family and would not allow Sang Mei to tarnish Sang Zhi's reputation further. "What do you know? We are all family here. Your sister is running a business, and a bustling crowd is a good thing. Shouldn't we be happy for her? What is the harm in waiting a little longer for family?" "But how long must we wait?" Sang Mei retorted, having lost her job and now pregnant. She had already relied on Sang Zhi Jie to handle matters with Zhao An, although the marriage was already in progress. It was evident that Zhao An was still upset with her. Her current situation left her stuck between two worlds, unable to hold her head high in front of anyone. Sang Zhi Jie hadn't heard her mumblings, and even if he had, he wouldn't have paid them much mind. If Zhao An truly cared for Sang Mei, she might still hold some value. However, given Zhao An's demeanor, it was clear he merely sought amusement. And this foolish girl, if it weren't for her father intervening, would be thoroughly played for a fool, pregnant and still unable to secure her own interests, all the while remaining blind to the reality that the man was simply toying with her. Sang Zhi Jie, being a man himself, understood male nature all too well. Any man, with even a modicum of decency, would never cause a woman to bear a child before marriage. Any man with a shred of conscience would never abandon a woman after leaving her with child. Zhao An had nothing to offer, only his status as a university student to boast of. If Sang Mei weren't his child, the self-interested Sang Zhi Jie wouldn't bother to intervene in her troubles, as it would only serve to tarnish his own reputation. After composing himself, Sang Zhi Jie approached Chu's father with a warm smile. "Dear in-laws, the child is still young and may not express themselves well. Please forgive us. Sang Zhi is likely overwhelmed with the opening, and it wouldn't be proper to leave seats empty when customers arrive. No trouble at all. I find Sang Zhi quite diligent. We're all family, and we should be happy for her." Chu's father replied courteously. "Standing around is no good. Why don't we head to the backyard to wait and chat a bit?" Sang Zhi Jie suggested. Zhao Yalan, standing aside, could no longer contain herself, her expression troubled. "But Jun Yao has to work this afternoon, right?" Chu Junhang had just graduated from university and was assigned to a government department due to his outstanding performance, leaving him extremely busy and unable to slack off. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Sang Chi returned with dishes and called out to Sang Zhi, "Sister, Dad, Mom, and the Chu family have all arrived. Shouldn't you greet them?" Without a doubt, she needed to. With one hand holding a pot, she was bustling about, urging Sang Tian, "Little Tian, come watch the pot to prevent burning. Once this dish is ready, set aside the rest and warm up those meat dishes. I'll step out to check." Sang Tian didn't speak, but stood beside Sang Zhi, ready to help. Finally freeing herself from her apron, she hurried out, "Dad, Mom, you all came?" Before the person arrived, the voice had already echoed, and without waiting for anyone else's response, he hurriedly beckoned people to the backyard, suggesting they relocate their due to the overwhelming crowd in the front. He had previously thought that Sang Zhi didn't handle matters well, but upon hearing this, he smiled. thinking that she was indeed his daughter. Let us hasten to the backyard then. Earlier, Yalan was worried that Junyao might not make it to work in the afternoon. Gee, let us not fuss too much. We should hurry. We can savor your culinary skills when we have more time. In order to alleviate her burden, Sang Zhi made a point of expressing her readiness, assuring him that everything was prepared and waiting for their arrival. As Sang Chi brought the dishes over, he urged his parents to eat and chat while he returned to the front. Go on, we're family. No need for formalities. Sang Zhi was relieved that her father had taken control of the situation, sparing her considerable trouble on the first day of opening. She had not anticipated such a bustling crowd. The meticulously planned dishes were being served one by one, a delightful array of flavors and colors that made everyone's mouths water. Even Zhao Yalan, who harbored a strong dislike for Sang Zhi, couldn't resist indulging herself. As the afternoon progressed, the establishment gradually quieted down, leaving only a few tables still occupied. Xiao Tian, keep an eye on those tables outside. If more customers arrive, just inform them we have closed for the day. Dinner will be served at 4:30. You two should take this moment to rest. Oh, and Xiao Qi, put up a hiring notice for a chef and some help. Initially, she had planned to observe the business for a few days before deciding on hiring. But given the bustling activity and positive feedback, she was convinced that future business would thrive. While she was eager to earn, she didn't wish to exhaust herself in the process. After instructing them, she hurried to the backyard. The others had already dispersed, leaving only the Chu couple and Sang Zhi's parents. I sincerely apologize. I hadn't expected today to be so hectic. Please forgive any shortcomings in my hospitality, she said, lowering her tone as she entered while observing the room. The Chu parents remained composed, their expressions unreadable. Li Meng sat awkwardly beside them, while Sang Zhi's father beamed joyfully beside Mr. Chu. There are no outsiders here, so why bother with formalities? Mrs. Chu produced a pre-prepared red envelope, stating, "This is just a small token from your father and me. I cannot accept this," Sang Zhi replied politely. However, Mrs. Chu insisted on placing the envelope in her hands. Mr. Chu then inquired if they would be open in the afternoon, as he wished to invite some old friends over, suggesting it would save them from the chaos at home. After confirming, Sang Zhi arranged for them to gather in a quieter room, away from the commotion outside, with a larger table suitable for their gathering. Once the Chu couple departed, Sang Zhi's demeanor shifted. "Father, didn't I suggest you sit at another table? Why are you sitting with the Chus?" She found his eagerness to mingle embarrassing. Sang Zhi's father, however, justified, "Our family is small. Isn't it nice to sit together? I can chat with my in-laws." Frustrated, Sang Zhi gestured dismissively. "Your in-laws are generous enough to give red envelopes. You, as their father, should not be so presumptuous. We cannot compare with the Chu family. This is a small sum, and your sister and brother haven't even married yet. We can't just give it all to you." Sang Zhi felt exasperated, wishing to quickly send everyone off so she could take a breather. The Sang family, being small in number, soon found themselves seated together, with Sang Mei taking some leftovers while Sang Zhi packed the remaining dishes for her father. Just as they were leaving, Sang Zhi's father seriously cautioned her, "Zhi, keep an eye on that adopted daughter of the Chu family. Don't let her harm you." Chapter 47. An opportunity upon hearing this. Sang Zhi seized her light-hearted demeanor and inquired, "What do you mean?" Sang Zhi's father hesitated, expressing his unease, suggesting that during conversations, he sensed a hint of condescension from her. There was an unconfirmed phenomenon he dared not speak of too freely, as it involved his other daughter. Naturally, from his perspective, he hoped that his feelings were misplaced. Between Sang Mei and Sang Zhi, aside from the entanglements of marriage with the Chu family, they could only be seen as sisters bickering. If his concerns proved true, the implications could be dire. No parent would wish to witness their daughters turn against each other. "That's fine. She won gained the upper hand here," Sang Zhi reassured him, assuming he had discovered something significant. However, she quickly realized that Zhao Yalan likely harbored grievances against her. Li Meng, concerned, inquired about Sang Zhi's life in the Chu family, mainly regarding her interactions with them. But Sang Zhi had no intention of confiding in them. Even if she were to express her struggles, they couldn't provide her with assistance. Sang Zhi's father suggested she speak with Mr. Chu to see if he could elevate her position at the factory. Sang Zhi casually entertained the notion, treating it as if she hadn't heard. After dismissing her parents, she swiftly turned to close the shop door, plunging the room into darkness. She switched on the lights. gathering Sang Zhi and Sang Tian, and the three of them laid out the day's earnings, which amounted to a surprising total of over 340, even after applying a discount. This is astonishing, Sang Zhi marveled, considering they had only been open for 4 hours. Despite accounting for costs, they still made a profit of around 267. However, the supplies were running low. They had barely 6 or 7 pounds of venison left, only 2 chickens, and 2/3 of the seafood had been used up. Sang Zhi noted that if the afternoon crowd was as bustling, their supplies would be insufficient. It was predictable that, following the positive word of mouth from lunchtime patrons, the afternoon business would continue to thrive. Their establishment allowed customers to dine without the need for ration coupons, which many hesitated to spend not due to lack of funds, but because of limited tickets, a more challenging obstacle than money itself. For those willing to use coupons, they offered prices akin to state-run restaurants. As Sang Zhi meandered through the backyard, she confirmed that supplies were indeed scarce. She sorted the meat tickets on the table and instructed Sang Zhi to rush to the meat processing plant. Unfortunately, he returned empty-handed, as they had no stock available without prior reservation. They ultimately resolved to serve only noodles in the afternoon, as Mr. Chu had already reserved a table, and the remaining supplies needed to be reserved for him. Sang Zhi collected the earnings from the table, handing a few notes to each of them, saying, "Work hard. We will prosper together." Sang Zhi protested, "I cannot accept this. You've already given me so much." Sang Tan echoed, "No, we shouldn't take it. We'll get paid soon." Nevertheless, Sang Zhi insisted on rewarding them, declaring it a celebration of their successful opening day, making it clear this was a one-time occasion. They finally accepted, exchanging glances and smiling brightly. For who in this world would ever turn away from money? A knock on the door interrupted them. It was a young man, a chef apprentice from a nearby state-run restaurant, here to apply for the chef position. Skilled cooks were hard to come by, and unfamiliar with his capabilities, Sang Zhi conducted a brief verbal assessment, inviting him to come back in the afternoon for a trial. Shortly after, a capable-looking woman arrived, and she too was invited to join the team that afternoon. 2 individuals are both under a 3-day trial period, with their wages surpassing those of state-run restaurants by 5 yuan. Future salary increases will be determined based on work performance, which is ultimately at the discretion of Sang Zhi. In this era, every job is a stroke of luck. Those fortunate enough to find employment dare not be picky. Sang Zhi had already prepared the dough and simmered a large pot of bone broth in advance. By 3:30, all 3 were utterly exhausted, disregarding appearances as they succumbed to deep slumber. With 2 additional staff members in the afternoon, only noodles were prepared, making the workload noticeably lighter. Sang Zhi organized the tasks efficiently, with Sang Tian handling payments at the counter, Sang serving meals, and Lu Chunhua washing dishes and assisting. Lu Chunhua was quite nimble, while Nudagang's culinary skills were somewhat lacking. However, as he claimed, he had been learning for over a year, though his master always held back certain techniques. Therefore, he could manage simple dishes but struggled with more complex ones. Sang Zhi had to guide him personally, but he was eager to learn, so it wouldn't be long before she could leave the kitchen unattended. Shortly thereafter, Chu's father arrived with several well-dressed individuals who clearly held high status, calling for Sang Zhi to recognize them. Aware that this was a golden opportunity to make an impression, Sang Zhi greeted them warmly yet respectfully. "Old Chu Junhang has chosen well for his bride. She appears to be a fine young woman. Speaking of which, I must mention you. Given our good relationship, how could you not invite us to such a significant event? I have prepared a red envelope, but now have no chance to present it." Someone nearby jested. "That remark seems rather insincere. If you truly wish to give, then treat us to this meal as a gesture of support for your niece-in-law." "That won't do. Today, I am supporting my own child, and no one is allowed to compete with me." Chu's father quickly interjected, steering the conversation away from the wedding. Given that Chu Junhang was still unconscious, the mere fact of his marriage was already enough of a spectacle. A grand celebration could lead to unwelcome speculation from outsiders. It was wiser to maintain a low profile. Meanwhile, over at Zhou Qingyan's side, Chu Yunxiu had been waiting with her children for quite some time before finally seeing someone emerge. She stepped forward, exclaiming, "You finally made it. Why are you so slow today?" Chu Yunxiu was quite close to Sang Zhi's location, but since it was her turn to work at noon, she decided to wait until the afternoon to visit. Zhou Qingyan had been dawdling as well. Don't even mention it. The leader came over for a meeting this afternoon, and there was a minor hiccup. Zhou Qinian explained. Is it serious? It's been resolved. Nothing major, Zhou Qinian replied. Let us hurry. Don't forget to explain to your sister-in-law that we didn't come at noon, because we genuinely couldn't spare the time. I know, they continued, hastening with the children in tow. Zhao Sui, observing this scene, suddenly recalled that today marked the opening of Sang Zhi's establishment. Ever since learning about Sang Zhi's connection with Zhou Qinian, as well as her family's background, Zhao Sui had regretted not forging a better relationship with Sang Zhi when he had the chance, and even offending her. He had been contemplating an apology, but feared it might seem too forced. Today, however, presented an opportunity. Sang Zhi welcomed Zhou Qinian and the others inside, recognizing that Chu's father was also present, so she decided to sit with them. The children played in the backyard, while Sang Zhi prepared a few dishes specifically for them in the courtyard. When Zhao Sui arrived, Sang Zhi was surprised. Director Zhao, is that you? She had previously called him Zhao Ge, but now he had transformed into Director Zhao. Sang Zhi addressed him casually, while Zhao Sui felt a cold sweat trickle down his forehead. You're too polite, Mississippi. If you don't mind, you can still call me Zhao Ge. I heard today is your grand opening, so I came to show my support, Zhao Sui stated as he produced a red envelope from his pocket. This is a token of my goodwill. I wish you great success with your opening. Please don't refuse it. Sang Zhi hesitated to accept the envelope, understanding that it was not merely a gift for her, but rather a reflection of her connections. She smiled. Director Zhao, you're being too courteous. I'll gladly accept your blessings, but the red envelope is unnecessary. Unfortunately, you've come at an inconvenient time. I only have noodles left in the shop. As the host, she had to conduct her business, and regardless of any past grievances, it was better to foster friendships than harbor enemies. Her words held truth. The shop indeed had limited dishes available, yet Zhao Sui misconstrued it as a mere excuse. Following Zhou Qinian, he noticed that the establishment was devoid of any sign of the others, indicating they must have gone to the back. Since they could enjoy a meal, it was apparent they were not keen on accommodating him. However, he could only voice his thoughts internally. Despite feeling dissatisfied, he dared not voice it given the other party's distinguished status, and simply smiled. That's all right. I'm dining alone anyway. Just a bowl of noodles will suffice. The dishes from the back were prepared by Sang Zhi, with Nudagang boiling the noodles. The milky bone broth served as a base, and the noodles were kneaded to perfection, smooth and fragrant enough to tempt anyone. Zhao Sui, not one to be easily impressed, savored every last drop, leaving no broth behind. Noodles were not as costly as meat dishes. A bowl cost merely 15 cents. By the end of the day, they sold over 200 bowls, yielding just a few dozen yuan, which included the cost of ingredients. The back kitchen was not accounted for, as Chu's father had directly given a 600 yuan red envelope at noon. Sang Tian immediately suggested, tomorrow, we should order more meat. Sang Zhi concurred. So when Sang Zhi and the others delivered the ingredients, Sang Tian noticed they were even less than the previous day and displayed her dissatisfaction, urging her father and brother to hurry home and gather more supplies. By the way, yesterday, Jia mentioned we could bring over a pig for slaughter. While wild game is still meat, it lacks the richness of pork and is less popular. Many people inquired about it yesterday and offered plenty of suggestions. Sang Zhi had not anticipated the business would be so booming. After returning home the previous day, he had worried about the possibility of unsold goods. Sang Tian handed over the 600 yuan that Sang Zhi had left for them, saying, this is for you to buy a cow. The rest will be considered a loan, and will settle up at the end of the month. Though her speech was somewhat halting, both Sang Zhi and Sang Shi understood her meaning. The deliveries had taken over an hour each way, which was quite time-consuming. If they purchased a cow, they would save both labor and time, as a single cow could replace several strong workers during busy farming seasons. Understanding that Sang Zhi was making a profit of 200 to 300 yuan daily, Sang Zhi did not hesitate to accept the money. Sang Zhi had mentioned it was a loan, and they could repay her once they earned some profit. The Sang family promptly headed to the cattle market, carefully selecting a robust bull. Upon returning home, they hurried to slaughter a pig and butcher a chicken, ensuring they could deliver the second round just as the restaurant began to fill with patrons. Sang Zhi and Nudagang were tirelessly busy in the back kitchen, barely finding a moment to breathe. Lu Chanhua, who had come in the afternoon, could no longer find humor in the situation. She had thought the workload was manageable, but was now overwhelmed. By evening, as they tallied the accounts, they discovered profits had doubled compared to yesterday's figures. A mix of joy and exhaustion washed over them. Given that it was a recent opening, Business had been exceptionally brisk in the initial days, gradually stabilizing but still yielding around 300 yuan daily. Sang Zhi found himself slaughtering a pig almost every 2 days. And, thankfully, they had dug a cellar lined with salt, allowing for longer preservation, due to the goodwill established. Those who had been treated by Chu's father were thoroughly impressed by Sang Zhi's culinary skills and returned multiple times thereafter. Sang Zhi inadvertently overheard one of them, surnamed Li, referred to as Director Li, casually mentioned purchasing a refrigerator during a meal, a detail she etched in her mind. On this day, Director Li returned with more guests for a meal. As the bill was settled, Sang Tian recalled Sang Zhi's words and hurried to the kitchen to summon her. Sang Zhi approached the cash register and casually handed over the prepared cigarettes and alcohol. Uncle Li, you've been a frequent patron during this time. Consider this meal my treat, along with these gifts. Though they aren't extravagant, I hope you won't mind. Director Li's eyelids drooped slightly as he casually glanced at the items in Sang Zhi's hands and chuckled. What do we have here, my dear niece-in-law? This wasn't his first visit. This time, not only did he refuse to accept payment, but he also insisted on presenting her with a gift. Director Li was no fool. The lavish spread before him was no trifling expense. Everyone was shrewd. When they had needs, they naturally wouldn't be coy. Sang Zhi spoke plainly. Uncle Li, while I was serving you last time, I accidentally overheard your discussion about refrigerators. You know my shop requires daily storage for meats, and acquiring a refrigerator would significantly simplify things. I was hoping to inquire about it. As for the specifics of her inquiry, it was clear she sought a connection to procure one. Only then did Director Li feel at ease to accept the item from Sang Zhi's hands. Ah, so that's it. You've come to the right person. I have some contacts at the appliance factory in Kyoto. However, are you sure you want a refrigerator and not a freezer? Sang Zhi's eyes sparkled at the prospect of obtaining a freezer. If I could manage that, I'd owe you a great debt, Uncle Li. The price wouldn't be trivial. The primary concern was whether old Chu was aware of this. If old Chu could underwrite the expense, then financial worries could be set aside. Yet, she hesitated, aware of the delicate nature of their relationship, given that he was her senior. Rest assured, Uncle Li, I am prepared. I could provide a deposit, if necessary. That one TB needed. After Director Li departed, Sang Zhi exhaled with relief. After all, he was someone brought along by Father Chu, and she never doubted he would stand her up. Thus, when Sang Zhi approached her, mentioning that Zhao and lacked an elder to mediate and wished to hold a banquet at her establishment, she readily agreed. This was an opportunity that fell in her lap. To forego such a lucrative venture would be foolish. Zhao's family, having negotiated terms with Sang Zhi, left feeling thoroughly satisfied. Once Zhao, an S-figure, disappeared from view, he could no longer contain his frustration. Brother, how could you agree to that? That fool Sang Mei? I have no desire to marry her. Why does the Sang family have to demand such a large sum? Zhao Sui's expression darkened. If you do not wish to marry, then who compelled you to act so recklessly? Do you think I want to clean up your mess? Had it not been for your foolish actions, I wouldn't be facing hostility from our superiors. He had been in a competitive position for the deputy director role, but offending Zhou Qinian allowed another contender to seize the advantage. Zhou Qinian was his direct superior, and he didn't need to actively undermine Zhao Sui. Simply withholding his support meant Zhao Sui lost his edge. This was why he was so eager to curry favor with Sang Zhi. Chapter 49. Sang Mei's marriage after a scolding. Zhao recognized his fault, but stubbornly replied, but I like Yalan. Who is Yalan? This was the first time Zhao Sui had heard that name. Since she was someone Zhao and genuinely cherished, he wanted to impress Zhao Sui by extolling Zhao Yalan's virtues, declaring her to be unparalleled, and mentioning that she was a daughter of the Chu family. Albeit an adopted one, she had grown up alongside them, making her far more relatable than the recently wedded Sang Zhi. Moreover, she was connected to the Chu family. In the past, had he known his brother fancied such a distinguished girl, Zhao Sui would have been delighted. However, now, the mere mention of the Chu family made his head throb. Despite this, Zhao Sui couldn't help but ponder further, requesting Zhao to recount his acquaintance with Zhao Yalan in detail. His agitation escalated when he nearly exploded. You mean Zhao Yalan was the one who led you to pursue Sang Mei? Seeing his brother so furious, Zhao instinctively took a step back, fearing to conceal the truth. He nodded. Zhao, how can I commend you? Zhao Sui lamented, never anticipating his brother would be so naive, becoming a pawn in someone else's game. Then a thought struck him. Zhao, tell me, who was Sang Mei's original fiancé? The eldest son of the Chu family, Chu Junhang. Zhao answered, confused by the question. Sang Mei's sister is Sang Zhi, and Sang Zhi married Chu Junhang. Zhao Sui's brow furrowed deeply, as if he had just grasped something significant. Yet, it didn't quite add up. Although Zhao Yalan bore the Zhao surname, she was raised by the Chu family, who had cared for her. How could she, while Chu Junhang was incapacitated, allow another man to pursue her foster brother's fiancée? Something was amiss, too amiss. Zhao Sui stroked his chin in contemplation. Yet the disparity between male and female thought processes often left him baffled. No matter how hard he tried, he could not deduce the situation's intricacies. Setting Zhao Yalan aside for the moment, Sang Mei's pregnancy could not wait. If blame were to be assigned, it could only fall upon him. Failing to marry her would lead to a scandal, and he questioned who would fare well in that scenario, him or Sang Mei. Zhao Sui's meaning was abundantly clear. Had Zhao acted decisively before anyone became aware, causing Sang Mei to terminate the pregnancy could have resolved matters quietly. However, now that not only Sang Mei, but the entire Sang family and even outsiders were privy to the situation, marrying Sang Mei had become an inevitability. If Zhao truly had no feelings for Sang Mei, he could always seek a divorce later. Men held a certain advantage in such matters. Zhao furrowed his brow, but brother, do you not recall what happened to me in the countryside? This recollection only incensed Zhao Sui further. His brother had no skill but to attract troublesome romantic entanglements. Sang Mei's wedding was set for the 28th of August. The specifics eluded her. But she knew Sang Zhi had requested 1,000 yuan as a bride price, a detail he mentioned during a meal. After discussing the banquet arrangements, Zhao Sui returned for another visit. Sang Zhi was unaware of the wedding details, as it was to be held at home, with guests simply dining at her establishment. The Zhao family reserved 6 tables, each with 12 dishes, a sumptuous affair indeed. Fortunately, she had recently enlisted Wang Dafu's assistance in crafting several large round tables, which could be stored upright against the wall when not in use. Sang Zhi instructed Sang Tian to lock the door to the back room, as another private room could accommodate 2 tables, and the yard could snugly fit 4 more, whole, while allowing her business to continue uninterrupted. Sang Mei sat gleefully on the back of Zhao An's bicycle, surrounded by a throng of followers. However, her previously triumphant expression faltered upon seeing the restaurant brimming with guests. Sang Tian approached, intending to guide them to the back, but before he could explain, she brushed him aside. Where is Sang Zhi? Is she deliberately trying to embarrass me today? Sang Mei stormed into the kitchen, where 3 people were bustling about, including Sang Zhi and Yo Dagong, both too preoccupied to spare a moment. Sang Zhi, come out here. The kitchen was thick with the smell of oil and smoke, and she had no desire to emerge smelling of grease. Zhao, recalling his brother's advice, knew they could not afford to offend Sang Zhi and hurriedly restrained the clearly antagonistic Sang Mei. Be quiet. Sang Mei, feeling aggrieved, had finally achieved her long-desired marriage to Zhao but dared not speak loudly in his presence. When facing Sang Zhi, Zhao smiled awkwardly. Sister, don't mind her. She could be quite loud. We have guests arriving from our side. Look at the crowd here. Observing the packed restaurant, Zhao felt the pressure. If they failed to accommodate the guests or provide proper hospitality, he would lose face before his relatives and friends. Let's move to the backyard, Sang Zhi suggested, signaling Sang Tian to lead them there, bringing the farce to an end. Once the guests were seated, Sankey and Lu Chunhua began serving the cold dishes they had prepared in advance, with the hot dishes following in succession. The aroma wafted throughout the yard, likely reaching half a street away. The Happiness restaurant had gained a well-deserved reputation. All the banquet dishes had been prepped beforehand, requiring only reheating. Once the meal was nearly ready, Sang Zhi finally found a moment of respite. Zhao and Sang Mei approached, arm in arm, exchanging glances filled with genuine sweetness. Zista, today marks the wedding of my sister and me. I must thank you for your hard work. I've specially brought your sister here to offer you a toast. I hope you can grant your brother-in-law this courtesy. Zhao bears a striking resemblance to Zhao Sui when he smiles. Yet he lacks Zhao Sui's astuteness and is significantly younger. The apron on Sang Zhi has yet to be untied when Sang Mei approaches her with a glass in hand. Indeed, Sister Air, while we may have had minor disputes in the past, those are bygone matters. Now that we have both married and established our own lives, let's allow the past to rest in peace. We ought to foster a harmonious relationship henceforth, filled with mutual affection. Such words are easily spoken. She believes their conflict is solely rooted in that incident of drugging, unaware that it transcends mere issues of a woman's honor, as it involves a life lost. Sang Zhi refrains from retaliating against Sang Mei, fully aware that continuing down this path will eventually lead to her own downfall. There is no need to stain her own hands, yet it does not absolve her of the gravity of that lost life. When Sang Mei notices that Sang Zhi does not take the wine she offers, her smile falters momentarily, prompting her to extend the glass again, reminding her sister heir. "I cannot possibly drink what you offer." Sang Zhi bluntly replies, "Let us not speak of sisterly bonds. Just ensure you settle your debts before you leave." Sang Mei's hand remains frozen, her smile now completely faltered. Zhaoan is still present. How can this wretched woman show her no courtesy? How will Zhaoan perceive her in the future? "Sister heir, is there some misunderstanding between you and your sister?" Zhaoan's brow is furrowed, his concern lingering. He understands there is tension between Sang Mei and Sang Zhi, especially since Sang Mei had previously sought to sabotage Sang Zhi through him. However, the lack of courtesy displayed today cannot simply be attributed to trivial disagreements. While pondering this, Zhaoan fails to reflect on the gravity of Sang Mei's request for him to undermine Sang Zhi. After all, his military career is at stake, and any misstep could lead to ruin. It is simply human nature to be selfish. One only recognizes the pain when the knife is plunged into one's own flesh. Whatever misunderstandings exist, your wife should be well aware of them. Let her explain. Sang Zhi's time is precious, and she has no intention of engaging in their petty dramas. Zhaoan's expression darkens, veins bulging as he grips the wine glass tightly. His brother had remarked that marrying Sang Mei could yield benefits, particularly through connections with the Chu family via Sang Zhi. Yet he now questions whether such connections are truly attainable. Sighing, he hears Sang Mei call out, "Wait for me," as he turns to leave, while she, still dazed, can only chase after him. Sang Tian, appearing beside Sang Zhi, questions her about marrying such a man. She recalls Sang Mei's previous haughty demeanor during rare visits to the village, and now, following that man, she seems worthless. Let her be. She has brought this upon herself and will face the consequences. Sang Zhi chuckles lightly, advising her, "Dear Tian, do not rush into finding a partner. If you do, let me see first. I shall help you filter." "No, I want to look," Sang Tian replies, her eyes wide with alarm. Perhaps due to not seeing the sun for some time, her complexion has become much paler, adorned in new clothes and with smooth braids. She appears far more beautiful than when she first arrived. Of course, Sang Zhi's transformation is even more pronounced, for she has taken to daily skincare routines, making her look entirely different from her former self. Sang Tian suddenly recalls her stutter, her eyes dimming with despair. She has yet to confide in Sang Zhi that had she not suggested coming to help, she might have ended up engaged to a cripple back home. Though her aunt had intervened, her parents were reluctant to agree. Still, she recognizes her own faults. She has no right to look down on others. Furthermore, as a young woman, she cannot remain at home forever. Sang Tian thinks that as long as Sang Zhi does not mind her, she will postpone marriage and stay to assist her. She is capable and not lazy. As long as she can fend for herself, she will manage. Sang Zhi, recognizing Sang Tian's concerns, understands she is reminiscing about her stutter. She recalls that Sang Tian's speech impediment stemmed from a childhood fever. Even now, the medical conditions in the countryside remain abysmal, coupled with the poverty of farmers. She has yet to visit a proper hospital. Sang Zhi resolves to take her to see a doctor when time permits, as the city hospital is conveniently located nearby. Lost in thought, she fails to notice that behind her, Niu Dagong also wears a pensive expression. By 2 in the afternoon, the restaurant is devoid of customers. Sang Zhi's plans to take Sang Tian to the hospital are thwarted when Lu Chunhua announces she must take leave due to family matters. After Sang Mei's wedding, the backyard is in disarray and needs tidying. Sang Chi is preparing to return to school, prioritizing her studies. Today marks the last day she can assist. Sang Tian comforts her, "Sister, it's no trouble. We can go another time." Sang Zhi can only nod in agreement. "Let us finish our tasks first, and we shall find time later." After over an hour of diligent work, they manage to clean the restaurant, setting unnecessary tables against the wall once more. Just then, Lu Chunhua rushes in, panting, "Oh, have you all finished? I was hoping to return quickly to help." "Yes, we are done." Sang Zhi contemplates before deciding to speak her mind. "Sister Lu, since your family is busy, why must you insist on working? If it were a rare occurrence, Sang Zhi would be understanding, But Lu Chanhua has spent nearly half of her time off work in the short span of less than half a month, often returning home either to cook for her husband or tend to her sick child. Yet, no one had notified her of the child's illness. It is evident she is taking advantage of Sang Zhi's youth, and while she finds it difficult to confront her, Sang Zhi possesses enough fortitude not to shy away. After all, she runs a business, not a charity. Hiring someone is meant to alleviate her burden, and if it does not, there is no need for her to pay an additional wage. Sang Zhi's tone shifts noticeably, and Lu Chanhua cannot ignore it, sensing the tension. She hastily backs down, awkwardly stating, "This is my fault. I will be more mindful next time." Sang Zhi boldly asserts, "Without rules, there can be no order. I pay you to work. You cannot leave at will. From now on, each person is entitled to 2 days of leave per month. If you have matters to attend to, please request leave at least a day in advance. Should you exhaust your 2 days of personal leave and still require time off, your full day's wage will be deducted. Indeed, it is quite shrewd to avoid work during peak hours, returning only when others have finished, calculating the time precisely. This hardly merits a wage deduction, and it depends on whether she grants such an opportunity." After Sang Zhi departs, Lu Chanhua spits in disdain, muttering about her capitalist demeanor. She would not have dared act this way a couple of years ago. Niu Dagong approaches, advising, "Sister Lu, perhaps it would be wise to hold your tongue. As the saying goes, he who eats from the bowl must serve the one who holds it. We receive a salary. It is only right to work diligently. Serving the one who holds the bowl is not a given," Lu Chanhua retorts, her eyes suddenly glinting with shrewdness. At the entrance of the in-family estate, Zhao Yalan, having heard someone was looking for her, quickly steps out, spotting Lu Chanhua lurking suspiciously. Peering through the university's gates with an ignorant expression, she discreetly sneers before approaching. "Ah, is Sister Lu seeking me?" Lu Chanhua instantly brightens, donning a flattering smile. "Comrade Zhao, are you still serious about what you mentioned last time?" Zhao Yalan curves her lips into a casual smile, seemingly unconcerned. "Of course. Have you come to a decision?" Lu Chanhua nodded and said, "You must first resolve my husband's work issues before I can heed your instructions. However, let's agree on one thing. I shall not engage in any unlawful activities." Lu Chanhua's husband had recently faced repercussions for neglecting his duties due to excessive drinking, resulting in his dismissal. Consequently, she had reluctantly sought employment, fortuitously securing a position with Sang Zhi. A few days prior, Zhao Yalan approached her with a proposition that involved exchanging favors, urging her to act as an informant. At that time, Lu Chanhua had declined. Yet today, as Sang Zhi publicly humiliated her, she could not help but entertain the allure of personal gain. Though she would never stoop to illegal actions, her sister-in-law proved to be quite difficult to engage with, prompting her desire to gain insights about her through you. "What are you thinking? I am no villain," she clarified. Zhao Yalan chuckled. "Work can be managed, but since my sister-in-law opened that shop, she has been coming and going at odd hours, causing our family great concern." Chapter 51. Malicious speculation. Zhao Yalan initially sought to uncover something unsavory. For it was her belief that a woman like Sang Zhi, thriving in business, must possess ulterior motives to attract customers and earn their money. While she typically refrained from harboring ill will towards others, Sang Zhi was an exception. Perhaps it was her own yearning that led her to hope for Sang Zhi's downfall, compelling her to envision her as such. However, it was evident that even Lu Chanhua could not utter words that contradicted her conscience. Due to the bustling nature of the business, Niu Dagong was not yet capable of managing independently, leaving Sang Zhi mostly confined to the kitchen while Sang Tian and she attended to serving and various tasks. With Sang Chi absent the following day, the prospect of increased workload dimmed Lu Chanhua's spirits. "Oh, I overheard her speaking with a customer named Li, who seemed to be a factory manager, discussing matters concerning refrigerators or freezers," she recalled, while tidying up utensils nearby, not having paid much attention to the details. "Moreover, there's that stutterer who mentioned taking her to the hospital tomorrow." To her, this seemed unnecessary. How could a girl who had stuttered for years expect a miraculous change? Even if improvement were possible, it would surely come at a cost. Lu Chunhua's musings revolved around trivial matters, yet when pieced together, they revealed a wealth of valuable information. That stuttering girl, if memory served her right, was named Sang Tian, a close friend of Sang Zhi. Zhao Yalan couldn't help but smirk sarcastically, unable to suppress her thoughts. It was hardly her fault. One could only blame Sang Zhi for foolishly claiming what did not belong to her. Early the next morning, Sang Zhi took Sang Tian to the hospital, where they fortuitously encountered Dr. Chu Junhang. Although Dr. Chu did not possess extensive knowledge in this area, she referred them to a specialist, an elderly physician. With a gentle demeanor, the old doctor assured them that treatment was possible, but it would require a period of acupuncture along with supplementary therapies. Upon leaving the hospital, both sisters were radiantly joyful. "See, I told you it could be cured," Sang Zhi remarked. Sang Tian's mind was already envisioning a future where she spoke fluently, her delight evident. Although everyone insisted that she appeared no different from others when silent, she alone understood the internal turmoil she faced, particularly with her uncle and aunt pressing her to consider marrying a disabled man and the words of advice that weighed heavily on her heart. Though she masked her feelings, deep down, she felt profound sadness and anguish. In her eagerness to speak with Sang Tian, she momentarily lost focus and collided with someone. "Watch out!" A man reached out to steady the nearly falling Sang Zhi, releasing her just in time as she regained her balance. "Thank you," she gasped, looking up to find a handsome young man standing before her. He was remarkably tall. She barely reached his shoulder. His striking features and deep-set eyes were captivating. Dressed casually in black trousers cinched with a fabric belt and a short-sleeve top that left a few buttons undone, revealing his sculpted physique. Sweat trickled down his chin, coursing down his neck and into the fabric of his shirt, exuding an undeniable aura of vitality. His physique suggested he was quite capable. However, having entered into marriage, Sang Zhi held firm to her principles and was acutely aware of boundaries that should not be crossed. Clearing her throat, she instinctively averted her gaze. "There's no need for gratitude. I merely advise you to keep your eyes open while walking," he remarked disdainfully, patting the spot where she had bumped into him before striding away. The fleeting admiration she had felt shattered instantly. Even if she were not married, she would not favor a man with such a fastidious demeanor. It was truly disappointing to witness a handsome face squandered on such a lack of chivalry. "What shame!" Sang Zhi muttered, a fine man wasted on a sharp tongue. Sang Tian, however, eyed her cautiously. "Sister, you are married." Although her brother-in-law was incapacitated, Sang Tian believed her sister was enduring too much. Yet, marriage was marriage, and certain mistakes were not to be made. She still recalled the widow from their village who had faced dire consequences for her infidelity. Sang Zhi understood the caution in her sister's words and playfully tapped her forehead, assuring her, "Enough, dear sister. My interests lie in wealth, not in lust. The only thing that can truly move me is money. Men are but fleeting clouds. I refuse to let myself be undone by something as intangible as desire." Her words rang true. Money could mend all insecurities, and time could alleviate all suffering. This was a principle she steadfastly adhered to. The strong pursue wealth, while the weak chase after love. She aspired to be the former, not the latter. She would never allow herself to live as her mother had, losing everything for a man. With this realization, a surge of motivation filled her, and she even contemplated opening a branch of her business. "All right, let us head back. There's much to be done," Sang Zhi mused, planning to hire 2 more workers as a preliminary measure. Once Neo Dagon's culinary skills improved and the establishment stabilized, she could not afford to expend all her energy on a single small shop. As she contemplated, she remained unaware that Lu Chunhua had been swayed by others, turning her own salary into a means of providing inside information about Sang Zhi's every move. Meanwhile, Sang Zhi believed her words had borne fruit. Since yesterday, Lu Chunhua's demeanor towards her work had noticeably improved, and her interactions with customers had become noticeably more pleasant. During a lull, Sang Zhi instructed Sang Tian to keep an eye on the shop while she visited factory manager Li to inquire about the refrigerator situation. Days had swiftly passed since she had last mentioned the refrigerator, yet she had not seen a trace of manager Li. Even if they could not procure one, a mere update would suffice. With her heart filled with trepidation, she rode her bicycle to his location, only to discover upon arrival that he had gone on a business trip with no set return date. Now in September, if the refrigerator could not be secured soon, autumn would soon arrive. Her anxious journey had culminated in disappointment, aptly describing Sang Zhi's feelings. Upon returning home late, she felt an ache in her back, possibly a result of the recent strenuous workload. As she pushed her bicycle into the courtyard, she rubbed her lower back. a scene witnessed by Chu Mu as she exited the house. If you're too tired, take a break. Our family isn't lacking in money. You work all day and often return late into the night. But what good is earning money if it comes at the cost of your health? This was not the first time Chu Mu had expressed such sentiments, and her tone lacked the usual warmth. Sang Zhi understood her underlying concern and nodded in acknowledgement. I appreciate your worry, mother. Rest assured, I am mindful of my well-being. With a sigh, she opened her mouth but ultimately said nothing, resigning herself to the situation. Chapter 52. Wrong this time. As Sang Zhi ascended the stairs, she reflected on the attitude of Chu's mother. Although she had never pinned her hopes on others, she was, after all, human, and human emotions are inevitable. When faced with injustice, it is natural to feel a twinge of disappointment. After taking a shower and changing into fresh clothes, Sang Zhi sat on the edge of her bed, her demeanor now decidedly less gentle, tinged instead with a hint of cold amusement. Don't think for a moment that I am unaware of what your mother is plotting. Your family simply wishes for me to be at your beck and call, to act as your servant. Let me tell you, that is but a dream. Sang Zhi am not one to easily capitulate to fate. I relish the wildness of the outside world, the thrill of adventure, and I shall not be a puppet to anyone. This was not the first time Chu Junhang had heard Sang Zhi speak ill of her family. Initially, he felt anger. He knew his family well, and they could not possibly be the people Sang Zhi described. However, as he heard the same sentiments repeated, he began to dismiss them, and by now, he could listen with a calm heart. Meanwhile, in a nearby room, Zhao Yalan peered through the window at the scene unfolding in the courtyard, a smirk creeping on her lips. Chu's father had departed some time ago, leaving only Chu's mother residing downstairs. She descended the stairs, feigning a yawn as if she had just awakened. Mother, is my sister-in-law just returning? Chu's mother had always been displeased with Sang Zhi's late returns, and Zhao Yalan's usage of the word just was particularly artful. She was busy at the restaurant. When I saw her just now, she was rubbing her back. I imagine she has had quite a day. Being an elder, she felt compelled to offer some defense for Sang Zhi, despite her own grievances. Knowing Zhao Yalan's long-standing dislike for Sang Zhi, Chu's mother chose not to dwell on the topic and instead asked, "Why are you up at this hour?" "I was a bit thirsty, so I came down for some water." Zhao Yalan had prepared her excuse in advance, raising her cup and walking to the table to pour herself a glass of hot water. Then, feigning hesitation, she began, "Mother, there are some things I'm unsure about telling you, but if I don't, I fear I might burst." Just this opening indicated that whatever she was about to say would not be pleasant, and it was certain to bring no joy. Nevertheless, as a mother, Chu's mother could not respond harshly to her own child, so she urged gently, "Silly girl, what could we not discuss? Regardless of any unhappiness, your father and I will always stand by you. I accompanied a classmate to the hospital today. As you know, isn't my sister-in-law's restaurant right across from it? I accidentally saw her with a man Yalan. I know you and Yunhuan have had your issues with your sister-in-law. In the past, your father and I could mediate the little quarrels, which were harmless enough, but such words should not be spoken lightly. Do you understand?" Chu's mother sighed. "You must realize that rumors can be deadly." Zhao Yalan's face paled. "I understand," I spoke out of turn. She retreated upstairs, her heart twisted with anger. She knew what she had said was true. Indeed, she had considered using tactics against Sang Zhi similar to those she had employed against Sang Mei, and she had even identified her target, although the plan had yet to be enacted. Sang Zhi's own impatience had unraveled her. This information had come from Liu Chunhua, not mere fabrication. However, it mattered little. She had plenty of time and patience. She was not afraid of Sang Zhi's intentions, but rather concerned that she might lack them. Someday, she would reveal Sang Zhi's true nature to the family. Chu's mother also felt a surge of indignation. Though she did not believe Zhao Yalan's claims, as she lay in bed, her words echoed in her mind, refusing to fade. In the dead of night, she dreamt of Sang Zhi hiding beneath the covers, but the face that replaced her son's was that of a stranger. Chu's mother jolted awake, her heart racing in the dark. It could not be true. Sang Zhi would never behave in such a manner. It was not simply trust in Sang Zhi. It was a condition she had set for 2 years, as Sang Zhi was only 18, and in 2 years she would be just 20. Surely she could endure that long. Moreover, although her son lay unconscious, she primarily cared for him, with Sang Zhi providing companionship at night, talking and offering massages, which Chu's mother had occasionally witnessed. Jun Yao lived on the second floor as well, and he had remarked that Sang Zhi took excellent care of Junhang, so that had to be true. With that thought, Chu's mother felt somewhat reassured. She lay back down, drifting into slumber once more. This time, her dreams were sweet. She envisioned Junhang awakening, Sang Zhi remaining unwed, and the two of them welcoming a pair of twins. In her dream, Sang Zhi's small restaurant had grown into a grand establishment, and her son, clad in military attire, stood lovingly by her side while the twins rushed into her arms, calling her grandma. Overcome with emotion, she awoke, the sun already brightening the sky. With a heavy sigh, she remained in bed, reluctant to rise, wishing fervently that the dream could be her reality. Under the eaves, Chu Junhang was engaged in conversation with Zhao Yalan, the two whispering animatedly. Chu's mother inquired, "What are you two so cheerful about?" Turning back, Chu Junhang's smile lingered. "Mother, let me tell you, just yesterday afternoon, a girl in our class started dating someone. What's more, that someone has a wife. The wife came to our school, and it caused quite a stir. We're not sure yet what the repercussions will be." Chu's mother furrowed her brow. "Nonsense. How could a student your age be dating? Shouldn't they focus on their studies? I'm not being nonsensical. At 19, one is hardly a child. I sent my sister-in-law about my age, and she is already married to my brother. My classmate is even a year older than her." This was yet another reason Chu Junhang harbored disdain for Sang Zhi. She felt that marrying her brother without genuine affection was a sign of opportunism, indicative of a family that prioritized wealth over sentiment. Chu's mother chose not to comment further, but cast a skeptical glance at Zhao Yalan. Seizing the moment when Chu Junhang was alone, she asked, "Was that remark this morning something your sister Yalan suggested?" "What remark?" "About your classmate. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental? Last night, Yalan just mentioned that Sang Zhi was entangled with a man, and today you're saying the same thing. It seems rather obvious, doesn't it?" Bewildered, she pondered what these two girls were thinking. What had Sang Zhi done to deserve such treatment? Chu Junhang's eyes widened in shock. "Mother, how can you say that? My classmate's situation is genuine. It's causing quite a ruckus at our school. If you don't believe me, you can go and inquire for yourself." She stormed off in frustration. Chu's mother found herself in a misunderstanding. Fortunately, Zhao Yalan remained oblivious. Otherwise, matters would have been even more distressing, for she had been quietly plotting against Sang Zhi in various ways, with this being the sole exception. Chapter 53. Beautiful and wealthy, not lacking attention. Initially, Chu's mother had blamed Zhao Yalan for the incident with the eye drops yesterday, but after this latest misunderstanding, her blame had transformed into guilt. Having operated her business for nearly a month, Sang Zhi had made 2 deposits, the first of 3,000, the second of 4,000, and now she had saved another 3,000. In a short span, she had become a person of considerable means through her own efforts, and the thrill of it was undeniable. She handed 200 to Sang Tian, who looked at her in confusion as she said, "This is your pocket money from me. Don't mention it to Xiao Niu or Sister Lu. Though it was a personal gift, who could say how others would perceive it?" Sang Tian quickly declined, "Sister, this is for wages. Take it. I have more than enough. We promised to become wealthy together, after all. However, I must inform you that this month, we have earned a considerable amount, which is why I am giving you this extra. In the future, if I cannot provide you with such a sum, do not hold it against me." Sang Zhi is well aware. Only Sang Tian, this honest girl, handles so much money daily, yet has never considered secretly saving a bit. If it were her, with her hands in the oil vat, she would certainly manage to get some grease on herself. It is simply impossible for her to remain so unsullied. Therefore, having someone trustworthy by her side is invaluable, far more than what these 200 yuan could ever buy. "No blame, dear sister Zhi," Sang Tian said obediently. "It's still early. I'll go deposit the money first, and then we can head to the hospital." As Sang Zhi set off with her bag, she was unaware that she had already caught someone's attention. Just as she mounted her bicycle, a bearded man wearing a straw hat suddenly rushed over and snatched the bag from her. Without a moment's hesitation, Sang Zhi reacted instinctively, removing her shoes and throwing them at the thief while shouting, "Help! Someone's robbing me." She chased after him barefoot, but the thief was swift and, ultimately, she lost sight of him. Just as she was feeling frustrated, a figure darted toward the direction in which the thief had disappeared, moving with remarkable speed. Because the incident had occurred right by the store, Sang Tian and the others quickly emerged. Particularly, Sang Tian looked at her with concern. Sang Zhi reassured her, "I'm fine. Don't worry. It was only her money. She was uncertain if it could be recovered. Niu Dagong, hurry and ride your bicycle to report this to the police, she urged. Niu Dagong acknowledged her request and picked up the fallen bicycle before departing. After about 5 or 6 minutes, the person who had chased the thief returned. Sang Zhi did not dare to enter the house. She put on her shoes and waited in place. The person handed her the bag that had been stolen, saying, "Comrade, here is your bag." Sang Zhi looked up, astonished. "Is it you?" Unbeknownst to her, the individual who had helped her recover the money was the very person she had accidentally bumped into yesterday. "Yes," Xiao nodded and turned to leave. Sang Zhi opened the bag and sighed in relief to find the money still inside. "Comrade, thank you for your assistance. I haven't asked your name yet. I have already reported to the police. Would it be convenient for you to stay a little longer until they arrive?" Before she could finish her sentence, the man, who had been walking, suddenly broke into a run and vanished from sight. Sang Zhi closed her mouth, no longer in a hurry to deposit her money. It wasn't long before the police arrived. She spoke openly about the incident, but could not provide any information about the thief or the Good Samaritan. The man had merely returned her bag, leaving no words for the robber and not even providing his name. However, this incident soon became known among the Chu and Sang families. To Sang Zhi's surprise, the police officer who came to inquire had connections with Chu Junhang. They had been comrades in arms and worked together at the Onqing police station after transitioning to civilian life. When the incident involving Chu Junhang occurred, this former comrade had even visited him. So when this incident transpired, it was Chu's mother who learned about it first. In the restaurant's backyard, Chu's mother spoke in a persuasive tone. "I know you are an ambitious young person, but we must prioritize safety. Just look at this. Such things can happen in broad daylight. You return home so late every day. How can I not worry? Mom, this was just an accident." Sang Zhi understood her intentions, but felt exasperated by her excessive concern. Besides, we cannot let fear dictate our lives. No matter what we do, we cannot avoid encountering various troubles. Life cannot be without its challenges. There are people who could be sleeping at home and end up collapsing their beds or having the roof cave in upon them. Should we then stop sleeping altogether? This line of questioning took Chu's mother by surprise and left her somewhat irritated. She merely intended to look out for her. Yet her good intentions seemed to be met with ingratitude. "Fine, I know you dislike hearing these things, so I won't say more. Just be careful. No matter how important something is, it cannot outweigh your health and life." With a sigh, Chu's mother rose to leave. Customers were arriving, and Sang Tian explained, as per Sang Zhi's instructions, that they were closed for the day. Her words were somewhat stammering, but ultimately, Lu Chunhua intervened to placate the visitors. When Sang Tian saw Chu's mother come out, she hurried to check on Sang Zhi. Meanwhile, Lu Chunhua, noticing Chu's mother's fury, had a thought. "Oh, sister, you must be Sang Zhi's mother-in-law, right?" Chu's mother had not intended to inquire about anything, but since Lu Chunhua had pursued her, she could only nod. "And you are an employee at the store?" She had only visited once when they opened the store and had not returned since. But having heard Sang Zhi mention hiring 2 employees, she recognized Lu Chunhua upon entering. "Yes, my surname is Lu. You can call me Chunhua." Lu Chunhua sighed. What a harrowing incident today. Thankfully, that young man appeared just in time to retrieve Sang Zhi's bag. Otherwise, as she spoke, Lu Chunhua carefully observed Chu's mother's expression. Seeing that she had successfully stirred her emotions, she continued, "But I wonder how long that thief had been watching us. What if he seeks revenge?" When that young man retrieved the bag, he didn't apprehend the thief, yet he seemed so capable and unscathed. "I can't help but suspect that they might be in cahoots." "What do you mean by that?" Chu's mother did not understand the implication of them being in league. Lu Chunhua eagerly elaborated. "You have no idea how handsome the young man is. Broad brows, big eyes, and a sturdy build. Just by looking at his attire, it seems he might not be well off. Sang Zhi, being a girl, doesn't look any different whether she is married or not. With so many customers coming in and out of the store daily, anyone with eyes would know she must be making a decent profit. There are bound to be those with shallow motives. Perhaps envisioning a scenario of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress. If I were you, I would ensure that my son visits more often, to at least let it be known that she is taken. A beautiful and wealthy girl will surely attract attention." Chapter 54. A night away, Lu Chunhua was unaware of her son's situation, but the more she spoke, the darker Chu's mother's expression became, ultimately rendering Lu Chunhua too intimidated to continue. "Well, I was just trying to offer a friendly reminder. I have things to attend to at the store, so I must take my leave." Once Lu Chunhua departed, Chu's mother stood alone for a while before finally leaving. Yet, the words she had heard lingered in her mind, refusing to fade. After a moment, she left, feeling weary. One might say it was a targeted incident, but even Sang Zhi's employees shared the same sentiment. Of course, she did not believe it was entirely Sang Zhi's fault. However, Lu Chunhua's words held some truth. She had no ill intentions, but that did not mean others harbored no malice. During the lunch break, they resumed work in the afternoon. Nonetheless, the day's events had instilled a sense of vigilance within her. Such audacity to commit a crime in broad daylight raised concerns about Sang Tian living alone. Should a thief come in the dead of night, she, being a girl, would be utterly defenseless. The more she pondered, the more anxious she became. Sang Zhi pulled Sang Tian aside in the backyard, contemplating taking her back to the Chu household, but Sang Tian was reluctant to go. She understood that Sang Zhi was worried about her, but she had seen the Chu family, and while Chu's parents seemed amiable, the two younger sisters were undeniably a handful. The more flamboyant one appeared charming, but spoke with an air of superiority. And Sang Tian could not forget the disdainful look she had received from Chu Junhang after accidentally bumping into her while serving dishes. Then there was the more reserved sister, who, despite speaking gently, had a gaze that seemed to search for vulnerabilities as if she were laying traps with her words. Sang Tian possesses a keen self-awareness. Her speech is not particularly eloquent. Were she to accompany Sang Zhi to the Chu family, any unforeseen altercations would leave her at a loss for words, potentially causing her sister unnecessary trouble. Regarding safety, she takes precautions by securing the door more firmly at night, propping it with a cabinet, and keeping a knife by her bedside for emergencies. Thus, it seems unlikely that misfortune would befall her. Though she appears gentle, she holds steadfast convictions in this matter, rendering Sang Zhi's attempts at persuasion futile, ultimately dispelling any thoughts of returning with her. However, her mind is restless. She decides to remain behind and keep Sang Zhi company instead. After all, the Chu family has shown nothing but disdain towards her. For over a month, Chu Junhang has only occasionally frowned when she speaks, indicating her presence holds little significance. Lu Chunhua seizes the opportunity to boast to Zhao Yalan, recounting every word she uttered in front of Chu Mu, leaving no detail unshared. This clever girl has indeed found a job for her man, albeit a modest one as a gatekeeper with a meager salary. Nevertheless, with him occupied and out of the house, he no longer troubles her or the children. Zhao Yalan anticipates Lu Chunhua's greater role, fully aware that her intentions are not purely altruistic. Reluctantly, she extracts $5 from her pocket, reaching a mutually satisfactory arrangement. On her way home, Lu Chunhua is filled with joy over this advantageous deal. Sang Zhi pays her $35 each month, while Zhao Yalan has already given her $20 this month, merely for some casual conversation. She can only hope such fortunate days will last longer. If only that shop belonging to Sang Zhi were hers. Lu Chunhua is not naive, although Zhao Yalan can provide her with money. If Sang Zhi discovers her treachery, she would be left with nothing. Her aim is to see Zhao Yalan undermine Sang Zhi, allowing her to accumulate enough funds to eventually take over the shop, securing a monthly income of several thousand, ensuring that her husband would treat her like royalty. The thought alone brings her delight. Within the Chu household, Chu Mu acknowledges her words might not be well received. That girl is driven by profit, yet she believes her intentions are for the better. Today's events were perilous. Fortunately, the assailant merely snatched her bag. With her returning home late every night, one shudders to think what might happen if she encounters someone with ill intentions. While assisting Chu Junhang with his bath, she continues to express her concerns, only to realize that such musings could be perceived as curses. She promptly halts her chatter, yet feels an undeniable restlessness within. Ultimately, she deems it harmless to voice her worries to her son, believing no one else is listening. Unbeknownst to her, Zhao Yalan, having returned early, stands at the door, absorbing Chu Mu's disparaging remarks about Sang Zhi, feeling lighthearted for the first time since Sang Zhi married into the family. Once Chu Mu finishes tidying up, Zhao Yalan steps forward. "Mother, I came to see second brother." While Sang Zhi was at home, she forbade Zhao Yalan from entering. And as she is at school during the day, this is her only chance to visit Chu Junhang. Chu Mu, aware of this, sets down the basin and says, "You may talk to your second brother. I'll go wash the towels." Once Chu Mu has left, Zhao Yalan quietly closes the door and stealthily approaches Chu Junhang. She kneels beside him, her delicate fingers brushing against his long ones. "Second brother, You heard what mother said. That woman cares only for money. She does not deserve you. Only I am worthy of you. Once she is gone, I can marry you. Won't that make you happy? Chu Junhang feels an excruciating headache. Since regaining consciousness and perceiving the world around him, each person reveals a side previously hidden from him, especially Zhao Yalan. Initially, when Sang Zhi spoke ill of Zhao Yalan, he thought her intentions were malicious. However, Zhao Yalan's repeated declarations of affection only filled him with disgust. The sister he regarded with affection now harbored such inappropriate feelings for him. It was unfathomable. Perhaps Zhao Yalan never wished for him to awaken. Hence her unreserved confessions of her covert actions, including her scheming to have Zhao and approach Sang Mei. However, she did not foresee the variable that was Sang Zhi, or else her plans might have succeeded. Chu Junhang is grateful for Sang Zhi's presence, for compared to Zhao Yalan, she is not as intolerable. Perhaps it is simply a matter of habit. He has grown accustomed to her incessant chatter and her daily massages. After listening to Zhao Yalan's lamentations, he longs for Sang Zhi's return. Regrettably, he cannot discern how much time has passed. He merely knows the wait is interminable, long enough for his consciousness to drift back into slumber, and the punctual figure who always returned home has not appeared. When Chu Junhang regains awareness, the person speaking to him is Chu Junyao. Chu Junyao's words are rather mundane, simply sharing insights from work. Typically, Chu Junhang finds his younger brother trustworthy. But today those same words lull him into drowsiness. Until Chu Junyao mentions, second sister-in-law did not return last night. Mother seems displeased with her. I was thinking of visiting her shop later. Chu Junyao is astonished to see the previously motionless figure in bed furrow his brow tightly. Second brother, can you hear what I'm saying? This question has been posed before, first by Sang Zhi and earlier by Chu Mu, yet Chu Junhang had offered no definitive response. This time, something seems to have triggered a reaction. His tightly knit brow releases, only to furrow again. Chu Junyao excitedly grasps Chu Junhang's hand. If you can hear me, just move your finger. With all his might, Chu Junhang focuses his energy on his hand, managing a slight movement. That mere twitch is enough for Chu Junyao to glimpse hope. Indeed, second brother can sense the outside world. Thus, it follows that the previous occasions when they gathered upstairs, and when their mother noted that second brother's finger had moved, were not mere illusions. It seems he is temporarily unable to control his body, preventing him from responding as they hoped. Chu Junyao attempts to engage Chu Junhang once more, but this time, Chu Junhang offers no further response. Rising, Chu Junyao exhales deeply. Though it is a minuscule sign, it marks a promising beginning. By midday, Sang Zhi is in the kitchen preparing ingredients when Chu Junyao enters. Sang Tian, spotting someone from the Chu family, quickly calls out to her. What brings you here? Sang Zhi rarely interacts with Chu Junyao, as he was the one who stood in for Chu Junhang during the marriage proposal, and with Chu Junhang still unconscious, he must tread carefully. However, his visit now raises the suspicion that it might relate to her absence the previous night. Second sister-in-law, I am aware of yesterday's events. I apologize for interrupting your time, but may we have a word? Chu Junyao states directly, cutting to the chase. Sang Zhi instinctively assumes he shares the same intentions as Chu Mu, wanting her to abandon her efforts to earn money and instead focus on staying home with Chu Junhang. After all, for them, money is inconsequential, even if earned. It is not truly theirs. While Chu Junhang remains their beloved kin, she is curious to see what he has to say. Sang Zhi removes her apron and places it on the nearby table. Let's speak in the back. Lu Chunhua sweeps the floor with a broom. Yet the ground is spotless, devoid of any debris. Sang Tian had been observing her for quite some time. She noticed that Sang Zhi was about to follow Chu Junyao into the back room. Hastily, Sang Tian approached to intervene, saying, Sister Lu, my sister is busy. You should go and chop the vegetables. She placed the broom aside and headed to the kitchen. Lu Chunhua wore a cheerful smile, but inwardly she harbored disdain. This troublesome stutterer was indeed a nuisance. Sang Tian took the broom from her hand, and though Lu Chunhua was reluctant, she had no choice but to comply. Deep down, she understood that despite being employees of the same establishment, Sang Tian's familial ties granted her a certain weight in conversation. It was unfortunate that she couldn't overhear the discussions in the courtyard. Otherwise, there might have been an opportunity for some extra earnings. Sang Zhi was taken aback to discover that Chu Junyao did not share his mother-esque sentiments and immediately apologized for her behavior the previous day. He had two matters to discuss during his visit. The first was to persuade Sang Zhi not to hold a grudge against her family. For Chu Mu was only concerned for her safety when she spoke so sternly. The second matter was that he had visited his elder brother, who had learned to control his frowns and the slight tremors in his fingers. "Is your sister-in-law aware of this?" he inquired. "Yes, I mentioned it previously, but ended up being accused of causing trouble," she replied. Thus, she could not be blamed for withholding the information later. Upon hearing this, Chu Junhang furrowed his brow, understanding that his sister-in-law had faced unfair treatment at home, which was understandably frustrating. However, the health of his elder brother was paramount, and he hoped she could act more cautiously and inform them of any developments. Although he spoke as calmly as possible, Sang Zhi discerned an undertone of reproach. She empathized with him. After all, the emotions tied to one's family were beyond the comprehension of outsiders. Nevertheless, she felt no remorse. Even if her silence had delayed Chu Junhang's recovery, the responsibility did not rest solely on her shoulders. At the very least, Zhao Yaolin and Chu Yunhuan bore a significant portion of the blame. Rather than blaming me here, perhaps you ought to manage your two younger sisters. Don't you think that all the conflicts arose because of their involvement? This statement left Chu Junhang at a loss for words. He instinctively wanted to apologize, but recalled Sang Zhi's previous remarks. Repeated apologies held no value, so he chose silence. "I will communicate with them, and if your sister-in-law has other requests she finds difficult to voice at home, she may approach me." Chu Junhang concluded, full of regret, and added, "My elder brother is currently undergoing tests at the hospital, and our mother and eldest sister are watching over him. I've already informed Mother. If your sister-in-law is free at noon, could you please help deliver some food to them?" Chu Junhang had his reasons for this arrangement. Their mother was not one to hold grudges, and as long as Sang Zhi delivered the meal, no one would bring up past grievances, thus resolving the tension. Given his suggestion, Sang Zhi felt no reason to decline. However, since he had offered his assistance, she would not hesitate to accept it. "I'll handle the food delivery. Yesterday's incident was my fault. It was indeed dangerous during the day, and Sang Tian was the only one staying here. I couldn't bear to leave her alone." Sang Zhi clarified that her absence was not due to a sulk, but rather concern for her younger sister residing there. "Then I must trouble you, sister-in-law. Of course, we are family, so there's no need for formality. I'll organize the shop and then visit the hospital." Sang Zhi's sudden change in attitude left even Chu Junhang momentarily stunned. He had intended to say many persuasive things, but they went unsaid. Just as he began to process this shift, she awkwardly added, "However, there's indeed a small matter I need your assistance with, though I'm unsure if it would be convenient for you. If it's not, please disregard my request." In an instant, Chu Junhang understood that she required his help. This sister-in-law truly inherited her father's resourcefulness. She was indeed reminiscent of him. Once the matter was raised, it was clear she expected his assistance. The key was that this request would be difficult to refuse, especially since Sang Zhi's involvement could significantly aid in Chu Junhang's recovery. At this moment, the Chu family needed her support. "Sister-in-law, feel free to speak candidly. We are family, so there is no need for politeness." Chapter 56. Unwavering backbiting. Sang Zhi was unreserved, stating, "When the shop first opened, my father brought a few friends to support us, including Uncle Li, the factory manager, who said he could help procure a freezer. As autumn approaches, I would like to ask if you could inquire about the status of that." She refrained from mentioning that she had already urged him once without success, as that would reveal her anxiety and put her at a disadvantage. The crux of the matter was that Uncle Li had inexplicably gone on a business trip without leaving any word, which left her feeling uncertain. Chu Junhang swiftly grasped the situation. This sister-in-law was no ordinary person. After just one meal, she had not only discerned the man's background, but had also bypassed the Chu family to seek his assistance directly. However, it appeared that the outcome of her inquiry was less than satisfactory. He vaguely recalled the factory manager, Li, and if his memory served him correctly, he had seen him just a few days prior. "I can certainly help you inquire, but I need to know how you approach him initially." Sang Zhi felt a bit embarrassed to admit that she had prepared gifts of cigarettes and alcohol to solicit his help. Instead, she simply stated that she had heard them discussing the freezer, which prompted her inquiry. She politely offered some gifts, intending to purchase a refrigerator, but it was Uncle Li who had suggested he could procure a freezer. Of course, no payment had been made yet. Had she not been concerned, she would not have worried about losing the opportunity, as the absence of a payment meant he owed her nothing. Having taken a day off, Chu Junhang promptly made his way to Uncle Li. The result, however, was astonishing. Contrary to expectations, Uncle Li had not gone on a business trip. Rather, he had avoided Sang Zhi out of embarrassment, fabricating an excuse instead. The freezer had indeed arrived days earlier, but it had been intercepted by someone else. This incident was somehow linked to Zhao Yalan, and Chu Junhang was taken aback by the mention of her name. Since Sang Zhi became his sister-in-law, Zhao Yalan had repeatedly opposed her. Was it truly just because she felt Sang Zhi was unworthy of his elder brother? Chu Junhang was aware of the truth, but could not bring himself to lay it bare, nor could he divulge it to Sang Zhi, as he needed to maintain family harmony. After requesting Uncle Li's assistance once more, he departed, while Uncle Li wiped the sweat from his brow. Although he had been a longtime friend of Chu's father, his standing was far inferior. Otherwise, he would not have so readily complied when Sang Zhi approached him for help. It was simply due to her being the Chu family's daughter-in-law. When Zhao Yalan sought him out, he was puzzled. Chu Junhang's visit had opened his eyes to the complexities of their family. The Chu family had always been regarded as a model of harmony. With loving spouses and accomplished children, it seemed there were numerous issues beneath the surface, particularly the discord between the adopted daughter and the daughter-in-law. While he did not wish to revel in their misfortune, he found it difficult to suppress a smirk. In the shop, Sang Zhi asked Niu Dagong, "Can you manage alone while I'm away?" "Rest assured, Master, I can handle it," Niu Dagong replied, beaming. He had not anticipated that Sang Zhi would hold him in such high regard, showing no reluctance to share her responsibilities. During his time there, she had been diligent in her guidance, a stark contrast to his previous experience, where Master Liang had accepted numerous bribes and merely used him as a laborer, teaching him only a smattering of culinary skills through covert means. Sang Zhi gently patted his shoulder, encouraging him, "Do your best. Today is also a test for you. When you can stand on your own, I'll consider giving you a raise." She had never intended to take on a disciple, yet Niu Dagong insisted on calling her that. Moreover, given the recent special circumstances, she was hesitant to allow anyone to openly refer to her as boss, which is why even Lu Chunhua addressed her by her name. "Thank you, Master," Niu Dagong said, his excitement evident as he watched Sang Zhi leave. Lu Chunhua, observing the scene, leaned in to ask Niu, "What did Sang Zhi say to you?" "Master had something to attend to, so she asked me to guard the kitchen today." The smile on his face had not yet faded, and he refrained from mentioning Sang Zhi's promise of a raise. What if Lu Chunhua also demanded a salary increase? That would ruin everything. How could he be so pleased to handle both their tasks alone? Foolish. Lu Chunhua muttered silently. Niu Dagong was oblivious to her thoughts. If he had heard her, he would surely retort, "You know nothing." His work required skill, and the trust placed in him was evident. Niu Dagong was happily engrossed in his tasks when Sang Tian entered with a platter of dishes. Seeing his joyful demeanor was infectious. Just as she was about to leave, Niu Dagong offered her a piece of meat. "Xiao Tian, taste your brother Niu's culinary skills." Sang Tian froze, and by the time she realized it, the meat was already in her mouth. Her cheeks flushed as she quickly turned and rushed out, avoiding eye contact with Niu Dagong. However, he raised an eyebrow, his smile growing even sweeter. Lu Chunhua happened to catch sight of Sang Tian's puffed cheeks and exclaimed, Well, Sang Tian, you've been caught sneaking a bite." With guests present, Sang Tian pursed her lips, hurriedly swallowing before retorting, "Don't be ridiculous." Even if it was true, it was inappropriate with customers around. She was too worried about being mocked, but rather about how it might impact the business. Lu Chunhua, reveling in her perceived victory, chuckled to herself. At the hospital, Sang Zhi entered with a pot of soup and dishes, immediately spotting Chu Mu and Chu Yunxiu, both looking quite cheerful. "Mom, sister, I brought you lunch," Sang Zhi announced, her smile unusually ingratiating. Chu Mu paused, suddenly feeling quite fond of her daughter. Despite her temper, which had flared the day before when she declared she would not return home, it was typical for someone her age to be a bit willful. Moreover, she had come to bring them food and was smiling so cautiously, likely fearing reprimand. "You're just in time. I was wondering what to have for lunch." Kumu replied warmly. Chu Yunxiu glanced at their mother, realizing she had been too absorbed in her happiness to notice how much she truly cared. Turning to Sang Zhi, she continued cheerfully, "By the way, good news. Junhang just finished his examination, and there are signs of improvement. This is all thanks to you. I can't take credit for that. It's your care that has made the difference," Sang Zhi replied modestly, acknowledging that she merely returned home to sleep while Chu Mu tirelessly tended to him. Don't be so humble. I've heard you've been consistently chatting with Junhang and even giving him muscle massages. Mom just told me, Chu Junhang added. Sang Zhi felt a wave of discomfort. Was that true? She had indeed made it a point to speak ill of the Chu family to Junhang daily. However, judging by Chu Mu's expression, it seemed she had only heard her voice, not the content of her words. Otherwise, she wouldn't be smiling so broadly. Sang Zhi could only awkwardly accept this praise, responding, "It's nothing really. Oh my, our Sang Zhi is shy." Chu Mu thought of the dream she had that day, envisioning a future where Junhang would awaken and they would live happily together. She no longer yearned for twins, whether they were grandsons or granddaughters. She would cherish them all the same. She pondered this as the newly implemented family planning policy lingered in the air. Just a few days prior, others her age were concerned about having granddaughters, while she worried about whether she would even have grandchildren. Fortunately, things were progressing in a positive direction. Her wishes seemed within reach. Realizing the food was getting cold, Sang Zhi hurriedly served them to avoid further idle chatter. At that moment, Chu Junhang entered, followed closely by Zhao Yalan. Chapter 57. Chu Junhang is more important than money. Zhao Yalan wore a displeased expression. Just outside the hospital, Chu Junhang had concluded a conversation with her. Although they were family and Zhao Yalan was a few months older, he never referred to her as sister. Yet, he was biased towards Sang Zhi, which irked Zhao Yalan immensely. Her resentful gaze flickered over Sang Zhi's face, only to notice a spark of light in Sang Zhi's eyes as she looked at Chu Junhang. Her anger dissipated, replaced by a sudden understanding. Indeed, while her second brother had always been exemplary, he was still 8 years older than Sang Zhi, and they had never had any real interaction. By the time Sang Zhi married into the family, her second brother had already fallen into a deep slumber. It wasn't that she belittled her affections. The reality was stark. Who would fall for a man lying unconscious, uncertain if he would ever awaken? Even Sang Mei, who had been engaged to him for years, chose to break off the engagement. As for the one who came to fetch the bride, it was Junhang, and he also handled the marriage certificate. In terms of age, Junhang was merely 3 or 4 years older than Sang Zhi, a handsome young man with great potential. It was no surprise that Sang Zhi would take a liking to him. Zhao Yalan understood that even if Chu Junhang awakened, as long as Sang Zhi was determined to divorce, he would not object. Her only concern was that during Chu Junhang's comatose state, she had revealed too much about herself in his presence. She wondered if he would remember anything upon waking. Fortunately, Chu Mu's next words eased her worries somewhat. The doctor mentioned that your second brother is beginning to respond to external stimuli, which is a positive sign. Even if he cannot communicate with us or comprehend what we say, we must continue to talk to him, so he knows there are people waiting for him to awaken, encouraging him not to lose hope. Is my second brother unable to understand our words? Zhao Yalan's anxious inquiry left everyone momentarily stunned. The doctor had only stated that he was beginning to perceive external stimuli, but whether he understood and responded was something only Chu Junhang himself could know. Yet, in response to Zhao Yalan's question, Chu Mu instinctively nodded. It should be so. Chu Junhang chimed in. Regardless, he is now aware of external stimuli. When we have the chance, let us talk to him about the outside world and share our experiences. It will help in his recovery. After much discussion, they unanimously decided that it would be best for Chu Junhang to recuperate at home, as it would be more convenient for care. If he remained in the hospital, Chu Mu could not manage alone, especially since it might be a long-term situation. There was still one report pending, and he would not be discharged until the afternoon. Chu Junhang mentioned he had to return to work and prepare to leave, but not without casting a discreet glance at Sang Zhi. Understanding the unspoken cue, Sang Zhi quickly followed him out. Witnessing this exchange, Zhao Yalan felt elated, pondering, when did the relationship between my sister-in-law and Junhang become so good? Yet it made sense. After all, Junhang had taken care of the wedding certificate and the marriage proposal. Chu Mu and Chu Junhang exchanged glances, sensing the comment was somewhat inappropriate. Chu Junhang chuckled and intentionally remarked, if that is the case, then my bond with Sang Zhi must be the strongest, considering that Junhang merely accompanied the certificate process while I was the one who brought all the items to purchase. Zhao Yalan, feeling the sting of truth in those words, realized she had indeed been hasty. She quickly smiled and playfully replied, well, big sister, you should be aware that since Sang Zhi arrived, all your affections have been directed towards her. Tell me, how long has it been since we've had a gathering together? During this busy period, I must say, I have not been out with Sang Zhi, you know. However, she often goes to have lunch at Sang Zhi's place. Since the restaurant opened at the entrance, it has certainly made things more convenient for her and Zhou Qinyan. Sometimes, when she wishes to avoid the bothersome children at home, she simply settles for a meal at Sang Zhi's, as the cost is negligible for them. Moreover, they are family, so it hardly benefits anyone else. At the entrance, Chu Junhang waited specifically for Sang Zhi. Upon seeing her, he wasted no time and said, "Second sister-in-law, I have inquired about the matter you asked me to. Uncle Li said he would deliver it in a couple of days." This was indeed wonderful news. With the freezer, it would save a great deal of trouble. Sang Zhi, feeling satisfied, beamed like a blooming flower. "By the way, I recall your workplace isn't too far from here. If you ever wish to avoid going home or fancy a change of flavor, feel free to come over to eat. It's on me as family." Although he couldn't eat much on his own, his connections proved beneficial, as they could alleviate Sang Zhi's burdens significantly. While Sang Zhi had not inquired specifically about which department Chu Junhang worked in, she understood that with family support, as long as he possessed adequate ability, his future would undoubtedly be promising. Chu Junhang did not decline and nodded. "All right, I shall take my leave." Upon returning to the ward, Sang Zhi's triumphant expression was hardly containable, reinforcing Zhao Yalan's inner thoughts. "Sister, it seems everything here with Junhang is all right. Both you and Yalan have jobs, and it's inconvenient to stay here constantly. With my mother and I here, you both should attend to your own matters." Once inside, Sang Zhi's eyes darted around, and the increasingly unsettling gaze she cast upon Zhao Yalan prompted her to speak up. "Your restaurant won't be affected, will it?" "Not at all. Earning money is ultimately for a better life, and what matters more than making money is Junhang's well-being." With Nyota Gang around, based on her observations, the young man was quite commendable, hard-working, and eager to learn. It would be interesting to see if he could manage in her absence today. If he could, she might consider taking on an apprentice, thus liberating herself from the kitchen entirely. She had no intention of spending her life confined to the back of a restaurant. As she articulated her sentiments eloquently, her words resonated deeply with both Chu Mu and Chu Yunxiu. "Very well, you and Mother will stay here. Once the afternoon report is out and everything is fine, you can return." Chu Yunxiu called out to Zhao Yalan, "Yalan, shall we go together?" Aware of the discord between Zhao Yalan and Sang Zhi, she preferred to avoid any potential disputes by escorting her away. Zhao Yalan, unable to insist on staying, cast a lingering glance at Chu Junhang before departing, reminding Chu Mu, "Mother, please take good care of second brother." "Of course, I understand. You both hurry and attend to your own affairs. Do not delay," Chu Mu replied with a smile. However, Sang Zhi secretly rolled her eyes and, once they had left, tentatively asked Chu Mu, "Mother, doesn't it appear that Yalan is much closer to Junhang than to Junyao?" "Well, I heard from your elder sister that when Yalan first arrived at our home, she was bullied by other children in the courtyard, and Junhang stepped in to help her, which deterred anyone from bothering her thereafter," Chu Mu reflected. After finishing her thoughts, she sensed something amiss with Sang Zhi's remarks. Casting a hesitant glance her way, she advised, "Yalan's attitude toward you is somewhat unkind, but she genuinely cares for her second brother. She likely fears that you may mistreat him behind his back. Zhi, do not take it to heart. Once Junhang awakens, she will naturally recognize your kindness toward him." Sang Zhi felt the urge to retort. Did she truly need Yalan's acknowledgement? What a preposterous notion. Yet, given Chu Junyao's assistance in resolving her freezer issue, she suppressed her irritation and cautiously inquired, "Honestly, I think that while Yalan is a child you and father adopted, she has no blood ties to the family. Given her closeness to Junhang, why didn't T-Mom and Dad consider having Yalan marry him? What sort of talk is that? Even without blood ties, Yalan is my daughter, raised as one of my own. She and Junhang grew up as if they were siblings. Suggesting marriage is absurd." Sang Zhi was taken aback by Chu Mu's vehement reaction. The usually gentle woman was visibly furious. "I merely asked a casual question. Mother, no need to take it to heart. Let's pretend I never said it," she quickly reassured, growing solemn and choosing to fall silent. "Forget it, I'll fetch some water." Chu Mu, genuinely exasperated, sought an excuse to leave, not wishing to linger with Sang Zhi. She was baffled by how Sang Zhi could make such statements. Lacking blood ties, yet claiming to be siblings, was simply erroneous. After Chu Mu departed, Sang Zhi rolled her eyes and rather ungracefully sat beside the quietly resting Chu Junhang, scoffing, "Siblings? I find it hard to believe that your biological siblings care for you as much as this so-called sister does." Fortunately for Chu Junhang, he remained asleep. Otherwise, his face would surely have flushed with embarrassment. Yet, the truth of Sang Zhi's words was indisputable, leaving him unable to counter her claims. He himself was unaware when Zhao Yalan had developed such feelings for him. Since he became conscious, he had heard her confessions more than once and witnessed the misdeeds she committed due to her resentment towards Sang Zhi. As for the new bride he had yet to meet, she was no simple character either. Chu Junhang, still in slumber, harbored a premonition that if he were fortunate enough to awaken, his future days would undoubtedly be filled with extraordinary events. In the evening, Chu Junyao arrived with a security officer to escort Chu Junhang. Because of Sang Zhi's earlier remarks, Chu Mu had not acknowledged her all afternoon. However, she was indifferent to others' attitudes. Noticing the tension between them, Chu Junyao, as the younger brother, hesitated to directly inquire of his sister-in-law Sang Zhi, instead opting to ask his mother, "Mother, have you and second sister-in-law had a falling out?" That shouldn't be the case. Mother usually supports second sister-in-law. When they left, they took Zhao Yalan with them. The instigator is absent, so I can't fathom what would have upset Mother. Having bottled up her frustrations all afternoon, Chu Mu seized the opportunity to reveal her feelings to Chu Junyao, recounting Sang Zhi's words verbatim, and then asked him, "Don't you think this is absurd? What is she thinking? Yalan is wrong for targeting her. I'll 1T defend her on that point. How could a sister-in-law speak such things? It only serves to undermine her husband and sister-in-law. What good does that bring her?" Chu Junyao awkwardly rubbed his nose. Not only had Sang Zhi raised suspicions, but he too felt a subtle doubt brewing within. Yet, as Chu Mu had pointed out, Zhao Yalan and Junhang had grown up like siblings, without concrete evidence. He found it challenging to voice further opinions. Second sister-in-law may have just spoken thoughtlessly. Mother, please don't dwell on it. I know she spoke thoughtlessly, yet such words should never have been uttered. Unaware of these musings, Sang Zhi observed as Chu Junhang was lifted into the vehicle. When Chu Junyao asked if she would return with them, she promptly declined, stating she would ride her bicycle home. After they had departed, she returned to the restaurant. The evening was bustling with patrons, and Sang Tian and Lu Chunhua were busily attending to customers while others urged for their meals. In the kitchen, Nyota Gang was sweating profusely as he worked tirelessly. Upon seeing Sang Zhi return, he smiled briefly before resuming his tasks. Sang Zhi quickly tidied her hair, donned an apron, and joined in to assist. After the dinner rush subsided, Sang Zhi generously praised the gang, saying, "You've done well, keep up the good work, and soon you will be the master chef of our establishment." The gang chuckled bashfully, scratching his head. "It's all thanks to my mentor's guidance that I have the opportunity to learn from you." Sang Zhi, however, did not insist on him calling her mentor, as a master-apprentice relationship in her time was not as formalized as it is today. Nevertheless, the gang felt that since he had received her guidance, he should address her as such, and he persisted in doing so. Today marked exactly 1 month and 3 days since they had joined the restaurant, coinciding with the first day of the month. As they operated until 9 o'clock, the restaurant began to empty. Sang Zhi distributed their salaries for the month and, due to good business, also awarded each of them an additional 5 yuan as a bonus. Both the gang and Sang Tian beamed with joy. "All right, it's getting late. Let us call it a day," Sang Zhi announced as she headed towards the back courtyard, followed closely by Sang Tian. Lu Chunhua looked at the gang's unambitious demeanor and scoffed, "Fool, are you really satisfied with such a meager sum? Have you ever considered how much she earns every day, only to give us a fraction?" "The restaurant is hers," the gang replied, "but you two are the cooks, and Sang Tian and I handle the cleaning and other chores. Our contributions are similar, and Sang Zhi's only advantage is that she pays the rent," Lu Chunhua murmured. The gang bowed his head in silence, lost in thought, his expression no longer reflecting the joy it had moments ago. Once Sang Zhi finished organizing her things and departed, 3 individuals entered, inquiring, "Is there still food available?" No. Sang Zhi began to respond, but upon looking up, she recognized a familiar face, the person who had helped her retrieve her bag the previous day. Xiao Wu spotted Sang Zhi as well. Their previous encounters had been coincidental on the road, and he had anticipated that she worked at this restaurant. "Comrade, we're not picky. Just give us whatever you have. We are famished," one of Xiao Wu's companions said. Feeling a sense of obligation towards her benefactors, Sang Zhi could not refuse. "All right, let me see what I can prepare for you," she replied, deciding to whip up a couple of dishes. Being a restaurant, it was impossible for them to run completely out of food, and after a bit of tidying up, she managed to put together a few decent options. However, this meant she could not leave just yet, as Sang Tian was still at the establishment, and it wouldn't be appropriate to leave her alone with 3 men. Chapter 59. Taking her home, Xiao Wu and his companions devoured the meal, and once they finished, they expressed their gratitude, asking, "Comrade, how much do we owe you?" "Nothing," Sang Zhi replied earnestly, looking at Xiao Wu. "This meal is on me as a thank you for your assistance yesterday." The other 2 men glanced at Xiao Wu, teasing, "Brother Wu, helping such a beautiful lady, and yet you never mentioned it before." Their gazes towards Sang Zhi carried a hint of mischief, perhaps presuming that she was smitten by Xiao Wu's looks, which indeed were striking. Xiao Wu, fully aware of this perception, shot a cold glance at the man, causing his playful grin to falter, and he fell silent. It was clear that Xiao Wu held the position of authority among the trio. With his long fingers tapping the table, he suddenly turned to Sang Zhi, asking, "Are you the owner of this establishment?" 3,000 yuan is no small sum, and although he had not opened the bag yesterday, the feel of its contents was unmistakable. A young girl carrying such a large sum of money was indeed unusual. Coupled with her demeanor and the presence of another female, the situation was clear. Initially, he intended to express his gratitude for the previous day's favor, but now the encounter seemed far more complicated. Sang Zhi keenly observed the attire of the 3 men, easily identifying them as impoverished laborers. Though one of them had been somewhat frivolous, they did not appear particularly menacing, given that Xiao Wu had helped her and had not touched the money in her bag. She surmised they were unlikely to be nefarious individuals. With a nod, she replied, "You could say that. Is there anything else you need assistance with?" Despite feeling a bit intimidated by their formidable presence, she maintained her composure. Xiao Wu seemed to ponder for a moment, and Sang Zhi did not press him. One of his companions, unable to contain himself, suggested, "Brother Wu, since she is the owner, she must have some authority. Perhaps we." "Be quiet." Xiao Wu shot him a glance, silencing him instantly. Turning back to Sang Zhi, he said, "I see this restaurant is privately owned. Since you are the owner, I will be straightforward. We have come to the city to sell some goods we brought from the countryside, hoping to earn a little money. However, after yesterday's incident, the authorities have become quite strict, and we've been hiding today with quite a few items left unsold. Can you take them?" Realizing they were there to sell goods, and feeling reassured that her safety was not at risk, Sang Zhi relaxed. "That is a bit tricky. You can see this is a restaurant, and I am willing to help, but you must guarantee the quality of what you bring. After all, it's food going into someone's stomach. If any meat is spoiled, I cannot accept it." They had brought grains, produce, and dried goods like mushrooms and dried bamboo shoots. This was their first venture into such dealings. Previously, there had been no oversight, and they had quietly sold off most of their goods. However, after the robbery incident, patrols had increased, and, as outsiders, they were anxious to sell their wares and return home, unable to afford any delays. They feared that if caught by the authorities, it would result in a significant loss. As it was late, Sang Zhi could not accompany them to inspect the goods, but Xiao Wu assured her they could bring them over first. As for payment, they could settle part of it now and the remainder the following day. Given the stringent checks outside, they had little choice, making it more favorable for them to sell to Sang Zhi. Thus, Sang Zhi acquired approximately 2,000 yuan worth of grains and dried goods, primarily consisting of rice and flour. Once the transactions were completed, she glanced at the clock and noted it was already past 11 at night. "Hey, you have money," Sang Tian remarked, having noticed that Sang Zhi had intended to deposit her earnings yesterday, but had not found the time after the incident. Sang Tian wondered why. Despite having money to settle the bill, Sang Zhi was only willing to pay a portion. Sang Zhi chuckled softly and explained, "Let us not complicate matters. Since it's just the 2 of us running this place, it's fine to part with 200 or 300. With all this stock here, it's not worth harboring ill intentions over such a small amount. However, if I were to settle the full 2,000 now, it implies that I have even more funds available, and we wouldn't know how they might perceive that." Sang Tian nodded, albeit with a look of confusion, gazing out at the night sky. Just as she was about to inquire whether they would return home tonight, they heard Chu Junhang's voice at the entrance. "Second sister-in-law, mother sent me to bring you home." From the moment Xiao Wu and his companions entered the restaurant, Sang Zhi had no intention of returning home that night. Though she felt they were not ill-intentioned, one could never be too sure. If they were to return, Sang Tian, being obedient and naive, would struggle to handle the situation. With Chu Junhang coming to escort her home, Sang Zhi felt it would be impolite to refuse. After some contemplation, she explained the situation to him. She was uneasy about leaving Sang Tian alone in the restaurant, and Chu Junhang was equally concerned for their safety. Given the circumstances, it would be imprudent for Sang Tian to decline his offer. Sang Zhi treated her exceptionally well, and she could not bear to make things difficult for her sister, so she merely nodded in agreement. It was only then that Sang Zhi revealed a smile and suggested, "You can ride my bicycle while I sit with Junhang." After moving the goods, she was utterly exhausted and welcomed the chance to rest. Upon returning to the Chu residence, Chu Mu was still waiting in the courtyard. Unable to sleep, Sang Zhi took the initiative to explain the reason for their late return, and then she led Sang Tian upstairs, saying, "You will stay in the room next to mine. I will fetch you a pillow and a blanket shortly." It turned out to be Chu Junhang's room. After entering, he had decided to move to the last room in the corridor as it was somewhat inconvenient for him, as a younger uncle, to live next to his elder brother and sister-in-law. The Chu house was quite spacious, with several children residing on the upper floor and 2 additional vacant rooms. Unlike the Sang family, where the 3 siblings had to squeeze into one room, this was why Sang Zhi had never considered having Sang Tian move in with her. After all, both she and Sang Mei were already married, and Sang Tian and Sang Qi were cousins. It was inappropriate for them to share a room. Sang Tian had yet to meet the legendary brother-in-law, and while accompanying Sang Zhi back to the room to fetch items, she stole a glance at the man on the bed. He was rather handsome, albeit a bit too thin, and his bald head could not conceal his striking features. No wonder Sang Mei had sung his praises to the heavens whenever she returned home. Even in deep slumber, he exuded such charm. One could only imagine the shock upon awakening. Sang Tian thought to herself, hoping her brother-in-law would wake up soon. Otherwise, Sister Zhi would have to guard a living corpse for life, which would be utterly pitiful. In the dead of night, Zhao Yalan heard noises outside and got up to peek through the door crack, just in time to see Chu Junhang conversing with Sang Zhi and another figure. "Second sister-in-law, Comrade Sang Tian, I will rest now. If you need anything, feel free to call me." It was then that she realized Sang Zhi had brought her sister home. Zhao Yalan felt a surge of displeasure. Ever since she learned that Chu Junhang might awaken, she had been oscillating between joy and disappointment. She longed for him to wake, yet feared that her sordid thoughts would be laid bare once he did. She resolved that she could no longer delay. She needed to become the second brother's wife as soon as possible, leaving no room for regret once he awoke. Quietly closing the door crack, Zhao Yalan returned to bed. The dark night mirrored the turmoil within her heart, which felt more desolate than the inky blackness surrounding her. Upon waking, Sang Zhi found her waist aching terribly. Resolute, she decided she must hire help. As soon as she reached the shop today, she would post a hiring notice. She wanted to enjoy life and not work herself to death. Wary of causing trouble for Sang Zhi, Sang Tian rose early and was already downstairs helping Chu Mu pick vegetables. Although she spoke little due to her stutter, her diligence and obedience won the favor of the elders. When Sang Zhi descended the stairs, Sang Tian was the first to notice her pale complexion, promptly setting down the vegetables to stand up. "Sister, are you unwell?" Sang Zhi shook her head. "I suppose I've been too tired these past few days. My back hurts a bit, but it's nothing to worry about. If you're tired, take a break. Cooking is no easy task. You must take care of your health." Chu Mu advised with concern. "Mother, I understand. I might want to trade my life for money. Once I get to the shop today, I will hire help again. Perhaps even a chef, so I won't have to be there every day." Hearing this, Chu Mu sighed in relief. With her coming and going at all hours, could she truly rest easy? True to her word, Sang Zhi posted the hiring notice as soon as she arrived at the shop. Xiao Wu came alone, without his 2 companions. Unbeknownst to Sang Zhi, after leaving the previous day, Xiao Wu had scolded the one who had spoken lightly to Sang Zhi. Upon seeing him enter, Sang Zhi handed him the money she had prepared. "Count it." Xiao Wu counted before her, and the amount, nearly 2,000 yuan, was substantial. After taking a moment to tuck it into his bag, he expressed gratitude. However, he did not intend to leave just yet. "Your restaurant seems to be thriving. You must consume a great deal of food and ingredients daily. I have connections in the countryside. Would you consider a partnership?" Just then, Sang Shi arrived with a bull cart to deliver goods. Sang Zhi pointed outside, saying, "My family is in the countryside and will come by daily to deliver. If it weren't for your assistance, I wouldn't have accepted your goods." This was her way of indicating that since he had helped her once, they were now even. "Forget I said anything," Xiao Wu replied, but as he left, he glanced at the hiring notice on the door. He paused briefly, a flicker of contemplation in his eyes, but ultimately continued on his way. That day, 2 individuals came in response to the hiring notice, yet neither was suitable. Sang Zhi seized the opportunity to ask Sang Zhi, "Sister Zhi, I see you're looking for kitchen help. Do you need an apprentice? My sister-in-law's younger brother is of the right age. If he could learn cooking from you, it would bode well for him in finding a wife." Sang Zhi did not feel embarrassed to refuse. Instead, she directly replied, "The kitchen is small. I don't need an apprentice at the moment. I want to hire someone skilled to help out. Otherwise, I'll be overwhelmed." "That's fair. I was merely asking. We can discuss it again if the opportunity arises." Sang Zhi conceded without taking offense. Sang Zhi had her own considerations. Her ties to the Sang family were based on blood, and her uncle and aunt had indeed treated her well. However, she understood a crucial truth. The closer the kin, the more complicated the involvement, especially with her sister-in-law's brother, where mistakes could not be easily addressed. She recalled her sister-in-law, who was not particularly unfavorable, yet was known to be rather calculating. She was looking to hire workers, not to invite her ancestors in. 2 days later, factory director Li arrived with a delivery of a freezer, and Sang Zhi welcomed him warmly. She was entirely unaware that without Chu Junhang's intervention, her freezer might have taken months to arrive. At this time, early autumn had just begun, and the weather had not yet changed significantly, allowing her to use it for some time without the daily hassle of disposing of spoiled meat. While everyone else was bustling with excitement, Lu Chunhua appeared less than pleased. This was not the first time Sang Zhi had noticed this. Ever since the rule against taking leave during working hours was enforced, it seemed that whenever something good happened in the shop, she wore an unhappy expression. Sang Tian observed Sang Zhi watching Lu Chunhua and pulled her aside to the backyard. "Sister, something seems off. What do you think?" "Sont-elle inquiète? I've noticed that several times during lunch or after work, she hasn't tea-head at home." Sang Zhi paid close attention, and this time Lu Chunhua was heading in the opposite direction, quietly following her. Sang Zhi watched as Lu Chunhua arrived at and waited at the entrance for Zhao Yalan to emerge. Too far away, she could not discern their conversation, but it was clear that Lu Chunhua had dealings with Zhao Yalan. Betrayer, Sang Zhi thought, grinding her teeth. These two must have been scheming against her behind her back. Upon returning to the shop, Sang Tian looked at her with questioning eyes. Sang Zhi whispered, "Pretend you know nothing. Let us see what she is up to." "Okay." Sang Tian nodded. "I'll keep an eye on her." Numerous individuals inquired about the chef apprenticeship, yet not a single one possessed the necessary skills. Days passed leisurely, and for several days, Lu Chunhua made no moves. Sang Zhi grew increasingly impatient, as constantly monitoring others required great energy. Just as she began to contemplate whether to continue waiting, Lu Chunhua finally made her move. Late at night, after the customers had departed and the shop was tidy, Lu Chunhua stealthily retrieved a packet of powder from her pocket and cautiously poured it into Sang Zhi's cup. This scene was witnessed by Sang Tian, who had been vigilantly observing her, and she hurried off to inform Sang Zhi. As autumn approaches, the air grows arid, and Sang Zhi finds her lips cracked, compelling her to consume copious amounts of water daily. The medication was administered neither too early nor too late, but precisely before she returned home from work. Sang Zhi began to delve into her memories, recalling the last time Sang Mei had given her medicine. It seemed that she had offered her water as soon as she arrived at the Chu residence. The effects of that medication had manifested in about 20 minutes. The distance from the shop back to the Chu household took approximately 10 minutes. What was Zhao Yalan plotting? Had she arranged for someone to harm her along the way? How deep could this enmity run? Moreover, she could not be so foolish as to overlook the consequences. As the daughter-in-law of the Chu family, any mishap would undoubtedly lead to the uncovering of the perpetrator, even if only for the sake of maintaining their reputation. Had she not considered that she was exposing herself? If not an ambush on the road, then surely it was a plan to ensnare her upon her return. Chapter 61. One must not act against their own kin. Lu Chunhua emerged as if nothing were amiss. "Sang Zhi, the shop is tidy now. I shall take my leave. You should return early as well." As she turned to exit, Sang Tian anxiously grasped Sang Zhi's wrist. She had not anticipated Lu Chunhua as malice. Would she simply let her depart? What should she do? Sang Zhi gently patted the back of Lu Chunhua's hand to soothe her before speaking leisurely. "Sister Lu, Perhaps it is better to stay a while longer. Lest we need to search for you again. Lu Chunhua, already feeling guilty, was startled by this remark, her heart racing. What's wrong? They haven't discovered anything. Have they? She had been exceedingly cautious. It should not have come to this. In theory, her conflict with Sang Zhi was merely verbal, devoid of any profound hatred. Yet Zhao Yalan had promised that if Lu Chunhua could eliminate Sang Zhi, she would assist in acquiring this establishment. The thought of the daily profits made Lu Chunhua eager. However, Sang Zhi did not rush to respond. Instead, she drew closer and, unexpectedly, pressed Lu Chunhua down onto the table. Xiao Dian, fetch the rope. This scene left Niu Dagong utterly astonished. Stammering, "Master." Lu Chunhua was equally unprepared for Sang Zhi's sudden aggression. Though young, Sang Zhi proved surprisingly agile, rendering Lu Chunhua immobile. Terrified, Lu Chunhua widened her eyes. "What are you doing? What do you intend? I warn you, this is illegal. Release me at once. Oh heavens, someone come quickly. They're going to kill me." Realizing her warnings bore no fruit, Lu Chunhua resorted to wailing and causing a scene. Ultimately, she was securely bound in a corner, where Sang Zhi, finding her too noisy, stuffed a cloth in her mouth to silence her. All of this transpired right under Niu Dagong's nose, who remained bewildered, unable to grasp the situation. It was only when Sang Zhi called out to him, "Dagong, you will ride my bicycle. Quickly go to the police station and report that someone has poisoned the food at the restaurant," that he finally comprehended the gravity of the matter. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Lu Chunhua, unable to fathom her audacity. Furthermore, all the day's patrons had departed without incident. "Why are you still dawdling?" Seeing him frozen, Sang Zhi began to suspect that Niu Dagong and Lu Chunhua were colluding. Just then, Niu Dagong bolted out. "I'll go right away." By sheer coincidence, today's on-duty officer was Lin Gongyan, a comrade of Chu Junhang, accompanied by 2 male officers. Upon their arrival, Sang Zhi presented her glass of water, explaining the circumstances and her suspicions regarding Lu Chunhua's intentions. Lin Gongyan reacted swiftly. "Since you suspect she intended to harm you on the road, shall we investigate now?" Sang Zhi had no reason to refuse. "Xiao Dian, you should accompany the officers," she advised. "If Lu Chunhua is apprehended, and her family comes to cause trouble, it may be dangerous for you here." Xiao Dian nodded, fearful. Niu Dagong remained behind to monitor Lu Chunhua, while Sang Zhi rode ahead, with the 3 officers trailing at a distance, followed by Xiao Dian. However, upon reaching home, they encountered no assailants. Clearly, Sang Zhi's suspicions were unfounded. Lin Gongyan breathed a sigh of relief. After all, according to Sang Zhi, Zhao Yalan was involved, being Chu Junhang's sister. If that were the case, the aftermath could become exceedingly complicated. He secretly hoped Sang Zhi had misjudged the situation. "Sang Zhi, these are only your claims. We will need to take Lu Chunhua and your glass for further examination. If any drugs are found in the glass, this matter will be treated with utmost seriousness. Nonetheless, whether it was connected to Zhao Yalan would depend on Lu Chunhua's testimony. If the glass revealed nothing, it would only imply that Sang Zhi had overreacted. Indeed, during interrogation, Lu Chunhua had consistently denied any wrongdoing. Evidence must be presented. Sang Zhi could not assert with certainty that Zhao Yalan was involved, so she nodded. "Very well. I appreciate your assistance." Lin Gongyan acknowledged. "If convenient, we will need you to join us at the station to provide a more detailed account." Sang Zhi had hastily summarized the events earlier, leaving no time for documentation. She nodded to Xiao Dian. "I'll accompany Officer Lin and the others. You may head inside first. If they inquire, simply tell the truth." Given that the incident had transpired and Zhao Yalan was implicated, it was imperative to inform the Chu family. Furthermore, since the adversary aimed to harm her, there was no reason to conceal the truth. Regardless of whether they would favor Zhao Yalan, this matter must reach a conclusion, and she trusted they would understand the situation themselves. Typically, when Sang Zhi returned late, Mother Chu would leave the porch light on. However, tonight the Chu residence lay in utter darkness, an unsettling silence permeating the air. Xiao Dian had only visited once previously due to Xiao Wu and his companions, thus was unfamiliar with the Chu family's routines. She merely knew that Sang Zhi had instructed her to occupy the same room as before. The ground floor was shrouded in darkness, and when she knocked on Mother Chu's door, there was no response. Xiao Dian's heart raced, an unsettling feeling washing over her. She cautiously ascended the stairs, where darkness enveloped the upper floor as well. Yet from the last room in the hallway came an eerie sound, one that felt oppressive. If her memory served her right, that room belonged to Zhi's uncle. Xiao Tian had seen him before. The Chu family members were all remarkably handsome, which was her only impression of them. Being introverted and stuttering, she seldom spoke to others and was not well acquainted with anyone. Yet, the distressing sound sent shivers down her spine. After contemplating, she decided to approach in the dark and hesitantly knocked on the door. "Hello, is everything all right?" The voice inside paused momentarily. The door, not locked, creaked open slightly with her knocks. Silence lingered beyond the threshold as Xiao Tian fought against her fear and cautiously pushed the door open. "Ah!" Xiao Tian found her hands restrained, unable to break free. The man's body radiated heat, obscured by darkness, his face indistinguishable, save for a pair of deep, haunting eyes that resembled a bottomless pit, threatening to drown her. "No!" She struggled desperately. Chu Junhang was not oblivious to his predicament. However, by the time he realized something was amiss, it was already too late. With no one home, he dared not escape in such a state and instead had locked Chu Junhang's room, tossing the key far away while still retaining some semblance of reason. He huddled in his room, unaware of the dosage he had ingested. Despite having relieved himself twice, the impulse remained, and his consciousness began to fade. What he never anticipated was the intrusion of an outsider, a woman, into his room. Who could it be that would enter uninvited? With crimson eyes forced open, he could see nothing but shadows, his vision blurred. He could not let this happen. The last remnants of reason urged him not to harm his own family. Chapter 62. A Twist of Fate. Sang Tian believed she was doomed, yet at the last moment, Chu Junhang suddenly released her, crashing his head against the wall. Gaining her freedom, Sang Tian dared not glance back at her. Scrambling towards the door and racing down the stairs, Chu Yanhuan and Zhao Yalan, arm in arm with Chu's mother, walked home, chatting and laughing, though only Chu's mother wore a hint of sorrow on her face. The closer they drew to home, the brighter Zhao Yalan's smile became, though the other two remained oblivious. Upon pushing open the grand door, Sang Tian caught sight of a disheveled figure rushing from the living room into the yard, hair unkempt, clothes in disarray. Zhao Yalan instinctively tightened her grip, thinking she had returned too late. Had she arrived earlier, she might have caught them in the act, which would have been far more compelling. It was all Chu Yanhuan's fault, behaving like a madcap along the way, which wasted precious time. But perhaps it was for the best, as the deed was already done. Sang Tian had not considered much before. Her sole focus had been on escaping. It was only upon seeing Chu's mother and the others that she realized how disheveled she appeared. Just as she stood frozen, head bowed and unsure. "Za Yalan apruruchit hai, grasping headarm." Sang Tian, "What has happened to you? Oh dear, what is with your clothes? They seem torn." Zhao Yalan's voice, previously unnoticed, now rang clear in Sang Tian's ears. In moments of tension, the mind often sharpens. Lu Chunhua's medication, Chu Junhang's condition, and today's events were all orchestrated against Sister Zhi. The absence of danger on the road was due to her plans being set within the confines of home. At Chu Junhang's place, Sang Tian felt a flicker of relief. It was fortunate that she had come instead of Sang Zhi. Had it been her sister, she shuddered to think of the consequences. This realization steadied Sang Tian. She straightened up, gathering her wild hair back. Chu Yanhuan approached, eyes wide. "Yalan, what's wrong? Can't you tell Sang Zhi from Sang Tian?" Although the two shared similar builds, Sang Tian's disheveled hair obscured half her face, yet it was still quite apparent. Zhao Yalan's body stiffened as she finally recognized the person before her. "How can it be you?" Though Sang Tian had stayed at their home once before, it was only that once. "You seem particularly eager for the person standing here to be my sister." Sang Tian's gaze was heavy at this moment. She bore no resemblance to her usual meek self. Her stammering did not indicate foolishness. "What do you mean? You and my sister look so alike and it's so dark. I simply mistook you for her." Zhao Yalan quickly released Sang Tian, her mind a whirlwind. Where was Sang Zhi? How could it be Sang Tian? Did they discover her scheme and decide to take advantage, attempting to pair Sang Tian with Junhang? Infuriatingly, these two sisters were indeed cunning, capable of such calculations. What status did Junhang possess that this village girl could aspire to? Had it not been for her desire to drive Sang Zhi away, Zhao Yalan would never have conceived such a plan to unite her sister with Chu Junhang. Upstairs, chaos ensued. Sang Tian then recalled the moment Chu Junhang released her, colliding with the wall without mercy. That sound, now remembered, sent chills down her spine. Wouldn't he have harmed himself? Would he? Lin Gong and had returned Sang Zhi, reminiscing about Chu Junhang's current plight, filled with sentiment. Strangers entering the courtyard required registration, so Lin Gong and escorted her here. As Sang Zhi made her way back alone, she narrowly avoided a passing vehicle. Why the rush at such a late hour? She wondered. Upon returning home, she found Sang Tian seated in the living room, staring blankly ahead, lost in thought. Xiao Tian, why are you sitting here? Where's everyone else? At this moment, she sensed something was amiss. In the dead of night, if the rest of the family were asleep, Sang Tian would not have left all the lights on. Upon seeing Sang Zhi's return, Sang Tian seemed to find her anchor, tears spilling over uncontrollably. The others had taken Chu Junhang to the hospital. Once Sang Tian recounted the events that transpired at home, Sang Zhi's expression darkened as she asked, "Are you all right?" Sang Tian's clothes remained torn, a result of Chu Junhang's actions. This was not her home, and she had no clothes to change into. When she shook her head, Sang Zhi sighed in relief. "Come, let us go upstairs. I'll get you something to change into." Chu Junhang was not Chu Junhang, and Sang Tian was not her. Two utterly mismatched individuals. Fortunate nothing truly occurred. If it had, she dared not contemplate the outcome. The door was locked by Chu Junhang, who had sensed something was amiss and feared losing control. Sang Zhi searched for some time, uncertain where the key had been discarded, ultimately finding a large hammer downstairs. With a few powerful strikes, she broke the lock. Chu Junhang had long heard the commotion outside. The cacophony of sounds muddled his understanding. Yet he found himself alone, with no one to explain the situation, increasing his anxiety. Sensing footsteps nearby, he finally relaxed. Sang Zhi handed clothes to Sang Tian. "Please, change into these first." It was her return, and others were present. The one wearing her clothes must be her sister who had visited once before, Chu Junhang discerned. However, it was curious that today she went to wash up without speaking to him. He sensed her lingering by the bedside for a moment, her mood seemingly troubled, before she left again. What was happening? His heart was in turmoil. Chu Junhang had been rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment. Chu's mother sat nearby, nearly unable to support herself. In that moment, Chu Junhang matured considerably. Yet as she supported her mother, she felt a mix of confusion and helplessness. Just moments ago, they had been laughing together. How could they descend into such despair so swiftly? What was wrong with Sang Tian? How could third brother be in this state? Zhao Yalan, witnessing the scene, pressed her lips together and remarked, "How could second sister and the others do such a thing? Isn't this harming Junhang?" Both Chu's mother and Chu Junhang turned their gazes towards her. Chu's mother replied, "We will understand the situation once Junhang awakens. Do not speak carelessly." Chu Junhang seemed to grasp something, shouting recklessly, "Yalan, do you think Sang Zhi and Sang Tian plotted against third brother?" Zhao Yalan feigen solidarity with Chu Junhang. Mom, won't let me speak, but isn't it obvious? We were all conveniently absent from home today, and second sister rarely brings Sang Tian here. How coincidental that she did so while we were away, and second sister seemed to be absent at that time. She wasn't sure she could cover up this incident, but she was always meticulous in her actions. Even if it didn't fall upon Sang Zhi, it shouldn't trace back to her. At that moment, Zhao Yalan dared not contemplate further, her mind consumed with how to avoid entanglement in this matter. Chapter 63, Stirring the Waters. Then let the waters become murky. The murkier it gets, the harder it becomes to discern the truth, which would only benefit her. Though she appeared calm on the surface, inside she was anxious. Fortunately, with Chu Junhang by her side, as long as she initiated the conversation, Chu Junhang would piece the story together in her mind. Exhausted, Zhao Yalan leaned against the wall, listening to Chu Junhang arguing with Chu's mother. She had never intended to harm the Chu family. After all, she loved Chu Junhang, and the Chu family had raised her, owing her kindness. Yet at this moment, she couldn't help but think how much easier it would be if the family members were as naive as Chu Junhang. Alas, reality was far from her wishes. Even though Chu Yunxiu had married out, Chu Junhang was not easily manipulated. Chu's mother, despite her habitual softness, had her own principles, making her difficult to deceive. After calming Sang Tian, Sang Zhi hurriedly rode out. However, after this delay, she chased all the way to the police station, only to find no sign of Officer Lin, and it was already late at night. The police station had closed for the day. With no other option, Sang Zhi decided to head to the hospital first. The only patient who had been rushed in for emergency treatment that night was Chu Junhang. After inquiring briefly, she made her way to the emergency room. Chu Junhang's anger had been pushed to its peak by Zhao Yalan. At that moment, filled with rage, she turned to see Sang Zhi daring to approach her. Like a firecracker, she sprang up and charged towards her. Sang Zhi, how dare you come here? Look what your sisterhood has done to my brother. Today, I must teach you a lesson. Fortunately, Sang Zhi had some training. She swiftly dodged the attack. Even criminals have the right to defend themselves. Moreover, the matter was not yet clear, yet there was a rush to assign blame. Was this the lesson taught by your school? Sang Zhi stepped back a few paces, maintaining a safe distance. At that moment, she realized the truth of the saying that health is the foundation of revolution. Perhaps it was simply exhaustion from recent events. She had been feeling unwell. Otherwise, with her fighting spirit, she would not have feared Chu Junhang at all. Knowing that reasoning with Chu Junhang was futile, Sang Zhi, while ensuring her safety, approached Chu's mother and succinctly explained the situation. Mom, both Sang Tian and I are victims in today's incident. Before returning, Lu Chunhua from a store was taken away by the police for drugging me. Because of this, I went to the police station to give a statement, leaving Sang Tian to go home alone. I suspect that today's events were a deliberate trap targeting Junyao and me. The most important thing now is not to deflect blame, but to identify the person who harmed us and ensure the real culprit does not escape justice. Lu Chunhua is your employee. What did she gain from drugging you? This is why Sang Zhi chose to talk to Chu's mother instead of hastily explaining herself to Chu Junhang. Smart people grasp the essentials, while fools only roar irrationally, missing the best opportunity to clarify matters. Sang Zhi discreetly cast a glance at Zhao Yalan. The police were still investigating the specifics, and she believed they would provide a reasonable outcome. She did not rush to identify Zhao Yalan, as Sang Zhi was aware that comparing her importance to Zhao Yalan's would be self-deprecating. However, Lu Chunhua had already confessed, and since Officer Lin was an old friend of Chu Junhang, relaying the information through him would be more persuasive than her own words. Initially, Zhao Yalan had been adamant, but upon hearing that Lu Chunhua had been arrested, her expression changed to one of tension. She did not expect that someone could be so foolish, spending every day together, yet only managing to expose herself by drugging someone. Most importantly, judging by Sang Zhi's demeanor, Lu Chunhua's drugging had not succeeded. All her scheming had turned into a farce. As she watched her mother being persuaded by Sang Zhi, Chu Junhang still believed that Sang Zhi was the most suspicious. Everything comes from your mouth, and Lu Chunhua is your employee. Perhaps you two had conspired and she was paid off to take the blame? Am I insane? If I had orchestrated this, would I have sent Lu Chunhua to the police before knowing whether my plan would succeed? And besides, she was willing to cooperate with me in taking the blame. Am I supposed to be the king of the day? Sang Zhi truly could not comprehend Chu Junhang's thought process. One cannot blame her for being foolish. After all, it is innate. Her parents must have bestowed their intelligence upon her elder siblings, leaving her with nothing but remnants. Yet, being foolish and still stirring trouble. How can one not be frustrated by that? Just as another argument was about to ensue, Chu's mother intervened. Enough. We don't even know how Junyao is doing inside. Can you all say a little less and let me have some peace? Chu Junhang promptly fell silent, and Sang Zhi could not be bothered to engage with her. Chu Junyao had slammed himself against the wall with considerable force, resulting in a mild concussion. The effects of the drugs had also taken their toll, rendering him visibly weak when he emerged from the emergency room. With the second son unconscious at home and the third son in such a state, the moment he stepped out of the emergency room, it reminded her of when Chu Junhang had been brought back, eyes tightly shut, unresponsive to calls. Chu's mother could no longer contain her emotions. She collapsed onto Chu Junyao's chest and wept bitterly. In times of helplessness, one instinctively seeks solace elsewhere. If guilt truly existed, let her bear it alone, even if it meant sacrificing her own life, as long as her children were spared from further harm. Chu's mother had never believed in the supernatural. Her life, while not without its challenges, had been relatively peaceful with a harmonious marriage and dutiful children. Compared to others, she had been fortunate. Yet in the past few months, an unknown misfortune had drained her spirit. Sang Zhi, who was typically tough on the outside but soft-hearted within, could not bear to witness such scenes. Fortunately, Chu Junyao was unlike Chu Junhang. He gradually awoke amidst his mother's cries, the first sensation being a throbbing headache. As he attempted to move, Sang Zhi swiftly pressed down on his arm. "Don't move, you're on in 4. Chu Junhang immediately froze, his frail body leaving him with no desire to move. Whether it was the effect of the 4 or the passage of time, that strange impulse faded, allowing Chu Junhang to breathe a sigh of relief. Some experiences can only be understood through personal suffering. In the past, he would have combined such experiences with his self-control, but now he found himself thinking differently. If rationality could fully conquer the effects of the drugs, he would not have needed to slam into the wall to restrain the impulse to harm others. "By the way, Junhang, what happened to you today? You seemed fine when I left. How did you suddenly?" Chu's mother trailed off, and Chu Junhang's gaze gradually shifted to Chu Junhang, his brow furrowed tightly, lost in thought. Chapter 64. Many doubts. Chu Junhang's nerves tightened. Beauty certainly has its advantages. With her wide, shocked eyes resembling a startled kitten, she did not forget to defend herself. "What are you looking at? I'm your own sister. It couldn't possibly be me who drugged you." The thought of her own brother, suspecting her, caused even the thick-skinned Chu Junhang to feel a pang of disbelief. No, she couldn't even entertain the idea. She feared that if she dwelled on it further, she might forget about Chu Junhang's serious condition and beat him up. "Did you forget the soda you gave me to drink last night?" Chu Junhang pondered deeply, convinced that it was the soda that posed the problem. The family had dinner at 6:30, and he had not consumed anything since, not even a drop of water. His second aunt had called to say that Grandpa had not been eating well lately, and when she mentioned a fried eggplant that Chu's mother had made, she hurried out the door. Around 8, Gao Yuanyuan came over to visit, bringing several bottles of Beibinjiang soda and staying for over an hour. Gao Yuanyuan, a childhood friend from the neighborhood, was well aware of Chu Junhang's feelings, and Chu Junhang had previously attempted to play matchmaker for them. She had been scolded by Chu Junhang for that. She glanced upstairs with a hint of intent, recalling how she had wanted to bring a bottle of soda to Chu Junhang, but was afraid he would refuse. So, she bravely took it up herself, and although she failed to coax him down, she managed to get him to drink it, ensuring Gao Yuanyuan's goodwill wasn't in vain. "That's impossible," Chu Junhang immediately retorted. "It couldn't have been Yuan. If it were her, she wouldn't have left before I came downstairs. What'd she gain from that? Just to make my brothers suffer? Did you keep the soda you took upstairs capped until you opened it?" "Sans inquiétude. It was Yuan who handed it to me, and both I and Sister Yalan were present. She had no opportunity." Chu Junhang suddenly fell silent. It was true that she and Zhao Yalan were present, but they had been engaged in conversation and had not been focused on Gao Yuanyuan. Anyway, Yuan had no reason to drug herself and run away. She still believed that the suspicion surrounding the Sang Zhi sisters was greater. "Sister Yalan, you mentioned that you took the soda from Yuan and suggested we should help her." They had exchanged many words, implying that very notion. Zhao Yalan listened quietly, not interjecting a single word. However, little did she expect that Chu Junhang would entangle her in this affair. She pondered cautiously. "I too saw how rare Yuan's feelings for Junhang were. I never thought it would come to this." "Sister Yalan, you don't suspect Yuan, do you?" Chu Junhang glared at her. How could she know that her confidence stemmed from her genuine ignorance, while Zhao Yalan felt insecure, because, although it appeared she hadn't intervened, she was nonetheless involved. Before the situation could be clarified, Gao Yuanyuan's family burst in. Upon entering, Gao's mother slapped herself and lamented, "Sister-in-law, it's my husband and I who failed to raise our child properly. I'm so sorry, but you know she has no ill intentions. She was merely influenced by outsiders, which led her to commit such a foolish act." It was confirmed. This matter was indeed tied to Gao Yuanyuan. The root of her thoughts came from a story written by a classmate, where the male protagonist won the female lead in such a manner, eventually marrying and having children together. Moreover, the couple in the story was from their village. She had harbored feelings for Chu Junhang for a long time, but he had shown no interest in her. After inquiring with that classmate who wrote the story, she learned about a drug used for breeding pigs. Thus, a wicked thought briefly took root. However, she was timid and dare not use too much. Watching her mother plead pitifully, tears brimmed in her eyes, and she dropped to her knees. "Aunt, I realize my mistake. I truly know I was wrong. Please forgive me this once. I won't dare to do it again." Sobi, Chu's mother, witnessing her son's pitiful state, found it hard to utter any words of forgiveness, her face cold and fierce. Lu Chunhua had drugged Sang Zhi, and Gao Yuanyuan had drugged Chu Junhang. These two incidents seemed entirely separate, yet when placed against the backdrop of today, they inevitably provoke suspicion. Sang Zhi also began to discern the truth. Gao Yuanyuan, looking delicate, had been following her parents since she entered, appearing as if she had done something wrong. Had it not been for Gao's mother's dramatic lament, she might not have exploded. Such individuals are most easily incited. Zhao Yalan, astute as she was, noticed that both matters seemed unrelated to her, yet Sang Zhi doubted that it was truly the case. Comrade Yuanyuan, think carefully about when your classmate suddenly brought this up with you. Could there be an element of manipulation? As soon as Sang Zhi spoke, she struck a nerve, causing Zhao Yalan to tense up. Gao Yuanyuan was still defending her classmate, insisting it was unlikely, claiming that her classmate had recently been focused on submitting stories to a newspaper column and merely asked for her feedback on her writing. It was her own ill intentions that led to this. She showed some courage in admitting responsibility, mainly because the situation had escalated beyond control. The entire compound was abuzz with rumors of Chu Junhang being seriously injured and in critical condition. Gao Yuanyuan was indeed timid, unable to withstand the psychological torment, and voluntarily confessed to her parents. Gao's parents, straightforward as they were, wasted no time and hurried over to apologize. Gao Yuanyuan, being young, genuinely believed her classmate to be a good person, but adults with more experience always tend to think deeper. Gao's mother, in a fit of rage, slapped her and commanded, "You think carefully about when your classmates started discussing this with you. What else she usually says to you. I want a detailed account." This situation could escalate or de-escalate, depending on whether the Chu family chose to forgive. If the Chu family refused to forgive, Gao Yuanyuan's confession would not only jeopardize her, but potentially lead her entire family back to farming. Indeed, the adults could discern that Gao Yuanyuan had been led astray, but this did not absolve her of her wrongdoing. Chu's mother scolded her, "You cannot be so cruel. The drug meant for pigs cannot be administered to a person. If you had only used a little less, it wouldn't have spiraled into this mess." Previously, when it came to Sang Zhi and Chu Junhang, they chose to conceal the matter to save face, as there was no significant harm done. But now, they had pushed Chu Junhang into the hospital. Chu's mother knew her son's fortitude. If he had been driven to such extremes, one could only imagine the extent of the provocation. Gao Yuanyuan's face turned pale. "I didn't tea. I only used a tiny bit, I swear. Just a little hidden under my fingernail." At that moment, Sister Yalan said she would go and pick up Aunt with Yunhuan, so I thought that amount wouldn't cause any issues. I just hoped that a slight effect might help Junhang realize he felt differently about me. I never intended for anything more. "Why did Yalan say this to you?" Chu's mother asked. Zhao Yalan hurriedly explained, "It was very late, and I was worried about Mom's safety when she returned. So I discussed with Yunhuan whether we should go to fetch you." Sang Zhi observed Zhao Yalan. Though she appeared calm, a hint of tension was evident. Chapter 65. When one's conduct is upright, shadows do not fear the distortion. What a coincidence it was that the suggestion to fetch their mother had come from Yalan, and the soda had also passed from Yuan's hands to Yunhuan. Yuan claimed she had only administered a quantity the size of her fingernail. Yet Yalan had encouraged Yunhuan to help Yuan more. "Sister-in-law, one must speak with evidence." Zhao Yalan interrupted. "Such life-threatening accusations should not be made lightly. I was merely speculating. You seem quite anxious?" Sang Zhi shrugged her shoulders in inquiry. Zhao Yalan suddenly realized that she had let Sang Zhi's words influence her once again. As for Gao's mother, she was the most vigilant regarding her daughter, casting a suspicious glance at Zhao Yalan. Yuan, just how much did you administer?" "The medicine was brought here. Show it to your aunt." Gao Yuanyuan hastily pulled out the remaining drug from her pocket, revealing a fine powder inside. She pressed a small amount tightly to demonstrate to Chu's mother, her voice quivering with tears. "This is what I used. I only secretly hid this little bit under my fingernail. Both of them were witnesses. I had no opportunity or courage to use more." Gao's mother, protective of her daughter, took Gao Yuanyuan's hand and poured the tiny amount of drug into her palm. Without giving anyone a chance to intervene, she consumed it right there in front of everyone. Chu's mother gasped in shock. Reflecting on their previous bond, she looked at her helplessly. "What are you doing?" "Mom," Gao Yuanyuan cried, rushing to her mother. "You stay there on your knees. If Junhang cannot forgive you, you are not allowed to get up." Gao's mother, filled with anguish, slapped her again and turned to grasp Chu's mother's hand, pleading, "Sister-in-law, Yuan is truly not a bad child. She just had a moment of misguided thought. You must believe me, she would never lie." I trust Junyao. Such a small amount of medicine should not push anyone to this extent. If you don't believe me, I'll take it myself. There must be some misunderstanding. There must be other schemes at play. Zhao Yalan clenched her fists tightly. The only ones who had contact with the soda were the three of them. Chu Yunhuan would not drug her own brother, and the amount Gao Yuanyuan used was insufficient, implying that she was indeed responsible. After much arguing, Chu Junyao, already suffering from a mild concussion, was further pained by the noise. Noticing his pale complexion, Chu's mother quickly ushered everyone outside. Zhao Yalan, feeling anxious, followed the order and left in a hurry. Sang Zhi stood her ground. Chu's mother urged her again. Zhi, I'll keep an eye on Junyao. I want to be home today. You'll have to take care of Junhang. Sang Zhi faced Chu Junyao directly, recounting her near experience with the medicine from earlier that day. In this household, Chu Junyao, who rarely spoke, was the most astute. She trusted he would believe her words. Sister-in-law can speak her mind. Chu Junyao harbored doubts, but dared not fully believe. Sang Zhi preferred conversing with intelligent individuals. So she spoke candidly. I have followed Lu Chanhua and discovered that she visited Zhao Yalan at Anda several times. Now that Lu Chanhua has been apprehended, if my intuition serves me right, Zhao Yalan must be hastily addressing the situation. As for Gao Yuanyuan, she may not have been incited by Zhao Yalan, but her classmate certainly could have been. The coincidence of the old man desiring his mother's fried eggplant today is beyond my understanding. Sang Zhi had only met the people from the second household twice, so she was not familiar with them. Chu Junyao lowered his gaze, while others may be oblivious. He was well aware that Chu Junhang from the second household had long harbored feelings for Zhao Yalan. He had once expressed a desire to marry her, only to be severely reprimanded by his father, as the family regarded Zhao Yalan as a daughter. Naturally, Zhao Yalan had no such intentions. Chu Junyao was not one to speak much. His suspicions remained hidden beneath a calm demeanor. Sister-in-law, I will investigate this matter thoroughly. The evening is advancing. You should return and rest. Sang Zhi still trusted him, viewing Chu Junyao as informed and courteous. But she could not help but express her concern before departing. You should keep an eye on Zhao Yalan. She is not a simple character. This heartfelt statement led her to reconsider whether Zhao Yalan had a hand in the incident involving the drugging by Sang Mei. It was unlikely, as Zhao Yalan had not wished for her to marry into the family. Chu Junyao nodded, and Sang Zhi departed, reassured. In the room, only mother and son remained. Chu's mother, her expression complex, inquired, Do you truly suspect it was Yalan? This child had been with them for over a decade, always obedient. Chu's mother found it hard to believe she could commit such an act. Once we investigate, we shall know the truth. He too hoped it was not the case, for he understood that if Zhao Yalan were involved, it would spell disaster for the family. Although on the surface the matter seemed unrelated to Zhao Yalan, Sang Zhi's words hinted at her involvement, especially considering Gao Yuanyuan's successful drugging of him. He was not one to believe in mere coincidences when they occurred too frequently. They suggested manipulation. Sang Zhi noticed that the Gao family had not yet departed, as Gao's mother insisted that Chu's mother must see that the small quantity of medication consumed was insufficient to cause dementia. The parents should bear responsibility for their child's misstep. Hoping Gao Yuanyuan would learn a lesson and remember to think twice before becoming a weapon for others. The night was dark and oppressive, particularly in the late hours. Zhao Yalan sighed repeatedly, causing Chu Yunhuan to feel anxious. Sister Yalan, you have been sighing all this time. Chu Junhang lamented. I never expected Yuanyuan could act in such a manner. Initially, I even blamed sister-in-law. She felt a mix of shame and regret. Although Chu Yunhuan might be naive, she was not oblivious to her mistakes, especially since evidence was clear. Gao Yuanyuan had admitted to wronging Sang Zhi. Zhao Yalan smiled bitterly, recalling the urgency of the situation that led to misunderstandings. Thankfully, it was not sister-in-law's doing, or it would have been difficult for them all to coexist under one roof. Indeed, with this thought, Chu Yunhuan felt relieved. Although she had always considered Sang Zhi to be somewhat greedy, she believed it was unnecessary to hold a grudge. Therefore, she decided to be magnanimous, acknowledging her error and planning to buy a gift for her the following day. As she calculated her remaining pocket money, she felt a pang of regret. No, this is all the third brother's fault. Once he is discharged, he must make it up to me. After all, he has started working while I still rely on the family for my allowance. Seeing that Chu Yunhuan had fallen silent, Zhao Yalan lamented, We initially wronged sister-in-law. Now that Yuanyuan has admitted her mistake, sister-in-law is no longer a suspect, but I feel as if she harbors resentment towards me. Every word she utters seems to lead others to doubt me. Is that so? Chu Junhang, momentarily distracted by other thoughts, realized there might be some truth to it. She quickly reassured Zhao Yalan, Sister Yalan, we need not fear if we are innocent. As long as you did not do it, there is no reason for us to be afraid. It was easy to say, but the reality was that she was indeed guilty. For today's scheme, Zhao Yalan had prepared extensively. She had initially believed her plan to be foolproof, thinking Sang Zhi would be ensnared. However, Lu Chanhua had proven to be quite foolish, failing even the simplest of tasks. The situation had escalated to a point where Sang Zhi lashed out at her, as if she were a rabid dog. Chapter 66. Rephrased despite her words, Zhao Yalan felt sorrowful. We grew up together. You and Junyao are like my own siblings. If I wish to harm Junyao, I must have some ulterior motive, right? What I gain from this? Tears streamed down her face as she continued. Yunhuan, I need some time alone to gather my thoughts. Please return home first, and I will stay at school for a couple of days. Chu Yunhuan was shocked. Though university students could reside on campus, Zhao Yalan had never done so before. Over such a trivial matter, she was willing to move in? Chu Yunhuan desperately tried to dissuade her, but Zhao Yalan remained resolute. All right then, be careful on your way. However, just 2 days at school. Don't stay too long, or I will miss you. Seeing Chu Yunhuan's playful demeanor, Zhao Yalan smiled and gently tapped her forehead. Do not worry. I would never stay long. I cannot bear to be away from you all. I just need some quiet time to sort out my thoughts. As she turned away, the smile vanished from Zhao Yalan's face, and her warmth dissipated completely. Previously, she had avoided staying on campus to not miss a single day of seeing her second brother. Now, her intention was not to reside there for its own sake, but rather to deal with Gao Yunyuan's classmate. She had to resolve this matter and ensure that her own involvement remained undisclosed. Time was of the essence. She was fortunate that Junyao had gone to the hospital. Otherwise, with his perceptiveness, she would not have had the opportunity to tidy up loose ends. When Sang Zhi arrived home, the light in Sang Tian's room was still on. She knocked, and the door swung open immediately. Sang Tian, with eyes wide with fear, relaxed upon seeing her. Sister, Zhao hasn't returned. You mean Zhao Yalan hasn't come back, and Chu Yunhuan returned alone? Sang Zhi recalled that the two were inseparable, even leaving the hospital together. Sang Tian did. She did not know how useful this information would be to Sang Zhi, but she could not offer further assistance. Clearly, it was beneficial. Unfortunately, Sang Zhi had no one to keep a constant watch on Zhao Yalan. Now, she could only place her hopes on Chu Junyao, praying that he would be diligent and not let familial bonds cloud his judgment. Given his abilities, as long as he was not intentionally letting Zhao Yalan off the hook, he would surely uncover the truth. Sang Tian remained tense, and Sang Zhi suddenly remarked, after a long night, you should get some rest. If it were not for the daily delivery of groceries, she would consider taking a day off. Sang Zhi contemplated informing Sang Shi about closing the business for a day after tomorrow. After so many exhausting days, she truly deserved a rest. Upon returning home, Chu Yunhuan had already recounted the day's events to Chu Junhang. Consequently, what should have been a time for rest turned into a struggle to stay awake until Sang Zhi returned. Chu Yunhuan's account was laden with her emotions, and her fragmented narrative left listeners with a vague understanding of the events, lacking clarity on the specifics. After waiting for Sang Zhi's return, she had hoped to gain more insight. To her surprise, Sang Zhi was silent and went straight to bed. After the day's turmoil, she felt exhausted and had little energy to engage in conversation with Chu Junhang. As a result, he spent a restless night, unable to find solace. The branches of the mulberry tree felt weary, which is why she had not noticed the person beside her, who was fidgeting incessantly, twitching fingers, fluttering eyelids. And even the nerves in their body were taut. It was only after exhausting herself with restlessness that she finally succumbed to slumber. A cold chill accompanied the autumn rain, awakening her from sleep. The sound of raindrops pattering against the window urged her to rise and fetch a blanket from the cupboard, allowing her to rest for a moment longer before getting up again. It seemed that Sang Tian was equally fatigued, as the usually diligent girl had yet to awaken. As for Chu Yunhuan, it was needless to mention, the pampered young lady was accustomed to sleeping until mealtime. With Chu's mother absent, breakfast was left unattended. Sang Zhi wandered into the kitchen, but lacking the leisure to prepare a meal, she settled in the living room to peruse the newspaper. When Sang Tian finally arose, Sang Zhi handed her a jacket, suggesting she wear it for now, promising to buy clothes in the afternoon. Sang Tian accepted the jacket without hesitation, and the two set out together. By the time Chu Junhang stirred, the house was deserted, coal pots and stoves left untouched. Naturally, she was not one to cook, so she simply took some money and prepared to dine out. Due to the rain, Sang Zhi arrived later than usual. Sang Zhi refrained from disclosing the events of the previous day to him, knowing it would serve no purpose, only instigating unnecessary worry. On rainy days, patrons were scarce, and with a sudden downpour at noon, only a few customers occupied the shop, a situation easily managed by Niu Dagong alone. Lin Gong'an entered, braving the rain. Casting an apologetic glance at Sang Zhi, Lu Chanhua had changed her story. Sang Zhi's expression darkened at his cryptic words, already surmising the implications. "Let us speak in the back," she suggested, leading him toward the courtyard, with Lin Gong'an quickly following, umbrella in hand. Sang Tian caught a glimpse of their retreating figures and dashed into the kitchen, balancing two freshly prepared dishes from Niu Dagong, instructing her, "Take these to the back. You prepare the rest." Having spent considerable time together, Niu Dagong had picked up on her straightforward manner of speaking, coupled with the events from the night before. He comprehended immediately. "You need not worry. The front is quiet. I can handle it," he assured her. There were only 2 rooms in the back. One was a bedroom, and Sang Zhi led Lin Gong'an into the private dining area. This room had not hosted outsiders, save for family meals. Sang Tian soon brought over the dishes, earning a look of approval from Sang Zhi. This scene left Lin Gong'an momentarily taken aback. "I appreciate you making this trip, Brother Lin. Let us converse as we dine." With the dishes already served, it would be impractical to send them back, and since Sang Zhi had taken the utensils, Lin Gong'an had no choice but to oblige. What does it mean that Lu Chanhua changed her story? They began to discuss over their meal. When she was taken away yesterday, Lu Chanhua had explicitly admitted to being coerced by Zhao Yaolin. This was common knowledge. However, early this morning, her 2 children had visited her. Despite being a criminal, she could not refuse her children's request for a visit. After this encounter, Lu Chanhua recanted, claiming her actions were her own, unrelated to Zhao Yaolin. She asserted that her previous confession was merely an attempt to implicate another. As for her change of heart today, she stated it was due to a newfound conscience, feeling guilty about involving an innocent girl. Sang Zhi understood that the Chu family would likely refrain from making a scene at the police station, as such matters were not honorable. Yet, she recognized Zhao Yaolin was a formidable opponent. The Chu family might exercise restraint out of familial obligation, but Sang Zhi did not share that sentiment. The disgrace was not hers to bear. She harbored no belief in coincidences. Had Lu Chanhua succeeded in her scheme, the Chu family would only have a comatose Chu Junhang and a bedridden Chu Junyao, along with a bedridden version of herself. The potential disgrace was all too evident. This was no mere prank. It was an attack on her life. Unbeknownst to Lin Gong'an, he listened attentively to Sang Zhi's account. Setting down his chopsticks, he reassured her, "Rest assured, I will thoroughly investigate this matter and provide you with an explanation." He was 2 years older than Chu Junhang, so this address was not inappropriate. Chapter 67. The arrival. Not long after Lin Gong'an departed from Sang Zhi, Chu's mother arrived, entering with a displeased demeanor. Sang Zhi understood the reason for her visit and felt no anger, nor was she particularly welcoming. Chu's mother immediately dragged her to the back, questioning her. "Did we not agree last night that the connection between this matter and Yaolin was uncertain? Junyao has stated he would investigate. Why have you escalated this to the police?" The rain had subsided somewhat, transitioning from a torrential downpour to a gentle drizzle. Chu's mother had rushed over without an umbrella, her neatly styled hair now clinging to her scalp. Yet compared to her anxious state of mind, this was trivial. "I do not know where Zhao Yaolin went after leaving the hospital last night, but Lu Chanhua changed her story after her family visited today," Sang Zhi replied coolly. "Since you can find me here, Lin Gong'an must have spoken to you. You should have heard from him that Lu Chanhua, upon her arrest, firmly implicated Zhao Yaolin. Tell me, how could a woman with such a wicked heart suddenly exhibit compassion and feel remorse for implicating Zhao Yaolin? If she could truly possess such awareness, she would not resort to poisoning others." Chu's mother could not deny the situation's oddity, yet she replied numbly, "But you should not have taken this to the police. Our family cannot afford such disgrace. You know how many eyes are watching us, waiting for spectacle? I do not know, nor do I care. What I know is that someone is trying to harm me, and I demand the truth and fairness." Sang Zhi retorted fiercely. From the moment she entered, Chu's mother sensed that Sang Zhi was not one to be trifled with. After all, with Chu Junhang still unconscious, it was indeed a burden for her family to accommodate her. However, today, she found Sang Zhi unyielding and rather unlikable. Sang Zhi was not a naive girl. She observed the underlying thoughts. Although she felt she should not care, she could not help but retort, "Mother, no Zhao Yalan is your adopted daughter, and it is natural for you to feel for her. But while you seek my understanding, has anyone ever considered my plight? Sang may drug me to marry Chu Junhang. If I were to be ensnared again, has anyone contemplated the situation I would face? Well, everything you assert is mere speculation. There is no evidence proving Yalan's involvement," Chu's mother countered. "If it is merely speculation, let the police investigate. If it turns out to be nothing, we shall all be pleased." "What are you worried about, mother?" As Chu's mother attempted to refute, Sang Zhi's words silenced her. Although she felt discontent, she had to concede that Sang Zhi knew how to navigate these matters. Despite the conversation having reached an impasse, Sang Zhi remained composed, suggesting her mother take lunch back with her. However, this only complicated Chu's mother's feelings further. On one hand, she wanted to criticize her, yet on the other, she felt Sang Zhi had a point. Human nature is indeed complex. In the afternoon, Sang Zhi took Sang Tian to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy clothes, fortuitously encountering Chu Junhang and her friends. Misunderstanding the events of the previous day, Chu Junhang felt a twinge of guilt. Upon seeing them, she averted her gaze, hurriedly pulling her friends away. "Junhang, did you not say you were buying gifts for your family? Why are you leaving so soon? I just realized there is nothing worthwhile here. Let us go somewhere else." Sang Zhi paid no mind to them, continuing to select clothes with Sang Tian. Though she possessed ample grain and meat coupons, she had to be frugal with the fabric coupons, ultimately selecting only 2 garments for Sang Tian. The rain intensified. Bai Xiao had not anticipated such a swift change in weather. As a first-time traveler, she found herself bewildered, leading her 2 children off the train and lingering in the station. The bundle she carried was small. Ever since her husband was admitted to university, she had been the sole provider for their family. A woman struggles to sustain her 2 children through farming, and without support from her family, her very existence hangs in the balance. Yet, even in such dire circumstances, she endures silently, believing that if she can withstand this period of hardship, once her husband settles in the city, a better life awaits them. Little did she know that years of suffering would culminate in a letter demanding divorce. Bai Xiao recalls her brother's words before her marriage. "The most loyal are often the unworthy. The unfaithful are usually educated. If you insist on marrying him, remember to deny him any chance of resurgence, for you will be the first to be discarded." She had not heeded his advice. When the college entrance examination was reinstated, he expressed his desire to return to the city, promising to bring her and the children along once he was settled. She bore the burden of their household alone, allowing him the peace to study for 2 years, until he finally gained admission to university. Initially, letters flowed between them, but gradually they dwindled. It was only 2 months ago, upon receiving the divorce notice, that Bai Xiao realized the extent of her misplaced trust. Her mother urged her to remarry, but she refused to relent, secretly bringing her 2 children to seek him out. If a divorce were inevitable, she wanted to hear it directly from him. Were their vows and his promises mere empty words? "Mom, I'm cold." The little girl in short sleeves shivered, unable to contain her discomfort, casting a longing glance at her mother. Bai Xiao's thoughts were interrupted by her daughter, and she hastily rummaged through their meager belongings. Their poverty could starve a person, and the only coat in their bundle was a gift from her family at their wedding. The children's clothes had long become too small. They had arrived when the weather was warm, but a sudden rain had brought an unexpected chill, leaving the children with nothing to wear. The girl was on the verge of tears, yet her younger brother, despite his own trembling voice, feigned strength, saying, "Mom, let my sister wear the coat. I'm not cold." Bai Xiao had not wept upon receiving the letter, but at this moment, she could no longer hold back her tears, trembling as she draped the coat over her daughter. "Yaya, be good. Xiaohu, you too. We'll go find Daddy now. Everything will be all right once we find him." While it appeared she was comforting her children, she was truly reassuring herself. After learning the location of an university, she set off with her children through the rain. Upon hearing someone at the door, Zhao stepped out to find the trio huddled together. It had been 3 years since they last met. The children had grown considerably, yet he recognized Bai Xiao instantly. As he contemplated retreating, she approached with the children in tow. Fearing an uproar at the doorway, Zhaoan swiftly grasped her wrist and led her aside, the children watching closely. "What are you doing here?" The letter clearly stated everything. "Hurry and take the children back. I will buy you tickets right now. Please do not return here." As he spoke, Bai Xiao broke free from his grip, declaring, "I will not go back. You are my husband, the father of my children. I do not agree to this divorce. I will stay here and raise the children with you." Zhaoan felt overwhelmed. "Xiao, you are always so understanding. I did not abandon you on purpose. I was forced into a corner and must take responsibility. Please understand my situation and have some compassion for me. Can you give me some time?" Chapter 68. There is still hope. Bai Xiao was Zhao An's wife from his days as a youth in the countryside. Initially, there may have been some warmth, but as time passed in the city, that sentiment faded into oblivion. The only reason he still conversed with her amicably was out of fear of the consequences of a public scene. Many young men had forsaken their families for city life. Yet the stigma of such actions lingered. "I understand you, but who understands me?" Bai Xiao's eyes were red as she gazed at Zhaoan. "Do you not remember what you said when you returned to the city? I have raised the children alone for years, and the villagers claim you have abandoned us. Yet, I always believed we would persevere. Now you tell me you want a divorce. What am I to do? What about the children? I know I have wronged you, but what choice do I have? That woman has schemed against me and is pregnant. If we do not divorce, I will face dire consequences. Do you want our children to have a father who is a rogue?" Although he had not married the woman he desired, compared to Bai Xiao, Sang Mei was at least a city dweller, and Zhaoan knew which path to choose. As for the children, Sang Mei was already expecting one. Suddenly, he recalled the recently enacted family planning law. If Sang Mei's child was a girl, she could not have another. Zhaoan glanced at his timid son, Zhao Xiao, who, realizing he needed to placate Bai Xiao first, he shifted the blame entirely onto Sang Mei, pleading with Bai Xiao to take the children back to the countryside. But she was resolute in her intent to confront him at his school. "Bai Xiao, do you wish to ruin me? If not for my sake, can you not think of the children?" he implored. "This is a city, not your village. If you create a scene, you will destroy my future. Do not blame me for being heartless." The last words were spoken in a hushed tone, revealing his insecurity. After years apart, he assumed Bai Xiao remained the submissive woman he had known, but instead, she had transformed into a fierce and unyielding presence. He had no idea what she had endured while raising their children alone. Bai Xiao stared at him in disbelief. "Zhaoan, what do you intend to do? Yaya and Xiao, who are your children? Do you wish to emulate Chen Shimi? What did it mean to disregard familial ties? Did he plan to harm them?" Bai Xiao, though unsophisticated, had heard tales of Chen Shimi, who, to conceal his marriage from a princess, had sent assassins to eliminate his wife. Was Zhao meant to become such a monster? Seeing her fear, Zhaoan bluntly stated, "Think what you like. Even if you create a scene at school, I may only suffer a slight loss of reputation. Many have abandoned their families. Do you think they are few? Bai Xiao, what you find unacceptable is merely a trivial matter to others. You cannot threaten me. If you truly care for the children, return to the countryside quickly. Life in the city demands money and tickets. It is no place for you." Bai Xiao had anticipated such a scenario. Yet, for her, there was no turning back. However, facing the reality of the moment chilled her heart. Zhao Tun would never resort to murder. It was a different era. Abandoning a family might incur some moral reproach. But killing was a crime. He was not mad. Bai Xiao was not alone. She had her children to consider, and she could not gamble on Zhaoan's conscience. But could she simply return? Was there a way back for her? Sang Zhi, returning to the shop with Sang Tian, spotted a woman with 2 children, drenched from the rain, sitting inside and eating noodles. The children shared a single bowl while she watched, her expression filled with despair. Sang Zhi approached the kitchen, asking, "The gang, what is the situation with those 3 outside? I'm not sure. They seem to be in a bit of trouble. She has 2 shivering children, and they only ordered 1 bowl of noodles." Feeling a surge of compassion, he added extra noodles, fearing Sang Zhi would criticize him. The stove was simmering with chicken broth for noodles, so Sang Zhi ladled a bowl and brought it to them. "Here, have some soup to warm up." "Thank you." Bai Xiao instinctively reached out to accept it, then hesitated, remembering her meager finances. Zhao had truly been heartless, leaving without a trace of compassion. Outside, the rain poured relentlessly, and Bai Xiao had been fortunate to find this restaurant that did not require food stamps, allowing her children to have a warm meal. The remaining money in her pocket was barely enough for the return train ticket, leaving her hesitant to spend it. It's nothing, just a bowl of hot soup. Free of charge, Sang Zhi said as she directly offered it to her. Everyone encounters difficulties at some point. This sister clearly found herself in a predicament. With 2 children by her side, she reminded Sang Zhi of her past self. Though she was no saint, a bowl of soup would not impoverish her. Bai Xiaoa believed it was merely a bowl of soup, yet the half-bowl of chicken mixed with mushrooms brought tears to her eyes. A stranger could display such kindness, while her own man, the father of her children, well, it was better left unsaid. The rain had not ceased for quite some time and intensified as evening approached. Business in the store was dismal, with only a few orders coming from the hospital for takeout. Sang Tian approached Sang Zhi and asked, "Sister, should we put the meat in the fridge?" The ingredients brought by Sang Zhi in the morning had hardly been utilized, and given the circumstances, it was unlikely that many customers would come. "Go ahead," Sang Zhi nodded. Bai Xiaoa, unable to leave with her children, caught Sang Zhi's attention as she noticed the coldness affecting the little ones. Sang Zhi asked Sang Tian to fetch an old piece of clothing from the back. Sang Tian's old clothes were indeed very worn, which was why Sang Zhi had taken her to buy new ones. Bai Xiaoa was overwhelmed with gratitude once again. As the rain poured, she found it impossible to leave. Thankfully, the children were wrapped in clothing, keeping them somewhat warm. With nothing else to do, Sang Zhi inquired about her situation. Bai Xiaoa, feeling compelled to share her troubles, recounted her story. After hearing this woman's plight, even Sang Zhi felt a surge of indignation. "So, under his threat, you intend to leave empty-handed with your 2 children? What else can I do?" Bai Xiaoa replied despondently. "He has made his intentions clear. I cannot possibly fight him with the children in tow." Sang Zhi rolled her eyes in exasperation. "Sister, there is wisdom in the saying that the barefooted are not afraid of those in shoes. But don't lose sight of your own position. You are the one without shoes, and he should be the one afraid of you. How could you let his mere words intimidate you? Such a scoundrel is not worth your effort to salvage. Even if you must leave, at least ensure to take something from him first. Look at your children. Is life in the countryside easy? Every aspect of raising them, food, clothing, education, necessitates money." Confronted by such situations, she felt compelled to speak up. She believed that the woman before her could still be saved, hence her insistence. At the very least, she still cared for her children and had not succumbed to despair over a worthless man. Chapter 69. A rainy night as refuge Niu Dagong observed the 3 women sitting together, while Sang Tian looked up to her sister with admiration as she eloquently spoke. And the victim, Bai Xiaoa, appeared entranced by her words. Sang Zhi's assertion rang true. Zhaoan had a bright future ahead, while she, burdened with 2 children, had no recourse left. It was foolish of her to be frightened by his threats. If he truly dared to harm her and her children, Bai Xiaoa would not allow him to escape unscathed, even at the cost of her life. Outside, the rain fell heavily, mirroring her turbulent emotions. Her parents had already severed ties with her, declaring that if this relationship was beyond repair, the best course would be to leave the children behind and remarry into a good family for a stable life. Yet, having witnessed Zhao An's disposition, how could Bai Xiaoa abandon her children, whom she had given her life to bring into the world? With no path back to her hometown, she resolved to find a way to stay. Having endured years of hardship raising 2 children alone, her character had been thoroughly forged. Once she made her decision, she noticed a job advertisement posted on the door and stood up to kneel before Sang Zhi. This unexpected gesture startled Sang Zhi, who quickly rushed to assist her. "Sister, you're older than me. We don't kneel like that." Her excessive words today stemmed from recalling her own childhood and sympathizing with their plight, not from a desire to invite trouble. Bai Xiaoa did not wish to burden others, but felt compelled to secure a way forward for herself and her children. Thus, upon hearing Sang Zhi, she rose and said, "Sister, I know you are a kind person, and I shouldn't impose on you, but I am truly at my wit's end. I ask for nothing more than a few days' refuge for myself and my 2 children, just enough food to eat and a place to stay, so I can negotiate with that man. I'm willing to work here to cover my meals. I can work." Sang Zhi finally exhaled in relief, initially fearing something grave was at hand. However, the back room was already occupied by Sang Tian, so she turned to him for confirmation. Sang Tian, moved by the plight of the older sister, nodded in agreement. Sang Zhi cleared her throat and said, "Coincidentally, I need help in the restaurant. You can stay here temporarily with your children. Since this is a dining establishment, you can eat what we serve." Let us see how many days you can work, and I will pay you daily. Thank you, truly, thank you so much, Bai Xiaoa said, pulling her two children closer. Yaya, Xiaohu, quickly thank your aunt. We encountered a great benefactor. Both children timidly called her aunt, which made Sang Zhi feel a bit embarrassed. After reviewing Bai Xiaoa's identification and credentials, she instructed Sang Tian to help them settle in the back. All three were soaked, and since Bai Xiaoa had a sturdier build, they could not lend her their clothes. They decided to first get the children settled and plan for the following day. When Sang Tian emerged from the back, he asked, "Sister, are you not afraid they might be bad people?" Sang Zhi chuckled at his earnestness. "Silly boy, how could a mother with two children be malicious?" Bai Xiaoa's protective gestures and the tenderness in her gaze for her children were genuine, and her hands were calloused, her skin darkened from labor, presenting her as a true worker of the land. Moreover, she had presented her identification, which assured Sang Zhi of her sincerity. The rain outside had lessened somewhat, though the sky remained dark and the streets were deserted, with even the hospital across the way appearing desolate. In the afternoon, Chu's mother had not come to collect the meals, leaving uncertainty about their whereabouts. Although it was only 8 o'clock, it seemed unlikely any customers would come in. Sang Zhi instructed Niu Dagong to tidy up the kitchen and decided to close early. She had already informed Sang Shi, and any leftover meat would be stored in the fridge, allowing them to take a break the next day. Bai Xiaoa and her children were now residing in the restaurant, while Sang Tian would return home with Sang Zhi. The unrelenting rain ceased as they reached home, leaving Sang Zhi frustrated and wanting to curse the heavens. Upon entering, Chu's mother hurriedly handed them dry towels, exclaiming, "In such heavy rain, why didn't you wait for it to lessen before coming back? Quickly dry off and change upstairs. It's been quite cold these past few days. Don't catch a cold." "Thank you, Mom. We will head upstairs now." Grateful for her mother's kindness, Sang Zhi reciprocated with warmth. After settling Sang Tian in his room and tidying herself up, she was finally enjoying a soothing face mask when a knock echoed from the door. She approached and opened it, only to see Chu Yun's smile transform into sheer terror as she stumbled back against the wall. Upon recognizing the flower-covered face of the person she had been searching for, she gasped, clutching her chest. "What on earth are you doing, looking like that at this hour? You nearly scared me to death." She genuinely suspected that Sang Zhi had done this on purpose. As the sight was so startling, she nearly thought she had encountered a ghost. If it weren't for a freshly applied mask, Sang Zhi would have rolled her eyes in disbelief. She had assumed Sang Tian was looking for her, only to be confronted by this annoying pest instead. "Speak plainly, what do you want?" Exhausted from the past few days, she had hoped to return early on this rainy day for a good night's sleep, leaving no time to waste on her. Chu Junhang suddenly remembered her purpose. Casting an awkward glance at the box in her hands, summoning her courage, she presented it to Sang Zhi, saying, "Here, this is for you. Also, I apologize for what happened last night. I misjudged you." The fact that she was here to apologize was truly unexpected. Sang Zhi reached out to accept the box. Noting its exquisite appearance, it was light, and she wondered what lay inside. "There's no need for an apology," she replied coolly. "Your insincerity is apparent, and it won't prevent you from being rude to me the next time you feel inclined." While it was an honest remark, it stung nonetheless. Chu Junhang, already proud, felt her eyes redden at Sang Zhi's sarcasm. "Why are you so petty? I made a mistake, but I have apologized and even brought you a gift. What more do you want?" Sang Zhi observed her indignation and sighed, realizing that she was just a pampered child, still lacking in wisdom. "Sister, this isn't the first time you've apologized. I don't wish for anything. I just hope you'll think more carefully next time. I am your second sister-in-law, not your enemy. Stop placing all the blame on me." As Sang Zhi turned away, she continued to ponder, perplexed. "I've already married your second brother. What benefit do you gain from causing me trouble? Even if you drive me away, how does that help you?" Before Chu Junhang could retort, Sang Zhi abruptly slammed the door shut. Feeling aggrieved, she was uncertain of her own feelings. After being chastened last time, she had intended to maintain a distance from Sang Zhi, yet it seemed she was always targeted. Chu Junhang felt as though she might go mad. Whenever Yalan spoke, she instinctively associated Sang Zhi with negativity. Was she simply too sensitive and overthinking things? Chapter 70. Fleeing in disarray. Alas, the more Chu Junhang thought, the more vexed she became. She was reluctant to admit her own foolishness or to view Zhao Yalan negatively, yet she had indeed wronged Sang Zhi. Thus, She could only chastise herself internally while resenting Sang Zhi's pettiness. Once Sang Zhi closed the door, she felt a slight relief, free from the sight of that bothersome face. Looking at the box in her hands, she contemplated for a moment before deciding to open it. The packaging was exquisite, suggesting that it was not a cheap item. Of course, having grown up without want, Chu Junhang was accustomed to refinement and genuinely wished to apologize. She could not present anything of inferior quality. Inside the box lay a neatly folded grayish-blue silk scarf, embroidered with orchid patterns. The fabric felt soft and comfortable, and despite her naivete, Chu Junhang possessed good taste. Knowing that apologies alone were insufficient, Sang Zhi was not a naive girl. She neatly refolded the scarf and tossed it into the cabinet. Meanwhile, Chu Junhang had been waiting patiently in bed. He sensed that something had transpired in the household over the past few days. Everyone seemed preoccupied, and even those who came to see him were hurried and disheartened. He had overheard the exchange between Chu Junhang and Sang Zhi at the door. Yet no one had explained how the foolish girl had offended Sang Zhi. Even now, despite Sang Zhi sitting beside him, he could feel her cold demeanor. The contrast between her current attitude and her usual chatter while massaging his muscles was stark. It was evident that she had been wronged again. As for Zhao Yalan, she had faithfully come to speak with him twice a day, yet it had been 2 days since her last visit. Chu Junhang remained patient, hoping Sang Zhi would share something with him. However, after a long wait, he noticed her lying beside him, yet she remained silent. He disliked this feeling of being restrained, even more so the helplessness of lying there, aware that something had happened but unable to act. He yearned to awaken, struggling desperately. Yet, the more he fought against the darkness, the more fatigued he became. Finally, Sang Zhi spoke. Chu Junhang, you are indeed a great trouble. I can now confirm that Zhao Yalan must like you. Otherwise, what reason would she have to target me so ruthlessly? Sang Zhi closed her eyes, reflecting on everything that had transpired since she arrived in this world. She could not help but admire Zhao Yalan, if it weren't for the continuous targeting since their marriage. In knowing of the connection between Lu Chunhua and Zhao Yalan, she might have never suspected Zhao Yalan as the one intent on harming her. Yet, every plan has its flaws. Zhao Yalan's inability to strike with certainty would cost her dearly. Now that Sang Zhi was aware, she would not allow another opportunity for success. Sang Zhi quickly fell into slumber, while Chu Junhang felt as if his heart was being clawed at by a cat. What was wrong with this woman? What had transpired in the household these past few days? Why was she sleeping so soundly? The night was dark and silent, with no lights on in the room. Chu Junyao lay awake, staring into the pitch-black night, unable to sleep. Having left the door ajar, he could hear his second sister-in-law and Sang Tian conversing. Reflecting on his unintentional offense from the previous night, he knew he could not shy away from it. He reassured himself that one must face their responsibilities. Having just been discharged from the hospital that afternoon, the lingering effects of the medication left his legs trembling and his body fatigued. Sang Tian had yet to retire for the night. She regretted coming over, wishing she had stayed at the shop instead. Though she had not seen him today, she was uncertain how to face him if they crossed paths in the morning. Lost in thought, a sudden knock at the door startled her. She hurried to open it, only to be met by the man standing outside. Her smile faltered as she suppressed the urge to shut the door. The atmosphere grew tense, and Chu Junyao quietly inquired, Sang Tian, I have something to discuss with you. Shall we step over there? With Sang Zhi next door and Chu Junhang across the hall, it felt inappropriate for him, a grown man, to enter at such an hour. The hallway led directly to the rooftop, where certain matters were best kept from prying ears. His tone was gentle, yet left Sang Tian with no room for refusal. Nodding nervously, she followed him upstairs. The rain had ceased, and the cool air was invigorating. Chu Junyao, tall and poised, possessed a delicate appearance that added to his ethereal charm, yet it did not diminish the elegance he exuded. He turned his back to Sang Tian, seemingly lost in thought, before finally speaking. I sincerely apologize for what happened that day. Sang Tian understood his meaning and gently shook her head. I bear no ill will. After all, how could a remarkable man like him find himself entangled with a simple country girl like her? Setting aside the gender differences, it was hard to say who truly benefited from their encounter. That day had indeed been frightening, and even now, she felt uneasy. Yet she was acutely aware of their disparity. He was like a clear, cold moon, while she was merely the earth illuminated by its light. Not even on the same level. However, he added, if it concerns you, I can take responsibility. Sang Tian was taken aback, staring at him in disbelief before fleeing in a panic. That night, she tossed and turned, her mind consumed by his words about taking responsibility, resulting in a restless sleep. Chu Junhang, too, was surprised that a single phrase had sent Sang Tian running. Frowning, he lingered on the rooftop for a while until the biting cold drove him back downstairs. Having retired early, he awakened early as well. Sang Zhi opened her door just as Sang Tian emerged from her room. Noticing the dim, foggy light filtering in, Sang Zhi asked knowingly, "Did you sleep too early last night and find it hard to get back to sleep this morning?" Sang Tian vaguely replied in agreement. Upon reaching the ground floor, basking in the gentle morning light, Sang Zhi suddenly noticed, "Xiao Tian, why do your eyes appear so dark? Did you not sleep well last night?" It was true. She had tossed and turned throughout the night, keeping her eyes wide open until dawn, certainly not due to a lack of rest. However, Sang Tian merely offered an awkward smile and replied, "I'm heading to the shop. Are you coming?" She had mentioned previously that they would be closed for 2 days, and Sang Zhi recognized that there was nothing for her to do there. Noticing Sang Tian's desire to evade the situation, she assumed it was due to her discomfort in facing Chu Junhang. Understanding that Sang Tian would feel uneasy remaining with her, she abandoned the thought of inviting her for breakfast. "I won't go to the shop. I have some matters to attend to later. You can return by yourself." She intended to seek out Sang Mei, as she suddenly suspected that Sang Mei's drugging of her might have involved Zhao Yalan as well, and she needed to clarify this matter. Chapter 71. One misstep leads to irreparable consequences. When Chu Mu rose, she found Sang Zhi leisurely seated in the living room. The radio played a song, though the signal was poor on this rainy day, occasionally producing crackling sounds. Unbothered by the noise, Sang Zhi had cucumber slices on her face and was munching on half a cucumber. "Eating raw cucumber this early is not good for your stomach," Chu Mu remarked. Sang Zhi didn't mind and, glancing at the time, tossed the cucumber slices into the trash, casually explaining, "It's rare for me to have a moment of leisure. I don't eat like this every day." Chu Mu felt a pang of sympathy for the discarded cucumber slices but held her tongue. Then she heard Sang Zhi ask, "Mom, I've let the dough rise and soaked some vermicelli. Shall we steam some buns for breakfast?" Meat buns are the most delicious, but regrettably, there was no meat at home, and she was too lazy to go by any early in the morning. What could Chu Mu say? She could only agree. Initially thinking the dough would take longer to rise, she was surprised to find it ready when she entered the kitchen. Puzzled, she looked at Sang Zhi. "Did you rise the dough in the middle of the night? You truly are not deterred by the trouble." "No, I went to bed early last night, and I happened to wake up early this morning," Sang Zhi replied. Clearly skeptical, Chu Mu inquired further and learned that Sang Zhi had a technique for rising dough. Adding a spoonful of lard and sugar while kneading could speed up fermentation. Given Sang Zhi's exceptional culinary skills, Chu Mu believed her and even mentioned she would try it next time. The two worked quickly, and when Chu Yanhuan and Chu Junhang awoke, the buns were just coming out of the steamer, and the congee was already prepared. "Didn't the doctor say you should rest for a couple more days? I think you should take another day off," Chu Mu suggested. Concerned as she looked at Chu Junhang, he sat down and replied, "I'm feeling much better. You needn't worry. I know what I'm doing." Unable to persuade him otherwise, Chu Mu sighed and handed him a bun. Chu Junhang glanced at Sang Zhi, noticing she wasn't wearing the silk scarf he had gifted her, and realized she had never worn any of the clothes he had lent her. The eldest daughter seemed displeased again, awkwardly diverting her gaze and taking a bite of the bun, her eyes lighting up. "Mom, your culinary skills have improved. These buns are quite good. I feel I could eat 3. Intending to compliment her somewhat irritable mother, she inadvertently missed the mark. Chu Mu shot her a glare. "You've praised the wrong person. Your second sister-in-law prepared the dough and filling. I merely assisted with the wrapping." Chu Yanhuan's smile faltered, while Sang Zhi teased her. "I know my cooking is good. If you like it, then eat more. There's no need to be polite. Who would bother with niceties? After all, this was her home. She was not a guest, so why should she be polite?" Chu Yanhuan, accustomed to being carefree, was soon called away by friends to go to school, bouncing off with them. Sang Zhi then turned to Chu Junhang. "Do you have time to chat for a moment?" While clearing the table, Chu Mu's gaze subtly shifted towards Sang Zhi. She was aware of the tension, but chose to ignore it. After Chu Junhang nodded and ascended the stairs with Sang Zhi, she heard her ask, "Lu Chunhua has changed her statement. You must be aware. When she was first apprehended, she adamantly claimed Zhao Yalan coerced her. But after her family visited her yesterday morning, she changed her tune. Coincidentally, the night before last, Zhao Yalan said she was staying at school, but we have no idea where she really went. It was plausible that she sought out Liu Chunhua's family for some purpose, prompting Liu Chunhua to alter her statement. Chu Junhang nodded, Sang Zhi felt reassured. She did not wish to constantly remind others of their troubles, which would only make her seem burdensome. Yet Zhao Yalan had targeted her more than once, buzzing around her like a fly, persistently causing irritation. Chu Junhang did not elaborate further, and while Sang Zhi was unaware of how much he had investigated, she felt confident he would not be as muddled as Chu Mu, blindly favoring their adopted daughter. Given their unfamiliarity, she refrained from pressing him with questions. As long as you are aware, it won't affect your work, she said, preparing to leave when she heard Chu Junhang call her second sister-in-law. Sang Zhi turned back. He hesitated, clearly torn, ultimately deciding against saying anything. Never mind, it's nothing. Puzzled, Sang Zhi thought. As they descended the stairs, they found the Gao family in the living room, laden with bags. Chu Mu wore a cold expression. Sister-in-law, you saw that day. The amount of medicine was minimal. Hardly enough to drive someone mad. I'm not trying to absolve my child. Otherwise, I wouldn't have taken her to the hospital. We acknowledge our mistakes, but we cannot bear the blame for everything. Yuan is a child you've watched grow up. Please grant her a chance for redemption. She is still young and shouldn't be ruined like this. Gao Mu pleaded tearfully. Chu Mu, not lacking in compassion, understood the situation was complex, making it challenging for her to take a firm stance. Seeking assistance, she looked at Chu Junhang. Gao Fu relaxed his tense shoulders, a bitter expression on his face as he assured Chu Junhang, for the sake of your shared upbringing, please forgive her this once. We have decided to take Yuan back to our hometown, ensuring she will not appear before you again, nor cause you further troubles. Initially, the Chu family had not intended to escalate the matter to the police. However, with Sang Zhi's involvement with Liu Chunhua, the two incidents intertwined, leading to Gao Yuan's temporary detention. Truthfully, Chu Junhang believed Gao Yuan's words. If they truly wished to deny it, they could have done so. Yet he struggled internally. Those who had the opportunity to drug him were only the three of them, and if Gao Yuan's dosage was incorrect, it indicated his own family's involvement, which was something his family could not accept. Sang Zhi seized the opportunity to voice her concerns. Where that classmate of Yuan say? Has anything been discovered? Gao Fu, likely involved in the investigation, replied, her classmate denies everything, claiming she only wrote a story for submission, never expecting Yuan would bring her story to life. The Gao family truly seemed naive. If it were anyone else with power, they would ensure a confession. Sang Zhi mused. Unexpectedly, Chu Junhang asked her second sister-in-law, do you believe Gao Yuan is truly innocent? Certainly not innocent. Although she has suspicions of being manipulated, we cannot dismiss her own intentions. However, she is not beyond forgiveness. Young girls require guidance to prevent them from straying down the wrong path. Sometimes, a single misstep can lead to irreversible consequences. The first half of her statement left the Gao couple alarmed, while the latter half brought them some relief, prompting them to repeatedly assure her they would discipline their daughter properly in the future. Chu Junhang maintained some leniency. Uncle Gao and Gao, I will revisit the police station, but if the investigation requires your cooperation, I hope you will still assist. Chapter 72. Stubborn souls. The couple exchange a glance, still somewhat bewildered, uncertain of the meaning behind the words spoken. Were they forgiven or not? However, they dared not dwell too much on it, and opted to express their gratitude, which was undoubtedly the right course of action. Mother Chu urged them to take their belongings back, and the two hastily waved their hands and departed, faster than they could be pursued. Mother Chu turned to Chu Junhang, questioning whether they were truly letting her off the hook. This perfectly epitomized the saying, every parent feels for their own child. Zhao Yalan, with her heavy demeanor, seemed blind to the situation, defending herself at every turn. Were it another's child, would she show the same compassion? The more Sang Zhi pondered, the more her frustration grew. A mere scapegoat, whether apprehended or not, mattered little. Justice should be served by unearthing the true culprit rather than engaging in fruitless discussions. Mother Chu sensed Sang Zhi was targeting her, a suffocating tension building within her. She felt trapped, with no clear path to take. It was not that she favored one over the other. It was simply that to this day, all her assumptions lacked solid evidence to implicate Yalan. Chu Junhang had to concede that Sang Zhi's assertions held merit. Torn between his mother and sister-in-law, he felt a slight headache and decided to retreat for the time being. Everyone knew the temperaments of Uncle Gao and Aunt Gao. Little Yun was still young, and this incident had already served as a significant lesson for her. He believed she would certainly amend her ways in time. For now, he had to hurry off to work. They could discuss it later. Only Sang Zhi and Mother Chu remained at home. They did not openly despise one another, but the lingering presence of Zhao Yalan weighed heavily on their hearts, creating an uncomfortable atmosphere. Meanwhile, Chu Junhang finally grasped the entire context of the situation after hearing it recounted twice from both Mother Chu and Sang Zhi's perspectives. Complaints. As a family member, he struggled to accept that Zhao Yalan could stoop to such actions, even if her jealousy towards Sang Zhi was evident. After all, Junyao had grown up alongside her. Yet, ever since he became aware of his surroundings, he recognized that Zhao Yalan had long ceased to be the gentle and kind sister he once believed her to be. She was capable of such deeds. Indeed, she had openly claimed responsibility for luring Sang Mei and had intentionally instigated Sang Mei to break off her engagement. What perplexed him was how Sang Mei could have resorted to drugging Sang Zhi. His memories from that time were hazy, yet he still felt a faint stirring of emotions. Reflecting on the turmoil within his family, Chu Junhang earnestly wished to awaken from this turmoil. He continued to struggle in the darkness, striving to break free from the oppressive gloom and embrace the light ahead, until exhaustion overcame him, and his consciousness once again slipped into slumber. As noon approached, Sang Zhi went to the supply and marketing cooperative to purchase some items and return to the Sang family home. Sang Chi greeted her with evident joy, and the siblings engaged in conversation for quite some time. However, Sang Zhi displayed clear dissatisfaction, sarcastically questioning her at the dinner table about her neglect of her original family, insinuating that if one didn't know better, they might think she had been sold off. It had been months since her marriage, yet she had not even crossed the threshold of her childhood home. Your daughter is also busy. It's not easy for her to return even once. Li Meng interjected quickly. Sang Zhi paid little heed to his sarcastic remarks, retorting directly, "If Dad misses me so much, would it be acceptable for me to return home every day for dinner, just like Sang Mei? I see you're trying to drive me to my grave." Sang Zhi just shot back, glaring at Sang Chi. If it weren't for his betrayal, Sang Zhi would have remained oblivious. The Sang family was not affluent. It was only now that the children had grown that the couple had managed to save some money, only to have Sang Zhi take 500 yuan of her dowry in one fell swoop. Sang Mei, too, was somewhat thoughtless, unable to manage her husband after marriage, returning home every few days to argue and sponge off her parents, which had become a source of immense frustration for Sang Zhijia. If Sang Zhi were to follow suit, it would surely drive him to despair. Sang Zhi had not returned to quarrel. She noticed that her father was already quite agitated, prompting her to soften her tone. "All right, you know how busy I am every day. If it weren't for being utterly exhausted these past few days, I wouldn't have had the time to come today. And you all, it's not that far. You never think to come and see me." In just a few words, she managed to shift the blame onto them. Sang Zhijia felt embarrassed, as he had never suggested they visit her. If he had, it would have seemed as though he were merely there to mooch off her hospitality. "By the way, I just heard that there was an incident at your shop. Someone got arrested." What is the story? There was nothing to conceal. Although Sang Zhijia was cunning, he would not scheme against his own children. Sang Zhi believed this to be the case. She thought he was genuinely concerned for her. Yet he quickly turned the conversation back, asking, "With your shop doing so well, wouldn't you be overwhelmed with one less person? Your sister is at home with nothing to do. You could have her come help you out, and just pay her a little." Having nearly finished her meal, Sang Zhi set her chopsticks down, a smirk playing on her lips. "I see Dad is quite well informed. Surely you didn't just hear about Liu Chunhua's arrest today? What a cunning plan to suggest Sang Mei assist her. Did he believe the rift between the two sisters wasn't significant enough? Did he wish to witness them turn against one another?" Sang Zhijia was momentarily at a loss for words. "What do you mean by that? I only learned from Uncle Wang today. You rarely come home, and I've never visited you. How would I know your affairs?" He felt that Sang Mei was too idle at home, always stirring up trouble, which only added to his annoyance. Thus, he thought to give her some work to do, hoping to spare himself from her daily squabbles with her husband or her visits home for free meals. If this continued, he would be exasperated, not just with Zhaoan, but also as her father. Sang Zhi was not concerned about his knowledge. She crushed his hopes with a single remark. "If you're not afraid I might stab her, go ahead and have her come." What kind of talk is that? As father and daughter prepared to bicker once more, Li Meng quickly stood up to mediate. Later, Li Meng complained to Sang Zhi. These two are just the same stubborn breed. Not a single sentence can be spoken civilly. Sang Zhi could only nod in agreement, speechless. Sang Zhi had not forgotten her purpose for coming. She called out to Sang Zhi, "Do you know where Sang Mei lives?" Sang Zhi did know, but had not yet had the chance to ask her why. Before he could, Sang Zhi interjected with a question. Sang Zhi was a resolute person, and Sang Zhi genuinely feared she might storm over with a knife. "I suspect that the incident where Sang Mei drugged me is related to Zhao Yalan. But I need to ask her directly." Although there were disagreements within the family, Sang Zhi still felt a stronger bond with his daughter than with Zhao Yalan. Upon hearing this, he was even more adamant. "I told you, with your sister's dim-wittedness, she couldn't have conceived such a scheme. Clearly, someone is pulling the strings behind her. He would be delighted if Zhao Yalan were the one orchestrating it, as it might provide the opportunity for his two daughters to reconcile." This thought was indeed optimistic. Yet it overlooked the fact that even if Zhao Yalan was the true instigator, if Sang Mei had no inclination to do so, she could not be manipulated. Moreover, whether there was any connection remained uncertain. Zhao Yalan's goal was to separate her from the Chu family, while Sang Mei's actions had originally brought her into the family, indicating their motives were fundamentally divergent. Sang Zhi personally escorted Sang Zhi to find Sang Mei, as he was even more eager than she to ascertain whether Sang Mei had been exploited by someone else. Chapter 73. He has changed. Sang Zhi led Sang Zhi into a narrow alley, and from a distance, they could see a large crowd gathered ahead. "That seems to be in front of your sister's house," Sang Zhi remarked, puzzled, and turned to an elderly woman passing by to inquire, "Good lady, what is the crowd gathering for up ahead?" The affinity for gossip is an intrinsic trait among the people of this nation. Upon hearing someone inquire about her, the elderly lady's interest was piqued, and with enthusiasm, she recounted, "Over there, a former city youth who returned from the countryside came looking for his wife and children. Yet, he has since remarried in the city, and his new bride is already several months pregnant. Naturally, the wife from the countryside was unwilling to accept this, which is why she brought the children here, kneeling and pleading. It was quite a spectacle. Since the restoration of the college entrance examination in 1977, a continuous stream of city youths has been returning, and with the recent policy liberalization, those with even the slightest connections have found their way back, making such occurrences increasingly common." Though Sang Zhi was calculating, he possessed a penchant for gossip and quickly summoned Sang Zhi, urging, "Let us go and witness this ourselves." Although Sang Zhi remained silent, her pace noticeably quickened. Inside, the sounds of crying and shouting reverberated, while the crowd outside swelled, layer upon layer. Finally, they managed to push through and beheld a surprising scene. Bai Xiaoa kneeling on the ground with her children at the entrance, while Sang Mei, her eyes aflame with fury, unleashed a tirade that rivaled the village's most vocal crones. Zhao and Sang Mei stood nearby, their gazes toward Bai Xiaoa sharp and venomous, as if they wished to eliminate her on the spot. As Sang Zhi pondered the unfolding situation, Sang Zhi interjected, stepping forward to interrogate Zhao and Sang Mei. "What on earth is happening here?" Sang Mei, having lost face that day, was seething with anger, her affection for the man she admired waning. With swollen eyes, she lamented to Sang Zhi, "Father, you finally arrived. This woman claims she is Zhao An's wife from the countryside, and she has brought 2 children with her. Lacking intellect, her only recourse was to weep and complain." Bai Xiaoa, having just caused an uproar, was now the object of the crowd's sympathy. Upon hearing Sang Mei call Sang Zhi father, she immediately deduced his identity. "Uncle, Zhao and I are legally married, and we have 2 children. I implore you, grant us a chance to survive. Children cannot be without a father. You, too, understand parental responsibilities. Please persuade your daughter to relinquish Zhao and return him to us." Bai Xiaoa, kneeling and throwing herself at Sang Zhi's feet, was accompanied by her children, who clung to his legs, wailing for their father. Sang Zhi, caught in this predicament, quickly assessed the situation and surmised the circumstances. Looking at the onlookers, he suppressed his rising anger and spoke, "My daughter, I have just arrived and am unaware of your situation. Thus, I cannot comply with your demands. We are all reasonable individuals here. Let us calm down and discuss this matter indoors. What do you say?" He inwardly chastised Zhao and Sang Mei, regarding them as foolish for allowing matters to escalate to such an extent. Even should Bai Xiao truly be Zhao An's wife from the countryside, such chaos was unwarranted. They should have soothed her before outsiders could mock them. It was astonishing that Zhao An, a university student, lacked the wisdom to manage this situation, risking his academic reputation. Zhao An had no desire to marry Sang Mei and had little regard for his father-in-law. However, in comparison to Bai Xiao and her children, he found Sang Zhi's suggestion far more palatable. He was not ashamed, but rather dazed by Bai Xiao's earlier outburst. Prompted by Sang Zhi, he quickly realized the course of action he ought to take. If this continues, it will benefit none of us. Let's retreat indoors and discuss it. Regardless of your feelings towards me, consider the children. Do you truly want them to witness their parents at odds? Having shared years of life together, Zhao An understood how to navigate Bai Xiao's emotions. As he assisted her to her feet, he whispered words of comfort in her ear. Bai Xiao, feeling grateful, rose to tend to her children. After a night of contemplation, she had finally realized the truth. Thanks to Sang Zhi's encouragement, she understood that if she could not retain her husband, she should at least secure the best outcome for herself and her children. No matter whether in the countryside or the city, survival necessitated financial resources. With nothing to her name except her 2 children, the years spent without Zhao An had been a struggle, and returning home would only bring further hardship. As a mother, she had a plan for her children's future. Seeing Bai Xiao willing to rise, Zhao An felt a sense of relief. As long as she did not cause further disruptions and was willing to divorce, everything else could be negotiated. Despite Zhao An's shortcomings, his fate seemed favorable. Before him stood a small courtyard with a private entrance, adorned with flourishing roses. It was at this moment Bai Xiao noticed Sang Zhi's presence, and her confidence diminished slightly. Had it not been for Sang Zhi's shelter and encouraging words the previous night, she would have already taken her children back home. It was Sang Zhi's encouragement that had emboldened her to confront the situation. However, she had never anticipated that Sang Zhi shared a connection with Zhao and had closed the courtyard gate, effectively shutting out the curious crowd. Sang Zhi discreetly winked at Bai Xiao, casually approaching her to say, "I have no ties to them." Instantly, Bai Xiao felt a wave of relief wash over her. Sang Zhi, however, had noticed this exchange and pulled Sang Zhi aside, asking, "Do you know that woman? What did you say to her?" Sang Zhi shrugged free from his grasp, asserting, "How could I possibly know her? I merely felt pity for her as she brought her children, and I suggested she remain strong." Having entered the house, Sang Mei, emboldened by the confines of the space, lunged to strike Bai Xiao, exclaiming, "You wretched woman! Today you shall pay for what you did to me." Bai Xiao, accustomed to labor, had the physical advantage over Sang Mei. She swiftly sidestepped, leaving Sang Mei to miss her target. Fortunately, Zhao An caught her just in time. Otherwise, she would have fallen hard, risking injury. "Enough of this commotion," Zhao An said irritably, his feelings of frustration mounting. Sang Mei sensed his growing indifference. From the moment she had disregarded his advice to terminate her pregnancy, his attitude had grown increasingly apathetic, and after their marriage, he had been nothing short of contemptuous, which had driven her to seek refuge at her family's home. Yet, she still felt a pang of hurt from Zhao An's words. "How can you be so heartless?" she cried. "You are the one who professed to love me, visiting me constantly until I cast aside my engagement to be with you. It hasn't been long, and you've already changed your heart. Can you truly justify this?" Chapter 74. Let her experience the depth of her own understanding. To be frank, Sang Zhi found herself somewhat impressed by Sang Mei's thought processes. How could she still concern herself with love amidst such turmoil? Indeed, a remarkable individual. Witnessing the couple bicker anew, Sang Zhi interjected, "Both of you, cease this nonsense. Can anyone explain what is truly going on here?" It was then that Bai Xiao, through tears, elucidated the sequence of events. Sang Zhi's expression hardened. Had he known Zhao An was so unreliable, he would have never allowed his daughter to marry him. Any decent man would not leave a girl pregnant before marriage and then refuse to take responsibility. Yet it was precisely because of Sang Mei's condition that they were forced into this predicament. He had assumed her marriage would conclude the matter, with the worst outcome being that she remained a daughter in vain. But now he found himself entangled in a considerable dilemma. Sang Zhi turned to Zhao An. "You are the one who instigated this situation. My daughter has done nothing to deserve this, especially not now when she is with child. She should not be subjected to such distress. What do you intend to do about it?" Despite the turmoil in his heart regarding Sang Mei, she remains his own flesh and blood. Sang Zhi, ever devoted to her well-being, is determined to consider her needs. Yet Sang Mei, unable to discern the gravity of the situation, believes herself to be in the right. She begins to overstep her boundaries, exclaiming, "I am pregnant, Zhaoan. How can you treat me this way?" This time, it is Sang Zhi who chastises her without Zhao and needing to intervene. "Be quiet and return to your room." He scolds, his disappointment evident. "You foolish girl, do you not comprehend the current circumstances? Is this the time for such grievances?" He addresses Zhao and from a father's perspective, reminding him not to forget who his true wife is. Sang Mei's words at this moment serve only to highlight her foolishness. Despite her typically carefree demeanor, when Sang Zhi is truly angry, she cowers in fear, retreating to her room under his piercing gaze. Zhao, aware of his own shortcomings, recognizes that the Sang family is currently backed by the Chu family, making it imperative for him to tread carefully. He understands that the Sang family demands an account regarding Sang Mei. Bai Xiao, in her madness, fails to compromise for the sake of the child, revealing herself to be a woman who prioritizes her own interests over her offspring. If she were truly concerned for the two children, she would have returned to the countryside by now. "Father, I have long discussed divorce with this woman. Rest assured, I will provide Sang Mei with an explanation. May I handle this matter myself?" Bai Xiao's motivations are purely self-serving, and Sang Mei's petty nature ensures she would never agree to a financial resolution. Thus, it is best resolved privately. Conveniently, Sang Zhi is disinclined to involve himself in Zhao and S trivial disputes. As a father-in-law, should he meddle in his son-in-law's romantic entanglements? Zhaoan breathes a sigh of relief and instructs Bai Xiao to prepare for their departure. Suddenly, Sang Zhi, who had been silent, recalls something, her eyes lighting up. "Brother-in-law, wait a moment." Zhaoan halts, looking at her inquiringly. "The rent for my shop was due last month. However, I haven't seen you or Zhao Good during this busy period, so I've not had the chance to collect. I might as well give it to you today to save a trip later." Calmly, Sang Zhi produces 50 yuan and extends it towards him. Her gaze subtly directed at Bai Xiao, her malice unmistakable, intending to bring misfortune to Zhao and Sang Mei. She has made her intentions clear. The extent of benefits Bai Xiao can secure for herself depends on her own awareness. Zhao, preoccupied with his own frustrations, fails to grasp Sang Zhi's malice, perceiving her as petty for mentioning the rent at such a time. "We are family. There is no need for such formality. The house is of no use sitting empty. Feel free to use it." Unlike his brother, who has established himself in the city with savings, Zhao and is not financially strained. Yet, he remains acutely aware of the stakes. Sang Zhi is connected to the Chu family, and as a consequence of his actions, his brother has incurred the ire of Zhou Qinyan, resulting in a previously assured promotion falling through. He refrains from collecting the rent, wanting to appease Sang Zhi and avoid conflict. Sang Zhi had not come to bestow money upon him. Upon hearing his words, she smoothly returns the money to her pocket. "Since my brother-in-law insists, I shall not impose." With that, she turns away decisively, leaving Zhao bewildered. Once she departs, Sang Zhi glares at Sang Zhi. "Did you do that on purpose?" "Indeed, it was intentional." Sang Zhi nods without hesitation. Sang Zhi, holding in his frustration, finally speaks in a tone of education. "I know you harbor resentment towards your sister, but given the circumstances, marrying into the Chu family can benefit you as well. She is, after all, your sister. The bond of blood cannot be severed. Even if you despise her, it is unwise to conspire with outsiders against her." Sang Mei, eavesdropping from inside, believes herself clever as she steps out. "Father, tell me the truth. Was that little wretch sent by Sang Zhi?" Sang Zhi is at a loss, unable to comprehend how his daughter could be so foolish. The current state of affairs between the sisters cannot withstand any provocation. Exhausted, he chastises her. If one is foolish, it is best to remain silent. You know what she has been occupied with. When would she have time to trouble you? It was he who spoke first, and I'm blamed for overthinking, Sang Mei retorts, feeling even more aggrieved. Sang Zhi, on the other hand, enjoys her foolishness and, seeing her usefulness, chooses to placate her. "Sister, do not heed father's baseless conjectures. How could I blame you? I owe you my gratitude. Without your assistance, I could not have married into the Chu family. If I had done so, I would still be struggling with my shop. Initially, I was misguided, targeting you, but now I recognize you acted in my best interest. Sang Zhi affectionately links arms with Sang Mei, feigning sincerity as she speaks words that are increasingly unbearable for herself to hear. Though her actions were indeed calculated, the realization that Sang Zhi currently surpasses her in every aspect stings Sang Mei's heart. She can only find solace in the thought of Sang Zhi living as a widow in the Chu family. The adage that blood ties are unbreakable resonates deeply with Sang Mei, and soon she is charmed and is smiling by Sang Zhi, believing she has resolved her inner turmoil. Reverting to her obedient self, Sang Zhi can only observe as Sang Mei, enchanted by Sang Zhi's manipulations, becomes lost in her bliss, sitting nearby in exasperation. By the way, sister, do you know Zhao Yalan well? Somewhat. During the initial turmoil with Junhang, Yalan often came to the supply and marketing cooperative where I worked. Interestingly, your brother-in-law and Yalan are classmates. Thanks to her, we became acquainted, she pouts, bringing Zhaoan back into the conversation, her previous infatuation having faded. She even harbors slight resentment towards Zhao Yalan, believing that without her, she would never have met Zhaoan. What once seemed like love now feels insincere, especially learning that he had a wife and children back in the countryside. Sang Mei's anger mounts. She, a virtuous maiden, has unwittingly married a man with a complicated past. No, it is worse than marrying a divorced man. Zhaoan's previous relationship remains unresolved. What does that make her? Chapter 75. Luck is also a form of strength lost in her thoughts. Sang Mei is oblivious to the change in Sang Zhi's expression beside her. Sang Zhi remains unchanged, having anticipated this moment. You foolish girl. You are being used as a pawn, and you don't even realize it. How could I have such a dim-witted daughter? Sang Mei is taken aback. Father, why are you scolding me? Sang Zhi, aware that now is not the time to dwell on grievances, hastens to ask the question that weighs on him. And what about the incident of drugging your sister? Was that instigated by Zhao Yalan? No. Sang Mei shakes her head, unable to meet the gazes of the two before her. Zhao Yalan had merely suggested that the chances of Chu Junhang waking up were slim, lamenting the plight of living a lifetime as a widow. She also insinuated that the Chu family would never permit her to remarry once she entered their fold. While she offered little direct guidance, Sang Mei's imagination filled in the gaps. With Zhao, when pursuing her at that time, it seemed natural for her to contemplate a withdrawal from the engagement. As for the notion of drugging Sang Zhi, it was born out of desperation, fueled by Sang Zhi's refusal to allow her to back out of the marriage. In a moment of misguided determination, she hatched such a foolish plan. Fortuitously, her luck surpassed Zhao Yalan's. What should have been a simple maneuver succeeded. One must acknowledge that luck is indeed a form of strength. Zhao Yalan's scheme was far more elaborate and intricate, but lacking that stroke of luck, her plan faltered and she inadvertently raised Sang Zhi's suspicions. Now, she is consumed with devising a means to extricate herself from the predicament. Upon being asked about the matter she sought to uncover, Sang Zhi's demeanor may swiftly transformed. With a cold smirk and a hint of mockery in her tone, she exclaimed, "You truly are foolish. Do you not understand why Zhao Yalan introduced Zhao into you, all while attempting to prevent your marriage into the Chu family?" The abrupt shift in Sang Zhi's attitude, coupled with her probing questions, rendered Sang Mei momentarily speechless. Why? She had once believed that Zhao Yalan was merely offering her a kind reminder, thinking that the latter regarded her as a friend. However, after becoming involved with Zhao, she noticed Zhao Yalan's enthusiasm towards her had waned, leading her to realize the extent of her own misguided hopes. Later, during a period when she was being bullied by Sang Zhi, she attempted to confide in Zhao Yalan about Sang Zhi's malice, hoping to rally her support against Sang Zhi. Yet, Zhao Yalan's impatience had grown palpable, her gaze seemingly laced with daggers. Sang Mei, not one to indulge in self-pity, resolved to distance herself from such entanglements, focusing instead on building a happy life with Zhao. If Zhao had not been introduced to her by Zhao Yalan, and if their marriage had not been compelled, perhaps they could have become a blissful couple. Alas, the unpredictability of life took a different turn. Zhao, in transformation post-marriage, struck Sang Mei like a thunderbolt, but by then, she had no alternative. Sang Zhi, knowing Sang Mei harbored feelings for Chu Junhang, was determined to prevent her from marrying into the family. Thus, She orchestrated schemes to entice Zhao, and while simultaneously conveying the grim prospects of a life with the Chu family. Sang Mei, naively interpreting these actions as benevolent guidance, failed to realize that if Zhao Yalan were truly uncalculating, she would have relished the prospect of Sang Mei toiling for Chu Junhang. How could she assume her fleeting acquaintance with Zhao Yalan placed her on par with a family member who had watched her grow? Reflecting on these tangled events, Sang Zhi found a sense of humor in the situation, though she suspected that Zhao Yalan would never have anticipated her retaliation, which inadvertently thwarted Zhao Yalan's schemes. Had she known the genuine reason behind Sang Mei's marriage to Chu Junhang, she might well have harbored a desire for vengeance. Sang Mei's heart trembled upon hearing these revelations. How could this be? Chu Junhang was her brother. The words she had yet to voice were abruptly silenced as she recalled Zhao Yalan's surname. Though she was merely an adopted daughter of the Chu family, she was not a blood relative. If that were indeed the case, she had unknowingly become a laughingstock. The man she had cherished, whom she was determined to protect despite her pregnancy, was merely a pawn in someone else's game. No wonder the man who had once showered her with affection had transformed upon learning of her pregnancy. His earlier proclamations of goodwill were nothing but deceit. How foolish she had been. Sang Zhi realized that her visit was not a mere whim. She had come to pose these questions for a reason. Connecting Sang Zhi's words about Zhao Yalan's fondness for Chu Junhang, Sang Zhi quickly grasped the gravity of the situation and inquired, Zhi, is Zhao Yalan targeting you within the Chu family? Long before their marriage, Chu Junhang had approached her, and on the wedding day, Zhao Yalan had caused her distress. These incidents were not isolated. They had occurred multiple times, albeit previously in minor skirmishes. This time, however, it was different. After recounting the events of the past few days, Sang Zhi remarked, I must admit, her ruthlessness is impressive. She even utilized Chu Junhang against me. Sang Zhi's words sent a chill down Sang Zhi's spine. Fortunately, her schemes had not succeeded. Otherwise, even if it were later revealed that she had plotted against them, the fact that Sang Zhi, as a sister-in-law, had been entangled with Chu Junhang would have resulted in an irreparable scandal. Chu Junhang was the biological son of the Chu family, and regardless of the situation, he would always have a degree of leniency. But for Sang Zhi, such grace was not guaranteed. Sang Mei, known for her impatience, could hardly accept the reality of being so thoroughly manipulated. Overwhelmed with emotion, she burst into tears. Sang Zhi observed this scene with a cold smile. What good is crying? If I were you, I would rush to the Chu family and expose Zhao Yalan's schemes. If I am uncomfortable, then no one should expect to fare well. For a fleeting moment, Sang Mei felt an urge to act, but after enduring so many losses, she clung to a shred of rationality. Do not provoke me. Do not think I am unaware of your intentions. You wish to utilize me against Zhao Yalan. If I truly went, it would only serve your purpose. At least she had demonstrated some cleverness. Then are you content to remain ensnared by Zhao Yalan's machinations? Sang Zhi cast a dismissive glance at her abdomen and stated plainly, you should have recognized Zhao Yan's true nature. His marriage to you was born of reluctance, and his fear of repercussions is somewhat linked to the Chu family's influence. Your only connection to the Chu family is through me. Now that Zhao Yalan and I are at odds, if you do not support me, you will be aligning yourself with her. Even setting aside past grievances, should Zhao Yalan gain the upper hand, Zhao will no longer hesitate to abandon you. The pattern of abandoning a wife and child is easily repeated. Do you truly believe you can keep him in check for a lifetime? And do you think he will remain unwaveringly devoted to you forever? Her words struck a chord with Sang Mei. Despite her reluctance, she had to acknowledge the truth in Sang Zhi's assertion. Glaring at Sang Zhi, she turned to seek her father's counsel, Sang Zhi, who prioritized interests above all, recognized the weight of the situation and advised, you too must remember, regardless of circumstances, we are blood relatives, a family. Only by uniting and supporting one another can we thrive. If even family members scheme against each other, who in this world is worthy of trust? Chapter 76. Interest first. While these words were indeed wise, it is likely that every parent wishes to see their children united rather than at odds. Yet, they often overlook whether they themselves possess that same awareness with their siblings. Amidst the turmoil, clarity often eludes those embroiled in it. Sang Zhi believed her words to be profound, and there was no reason for them to disregard her counsel. Indeed, the truth held merit. Sang Mei, in her anger, recognized the unreliability of the men around her, making her wary of further alienating her maternal family. although she felt a twinge of guilt at Sang Zhi's words. She mustered courage under the scrutiny of Sang Zhi and Sang Zhi's father, stating, I will confront Zhao Yalan. Dad, rest assured, as long as Zhi still acknowledges me as her sister, I will certainly support her. She had to confront the stark reality that only by aligning herself with the Chu family could she gain leverage over Zhao. Sang Mei placed a hand on her abdomen. The situation had escalated to this point, leaving her with no retreat. Regardless of how matters unfolded with by Shiyue, Zhao was hers, and no one could take him from her. Even if it meant mutual destruction, she would not permit him to betray her and pursue another. If he had deceived her, then he would continue to do so for a lifetime. She would not grant him the opportunity to retreat. In this world, there are no eternal enemies, nor are there everlasting friends. The distinction between foe and ally is merely a matter of whether the benefits presented are sufficiently enticing. No sooner had Sang Mei departed than Sang Zhi cast a fierce glare at Sang Zhi. Your sister is foolish. Her current predicament is a fitting consequence. Zhi, promise me, for Dad's sake, that you will not target her. Where does that come from? You need not deny it. The remark you made to Zhao An's previous wife did not escape your sister's notice, nor mine. Sang Zhi pursed her lips, falling silent. She had to admit that she had indeed sought to trip up Sang Mei. The experiences of Bai Shiyue and her son bore striking similarities to her own childhood, evoking a sense of sympathy that compelled her to extend a helping hand. From another perspective, her motivations were also self-serving. After all, she was the tenant of those two stores, and her relationship with Zhao Sui was tenuous at best. Now, they were attempting to curry favor with her because Zhou Qinian was her brother-in-law and Zhao Sui's superior, thereby placing her in a position of power. However, Sang Zhi is acutely aware that her marriage with Chu Junhang has a mere 2-year duration, and now, entangled with the adversarial Zhao Yalan, her future remains uncertain. Rather than awaiting the inevitable downfall and potential betrayal from the Zhao brothers, she resolves to take proactive measures and prepare herself for the challenges ahead. Of course, this plan hinges on Bai Xiue's comprehension of her intentions and her ability to effectively manage Zhao. For Sang Zhi, there is little to lose, merely a matter of voicing her thoughts. Sang Zhi persistently urged Sang Zhi, his words buzzing in her mind, compelling her to nod in agreement. Although she tentatively consented, the course of action would ultimately depend on how events unfold. Satisfied with her response, Sang Zhi hastened to catch up with Sang Mei, concerned that the confused girl might be swayed by mere words. Furthermore, he now understood the tribulations Sang Zhi faced within the Chu household. As a father, he felt it was his duty to seek justice for his daughter. Otherwise, he would be remiss in his role as a parent. Logically, Sang Zhi should not be absent from this grand drama. Yet, after much contemplation, she decided to refrain from returning home for the time being. Let Sang Mei create a scene. The more chaotic, the better. If she returned now, her attempts at persuasion would only portray her as thoughtless, and aiding in the negotiation would undermine her efforts to incite Sang Mei. Sang Zhi was unafraid of escalating tensions. It was Zhao Yalan who should be concerned. At present, her focus remained on Bai Xiue. Meanwhile, Zhao took Bai Xiue and her 2 children out for a meal, adopting a warm-hearted approach. Xiue, I understand you must harbor deep resentment towards me. As you witnessed today, it is not that I do not want you and the children. Sang Mei is nothing but a troublemaker, and her father and sister are equally difficult. Moreover, her sister's husband is my brother's superior, and we simply cannot afford to offend the Zhao family. Please, listen to me. Return home with the children for now, and I will ensure to send you monthly support. I promise you will not suffer. Zhao played the emotional card, asserting, even if you were to ruin my reputation, what advantage would that bring you? Would it be honorable for your children to have a father of such low character? On the contrary, Yi and Xiao were my flesh and blood. If I were to succeed, could I truly abandon my own children? His words, though sweet, would have deceived Bai Xiue had she not experienced the cold indifference of yesterday's rain, which left her children hungry and shivering, while their father exhibited no sign of compassion. Was it not too late for such sentiments? Bai Xiue, having her own calculations, resolved that since she could not win him back, she would instead fight for a means of survival for her children. Recalling the flowers Sang Zhi had given her before leaving, she steadied her resolve and inquired, "Is the happy restaurant across from the city hospital yours?" "No," Zhao replied. Upon hearing her question, he sensed an ominous premonition. People are driven by self-interest. and his current assets were entirely inherited from his parents. Giving away even a fraction would diminish his wealth. Yet, it was clear that Bai Xiao would not be easily appeased. After weighing his options, he said, "I understand that you must feel uneasy caring for 2 children. I will send you money each month. As I have not yet started working and currently rely on school subsidies, I can manage 10 yuan a month for now. But I want those 2 shops. If you agree, it would provide a lifeline for me and the children, and I will no longer intrude upon your life. Should you refuse?" Bai Xiao paused, her gaze turning fierce. "If you refuse, I will fight to the bitter end. I have nothing left to lose. Living without purpose is meaningless. No, making a scene is futile. That shop is not entirely mine." He only owned one, while the other belonged to his brother. Zhaoan sought to preserve his interests, but no matter how he argued, Bai Xiao was resolute in her demand for the 2 shops. She was convinced that Sang Zhi would not deceive her, especially since Zhao had previously acknowledged the rent. His later denial was too late. After prolonged negotiation, Zhao finally conceded, "I am not deceiving you. The shop is not solely mine, half belongs to my brother. However, if you insist, I will speak with him and compensate him later. Does that suffice?" His pitiable tone was likely an attempt to prevent Bai Xiao from seeking further financial support from him. Securing those 2 shops was a rare opportunity for Bai Xiao, offering her and her children a place to stay, alleviating the urgency to return to the countryside. Regarding the future, as long as they could manage, she hoped never to encounter this man again. This scoundrel was unworthy of being a father. She had once been deceived by his sweet words, sacrificing her life in the process. Bai Xiao took precautions this time, fearing he might deny the agreement later, and had Zhao sign a written acknowledgement. Frustrated and silent, he stormed off without a word. "Mom, can we stay in the city?" "Ya, scared innocently." "Yes," Bai Xiao replied, her eyes reddened as she knelt to kiss her children, emphasizing, "We can stay in the city." Her family had decent means, which had allowed her to confront Zhao, but she could hardly rely on them now, as her parents were aging and her siblings had their own families. These past years had drained much of their emotional support, and the children had often faced taunts for lacking a father. This journey was a desperate gamble. If they could stay, there was no desire to return. Bai Xiao carefully tucked the written acknowledgement into her pocket, holding her children's hands as they walked, tears streaming down her face. Although this was the greatest benefit she could secure, she was uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. Had Zhao not been so heartless, she would not wish for her children to lose their father's presence. Meanwhile, Sang Zhi finally grasped the reason for Sang Tian's restless night. He actually said he would take responsibility for you. How do you feel about that? Even Sang Zhi, who had been desensitized by numerous melodramas, was taken aback by this revelation. Sang Tian licked her dry lips, remaining silent. She was at a loss for words, her stutter preventing her from articulating her thoughts. Regarding Chu Junhang's proposal, to claim she was not intrigued would be a lie. The reality was, she felt like the toad yearning for the unattainable swan. Although she had gained a fleeting opportunity, she knew her place. After all, the swan was destined to soar away, while she remained grounded. Sang Tian did not wish to belittle herself, but in his presence, she lacked even the courage to speak. After she stumbled through her words, Sang Zhi slammed her thigh in frustration. "Who cares if he is worthy? He has offered a chance. You should have seized it." After a moment's regret, reason prevailed. Sang Tian was not as resilient as she, and if things turned sour in the future, the pain would be greater. It was perhaps better to sever all ties now. Sang Zhi looked at her earnestly. "Sang Tian, tell me the truth. How far did things go that night?" "Sister, please don't ask." Recalling that night, Sang Tian felt a lingering unease. She turned away, unable to meet Sang Zhi's gaze. They had kissed, embraced, and explored each other. But just as things were about to spiral out of control, he had hit a wall. No, she could not dwell on it any longer. In her heart, Sang Tian resolutely reminded herself that she and Chu Junhang were fundamentally beings from 2 disparate worlds, and she must not entertain any reckless thoughts. Otherwise, Bai Xiao's current situation would inevitably become her future. She was not that strong, nor could she bear such burdens. She and Niu Dagong were merely companions on the same road. Over the past few days, Sang Tian had distinctly sensed Niu Dagong's burgeoning interest in her. Initially, she had been contemplative. Though Niu Dagong was not particularly handsome, he possessed a skill that surpassed the lameness of the suitor her aunt had introduced her to. Furthermore, being a stutterer herself, even if she could eventually overcome it. That was a matter for another day. Observing Sang Tian's tense expression, Sang Zhi could only acquiesce, saying, "All right, I won't pry any further. As long as you have some understanding of your feelings, that's sufficient. After all, you too are a victim. Even if he is not responsible, it wouldn't be unreasonable to seek some benefits for yourself." Sang Tian vehemently shook her head. She wished to avoid discussing this matter further and did not want to seek personal gain in such a manner. She did not want to be looked down upon, nor did she want the Chu family to belittle Sang Zhi because of her. She was capable of earning her own living. Having operated the restaurant for 3 to 4 months and with occasional rewards from Sang Zhi, Sang Tian had accumulated nearly 200 yuan in savings. The family now had a source of income from delivering vegetables to the restaurant, and her parents did not require her money, allowing her to save for her dowry. Compared to other girls her age in the village, Sang Tian already felt quite fortunate. The two sisters were conversing in the backyard, unaware that a figure had hurriedly passed by the entrance to the front yard, their disordered footsteps betraying an inner turmoil. Bai Xiaoyi returned with her 2 children, only to encounter the flustered and awkward Niu Dagong emerging from within. "Master Niu, what happened?" Bai Xiaoyi inquired kindly, only to be brusquely pushed aside by him. "I'm sorry. I have matters to attend to. I must leave first." With that hasty remark, Niu Dagong departed, leaving Bai Xiaoyi bewildered. Upon reaching the backyard, tears of joy streamed down her cheeks as she held up the document, exclaiming, "Sister, you are truly my savior. Heaven must have taken pity on our plight, guiding us to meet you and providing us with a way out." Such words were too weighty for Sang Zhi to bear. Yet, upon seeing the document in Bai Xiaoyi's hands, she couldn't help but subtly smile, her gaze toward Bai Xiaoyi tinged with admiration. "Very well. This Bai comrade is not entirely foolish. She has not wasted my advice. Sister Xiaoyi, have you considered your plans for the future with your children?" Bai Xiaoyi initially paused, her intention being that with these 2 shops, she and her children would have a place to stay and a support system. However, she had not yet thought too deeply about what lay ahead. With a slight shift in her thoughts, she grasped the essence of Sang Zhi's inquiry. "Rest assured, you are my benefactor. I will not repay kindness with malice. Zhao has informed me about the shop-s situation. Everything will proceed as per your original agreement, and I can reduce the rent slightly." However, she hesitated, yet felt compelled to express, "I and my children must have a place to settle. Country folk often gossip, and I would prefer to stay in the city with my children to avoid becoming the subject of ridicule." As Bai Xiaoyi spoke these words, a sense of trepidation lingered within her, yet she believed Sang Zhi would not disagree. After all, seeing how she had helped her, it was likely she had some grievances regarding the rental arrangement with Zhao. Sang Zhi's machinations were fueled by a desire for personal vindication and compassion for the mother and child, yet another thought lingered, whether this was feasible. "Sister Xiaoyi, since you call me sister, I shall speak candidly. I have an idea, but I'm unsure of your thoughts. I believe you might want to consider." Bai Xiaoyi felt an ominous premonition rise within her. She feared Sang Zhi would object to her staying there, especially since the shop had already been rented out, and she and her children depended on the rental income for their livelihood. "You see, this shop is intended for business purposes. It would be inconvenient for you and your children to reside here amidst the comings and goings. Thus, I was thinking perhaps you could contemplate selling the shop to me. Rest assured, I will offer you a fair price. With that money, you could purchase another residence and still have a sum left over for your children's education. Moreover, you need not worry about depleting your resources as my restaurant is currently hiring." Chapter 78. The matter of rightfulness turned into a windfall. Sang Zhi was willing to pay 8,000 yuan for the 2 shops, a sum that was not insignificant. Considering the prime location, Bai Xiaoyi could take this money and acquire a house with a courtyard in a nearby alley for just 3 to 4,000 yuan, providing a more comfortable living situation for her and her children. Additionally, Sang Zhi could assist her with employment, and the remaining funds would be sufficient for her to support 2 children. Bai Xiaoyi had never dared to imagine that just yesterday, she and her children had found themselves homeless in the rain, relying solely on Sang Zhi's hospitality to avoid hunger and cold. Yet within a night, she could possess such a substantial sum and secure a job in the city. Undoubtedly, she was tempted. However, she was also astute. Bai Xiaoyi did not rush to respond, but instead stood and walked outside. Since Sang Zhi's restaurant opened, small shops and breakfast stalls had sprung up on either side, with vendors selling vegetables and handicrafts lining the streets. Compared to just a few months prior, the scene was bustling. As Bai Xiaoyi gazed at the lively street, her excitement gradually subsided. Having just arrived in the city and lacking experience, she perceived that Sang Zhi's ability to open a small restaurant and casually propose an 8,000 yuan purchase for the shop indicated she was no ordinary person. The fact that she wanted to buy the property suggested it was indeed worth that price. No, it could not be sold. This was the foundation of her and her children's livelihood. Money would eventually run out, and as a woman with children, possessing such a large sum was not safe. It would be wiser to keep the shop like a hen that laid golden eggs. So long as the hen remained, the eggs would keep coming. Even if she could not attain great wealth, at least she could maintain stability and avoid the hardships she and her children had endured the previous day. Bai Xiaoyi had never experienced such clarity of thought. Once she comprehended this, she returned to the backyard. Sister, I owe my ability to secure these two shops to your guidance. Logically, I should be grateful. However, as she spoke, Sang Zhi understood her implication. She merely entertained the thought. A transaction required mutual consent, and since the other party was unwilling, she could not force a sale. Moreover, should the transaction not materialize, Bai Xiaoyi would ultimately become her new landlord. Sister Xiaoyi, rest assured, I merely suggested that. If you do not agree, we will proceed according to our previous contract, and I will pay you the rent. The original contract had been signed with Zhao Sui, and now that Bai Xiaoyi was the landlord, a new contract would need to be drafted. Sang Zhi was always cautious regarding such matters, and it was better to address these issues now than to encounter complications later. Bai Xiaoyi finally felt a sense of relief, no longer mentioning her desire to stay in the backyard. Instead, she requested Sang Zhi to accommodate her and her children for a few more days, assuring her that she would promptly seek out a rental property. Sang Zhi agreed, fearing she might say something amiss that would cause Sang Zhi to withdraw her support. Bai Xiaoyi hastily shifted the topic. By the way, when I returned, I saw Master Niu looking utterly terrified as he left. What happened to him? Sang Zhi and Sang Tian exchanged glances. Niu Dagong had indeed come by, but they had been in the backyard the entire time and had not seen him enter. Sang Tian's face paled as she recalled their earlier conversation. Uncertain if Niu Dagong had overheard them, Sang Zhi did not notice Sang Tian's unease, as just then, someone approached the gate inquiring about the job advertisement. The chef had been recruiting for several days without success. The day before yesterday, Lu Chunhua was apprehended, and today a new job advertisement was posted seeking an additional worker. Several candidates had already come today. With Lu Chunhua's case in mind, Sang Zhi was exceedingly cautious, not wanting to invite further trouble upon herself. Among the applicants was a girl of similar age. After assessing her, Sang Zhi deemed her satisfactory and invited her to come back tomorrow for a trial period of 2 days. Once the girl departed, Bai Xia, accompanied by her 2 children, remained standing nearby. Upon turning around, Sang Zhi heard her say, Sister, are you still hiring? May I stay here and work? Rest assured, I am accustomed to working at home. I can handle cleaning, chopping vegetables, and cooking. I am willing to learn anything I do not know. It was evident that she truly desired this job. After a moment's contemplation, Sang Zhi nodded in agreement, saying, All right, but please settle yourself and the children before starting work. Yaya should be able to attend elementary school now. And as for Xiaohu, I recall there is a daycare nearby. I am unsure of the enrollment process, but you can inquire about it. Bai Shiyue believed that her prior refusal to sell her house would make Sang Zhi resentful, so she felt an immense relief upon hearing that she was still wanted. Her salary, combined with the rent, should suffice for her and her children to establish themselves in the city. Bai Shiyue was fortunate. Despite Sang Zhi's love for money, she was not unscrupulous. If it were someone else who sought to acquire her house, they could easily employ various means to force her compliance. Sang Zhi dawdled until evening before returning to the Chu household, which was already enveloped in silence, showing no signs of the commotion caused by Sang Mei's earlier visit. However, Sang Zhi knew that beneath this calm facade, tumultuous waves were surely brewing. Upon entering the living room, she was taken aback to find her father at home. Dad, Sang Zhi exclaimed in surprise. You're back? He nodded, but his dark expression betrayed his mood. Beside him, Chu Mu's eyes were red, and Zhao Yalan stood nearby with swollen eyes. Having caused a ruckus, it was now Sang Zhi's turn to confront the situation, and with her parents and Yalan present, she seized the opportunity to address some matters that needed clarification, lest everyone harbor grievances in silence. Zhao Yalan glared at Sang Zhi, stating, Sister-in-law, I know that because I embarrassed you during your marriage to my brother, You have held a grudge against me. It was not my doing, yet you insisted on telling mother it was me, even bringing your sister to our home to slander me. Your scheme has succeeded. You've received ample compensation from our parents. Is it not enough? What must I do to satisfy you? Compensation? Sang Zhi was bewildered by the term. Once she grasped its implications, she was left utterly speechless. She had underestimated the shamelessness of Sang Zhi and Sang Mei. Initially, she believed that having Sang Mei identify Zhao Yalan would reveal her true nature to the Chu family. However, not only did they come to accuse her, but they also demanded compensation, twisting a rightful matter into a pretext for extortion. Clutching her chest, filled with indignation, Sang Zhi ascended the stairs in silence, her heart racing with fury. She had once thought of Sang Zhi as astute, capable of distinguishing between right and wrong, but it appeared he was merely superficially clever, easily satisfied by trivial gains, while perfectly sabotaging Sang Zhi's plans. Chapter 79. Counterattack. Zhao Yalan, believing herself justified, continued unrelentingly. Father and mother. You can see it plainly. Sang's family is attempting to extort benefits from us by fabricating accusations against me. Zhao is indeed my classmate, and I did introduce him to Sang Mei, but that was because I respected her as my brother's fiancée. I never expected they would end up together. Moreover, since Sang Mei betrayed my brother, I have not been in contact with them for a long time. Arguments flourished, each side claiming righteousness. Yet ultimately, it was merely a battle of eloquence. Yalan, since you joined our family, we have treated you sincerely as a daughter and have never mistreated you, have we? Chu father's sudden interjection left Zhao Yalan at a loss for words. Truth be told, she acknowledged this kindness, but her aspirations extended beyond the status of an adopted daughter. She yearned to become the daughter-in-law of the Chu family. Unfortunately, her feelings went unrecognized, leaving her discontented. Father and mother's kindness. I shall remember, and I admit my faults. I should not have been petty. I ought to put aside my prejudices and coexist harmoniously with my sister-in-law. Zhao Yalan quickly conceded. Chu father and Chu mother exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a sense of helplessness. To be honest, all the children had been raised similarly. Yin Huan was somewhat naive but harbored no ill intentions. They could not fathom how Zhao Yalan had turned out this way. We did not raise you to expect repayment, Yalan. After all, we are bound by blood. I urge you to remember that while cleverness is admirable, one must not harbor ill intentions. Digging pits for others will inevitably lead to one's own downfall. Past actions leave traces, and do not assume others are oblivious. Because we treat you as our daughter, we refrain from holding your misdeeds against you. The one truly wronged here is your sister-in-law, and our parents will comfort her, so do not take undue pride in this. With a long sigh, Chu father added, during my recent visit to the military, I identified several promising young men. I will arrange for your mother to discuss potential suitors with you. You are not getting any younger and should consider marriage. Your older sister and brother have families now. You must also plan for your future. As for your mother and me, we do not require your concern. If you live well, we shall be well. Zhao Yalan nearly fled in distress. Chu mother felt compassion for her, yet the results of the investigation conducted by Chu Junhang weighed heavily on her heart. What was she after? Chu mother could not comprehend what grievance Zhao Yalan held against their family. Had it not been for the men insisting that after raising her for so long, they ought to extend some kindness, she would have pointedly questioned her. Her son returned home for lunch, mentioning that there had been progress regarding Lu Chunhua. Previously, when her husband was approached, he vehemently insisted that Lu Chunhua's greed was the cause of their troubles. This time, her husband had sought him out, offering 200 yuan for Lu Chunhua to disclose the truth. What this so-called truth entailed was evident, even without purchasing information. One could deduce the likely scenario from the available facts. Chu mother was not untroubled. She mourned for half the afternoon, and upon realizing that the source of their family's troubles was Zhao Yalan, her eyes brimmed with tears, unable to fathom the reason behind it all. Then Sang Mei stormed into the house again, once more accusing Zhao Yalan. Chu mother's already shattered heart felt as if it had been cleaved into even smaller pieces. Impressions carried significant weight, and without waiting for Zhao Yalan to defend herself, she was convinced that these matters were indeed intertwined with Zhao Yalan. When Chu father returned, her chaotic heart finally found some semblance of stability. Chu father declared that after calling them father and mother for so many years, they should allow her some dignity and prepare a dowry to send her off. Regardless of her grievances, They believed they had done no wrong by her. Henceforth, they would limit their interactions, thus fulfilling the bonds of kinship. Returning upstairs, Sang Zhi could not pinpoint the source of her discomfort. She simply felt unwell all over. She thought it prudent to visit a hospital. Since her arrival in this world, she has constantly suffered from ailments, devoid of the spirited vigor she once possessed. This is certainly not a favorable sign. In conclusion, it seems she is merely infuriated. Despondently seated at the edge of her bed, she could not help but deride herself, realizing once again that reliance on others is futile. In this world, one can only depend on oneself. Chu Junhang remains oblivious to the unfolding events, as he can only hear the commotion from downstairs through the window, unable to discern the nature of the dispute due to the distance. The sensation of anxious helplessness is truly unbearable. At that moment, Zhao Yalan stormed in, radiating rage. As Sang Zhi lifted her gaze, their eyes locked, each concealing daggers within. "Huh!" Zhao Yalan suddenly sneered. "What does it matter how much noise you make? Do you see anyone who believes you? Sang Zhi, you are merely an outsider brought in to bring joy to my second brother. I'm the daughter raised by our parents. Do you think that even if the truth were presented before them, they would side with you?" Zhao Yalan was uncertain whether they were aware of the situation or how much they truly knew. However, she understood that her current image in their eyes had surely tarnished the gentle and kind persona she once maintained. Otherwise, they would not have pressured her into marriage. "Since you are so adamant that they won't support me, why are you so furious?" Upon witnessing Zhao Yalan's anger, Sang Zhi felt a sense of relief. "Let me guess. They must have started to doubt you, hence your current state. A corner dog is more dangerous?" Sang Zhi's mocking smile further provoked the already unsettled Zhao Yalan, who glared fiercely at her. If looks could kill, Sang Zhi would have been severed into pieces by now. It was evident that Zhao Yalan was genuinely enraged, thus acting without restraint. "Do not revel in your triumph, Sang Zhi. If you wish to compete with me, your fate will not end well. Just look at Sang Mei. Do you believe that with a mere word from me, she wouldn't lose her tranquil life?" Her eyes sparkled with malice, thinking such words would instill fear in Sang Zhi. Little did she know, their bond was far from ordinary. Sang Zhi was indifferent to Sang Mei's fate. "Oh, I would truly love to see that. Why not test it with your words?" Sang Zhi gradually approached Zhao Yalan, who, in her overconfidence, wore a triumphant expression, oblivious to the fact that Sang Zhi would suddenly kick her down. "How dare you underestimate me? Just because I don't display my authority, you think I'm a sickly cat?" Sang Zhi tightly grasped Zhao Yalan's neck, dragging her like a rag doll toward the balcony, her upper body dangling over the edge. The Chu family, valuing their reputation, repeatedly opted to keep matters from escalating. Zhao Yalan had seized upon this weakness, acting with utter disregard. Sang Zhi, however, had no intention of yielding. If they chose to humiliate her for Zhao Yalan's sake, then she had nothing to lose. Let the situation escalate. At worst, she could lose her life, perhaps even reincarnate and relish in an exhilarating existence. In her past life, Sang Zhi had cherished her life. Now, she viewed it as a mere game. Those capable would advance, while the weak would falter, and failure merely meant a restart. Whether one lived meticulously or carelessly, death would come regardless. Zhao Yalan, suspended in midair, felt a surge of panic as she confronted the brink of death, especially when met with Sang Zhi's eyes, which seemed more deranged than her own. "Have you lost your mind? Sang Zhi, you're insane. Let me go. Murder has consequences." The noise from above had also attracted the attention of Chu's parents, who followed the sounds to the courtyard and gasped at the perilous scene unfolding upstairs. Chu's father, having experienced the intricacies of life, found himself momentarily shaken. "Sang Zhi, what are you doing?" Sang Zhi continued to tighten her grip on Zhao Yalan's neck, casting a glance downward, her lips curled in a manic smile. "Father, Zhao Yalan claims she is the daughter you raised, which is why you repeatedly favor her. Even knowing she was the instigator of this incident, you still choose to side with her and suppress the truth. Is that correct?" Her gaze bore into Chu's father and mother, evoking a sense of dread that failure to answer would result in Zhao Yalan being thrown from the balcony. Zhao Yalan instinctively tried to retort, but with her throat restricted, she could barely speak, her body half suspended outside. She dared not struggle, instead watching as Sang Zhi exaggerated and fabricated words she had never uttered. Although she aimed to provoke Sang Zhi, she could not admit to her own wrongdoing. Now, She had succeeded in inciting Sang Zhi's fury. But the outcome was far from what she had envisioned. Zhao Yalan valued her life. She desired Chu Junhang, not death. Sang Zhi, please calm down. This matter has not reached a conclusion yet. Do not act impulsively and commit an irreparable act. Let us sit down and discuss this. I assure you, you will receive an explanation. You claim there is no conclusion to something she has already confessed? Sang Zhi's words were a ploy to extract the truth from them. Although Zhao Yalan had managed to extricate herself, she had also taken a few steps closer, convinced that she could avoid revealing any incriminating evidence. If one sincerely sought the truth, it would be impossible to remain entirely undetected. Unbeknownst to anyone, Chu Junhang on the bed had raised his arms slightly, only to let it fall back down in exhaustion. At this point, the issue was no longer about acknowledgement. It was beyond that. Chu's father and mother were taken aback by Zhao Yalan's foolishness, as she chose to confront her victim instead of retreating into the shadows to avoid detection. Now, with the situation spiraling out of control, Sang Zhi was genuinely enraged. Chu's father exchanged glances with Chu's mother, signaling her to pacify Sang Zhi downstairs while he discreetly withdrew. They assumed Sang Zhi was too consumed by her fury to notice, but she remained acutely aware of the unfolding drama below. Earlier, in her rage, she had contemplated a reckless resolution, yet rationality had returned, revealing the futility of such an act. Her worth had skyrocketed. She had yet to enjoy the fruits of her labor. It would be foolish to sacrifice herself for Zhao Yalan. Thus, before Chu's father could arrive, she seized Zhao Yalan by the hair and dragged her back inside. As Chu's father ascended the stairs, he was met with anguished screams from above, Zhao Yalan's voice, unmistakable in its torment. He rushed up, only to find Sang Zhi leaning against the table while Zhao Yalan writhed on the floor in agony. He had no time to question Sang Zhi, rushing to Zhao Yalan, who evaded his inquiries, reluctant to reveal the source of her pain. How could she admit that Sang Zhi, wearing half-high-heeled shoes, had kicked her on the inner thigh, causing her to writhe in agony? Sang Zhi, Chu's father, typically composed, struggled to contain his anger. Regardless of Zhao Yalan's faults, she was still Junhang's sister, a member of the family. Moreover, your mother and I have already discussed arrangements for Zhao Yalan's marriage, ensuring she no longer becomes a nuisance to you. Why must you? I'm sorry. I was wrong. Acknowledgement of fault requires sincerity. Father, I was genuinely provoked by her words, which led me to act rashly. I understand my mistake. Please grant me another chance. As Sang Zhi spoke, her eyes reddened. Zhao Yalan was adept at feigning innocence, and so was she. In the past, her overly earnest demeanor had led them to believe she was easy to manipulate, pacified with trivial offerings. If she did not make Zhao Yalan regret crossing her, the very letters of her name would be written in reverse. If she did not admit her fault, Chu's father might scold her a bit. But Sang Zhi's sincere apology rendered him speechless. A daughter-in-law and a daughter are not the same, and given that Zhao Yalan was initially at fault for provoking Sang Zhi, it was only natural for her to feel aggrieved. Fortunately, the child was still well-behaved, controlling her impulses and refraining from actions that could not be undone. Dad, don't be deceived by her. She truly wants to kill me. Zhao Yalan wailed. I will report this to the police. Sang Zhi is attempting murder. We cannot allow such danger to remain in our home. Sang Zhi was unperturbed, saying, let the police investigate thoroughly. By the way, after I was drugged, I went to the hospital for an examination, and I still have the report. It would be good to clarify this matter, as well as the incident involving Jun Yao and Gao Yuan, along with Lu Chunhua's crimes from a few days ago. Let us lay everything bare for the police to investigate. No one should escape justice. Zhao Yalan swallowed hard, her confidence visibly waning. Let them investigate. I fear nothing if I am innocent. Chu's father wore a stern expression, uncertain of his thoughts, but ultimately declared, our family cannot afford to lose face over this matter. Let it end here. No one is to mention it again. After speaking, he turned to Zhao Yalan. You should behave yourself. Later, I will have your mother bring up the photos. Choose wisely and settle your marriage soon. Zhao Yalan's expression soured, as if she had swallowed a fly. She no longer doubted, but was certain they were aware of her involvement. Otherwise, they would not be so heartless. Not only was she certain, but Sang Zhi also recognized it. She let out a sarcastic laugh. Zhao Yalan had not been wrong in stating that years of affection could not be easily dismissed. Indeed, she, as a daughter-in-law, could not compare to a cherished daughter. Chapter 81. The more you see, The more satisfactory choices you have. Chu's father understood her amusement, but also recognized that the family had erred in their treatment of Zhao Yalan. They had compensated Sang Zhi sufficiently, yet Zhao Yalan had been wronged. Zhao Yalan was assisted back to her room by Chu's mother, who intended to offer a few words of encouragement to Sang Zhi, but found herself at a loss for words. Chu Junhang was still struggling. Sang Zhi noticed the tense veins on the back of his hand. She struck him sharply, and the delicate skin on his hand instantly bore a red mark, revealing several finger impressions. This is all your fault. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been targeted by those two women, wouldn't have married into your family, and wouldn't have to endure daily scheming like a palace intrigue. You people of the Chu family are truly strange. Why not marry Zhao Yalan off to you? Wouldn't that be the happiest outcome? You share no blood ties, so why must you involve an outsider like me? It's utterly vexing. Sang Zhi's unabashed tirade was overheard by Chu's mother, who stood at the doorway, her eyes brimming with compassion as she descended the stairs to complain to Chu's father. What is Yalan trying to achieve with this behavior? She can't possibly have feelings for Junhang, can she? Aside from this possibility, she could not fathom any other reason for her relentless targeting of Sang Zhi. They were siblings and could only remain so. It was one thing for outsiders to speculate. But how could a mother entertain such a ridiculous notion? Chu's father, who had always placed great importance on face, had scolded anyone who mentioned Zhao Yalan as a child bride. He had repeatedly emphasized that she was his daughter, not an adopted daughter-in-law. The term child bride carried negative connotations, and he had feared the child would be wronged. Now that the marriage between Junhang and Sang Zhi was a foregone conclusion, such talk could not resurface. I did not mean to say so. I am merely concerned. This matter is clearly Yalan's fault, and Sang Zhi has quite the temper. Just now, I stood at the door and witnessed her strike Junhang, probably leaving his hand sore. What if she were to wake in the middle of the night, feeling irritable, and decided to give your son a few slaps? Wouldn't that be frustrating for you? Chu's father paced anxiously in the living room, muttering, "Let us get her married off. The sooner, the better." The photos they had brought were carefully curated by him, regardless of whom Zhao Yalan chose. At least she would have some security for her later years. He felt he owed this much to the late Zhao. Chu Junhang was the most innocent party. He lay there, powerless, yet listened to Sang Zhi's complaints as if he were the instigator. The truth was indeed that if it weren't for him, Sang Mei would not have resorted to drugging, and Zhao Yalan wouldn't have targeted her. Reflecting upon this only deepened his discomfort. The sting from Sang Zhi's slap lingered, enhancing his sensations. This was a peculiar, yet positive development for him. As Chu Junhang continued to struggle, he desperately wished to awaken. His coma had led every family member to divulge numerous secrets before him, and no one understood the tangled threads of their predicament better than he did. Once he awoke, everything would be resolved. Such is the nature of humanity. Once wronged, one's grievances only deepen and anger brews anew. The anger that had been suppressed surged forth once again. He stood up and filled a basin with water, angrily storming out. Chu Junyao and Chu Yunhuan entered sequentially, while Chu's mother ascended with several photos, only to witness Sang Zhi storming into Zhao Yalan's room, basin in hand, her fury palpable. Instantly, a sense of foreboding gripped her heart. As predicted, a moment later, Zhao Yalan's startled scream echoed. When they rushed in, they found Sang Zhi standing by the bed with an empty basin, a triumphant smile on her face. "Isn't it true you adore my second brother? Isn't it true that you lament your unrequited love for him? The water from his bathing basin should be quite pleasant, don't you think? No need to thank me. This is merely what a sister-in-law ought to do." Zhao Yalan was drenched from head to toe, including the bed, leaving her with no place to sleep that night. She knew Sang Zhi was a force to be reckoned with, yet she was astonished that she dared to act so boldly in front of the family. Faced with such a formidable and unpredictable opponent, Zhao Yalan felt utterly despaired. Chu's mother was about to intervene when Sang Zhi's gaze turned towards her. "Mom, in terms of age, I am a few years younger than Yalan. Please persuade her not to quarrel with me. After all, we are family." The emphasis she placed on the word family was heavy, echoing the sentiments they expressed when advising themselves to avoid conflict with Zhao Yalan. Sang Zhi returned to her room, slamming the door with a resounding bang that startled Chu's mother and the others. Their feelings of elation or discontent were inconsequential. This uproar had at least brought Sang Zhi some relief. Dinner was neglected, and she had no appetite. As bedtime approached, Sang Zhi continued to bolster her spirits, reminding herself that in a loveless entanglement, There was no emotional upheaval to disrupt her perspective. So long as she remained indifferent, they were all inconsequential. That night proved to be tumultuous. Chu Junhang was summoned to the balcony by Chu Junhang, and the two siblings chattered away for quite some time. What they discussed was known only to them. Meanwhile, downstairs, the lights remained aglow well into the night. Among them, Sang Zhi was the only one who slept soundly. The following morning, as Sang Zhi arose, she spotted Zhao Yalan exiting Chu Junhang's room. Upon seeing her, Zhao Yalan's eyes blazed with fury. Sang Zhi provocatively raised an eyebrow and walked away. Downstairs, Chu's mother had already set the breakfast table and called out, "Why not eat before you leave?" "No, I'll eat outside," Sang Zhi replied. After her departure, Chu's mother let out a resigned sigh. In recent days, her sighs have been more frequent than when Chu Junhang first encountered his troubles. The atmosphere at home is palpably strained, with Chu Junhang exhibiting a notable quietness. Setting down his newspaper, Father Chu addressed Zhao Yalan, who had just taken a seat. "Since you have no classes at school during lunch, hurry back. If you cannot decide after looking at the photos, your mother will take you to meet some people. You should meet a few more, surely. There will be one who suits you." Zhao Yalan, discontented, protested, "The school has been quite busy lately. The foreign language teachers for the lower grades are insufficient, and we seniors have been asked to cover for them. I truly have no time." "If you have no time, then take a leave," Father Chu retorted, denying her any room for refusal. The recent chaos had drained his patience. "Yalan, I have always believed you to be a thoughtful girl, and there is nothing wrong with that. However, when you realize your thoughts are misguided, you must adjust them promptly. One cannot be obstinate. Only by venturing out and observing will you discover the greater beauties of the world, instead of being trapped in the narrow confines of home." Zhao Yalan felt her thoughts were laid bare, yet she could not shake off her sense of grievance. She simply could not comprehend why, despite the absence of blood ties, they could not support her. It was all Sang Zhi's fault for existing, and she blamed Sang Mei for being a fool. They were both wretched individuals. Chapter 82. The perfect solution. When Sang Zhi arrived, the kitchen was nearly spotless, the dishes arranged neatly by the preparation counter, appearing tidy. Upon entering, she felt a burst of brightness, only to turn and see Bai Xiu'er approaching with several clean chickens in hand, her apron tied around her waist and her hair neatly pinned back. Upon seeing Sang Zhi, a smile broke across her busy face, radiating warmth and amiability. "Sister, I had nothing much to do this morning, so I asked Xiao Tian what preparations you usually make. Does this look all right?" "Indeed, it looks splendid. Compared to the sly Lu Chunhua, Bai Xiu'er's performance made me consider a raise right away. Sister Xiu'er is truly capable. However, we do not serve breakfast. Our working hours begin at 10 o'clock, Sang Zhi replied. Bai Xiu'er's smile faltered slightly, a hint of embarrassment in her demeanor. "Ah, am I causing trouble then?" Sang Zhi chuckled lightly. "What trouble? I merely meant that you've done all the work alone early in the morning. You're the only one who will tire, while others will arrive to a more leisurely situation, yet they want to share their wages with you." Bai Xiu'er finally relaxed. "It's nothing. I'm used to rising early in the countryside. It feels quite uncomfortable to have nothing to do. We only serve lunch and dinner, from 10 in the morning until 10 at night. On rainy days, we may close earlier if there are no customers. You'll get used to it after a while." Sang Zhi is Shuotia, with Sang Tian away for acupuncture treatments twice a week to help with her stuttering. Today happened to be one of those days. Yesterday, another girl named Zhou Xiangxiao was hired. Once everyone arrived, Sang Zhi reassigned tasks. Sang Tian would handle the counter for payments, Zhou Xiangxiao would serve dishes, and Bai Xiu'er would assist wherever needed, handling a considerable workload. Initially, Sang Zhi was concerned about the two children running around in the store, but they seemed obedient, playing in the backyard. After some deliberation, Sang Zhi decided to increase Bai Xiu'er's salary by 5 yuan, placing her on par with Niu Dagong. Bai Xiu'er was indeed very capable, quick on her feet, eager to learn, and perceptive. During the busiest lunch hour, while Niu Dagong managed the more challenging dishes, she would prepare simpler ones under Sang Zhi's guidance. With her around, Sang Zhi felt she could afford to take a breather. After 2 consecutive days of closure, the reopening had turned bustling. When Mother Chu and Zhao Yalan arrived, Sang Zhi was perplexed. Had yesterday's debacle not been humiliating enough for them to avoid her? With their faces stripped of shame, Sang Zhi coldly pretended not to notice them. Mother Chu's eyelids fluttered, and her demeanor toward Sang Zhi took on a more conciliatory tone. "Zhi, Yalan is here today for a matchmaking meeting. Could you please arrange a table? It was not that she feared Sang Zhi, but having seen her son's still swollen hand earlier that morning, her heart ached. Sang Zhi had a heart of stone. How could she take out her frustrations on him when he was already suffering? Sang Zhi cast a glance at Zhao Yalan, only to quickly discern their intentions. They wished to prevent a true confrontation between her and Zhao Yalan by marrying her off, hoping to sever any lingering attachment. Simultaneously, they aimed to demonstrate the family's sincerity, ensuring a peaceful coexistence. Realizing this, Sang Zhi could not help but smirk inwardly. Their plan seemed well thought out, indeed a temporary solution. But had they considered the feelings of the suitor for Zhao Yalan? Did he know that her heart was already taken, longing for the older brother from her adoptive family? Avoidant solutions would only lead to greater calamity once the truth surfaced. This was merely Sang Zhi's perspective. She could not control others' thoughts, nor did Zhao Yalan warrant a reminder. If given a choice, she would prefer Zhao Yalan to descend into the depths of hell. 4 table reservations or menu selections. They could head to the counter. Sang Zhi refused to be swayed by their attempts to charm her with sweet words, maintaining a businesslike demeanor. Zhao Yalan had not willingly come for the matchmaking. She would have preferred Sang Zhi to create a scene to thwart it. It was her desire to converse with Sang Zhi that prompted Mother Chu to bring her early. Zhao Yalan was directed to the backyard, while Mother Chu remained behind to chat with Sang Zhi. Zhi, I know you're feeling upset. Your father has issued a strict order to Yalan to select a suitable match. You should calm down and focus on a harmonious life with Junhang, all right? Mother Chu's face was filled with distress, not entirely due to parental favoritism. You are still young and cannot comprehend a parent's feelings. Mother Chu intended to say that once she became a mother, she would understand, but upon reflecting on her son's current plight, a wave of sorrow washed over her. Sang Zhi was indeed presented with opportunities. Even if her son did not awaken, they had no intention of confining her for life. After 2 years, she would be free to marry someone else. Mother Chu had already lost hope. She had initially hoped Sang Zhi could rouse him, but now it seemed futile. If it were possible, he would have awakened by now. Of course, it was also possible that no intimate gestures had occurred. She had advised Sang Zhi at the outset, but she had been unwilling to comply, and Mother Chu could not force her. She could not even voice a sense of urgency. Sang Zhi likely did not understand a parent's emotions, as her own parents had never loved her. She had neither experienced nor felt it, and thus would not comprehend their struggles due to such words. In truth, aside from marrying Zhao Yalan off, there existed a far superior solution that could perfectly resolve the matter without damaging the family's ties. Mother Chu was taken aback, gazing at Sang Zhi with unexpected astonishment, seemingly surprised by her understanding. Then, she heard Sang Zhi propose, if the marriage can be formed, it can also be dissolved. After all, Chu Junhang does not even know who I am, let alone possess any marital feelings. While he remains unconscious, we could divorce, allowing Zhao Yalan to marry him. Regardless of whether he awakens or not, you will still be a family. Wouldn't that be better? Mother Chu opened her mouth, seemingly at a loss for words. Yet for Sang Zhi, this truly appeared to be the optimal solution. Since they could not relinquish Zhao Yalan, they could at least fully embrace her. Sang Zhi's monthly income, after deducting all expenses, amounted to over 10,000 yuan. In just 3 to 4 months, she had earned more than 30,000, establishing her independence. She felt entirely capable of standing on her own, and it was evident that Chu Junhang might not need her either. Parting ways at this juncture could indeed be beneficial for all involved. Xiao Ran's arrival alleviated the difficulties faced by Chu's mother. He was, after all, the suitor for Zhao Yalan today, ushered in by the matchmaker, and he made a beeline for Chu's mother. After exchanging pleasantries, Xiao Ran turned his gaze directly to Sang Zhi. You must be Comrade Zhao. Greetings, I am Xiao Ran, he said, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. His eyes clearly filled with satisfaction as he regarded Sang Zhi. The woman before him, with her long hair elegantly pinned back, possessed a complexion that was both fair and luminous, her cool and enticing appearance captivating. Xiao Ran had previously been uncertain of the type of girl he favored, but in that moment, Sang Zhi's image crystallized in his mind. Upon seeing someone mistakenly identify her as Zhao Yalan, Sang Zhi wore an expression that spoke volumes. Chu's mother, too, was conflicted. While her discomfort grew, her anger flared. Just as Sang Zhi had mentioned divorce, Yalan's suitor was smiling obsequiously at Sang Zhi. The young man was quite tall, standing over 6 feet, having previously served in the military before transitioning to the police force. If he were not exceptional, Chu's father would not have introduced him to Zhao Yalan. However, despite his merits, his standing in Chu's mother's eyes had plummeted. Even in her fury, she could not overtly display her emotions. She had to force a smile and clarify, "You must be mistaken. This is Yalan's sister-in-law. Yalan is in the back. Let us hurry along." Instantly awkward, Xiao Ran averted his gaze from Sang Zhi, while the matchmaker, visibly frustrated, quickly interjected to smooth things over. The group proceeded to the back, with Sang Zhi taking a seat at the front desk, instructing Sang Tian to keep an eye on the situation. Before long, Sang Zhijia peered in from the entrance, meeting Sang Zhi's gaze, and promptly donned a guilty smile as he approached her, his intentions transparent. "I see the business here is thriving, daughter. You must be making a decent profit," he said, leaning in and attempting to strike up a conversation. Sang Zhi let out a cold laugh. "It's merely a modest income, far less than what Director Sang can engineer. Tell me, how does it feel to climb the ranks on your own daughter's shoulders?" This scathing remark sent beads of sweat down Sang Zhijia's forehead, yet he felt compelled to assert his paternal authority. "How can you say that? The Chu family has wronged us, and seeking some compensation is not unreasonable, is it?" He spoke while gauging Sang Zhi's reaction, his voice dwindling as he realized the gravity of his actions. "Whether the Chu family has wronged you, I cannot say, but I know that you all have wronged me." Sang Zhi, having shown no mercy to the Chu family yesterday, was equally unyielding towards Sang Zhijia today. "Let me be clear, Sang Zhijia, your daughter is gone, and it is you who bears the responsibility for her demise." "Such words are excessive," Sang Zhijia retorted, shaken. Yet deep down he felt that this daughter of his was indeed merciless. For the sake of a trifling benefit, she was willing to shun her own father. "I understand your anger, but look at your current situation. You have status and income, while our family struggles. Your brother is still in school, and your parents' wages are meager. Why not show a little consideration for the family?" He had held his position for several years. The factory's competition was fierce, and while dismissals were rare, advancement required connections. He had hoped that Sang Zhi's marriage into the Chu family would provide him with some leverage, but even as in-laws, he found himself at odds with Chu's father, who harbored resentment towards him. Even attempts to ingratiate himself with Chu Junhang, who was not a true son-in-law, yielded no favors. Seizing the opportunity, the Chu family's efficiency was commendable. As soon as he entered the factory, the manager sought him out and promoted him to Director Sang, allowing him to supervise others rather than toil away in the workshop. Meanwhile, Sang may return to work at the supply and marketing cooperative, having been previously manipulated by Zhao Yalan. This compensation was rightfully hers. "I have achieved this through my own efforts. You cast me aside when I was still a child. While I struggled in the countryside, you thrived in the city. When I first arrived in the city, my 2 garments were riddled with stains, while Sang Mei's wardrobe overflowed with new clothes. Did any of you ever consider my well-being? Now you come to me with your woes?" Sang Zhi declared, "I was raised by my grandparents. If there is any debt, it is to them, not to you." Her accusation struck a nerve, igniting Sang Zhijia's fury. "Why do your grandparents have to raise you? They do so out of guilt for their past wrongs, hoping to atone by caring for me. Do you think they would raise a mere girl otherwise?" Their argument escalated, drawing the attention of patrons in the shop. Sang Zhi, unwilling to engage in such futile squabbles that disrupted her business, turned away from him. Sang Zhijia, most fearful of becoming the subject of ridicule, huffed and exited in a huff. Sang Tian rushed out from the back, concern etched on his face as he observed Sang Zhi's evident distress. "I am fine. You manage the shop. I'm heading to the hospital." Having felt unwell for some time, the anger exacerbated her discomfort, causing abdominal pain. Sang Zhi genuinely wished to get a thorough checkup to ensure that her hard-earned money would not be squandered due to her untimely demise. In the back, Chu's mother introduced the two to each other and, upon understanding the situation, allowed Xiao Ran and Zhao Yalan some time alone. As they emerged, they spotted Sang Zhi heading outside. Chu's mother inquired of Sang Tian, "What is your sister up to?" Sang Tian, feeling for Sang Zhi, especially after witnessing the argument with Sang Zhijia, sensed that she was caught in a web of grievances from both sides. However, being inherently honest, he could not voice anything overly harsh. "She's upset and not feeling well." Chu's mother interpreted this as a veiled criticism of herself. Yet she was taken aback by Sang Tian's newfound fluency. "Have you overcome your stutter?" Reminded of his speech, Sang Tian realized he had indeed spoken more fluidly. Yes, but when I try to speak again, it becomes jumbled, he lamented, his earlier excitement turning to disappointment. Sang Zhi headed directly to Dr. Chu Junhang's office, where she found her attending physician idly waiting. Upon hearing of Sang Zhi's ailments, she appeared more concerned than Sang Zhi herself, hastily inquiring about her symptoms. Sang Zhi explained her fatigue, back pain, and the recent bout of anger that had led to abdominal cramps, noting that during moments of anger, her body felt uncoordinated. Though she struggled to pinpoint the exact issues, she had no financial concerns but valued her life, requesting a comprehensive examination, blood tests, and ultrasounds to be arranged. Dr. Chu Junhang, bemused by Sang Zhi's scattered remarks, was both exasperated and entertained. Do you think ultrasounds are merely a matter of desire? Genuine patients are often left waiting for ages. Now, extend your hand. Let me check your pulse. She had heard about the recent happenings at home and suspected that Yalan intended to harm Sang Zhi, while Yalan denied any wrongdoing, resulting in a tense standoff that unsettled the entire family. Chu Junhang believed Sang Zhi's complaints stemmed from her dissatisfaction, using her supposed illness as a means to vocalize her grievances to the family. Chapter 84. Hope is a Nightmare. Sang Zhi complied, extending her hand to rest on the pulse pillow. Just how fatigued was she? Even seated, her back ached, and she felt as though her body had lost all structure. Observing her condition, Chu Junhang began to sense that perhaps Sang Zhi was genuinely unwell. As she placed her fingers upon Sang Zhi's wrist, her demeanor shifted from lightheartedness to increasing solemnity. In a fleeting moment of confusion, Sang Zhi hesitantly switched her hand, her body instinctively tensing. Observing Chu Junhang's expression, she was engulfed by a foreboding sense of dread. Chu Junhang repeatedly took Sang Zhi's pulse, her brow furrowing deeper with each attempt. Subsequently, she summoned another doctor from the same examination room to assist in assessing Sang Zhi's condition. It was evident that Sang Zhi was anxious, and with a hint of bitterness in her voice, she implored, "Sister, what is my condition? Please be frank with me. I can handle it. You are pregnant." The moment those words were uttered, Sang Zhi was thrown into disbelief. "Impossible. Are you joking? Me? Pregnant? How could that be? Is it a case of parthenogenesis?" The bewilderment of the other doctor, who approached to examine Sang Zhi, was palpable. Unaware of her family circumstances, he confirmed, "Indeed, you have a slippery pulse. You are pregnant." Given Sang Zhi's youth and the peculiarity of the conversation, the doctor harbored suspicions of an unwed pregnancy. However, as Sang Zhi referred to Chu Junhang as sister upon entering, he refrained from making any hasty assumptions and quietly returned to his seat. Sang Zhi took a deep breath. The revelation was more difficult to accept than when she awoke from her coma. Faced with Chu Junhang's skeptical gaze, she found herself at a loss for words, unsure of how to explain. Seeking privacy, she pulled Chu Junhang aside to an unoccupied corner and confessed, "I slept with your brother. You know his condition. Logically, I shouldn't be pregnant. Besides, on the day of our wedding, I even asked you for menstrual cloths, remember?" Chu Junhang, clearly recalling that day, regarded Sang Zhi with suspicion. "That doesn't add up. It has been 3.5 months since the wedding. Yet your pregnancy suggests 4.5 months. We were intimate 4 months ago, but pregnancy is calculated from the last day of menstruation, so it seems plausible." Suddenly, Chu Junhang's expression brightened. Although Chu Junhang remained in a comatose state, the prospect of a descendant provided a glimmer of solace. "Sang Zhi, are you certain that day was your period?" As a physician, she understood that each individual's body reacted differently. Some women experience spotting early in pregnancy. Moreover, on that day, Sang Zhi had a confrontation with Yalan that escalated to physicality. The thought sent a shiver down her spine, relieved that no serious incident had occurred. Prompted by Chu Junhang's reminder, Sang Zhi recalled that her menstrual flow had indeed been abnormal, scant, and lasting merely 2 days. However, due to her history of irregular menstruation, where several months could pass without a cycle, she dismissed it, never contemplating the possibility of motherhood. Pensively, Sang Zhi touched her abdomen, feeling a slight swell, as if something stirred within. Surely, the heavens would not play such a cruel jest upon her, she mused, unwilling to believe in her misfortune. Grasping Chu Junhang's hand with fervor, she forced a smile that betrayed her sorrow, asserting, "I cannot be pregnant. Besides measuring the pulse, there must be other methods to confirm this. Please, Allow me to undergo further testing. Chu Junhang, now convinced of her initial assessment, believed that even if she were mistaken, the other doctor would not err as well. However, it was prudent to conduct additional tests for confirmation. With a sense of determination, Sang Zhi took the examination order and declined Chu Junhang's offer to accompany her, hastily departing on her own. Meanwhile, Chu Mu pursued them, finding Chu Junhang already attending to her duties. The mother-daughter duo waited anxiously for Sang Zhi's return, yet time stretched on with no sign of her. At that moment, Sang Zhi had returned to the shop, her spirits plummeting even further than before. Concern etched on her face. Sang Tian approached. "Sister, what troubles you?" Sang Zhi looked up, momentarily lost, then shook her head, countering, "Have the Chu family departed?" "They have all left." Only then did Sang Zhi retreat to the back, fatigue washing over her. "I shall rest for a while. Please keep an eye out front. If the Chu family inquires, tell them I'm not here." She had no desire to encounter any member of the Chu clan at that moment. Unbeknownst to her, her misfortune had only begun. She had assumed her circumstances could not worsen, yet here she was, entangled with a comatose individual, and now pregnant. "Congratulations, you are expecting twins. But how could you be so careless to have only discovered your pregnancy 4 months in?" The nurse's words echoed in her mind, deepening her despair. While she contemplated termination, she remembered that such a procedure required a marriage certificate and the consent of the father. Lying despondently on her bed, Sang Zhi wished earnestly to awaken from this nightmare, yearning to return to reality, any reality, as long as it did not involve bearing a child alone. Indeed, her intuition proved correct. Not long after she entered the backyard, Chu Mu and Chu Junhang followed closely behind, their anxious expressions betraying a sense of urgency. As Sang Tian attempted to intervene, Chu Mu grasped her arm tightly, imploring, "Sang Tian, where's your sister? Has Sang Zhi returned?" Recalling Sang Zhi's instructions, Sang Tian shook her head. Chu Mu, feeling defeated, turned to Chu Junhang. "What shall we do? What shall we do?" The nurse's earlier mention of Sang Zhi inquiring about abortion sent waves of panic through her. She feared Sang Zhi might take drastic measures, concealing her actions from them, erasing the hope they had long awaited. The most unbearable loss is not that which we never possessed, but that which we held dear and then lost. Chu Mu's heart echoed this sentiment. "Mother, do not fret. Perhaps she has simply returned home. Let's check there first." Chu Junhang, though equally anxious, resolved to display strength for her mother. "Let's hurry." Chu Mu could not afford to delay even a moment. But disappointment awaited them upon their return. Sang Zhi was not at home. At that moment, her heart was tumultuous, and returning to the Chu residence was the last thing on her mind. Upstairs, Chu Mu collapsed against Chu Junhang's chest, sobbing uncontrollably. "Junhang, please awaken. Sang Zhi is pregnant, and with twins, you are to become a father. Do you not wish for your children to be born into a world where they are not looked down upon? You must awaken." The news jolted Chu Junhang's consciousness, even if his body remained unresponsive. Sang Zhi was pregnant? His? How could that be? According to their accounts, they had indeed shared an intimate moment. Yet, in his current condition, even a flicker of response seemed insufficient to conceive. As the Chu family mobilized in search of Sang Zhi, the news of her pregnancy reached the Sang household. If not for the presence of the Chu family, Sang Zhijia would have nearly leaped for joy. His ambition to align with the powerful meant that Sang Zhi's pregnancy would only deepen their ties with the Chu family, promising greater benefits in the future. After parting ways with Zhao Yalan, Xiao Ran refrained from returning home, fearing her parents would inquire about her matchmaking situation and pressure her into another arrangement. Yet, staying away too long risked complete abandonment. As the night deepened, Zhao Yalan reluctantly made her way home, while Sang Zhi slept the entire afternoon, leaving Sang Tian and Bai Xiu'er in a state of worry. The shop provided lunch and dinner, yet Sang Tian's appetite had vanished. She picked at her meal, leaving her bowl untouched. Cao De Gang cast a furtive glance in her direction, aware that, under normal circumstances, he would have approached to offer comfort. However, today he silently averted his gaze, offering no consolation and intentionally distancing himself. Sang Tian was not oblivious. It was precisely because she sensed this that she became more aware of certain truths. As Sang Zhi stepped outside, she noticed Sang Tian and Bai Xiu'er standing at the door, their faces etched with concern. "What's wrong?" Sang Zhi glanced at the darkening sky and then at her wristwatch, realizing she had overslept, causing them to lose their rest. It was already 11 o'clock. After such a long slumber, she must have worried them terribly. The two shook their heads in unison, but Sang Tian was on the verge of tears. Sister, what did the doctor say? She remembered that things had changed after Sang Zhi returned from the hospital. Seeing her in such distress made Sang Zhi smile instead. Didn't I tell you there's nothing to worry about? Why are your eyes so red, making it seem like I have a terminal illness? Nonsense. Sang Tian quickly covered her mouth, gazing at her with tearful eyes. Even though Sang Zhi did not believe in such things, she couldn't help but relent under that gaze and quickly spat a couple of times. Shall I make some dumplings? I haven't eaten dinner, and my stomach has been growling for a while. Since Sang Zhi occupied the bedroom, they didn't dare wake her. Zhao Xiaohu, being younger, had fallen asleep on a chair in the private room. Upon waking to the pitch-black night, he rushed into the yard and clung to Bai Xiuyi's leg. Cry, Mom. I'm scared. Mom is here. There's nothing to fear. Bai Xiu, he gently reassured him, holding him close. Watching the scene, an image suddenly flashed in her mind. A chubby little child rushing into her embrace, calling her mom. Sang Zhi shivered involuntarily, diverting her gaze from them and hurriedly moving away. She sat on a bench, waiting for the dumplings to cook, while Bai Xiu only came out after her children had fallen asleep. Fearing that Sang Zhi might resent the presence of her children, she sat down to explain, I went to look for a house this afternoon. It's a storage room belonging to an elderly woman for rent. It will take them a couple of days to clear it out. I've also contacted the school and daycare, and they can accommodate the children. Tomorrow, I'll take them over, and we'll move to the new place as soon as possible. Sang Zhi nodded, sighing, Sister Xiui, we are all going through tough times. Please don't feel that I'm putting you in a difficult position. You know the situation at the restaurant. It's bustling with people all day, serving hot dishes. Although Yaya and Xiaohu are well-behaved, we can't guarantee that nothing will go wrong. It's safer to send them to school and daycare. Besides, at Yaya's age, she should be starting school. We mustn't harbor a preference for boys over girls. No. Whether it's Yaya or Xiaohu, they are both my children, and I naturally wish the best for them, Bai Xiuyi quickly replied. Sang Tian brought the dumplings to Sang Zhi, asking, do you want some more? Sang Tian had only eaten a few, having barely touched her dinner, while Bai Xiuyi felt embarrassed and insisted she wasn't hungry. The dumplings tasted delightful, as the seasonings had been pre-prepared, and she had shared the filling techniques with Niu Dagong. As Sang Zhi ate, lost in thought, she suddenly asked Bai Xiuyi, Sister Xiuyi, do you ever regret having given birth to these two children with Zhao and considering how he treats you? Bai Xiuyi was taken aback by Sang Zhi's question, but answered resolutely, what I regret is having misplaced my affections. But I have never regretted bringing these two children into the world. To me, they are not just Zhao's children. They are my treasures nurtured through 10 months of pregnancy. It is because of them that I have come to understand the difficulties of parenthood, which has given me the perseverance and motivation to carry on. They make me feel that living in this world holds greater significance. Otherwise, Bai Xiuyi's voice trembled, but she suppressed her emotions. If I had to endure everything alone, I might not have been able to withstand it. It was precisely because of her children that, even when times were tough, she had to keep pushing through. Although she often felt exhausted, the sight of her children's obedience made it all worthwhile. Sang Zhi tugged at the corners of her lips, choosing not to continue the conversation. She had never been a mother and had never experienced the warmth of a mother's protection. Within her, memories belonging to two individuals were stored. Yet there was no trace of parental love. After finishing her meal, Sang Tian handed her a bag containing the day's earnings from the restaurant. Sang Zhi accepted it and went to the backyard, returning with 200 yuan to give to Bai Xiuyi, along with a contract she had prepared earlier. Sister Xiuyi, these 2 rooms now belong to you. When I rented from the Zhao family, I signed a contract with them, so they should have informed you. To make things more convenient in the future, let's draft another contract, similar to the one I signed with the Zhaos, and I will pay you the rent. Although she was an employee at the restaurant, Bai Xiuyi was also her landlord. After just one day's observation, Sang Zhi was confident that Bai Xiuyi could handle the job exceptionally well. The 200 yuan covered the rent for the next 3 months, with an additional 50 for last month's payment. Sang Zhi wasn't particularly concerned about the money. If Zhao refused to take it, she would give it to Bai Xiuyi, as there was no need to quibble over such trivialities. However, it was essential to clarify things. She had no intention of being overly generous without reason. Bai Xiuyi had just come from the countryside. Although she was not foolish, her limited experience shaped her thoughts. She had no idea how lucrative these 2 shops could be. Having declined Sang Zhi's offer to buy the shops, she had been anxious, fearing that Sang Zhi might not want to rent from her, cutting off her income. Thus, when she heard that 1 month's rent was 50 and Sang Zhi was giving her 200 all at once, she was utterly astonished. Money in the city seemed to come so easily. No wonder everyone was eager to flock here. Despite her thoughts, she quickly waved her hands, insisting, no, you don't need to give me so much. Just 1 month's rent will suffice. You can pay me later as well. As for the previous rent, Zhao mentioned it. So let's forget about that. Chapter 86. A complete bias after all. The house had just come into her possession, and technically, the previous rent had nothing to do with her. Bai Xiaoyi would still be working for Sang Zhi, and she was aware of the importance of weighing her decisions carefully, not wanting to lose out on something significant over trivial matters. Sang Zhi firmly pressed the money into her hand, saying, "Since I offered it, please accept it. The weather is getting colder, so consider it a gift for the 2 children. Use this money to buy Yaya and Xiaohu some warm clothing, and treat yourself as well. You mustn't catch a cold, or it will be counterproductive. We often use other coupons to exchange for food stamps here. Just calculate how many cloth tickets you need, and let me or Sang Tian know. Think of it as a welcoming gift for you joining our happy restaurant." In reality, Sang Zhi suffered no loss and was moved to see Bai Xiaoyi wiping away tears. "Sister, I won't say much in thanks. Just watch how I will act in the future." At that moment, Bai Xiaoyi felt overwhelmingly grateful to Sang Zhi, willing to give her life in return. During her most desperate and helpless times, it was Sang Zhi who had reached out to help her, and it was thanks to Sang Zhi's guidance that she had secured these 2 shops. After finalizing the contract, Sang Zhi tucked it back into her bag. Sang Tian stood in front of her, pointing toward the darkening sky. "It's late. It's not safe." "It's not safe, but what can we do? It's no longer the hot days of summer when one could simply lay down a mat and sleep for the night. Bai Xiaoyi and her 2 children could only fit into 1 room here. It's too cramped. Don't worry, it's not far. I'll take the main road. It will be safe." Just as she finished speaking, they heard Chu Junhang's voice from outside, second sister-in-law. Unbeknownst to Sang Zhi, the Chu family had been frantically searching for someone all day. In the daylight, there had already been 2 visits, both thwarted by Sang Tian under Sang Zhi's orders. As midnight approached, and with no other options left, Chu Junhang made another attempt, hoping for a stroke of luck. If they failed to find what they sought, they would have to resort to alternative means, leading to greater chaos and speculation. Unbeknownst to Sang Zhi, who cheerfully told Sang Tian not to worry about her safety, she announced her departure, urging them to rest. Upon leaving the shop, Chu Junhang cautiously observed Sang Zhi's demeanor, and they traveled home in silence. Although it was the late hour for rest, the Chu residence was brightly lit. As soon as they entered, Chu's father and mother greeted them with anxious expressions. Chu's mother, displaying deep concern, grasped Sang Zhi's arm, exclaiming, "Zhi, where have you been? Your family has been searching for you all day. We were terribly worried." Zhao Yalan, pleased that Sang Zhi was still missing, secretly hoped she had been abducted. Yet, no one had informed her of the reasons behind Sang Zhi's tardiness. Especially at that moment, witnessing her family's attitude toward Sang Zhi left her bewildered. How could Sang Zhi return unscolded and be treated like a treasure? Had her parents lost their senses? Sang Zhi merely wandered around the vicinity a bit longer. Sang Tian's remarks stemmed from his trust in her. She could hardly turn around and betray him, thus shouldering the responsibility herself. Noticing her reluctance to elaborate, Chu's parents refrained from further inquiries and urged her to ascend to her room and rest. Whether Chu Junhang would awaken remained uncertain. But Sang Zhi's pregnancy had become the family's prized possession. It was evident, however, that this family sentiment did not extend to Zhao Yalan. She sensed that her family should not be treating Sang Zhi in such a manner, yet she was acutely aware of having caused annoyance in recent days. Tentatively, she inquired, "Dad, Mom, what is going on?" Chu Yunhuan mirrored her curiosity with a similar questioning gaze toward her parents. Since the previous night, after hearing from Chu Junhang about the incident involving Zhao Yalan, she felt as if she were in a surreal dream. Having splashed water on Zhao Yalan's bed, she was forced to stay in her own room. Sharing a bed with Sang Zhi, she had been unable to sleep soundly, feeling a chill run down her spine. She couldn't fathom why Zhao Yalan, who had always played the role of the caring elder sister, would resort to such behavior. The fear of Zhao Yalan employing similar tactics against her left her anxious, as she lacked both cunning intellect and remarkable resilience, rendering her uncertain of the potential consequences. As she reflected on her interactions with Sang Zhi over the past few days, she began to realize how Zhao Yalin's influence had manipulated her emotions, leading her to act foolishly. The more she pondered, the more discomfort she felt, unwilling to acknowledge her own absurdity, yet reality insisted otherwise. Zhao Yalin, oblivious to Chu Junhang's thoughts, found herself puzzled by the sudden chill in their relationship, sensing that Chu Junhang was avoiding her. Chu's parents exchanged glances, uncertain whether to divulge the news of Sang Zhi's pregnancy to the two sisters. They feared that the duo might react recklessly, potentially causing further trouble. Their daughter had a fiery temper, easily provoked, while Zhao Yalin, though generally composed, had shown aggression towards Sang Zhi before. Had it not escalated to such an uncontrollable situation, they would not have been compelled to arrange a marriage for her so urgently. As the silence stretched, it was finally Chu Junhang who spoke up. Mom, Dad, this matter cannot be concealed any longer. We must address it ourselves to prepare for what lies ahead and spare my sister-in-law any unnecessary distress. Though Chu's parents might harbor feelings of affection for Zhao Yalin, they were acutely aware of the gravity of the situation regarding the drugging incident. Chu Junhang, having been a victim himself, understood the despair of being under the drug's influence. His regard for Zhao Yalin had been thoroughly exhausted by that incident. Sang Zhi was 4 months pregnant with Junhang's child, a revelation they had just learned from the hospital, and it was twins. Chu's father spoke gravely, underscoring the significance of the unborn children, and emphasized to Chu Junhang and Zhao Yalin, you both know your brother's condition. Sang Zhi, she may struggle to accept her pregnancy for now, so she might exhibit some mood swings in the coming days. If conflict arise, please be gentle with her. Do not confront her. Chu Junhang was so taken aback by this revelation that her jaw nearly dropped, remaining agape for an extended moment. Zhao Yalin, on the other hand, faltered, nearly collapsing before regaining her footing. Impossible. This cannot be. How could Sang Zhi possibly be carrying your brother's child? You know his circumstances. Zhao Yalin could not bring herself to utter disparaging words about her beloved, instead exclaiming, do not be deceived by Sang Zhi. For months along? At that time, your brother had already been in a coma for 2 months. It is utterly implausible for him to father a child with Sang Zhi. Her sister, Sang Mei, became pregnant out of wedlock, and she doesn't even know who the father is. She wants to pin it on your brother. Enough. This was the first time Chu's mother had raised her hand against Zhao Yalin. Have I taught you to speak such vile words? You hurl baseless accusations. Are you afraid that the child in Sang Zhi's womb is not your brother's? Or do you secretly wish for her to have been unfaithful to him, fulfilling your desires? Chapter 87. Unbound, because Zhao Yalin was not the mother of the child and had arrived at a time when she could already remember. Chu's father and mother had never before raised a hand against her. Even when they disapproved of her actions, they resorted to verbal admonition to guide her. However, this time, Zhao Yalin's words had crossed a line. Given that Chu Junhang remained in a comatose state, the prospect of continuing their bloodline was what every parent yearned for. In the past, Zhao Yalin's disdain for Sang Zhi had reached a peak, but at that time, she was merely Chu's daughter-in-law, married to an unconscious man, and her status was not particularly significant. Thus, they often handled matters with leniency, granting Sang Zhi minor favors while ultimately siding with Zhao Yalin. However, the situation had changed. With Sang Zhi pregnant, she was no longer just a daughter-in-law, but would soon become the mother of their grandchildren, deepening their bond. Once the child was born, regardless of gender, that child would be the Chu family's first grandchild. Consequently, Chu's parents' attitudes shifted in favor of Sang Zhi. Zhao Yalin, incredulous, covered her face, her lips trembling. You don't believe me, do you? You think Sang Zhi is targeting me, and whatever I say is wrong. But I refuse to believe that child is truly your brother's. It's impossible. Chu Junhang was startled by the slap Zhao Yalin had received, standing firmly in her own position without bias against anyone. Yet, she couldn't help but feel that Zhao Yalin had a point. Tentatively, she began, Dad, Mom, given my brother's condition, a single glance from Chu's mother silenced her, compelling her to swallow her words. Sang Mei had once mentioned that her desire to call off the engagement, even to the extent of drugging her own sister, stemmed from Zhao Yalin's influence and the introduction of Zhaoan. Initially, she had instinctively resisted believing such claims, fearing that confirming Sang Mei's words would only deepen their embarrassment. Yet now, she found herself wishing to verify the truth. Chu mother's gaze was fixed intently on Zhao Yalan, as she had never fully explained the true reason behind Sang Zhi's marriage. This matter was rather unsavory. Sang Mei had wished to break off the engagement, but her family opposed, leading her to deceive Sang Zhi and administer a sedative, akin to what Gao Yuanyuan had given Junyao just days prior. Consequently, it was true that your second brother and Sang Zhi had relations before marriage, and by calculating the timeline, it became evident that the child she bore stemmed from that encounter. Therefore, there was no need for further unfounded suspicions. Sang Zhi was already suffering, and hearing such words could endanger the hard-won child. Should anything happen to it, do not blame me for disowning you. As she spoke, her gaze gradually shifted towards Chu Junhang, subtly warning Zhao Yalan. She understood her daughter well. Junhang and Sang Zhi bore no deep-seated hatred. Their conflicts were merely verbal. Moreover, the child in Sang Zhi's womb was Yunhuan's niece or nephew, and aunts naturally cherish their kin. Even if she disliked Sang Zhi, she would never harm the child. Yet, as for Yalan, perhaps it was best not to speak further. At that moment, Zhao Yalan's feelings were not much better than Sang Zhi's. If anything, she felt even more distressed. She could not comprehend why fate chose to torment her so cruelly. If she was not meant to have her desires fulfilled, why grant her hope? It was true that she had instigated Zhao and to entice Sang Mei, but prior to that, Sang Mei had persistently inquired about Chu Junhang, expressing her disdain for him, which led Yalan to believe Sang Mei was unworthy of her second brother, and thus everything unfolded from there. Who could have anticipated that in the end, it would all be for naught? The family had always favored Sang Zhi, and now that she was pregnant, their affections would surely deepen towards her. And what was Zhao Yalan but merely an adopted daughter? That night, Zhao Yalan slept fitfully, consumed by discontent. She felt a profound unwillingness to accept her defeat at the hands of Sang Zhi. Had she known her brother retained such capabilities even in slumber, would the outcome have been entirely different? Sang Zhi had barely awakened and found it impossible to rest beside Chu Junhang. His mind was a whirlpool of complexity. After learning from Chu mother about Sang Zhi's pregnancy, he became ensnared in tumultuous thoughts. The news of Sang Zhi's disappearance only heightened his anxiety. Now that she had returned, she remained silent, lying quietly beside him. Uncertain if it was merely a figment of his imagination, he could even sense her warmth. Yet this was simply an illusion. They lay on the same bed, both clothed, with a distance separating them that prevented any skin-to-skin contact. Chu Junhang endeavored to concentrate, fearing he might miss Sang Zhi's daily chatter. Yet this time, he was once again met with disappointment. He could feel her restless movements, yet her lips remained sealed. Certainly, her silence was understandable. Having slept from the afternoon until nightfall, combined with her heavy heart, it was no wonder she could not find rest. Time dragged on until dawn, when her breathing finally steadied. Chu Junhang's consciousness lingered with her until he perceived that Sang Zhi had fallen into deep slumber, at which point he allowed himself to drift into sleep as well. What pained him most was the absence of her voice, leaving him with an unsettling sense of unease. When he awoke again, the sunlight had already spilled across the bed. She reached for the watch on the bedside table, only to discover it was past noon. According to her usual routine, she should have risen immediately to head to the shop, but today she felt utterly disinclined to move. Lying flat on her back, gazing at the unremoved mosquito net above, she contemplated revealing her pregnancy to Chu Junhang. Yet, after extensive deliberation, she ultimately felt it was best not to bring them into this world. You remain oblivious, and I doubt my ability to fulfill the role of a mother. I lack the selflessness to sacrifice everything for my children, so why subject them to suffering? Growing up in an incomplete family is inherently unfair to children, especially since I conceive them under such dubious circumstances, with both of us in a state of unhealthiness. What if the child were born with complications? Indeed, this reasoning convinced Sang Zhi. It was not that she was heartless. After all, they were two lives, not mere pets that could be rehomed. Once born, they would be her lifelong responsibility. How could she, whose own life was in disarray, shoulder the burden of another's existence? Rising from the bed, she composed herself and resolved to leave. Glancing back at Chu Junhang, she thought, you wouldn't want to awaken to be bound by unexpected children, would you? Therefore, rejecting these two lives is for the best. Chapter 88. Unfavorable fate. Perhaps it was a psychological effect, but after voicing her thoughts, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her abdomen. It is said that during pregnancy, Hormonal changes evoke a natural affection and protectiveness towards the child. Sang Zhi was unsure of the truth in that statement, yet the thought of two small lives being severed from her made her heart ache. Nonetheless, she had to remain rational and discern what was truly best for her. Thus, enduring prolonged suffering was worse than brief pain. Instead of bringing them into the world only to raise them poorly, it would be wiser to end this now. Sang Zhi mentally prepared herself, grabbed her bag, and stepped outside. Oblivious to the moment her foot crossed the threshold, Chu Junhang's arm instinctively lifted, only to fall back limply on the bed due to lack of support. Chu father and Chu mother sat in the courtyard, occasionally exchanging words, their faces etched with genuine concern. Upon seeing Sang Zhi's figure, Chu mother quickly rose. Zhi, you're awake. Are you hungry? I've left food in the kitchen. Shall I bring it out? Thank you, Mom, but I'll eat at the shop, Sang Zhi replied. Chu mother quickly signaled to Chu father, who reluctantly spoke up, while business is important, your health is paramount. Take care not to overexert yourself. Thank you for your concern, Dad. I understand. Chu father, typically not one for many words, found it challenging to articulate such sentiments. Yet Sang Zhi recognized that despite being directed at her, the true concern lay with the two little ones within her. She realized she had been careless yesterday, failing to consider the possibility of her pregnancy, believing it would be more convenient to consult Chu Junhang for treatment. Had she known the outcome would be like this, she would not have gone to the hospital where Chu Junhang worked, but rather to another, even if it meant traveling farther. She could easily envision the seismic conflicts that would erupt if the Chu family learned she had terminated the pregnancy. Just as she was about to leave, Chu father added, Junhang hasn't awakened yet. It's not easy for you with a growing belly. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to confide in the family. You can focus on giving birth to the child. Your mother can assist with childcare, and we can hire a nanny to lessen your burdens. As for the municipal hospital, we have a courtyard nearby that is not far from your shop. Your mother and I have discussed it. Regardless of whether the child is a boy or girl, they will be the first grandson or granddaughter of the Chu family. We shall consider that courtyard as a gift from us, the grandparents, to welcome the child. We can arrange for your mother or your elder sister to take you there to familiarize you with the way. Perhaps due to ingrained perceptions, they viewed Sang Zhi as a greedy person, willing to compromise her marriage for material gain, thinking that dangling property would ensure her compliance in safely delivering the child. While they were not entirely incorrect, had she been in a different situation, she might have indeed compromised for the benefits at hand. When it came to childbirth, she held firm boundaries. For those who cherish children, having several is not excessive. However, for someone like her, not having them was a form of kindness. Besides, the shop is quite busy. I must be on my way. Sang Zhi dared not look at their expressions, hurriedly pushing her bicycle out. Chu's mother wondered aloud. She must still be troubled. Otherwise, how could she not smile with joy at having received a house for free? What if she truly doesn't want to give birth? If that's the case, what can be done? If she truly does not wish to, your concerns are unfounded. They cannot force someone to have a child, nor could they ever commit such an act themselves. The more Chu's mother thought about it, the more distressed she became, prompting her to go upstairs to check on her son. There, she saw Chu Junhang's arm draped over the edge of the bed. She murmured, Sang Zhi is at fault too. Being pregnant isn't your fault. Why should she vent her anger on you? If we were to discuss responsibility, it was she who was more assertive back then. Fortunately, Chu Junhang was in a state of unconsciousness. Had he been awake, his forehead would have surely been lined with frowns. But this was not the time for such entanglements. Recalling Sang Zhi's words, Chu Junhang desperately summoned the strength of his body, striving to regain control. Chu's mother adjusted his arm carefully, and before she could release it, she noticed his fingers tighten momentarily. Stunned, she gazed intently for a while. Although there were no further obvious movements, his fingers continued to exhibit subtle motions, and the muscles in his arm twitched slightly. Tentatively, she spoke, Junhang, you moved? Can you hear your mother? Chu Junhang struggled greatly, but he realized that after this bout of exertion, he seemed to have regained some control over his body, allowing him to execute slight movements, such as wiggling his fingers and furrowing his brow. He wished to open his eyes, yet found himself unable to. Chu's mother hastily called for Chu's father, and the couple discussed the matter. They believed that the news of Sang Zhi's pregnancy must have triggered his response. Regardless of whether their son liked Sang Zhi or wished to keep the child, the fact that he had shown any reaction at all was a positive development. Chu's mother fervently spoke of Sang Zhi and the child, and she noticed a pattern. Whenever the topic arose, Chu Junhang's movements became more vigorous. As she spoke until her lips grew chapped, Chu Junhang finally became utterly exhausted, unable to respond any further. He still forced himself to stay awake, desperately trying to alert his parents that Sang Zhi might seek an abortion. However, unable to awaken or speak, he could only rely on his physical gestures, which they could not comprehend. Chu's father suggested, "We've talked enough for today. Junhang is likely battling with his own body. But one cannot become fat overnight. There's no need to rush. We must give him time to recover gradually." Chu's mother could only rise in disappointment, following Chu's father downstairs. If only their son could awaken with the news of Sang Zhi's pregnancy. That would be splendid. Yet, the heavens were unkind. Just moments ago, the weather had been beautifully clear, and now it turned dark and ominous. The sun seemed to lose its brilliance in that instant, shrouding the sky in frightening darkness. After a minute or two, the gloom receded, and light reclaimed the heavens, only for raindrops to begin falling. The autumn rain fell in torrents, accompanied by thunder, the crackling sound sending shivers down one's spine. Sang Zhi had intended to go to a farther hospital, but was forced to abandon that idea and turn back toward the shop. Even if she were to undergo an abortion, it should not be in such weather, lest she become drenched before even reaching the hospital. As she anticipated, the moment she stepped into the shop, the fine drizzle transformed into a torrential downpour, the raindrops striking the ground with a sharp sound. Yet, heaven showed her some mercy, as only her hair became damp. "Sister, why are you here at this hour?" Sang Tian quickly grabbed a towel to dry her. Sang Zhi could not confess that she had come to seek an abortion, so she smiled and explained, "I couldn't sleep last night, so I took a nap at noon. The weather was fine when I left, but I didn't expect it to change so quickly. Thankfully, I rode fast." The transformation from clear skies to a deluge indeed took mere minutes. Bai Xiao interjected, "Autumn weather changes swiftly. After this rain, it will likely be colder." Chapter 89. An incident Ye and Xiao who had been sent to school and daycare today. Tuition was secondary, primarily. Bai Xiao worried about her daughter fitting in as a transfer student and keeping up with the curriculum, leaving her feeling quite uneasy. The rain had come unexpectedly, and guests were still dining, unable to leave once their meals were finished. After waiting for a while, as the rain showed no signs of letting up, some could wait no longer and dashed out into the storm. Sang Zhi had eaten neither breakfast nor lunch, and after Niu Dagong managed to get her to eat something, she felt a warmth in her stomach, which made her feel somewhat better. Business had declined sharply with the onset of rain. Sang Zhi kept watching the weather outside, and Sang Tian noticed her unease, approaching her and asking, "Sister, what's wrong?" Sang Zhi suddenly realized that if she went alone for an abortion, what if she encountered a dangerous situation without anyone to rely on? Originally, she did not wish to reveal her pregnancy to Sang Tian, but now she had no choice. After hearing Sang Zhi's account, Sang Tian finally understood. No wonder Sang Zhi had seemed so fragile after returning from the hospital yesterday. Her demeanor after leaving resembled someone who had lost half their life. Sang Tian had been worried that Sang Zhi might have contracted a severe illness, but it seemed that was not the case. Sang Tian, having grown up in this era with a mindset and worldview that were not particularly open, felt uneasy upon hearing Sang Zhi's intention to have an abortion and her suggestion for Sang Tian to accompany her. Sang Tian did not immediately respond. Instead, she felt a discomfort in her heart. What is the matter? Sang Zhi realized that her sister's silence suggested she might not want to go. "Sister, if you truly want to do this, have you considered keeping the child?" For these past few months, Sang Tian had been obedient to her every request, never questioning her decisions, even when they seemed unreasonable. This was the first time she had shown signs of dissent. Sang Zhi did not feel anger. Instead, she glanced down at her abdomen and said, "Growing up in an unstable family, a child may not find happiness. It would be better to resolve this before they enter this world, sparing them from future suffering. But what about later? Who will suffer?" Despite being a stutter, having faced ridicule in her youth, and speaking little even now for deep-seated reasons, she still believed life was beautiful. Especially now, with food and drink provided by the shop. Sang Zhi would buy her clothes, and each month, she could save a good amount of money, making her feel that life was truly wonderful, far from suffering. Sang Zhi struggled to explain her feelings. People often thought that if they were unhappy, life was filled with pain, and bringing a child into the world would only subject them to suffering. Only when one found happiness could they believe that their offspring could experience joy. Though she had come to terms with past hardships, having a child was a different matter altogether, one that required her to tread carefully. 4 months into her pregnancy, the baby must have already formed. Unbidden, images of two little children, chubby legs, and joyful laughter filled her mind. She quickly shook her head, casting aside those unrealistic visions. Through the rain, her view became somewhat hazy. By mid-afternoon, the rain had ceased, but fierce winds continued, and the streets were flooded, rendering it impossible to venture outside. Sang Zhi couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. "Little one, are you trying to tell me that you don't wish to leave just yet? But I truly cannot keep you here. Never mind. Even if I were to seek an abortion, it would not hinge on this moment. With the weather so cold, what if I slipped or caught a chill on my way back? That would be a loss indeed." Since there were no customers, Sang Zhi decided to close the shop door, preventing the wind from blowing rainwater inside. Today's earnings amounted to just over 100 yuan, still from the time before the rain began. With nothing to do, curiosity sparked gossip among the staff. Zhou Xiangcao enviously asked Niu Dagong, "Brother Niu, our shop's business is so good. We must be making a fortune every day, right?" This inquiry inevitably brought to mind Lu Chunhua for Niu Dagong, who initially regarded her with envy, only to have that admiration gradually morph into greed, ultimately ensnaring himself in the process. With a wry smile, he reminded Zhou Xiangcao that while earning money was indeed a certainty, it was not a pursuit accessible to everyone. Opening a shop was not merely about renting a space and hiring staff. The daily consumption of ingredients and the coal used for cooking required careful management. Without connections, one would struggle to manage even these two aspects. Nearby, several establishments had opened, yet the limitation on ingredients became a significant hurdle. Once their daily quota was sold out, they were forced to close, unlike Sang Zhi, whose family provided a steady supply of fresh ingredients. Moreover, the frequent inspections from the industrial and health departments made compliance a constant source of anxiety for other businesses, while at the Happiness Restaurant, inspectors merely went through the motions before departing. Niu Dagong was familiar with the Chu family's members and understood that Sang Zhi had support behind her. He had once earnestly wished to pursue Sang Tian, but the memory of overhearing a certain conversation haunted him. Sang Tian had been kissed and touched by another man, a reality he found insufferable. As a man, he could not bear the thought of his wife having been violated by another, which led him to retreat. Sang Tian, for her part, did not pursue him either. Perhaps it was precisely this that made his feelings more difficult to bear. He found himself unable to resist stealing glances at her, oscillating between acceptance and denial, ultimately causing himself profound anguish. Zhou Xiangcao, still youthful, did not dwell on these thoughts for long. After listening, she nodded in agreement, recognizing the challenges that Sang Zhi faced, noting how impressive it was that someone just a year older than herself could manage so much. Niu Dagong refrained from mentioning Sang Zhi's connections, amused instead by her innocent remarks. Sang Tian, standing by the kitchen door, overheard their conversation and felt a wave of discontent. It was not that she harbored ill feelings towards Niu Dagong. She had merely found him somewhat appealing, better than others her family had introduced. However, that initial spark was insufficient to warrant any persistent advances. Since they had not instigated any discord, she felt comfortable returning to a state of ordinary friendship. She avoided him, and he did not cling to her. Yet, the fact that they were clandestinely discussing the restaurant as earnings and Sang Zhi's connections was something she could not ignore. She strode into the kitchen, her footsteps heavy, instantly drawing the attention of Niu Dagong and Zhou Xiangcao, who fell silent in embarrassment. Niu Dagong, in particular, averted his gaze from her. Sang Tian regarded them calmly before turning away from the kitchen. Zhou Xiangcao, startled, patted her chest and asked Niu Dagong if they had said anything inappropriate. In these times, securing employment was no easy feat, and with decent wages and good meals at the restaurant, losing a job over a few words would leave her with no place to weep. Private establishments differed significantly from state-owned ones. The latter did not operate under rules that protected workers from arbitrary dismissal. It was just past 6 o'clock. Although the rain had ceased, the air had turned chilly, and dusk had arrived early. The streets were deserted, devoid of pedestrians, let alone diners. Other restaurants had already shuttered their doors, and Sang Zhi decided to let her staff leave early, opting to return home herself. Water had pooled on the roads, and Sang Zhi changed into rubber shoes, braving the cold wind as she exited the restaurant. Since it was still early, walking home would not consume too much time. The night was particularly dark, rendering visibility almost non-existent. A man, clad in a raincoat and pushing a wooden cart, approached her, bundled up against the cold. Unaware of the danger lurking beside her, Sang Zhi wrapped her arms tightly around herself. As the man brushed past her, he suddenly brandished a stick. Even though she was quick to react, it was too late. She felt a sharp blow to her neck, and a muffled groan escaped her lips as consciousness slipped away. Chapter 90. Counterattack. Raindrops pelted her face painfully as Sang Zhi groggily opened her eyes, the pain in her neck eliciting a soft moan. Fortunately, the heavy night and the sound of rain splashing in puddles masked her groans, preventing her assailant from noticing that she had regained consciousness. Instinctively, she covered her mouth, her body swaying as if she were lying on something being pushed. Her hand stealthily searched her side, discovering that her crossbody bag was missing, but thankfully, the small knife she had kept in her pocket for protection remained. As the cart continued to roll, Sang Zhi dared not move, fearful of betraying her awareness of the situation. Lying on the swaying cart, she had no idea where she was being taken, and uncertainty gnawed at her. Time seemed to stretch. She felt herself growing colder, almost numb, and the dizziness from emotion made her want to succumb to sleep. Desperately, she pinched her own flesh, using the pain to stave off unconsciousness. At last, the wooden cart came to a stop. Cold raindrops still pelted her face, but she could distinctly sense someone approaching her. "You little wench, not bad looking at all. My woman has been taken by you, so why not let you serve me instead? After all, you're just a used shoe. I'll enjoy myself first, then sell you off in the mountains for some money." The man leered, his intentions glaringly clear as he reached for her. In the cover of her clothing, Sang Zhi gripped her knife tightly, cautiously opening her eyes a crack. The man wore a hat, and his scarf obscured most of his face, revealing only his grotesque triangular eyes, which stood out against the rain. While his upper body was clothed, his pants had fallen to his ankles, exposing a repugnant sight. Just then, he loosened her belt, and as he prepared to make his next move, Sang Zhi suddenly sat up and thrust her knife forward. Wench. The knife, small enough to fit in her pocket, relied solely on her determination. She plunged the blade twice into him, and he crumpled to the ground in agony. Seizing a wooden stick that had been on the cart, she summoned her willpower to stand tall over him, striking down with force. In moments of life and death, the body reacts faster than the mind. "You wretch!" With another powerful blow aimed at his temple, even though her weakened state diminished her strength, the impact left half of his face numbed, teeth flying from his mouth into the dirt. Another strike landed on the other side of his head, rendering him utterly incapacitated. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Sang Zhi, unable to comprehend how he could fail after having successfully abducted her so far from the city. Perhaps it was his lustful intentions that led to his downfall, allowing Sang Zhi to counterattack with such ease. Her belt was still undone, but thankfully it was fastened with a buckle, preventing her pants from descending like his. She quickly secured her belt and stabbed the man's thighs twice, confirming he was no longer able to resist before she used the bloodied knife to cut away his scarf. The face before her was not unfamiliar. She had seen him recently. While she could not recall his name, such insignificant figures were not worth her memory. She distinctly recognized him as Lu Chunhua's man, who had visited the restaurant on numerous occasions to seek her. Was today's incident orchestrated by Zhao Yalan? She was certain that Lu Chunhua's drugging was linked to Zhao Yalan, and that Zhao had likely approached Lu Chunhua's family afterward, prompting her to alter her testimony. The importance of preconceived notions was vivid, and Zhao Yalan was the first person who sprang to Sang Zhi's mind. Yet, she did not miss the flicker of confusion that crossed the man's face upon mentioning Zhao Yalan, followed by a calculating glint as he nodded heavily. The movement caused him to wince in pain, collapsing back to the ground. It is indeed a grave misunderstanding. Zhao Yalan is not the architect of this situation. After all, having just learned of Sang Zhi's pregnancy, she is currently engulfed in a tumult of sorrow and regret. Though she harbors a deep-seated animosity towards Sang Zhi, she is not one to hastily orchestrate such a dramatic turn of events. The man, purely a victim of his own gambling misfortunes, once had a wife to manage the household, but since Lu Chunhua's incarceration, he has been left to his own devices. Initially relishing in his newfound freedom, he soon found himself reminiscing about Lu Chunhua's domestic contributions as his funds dwindled and the mundane tasks of life became burdensome. This afternoon, pursued by creditors, he recalled Lu Chuanhua's words about the profitability of Sang Zhi's little shop. Although unaware of the exact figures, he was certain that the daily earnings were substantial. After waiting for an extended period with his cart, he felt fortunate when he finally spotted Sang Zhi emerging, thus avoiding a prolonged wait in the rain. However, fate had other plans in store for him. As he fixated on Sang Zhi, he attempted to plead for mercy, yet his broken teeth and swollen visage rendered him incapable of uttering a word. This woman was truly ruthless, from the moment the first knife plunged into him. She offered no respite, mercilessly stripping him of any ability to resist. He could only gaze at her in desperation, hoping for a flicker of compassion. But the outcome was all too evident. Had Sang Zhi been the benevolent young woman he imagined, she would have long since fallen victim to his schemes, let alone now reversing the tide of this encounter. Compassion, for her, had always been a superfluous sentiment, especially when faced with malignancy. It held no value in such circumstances. She regarded the man with a detached amusement, her gaze fixated on his vulnerable state, unashamed by his exposure. To her, it was a source of mockery, a mere remnant of flesh displayed before her. The rain, already frigid, paled in comparison to the chill emanating from her eyes. The man, in a futile attempt to shield himself, inadvertently exacerbated his injuries, blood seeping more profusely from his wounded thigh. His terrified eyes darted towards Sang Zhi's raised hand. The anguished cries and muffled groans that followed rendered him a mere shadow, writhing in agony upon the ground, his blood mingling with the rainwater, creating a macabre tableau. Sang Zhi's knife, momentarily dipped in the puddle, emerged cleansed of its sanguine hue before she returned to her cart, reclaiming the blade and tucking it safely away. The bag slung over her shoulder contained the profits from the day, which she verified remained intact. The man, reduced to a pitiful mass on the ground, succumbed to his injuries, his blood staining the rain-soaked earth, a sight both haunting and tragic. While Sang Zhi spared his life, the severity of his wounds in such weather would determine his fate. Whether he possessed the fortitude to survive was uncertain. Regardless, he was a beast, and his demise would evoke no lament, had it not been for the fear of accountability. The punishment would have been far more severe than merely severing a few ounces of flesh. Observing her surroundings, she noted the unfamiliar dirt road bordered by fields and distant hills, a scene far removed from urban life. The rain continued to fall. After enduring so much, her body had reached its limits. The horror she had just witnessed did not shatter her resolve, but rather indicated her mental resilience. As the clock approached 9, Chu Mu called for Chu Junhang, noting that the rain had yet to relent. "Your second sister-in-law is pregnant. Perhaps you should take an umbrella to fetch her." Sang Zhi typically returned by 10, but with the inclement weather, her establishment was likely quiet. Ordinarily, Chu Mu would not request that Chu Junhang fetch her, especially since he had taken her place during their wedding registration, and she was wary of any burgeoning feelings between Sang Zhi and him, given that Chu Junhang remained in a comatose state. Perhaps her concerns were unfounded, but it was prudent to take precautions. Chu Junhang glanced at the dreary weather and nodded in agreement before rising to depart. However, upon reaching the restaurant, he found the street nearly deserted. With the Happiness restaurant locked tight, no light seeping through the cracks, he instinctively assumed Sang Zhi intended to stay the night, recalling a similar incident stemming from family discord. Yet, this time, the weather rendered such a decision understandable. As he made his way back, a sense of unease washed over him. Known for his keen intuition, he halted, retracing his steps towards the Happiness restaurant. In the back, Sang Zhi and the children were still awake. Bai Xiao was narrating a story. She thought she heard a sound, but dismissed it as a trick of the rain. However, after a few moments, she felt certain someone was calling outside. Turning to Sang Tian, she inquired, "Did you hear anything outside?" Sang Tian peered out. The voice was indistinct but discernible upon closer listening. "I'll check," he said, donning his coat and grabbing an umbrella as he ventured out. Opening the door, he was met by Chu Junhang, drenched from the relentless downpour, his trousers clinging to his legs, hair plastered to his forehead. Despite his disheveled state, his handsomeness remained unaffected. "What brings you here?" Sang Tian asked, feeling a palpable awkwardness since their last encounter had ended abruptly. "Is your sister already asleep?" "I came to fetch her, but the restaurant is closed. If she's resting, I'll take my leave." Chu Junhang maintained his composure. The events of that day were fraught with ambiguity. He bore responsibility. having been the one to administer the medicine and restrain Sang Tian. He had mentally prepared for this moment, stating his intent to take responsibility, only to receive no response from her. Lacking any emotional connection, Chu Junhang could not pursue her for a resolution. If she did not express agreement, he assumed her silence indicated rejection. He had contemplated the scenario, acknowledging that should Sang Tian change her mind before he began courting another, he would uphold his obligations. Yet he would not press the matter. He was inherently rational, and while differing from his brother Chu Junhang in demeanor, they shared a similar mindset in this regard. Sang Tian, growing concerned, furrowed her brow. My sister returned around 6. Hasn't she made it home? Whether it was anxiety or the effects of her bi-weekly acupuncture sessions, she managed to articulate a complete thought without stuttering. Still, more pressing matters occupied their minds, overshadowing her realization. Are you certain she returned home? Is there nothing else? Sang Tian's eyes glistened with apprehension. In this weather, where could her sister be? My sister is hardworking, not reckless with her life. She glanced at Chu Junhang, her gaze pleading for reassurance. Did she return or not? Please do not toy with me. Chu Junhang, sensing the urgency, replied, if Sang Zhi had truly returned, why would I brave this storm? Your sister has not returned. Does she frequent any particular places? Or is it possible she went to the Sang family? He too felt a twinge of worry, and without waiting for Sang Tian's response, he dashed off, leaving only a hasty remark, I will check the Sang family. Though he did not follow, Sang Tian felt assured that nothing significant had occurred that would lead Sang Zhi to the Sang family. I will accompany you, she declared, disregarding the umbrella, swiftly shutting the door before plunging into the rain. The figure of Chu Junhang has completely vanished from sight. Although she had only visited her uncle's house a few times, she was familiar with the route and hurriedly ran towards it. The outcome was evident. She was bound to be disappointed. Li Meng, lacking initiative, found herself helpless in such a predicament and could only seek assistance from her partner. What should she do? In this weather, where could Zhi possibly be? Even disregarding the fact that she was his own daughter, Sang Zhi was the only connection he had with the Chu family, and Sang Zhijia would undoubtedly be concerned. He instinctively thought that Sang Zhi's disappearance might be related to Zhao Yalan, especially since both of his daughters had previously suffered at her hands. Stay at home. I will check on the Chu family, Sang Zhijia remarked just as Sang Qi emerged from the house, declaring, I will go too. Despite typically being strict with his son, the current situation was different, and he felt gratified that his son was a responsible man rather than indifferent to the family's troubles. Chu Junhang, wary of the situation, asked Sang Tian to help deliver a message to the Chu family while he himself searched for signs of danger that Sang Zhi might have encountered along the way. However, the torrential rain had undoubtedly washed away any possible clues. Just as Sang Tian had finished informing the Chu family about Sang Zhi's disappearance, Sang Zhijia and Sang Qi arrived. Upon speaking, Sang Zhijia immediately questioned, where is Zhao Yalan? Bring that woman out. My daughter's disappearance is undoubtedly related to her. The commotion had already stirred the occupants upstairs, except for the still sleeping Chu Junhang. As Zhao Yalan and Chu Yunhuan descended the stairs, they heard Sang Zhijia's inquiry. Her gaze darkened, unwilling to acknowledge her misdeeds, and she certainly would not take the blame for actions she had not committed. Yet, it was possible that the second sister-in-law had wished to rid herself of the child, seizing this opportunity to discreetly resolve the matter. Zhao Yalan's previously smug expression froze as a new thought crossed her mind. If this were the case, she could eliminate the child and cast suspicion upon me, truly killing two birds with one stone. She had underestimated Sang Zhi, who could concoct such a malicious scheme. After all, it was evident to the family that Sang Zhi had not been overjoyed about her pregnancy. Her demeanor had consistently been amiss. Thus, Zhao Yalan's words were not without merit. Upon hearing these accusations, Sang Zhijia was taken aback. Zhi is pregnant? This is splendid news. A child as a pillar will undoubtedly strengthen our ties with the Chu family. Nonetheless, they first needed to locate that reckless girl. If she had indeed made the rash decision to terminate the pregnancy, rather than enhancing their relationship with the Chu family, they would likely foster animosity instead. While he contemplated this, he could not afford to lose face. Stop spouting nonsense. My daughter is not that heartless. Even if she did not wish to keep the child, it would be because you all have made her life difficult. If her life were pleasant and fulfilling, what reason would she have to terminate her own flesh and blood? This reasoning was not unfounded, yet the conversation remained tethered to the notion of Sang Zhi seeking an abortion. Chu Mu, in a state of distress, shed tears and turned to Chu Fu, exclaiming, "What shall we do? They are twins. If they're truly lost, I cannot go on living." As the dispute continued, Sang Tian fell into deep contemplation. He understood that Sang Zhi indeed harbored thoughts of an abortion, yet he knew his sister valued her life too much to forsake it. Furthermore, she had left the restaurant around 6 o'clock, a time when hospitals were already closed. Where could she possibly go for such a procedure? Chu Fu urged Chu Junhang to summon help, beginning with nearby hospitals. Sang Zhi remained convinced that this matter was inextricably linked to Zhao Yalan. Initially, Chu Mu had not considered this angle, but after hearing it repeatedly, she could not help but cast a suspicious glance at Zhao Yalan. "Yalan, tell me, is there any connection between you and this affair? This is no trivial matter. It is a matter of life and death. Regardless of your feelings towards Sang Zhi, she carries your second brother's child, the only bloodline he has, and he has protected you countless times. We cannot afford to be foolish. Mother, it is one thing for them to suspect me, but you, my own mother, after all these years, how can you not trust me?" Zhao Yalan was genuinely hurt, disbelief evident in her eyes. She had never taken Sang Zhi seriously. Even when she made mistakes, she sensed the family's bias towards her, leaving her unafraid. However, since the news of Sang Zhi's pregnancy broke, she felt like a criminal, held responsible for every minor disturbance. The slap from yesterday and the accusations today. It was one thing for others to think this way, but for her trusted foster mother to question her was unbearable. "I did not do it. I did not do it. I despise Sang Zhi. And while I did entertain some ill thoughts upon learning of her pregnancy, I never had the chance to plot, let alone execute anything. But you all have said it yourselves, Sang Zhi carries the bloodline of the second brother. Even if I do not like her, I would never harm the child of the second brother. How can you think so poorly of me?" Wiping her tears in anguish, she could not bear to face any of them and hurried upstairs. She felt so wronged, wishing to avoid every single family member. Chu Junhang opened her mouth, stating, "This is not the time to blame anyone. We must first locate the second sister-in-law." With the rain and the drop in temperature, before she could finish, anxiety gripped everyone's hearts once again. That night, a restless atmosphere enveloped much of the city. The entire Chu family mobilized, searching every hospital and traversing every street in the city, with even Chu Junhang joining the search. Only Chu Mu remained at home, having aged significantly from the past few months spent worrying for her son. The family insisted she stay home, fearing that if she ventured out without finding anything, her health might deteriorate further. Naturally, Zhao Yalan did not join the search either. Her animosity towards Sang Zhi was well known, and she had not taken the initiative to help find her, so no one called upon her. As the night deepened and thunder rolled, Zhao Yalan returned to her room, growing more agitated by the minute, unable to sleep. The corridor lights remained lit, and the doors to Chu Junhang and Chu Junhang's rooms stood open, yet they were nowhere to be found. She once again approached Chu Junhang's room to confide in him. "Second brother, I admit I wish for her to die, and I still feel that way. But this incident is truly not my doing. How could mother hurt me like this?" A bitter smile crossed her face. "What I hope to achieve by scheming and plotting. When Sang Mei treated you well, I felt a glimmer of hope, yet just when everything seemed promising, Sang Zhi appeared, and now she carries your child. Why must the heavens toy with me like this?" Her gaze lingered on his face, which had grown gaunt and weary, a stark contrast to the once imposing figure he had been. He was far from ugly, yet his hollow eyes and lifeless expression did little to inspire admiration. Nevertheless, Zhao Yalan found herself drawn to him, not merely enamored by his appearance, but captivated by everything he was, flaws and all. If he could respond physically, and if Sang Zhi could bear his child, then why could she not? Swallowing hard, Zhao Yalan felt an unbidden desire arise within her. Even if she could not possess him entirely, she would gladly settle for a fleeting moment of connection. If she could conceive his child, it would be her greatest aspiration. Once such thoughts took root, they became difficult to suppress. With trembling hands, Zhao Yalan gently caressed Chu Junhang's face. "Second brother, Yalan has liked you for a very long time." Chu Junhang had grown weary of such declarations. At first, when he heard the news, he was filled with terror. The sister he had always regarded as family harbored such feelings for him in secret, and had even resorted to underhanded tactics, harming others in the process. After hearing the same words repeatedly, he became numb to them, no longer stirred by emotions, and even felt a tinge of annoyance. He was acutely aware that he could never harbor any affection for Zhao Yalan. He merely saw her as a sister, akin to Yunhuan in his heart. However, he found himself intrigued by Zhao Yalan's words. What did she mean by wishing for her demise? Was she referring to Sang Zhi? How had his mother wronged her? If Chu Junhang recalled correctly, Zhao Yalan had often claimed that whenever conflict arose with Sang Zhi, it was always Sang Zhi who provoked them, while their parents, although they outwardly comforted Sang Zhi, actually favored Zhao Yalan. Had it not been for this prolonged period of unconsciousness, he would have remained oblivious to the myriad thoughts his family held. Of course, everyone harbors their own little secrets, which are not particularly harmful. Yet he felt a sense of disappointment. His mother was not as kind-hearted as he had imagined, and his father was not as just as he had believed. They too exhibited favoritism and biases. He was touching his face. The sensation was irritating, and he felt a deep-seated aversion. Second brother, I want you. Please don't think ill of me, nor consider me vile. I truly cannot control myself. Every night, in every dream, your image fills my mind. You will never know how desperately I wish to be the one who marries you, the one who bears your child. Second brother, please. Zhao Yalan had gone mad. He could feel the blanket being pulled away. The weather was frigid, the temperature dissipating rapidly. The buttons of his nightclothes were undone, and the icy air seeped into his chest, chilling him to the bone. Chu Junhang struggled continuously, yearning to reclaim control over his body. Zhao Yalan's movements grew increasingly invasive, and his anxiety intensified. He was uncertain whether his body would respond. The last time Sang Zhi had approached him like this, he had been completely unaware. Yet if Zhao Yalan succeeded now, he would be left in a state of disgust, if not starvation. Just the thought of being with his own sister sent a wave of dull pain through his head. Lying there with so little clothing, his upper garments would soon be stripped away. Zhao Yalan's fingers traced his chest, her heavy breaths resting on his trousers. Chu Junhang wished fervently for someone to walk in, but the entire family was out searching for Sang Zhi, leaving only his mother downstairs, anxiously gazing out the door, oblivious to the commotion above. Chapter 93. Decisions Suddenly. Chu Mu heard a startled cry from upstairs, turning her head in confusion as she looked towards the staircase. Only Zhao Yalan was upstairs. No one else was making any noise. What kind of antics was she up to now? Her anxiety mounted, growing increasingly irritable. Chu Mu stood up, trudging up the stairs with heavy steps. The upper floor was shrouded in darkness, but she could see the light seeping through the crack of the door to Chu Junhang and Sang Zhi's room. Sang Zhi was absent, and Chu Junhang remained unconscious. Undoubtedly, Zhao Yalan was the one who had turned on the lights. It was the dead of night, and instead of helping to search for Sang Zhi, what was she doing in their room? Her heart filled with questions mingled with anger as she grasped the doorknob, ready to push it open. However, the door was locked from the inside, and her attempts to push it yielded no results. Yalan, are you in there? What are you doing? Open the door quickly, Chu Mu said angrily, shaking the doorknob. Inside, Zhao Yalan sat on the floor, her expression a mix of surprise and complexity as she gazed at the person on the bed. Chu Junhang had opened his eyes, yet he could not will his body to respond. His limbs felt uncooperative. Fortunately, it was timely, for had it been a moment later, his innocence would have been compromised. Zhao Yalan, what on earth are you doing? Chu Mu's mounting anger led her to pound on the door, the sound echoing loudly. Zhao Yalan, however, could not concern herself with Chu Junhang any longer. She hurried to the door and opened it. Relieved, Chu Mu rushed past Zhao Yalan to the bedside. Indeed, her previously unconscious son was now awake, his gaze slowly shifting towards her. Son, you're awake. You're finally awake. Kumu cried, collapsing onto Chu Junhang's chest, tears streaming down her face. Her mind was consumed with the joy of her son awakening, but as her hands brushed against his bare chest, she realized how abnormal his state was. She quickly adjusted his open garments and tucked him under the blanket, casting a suspicious glance at Zhao Yalan. Yalan, what has happened to your second brother? What have you done to him? Before Zhao Yalan could respond, Chu Mu swiftly lifted the blanket again, relieved to see that Chu Junhang was still fully dressed. She let out a breath she and T realized she was holding. Thank goodness his innocence remained intact. Otherwise, chaos would have ensued. Even the most composed Chu Junhang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, coupled with a sense of humiliation. Zhao Yalan's complexion also turned pale. Mom, even though second brother is awake, he still cannot move. We must hurry and get him to the hospital. Zhao Yalin's reminder jolted Chu Mu back to the pressing matter at hand. Her son's health was paramount. She was well aware that one could evade an immediate crisis. But for Zhao Yalin, it seemed she could only avoid the moment for now. Heaven seemed intent on thwarting her. The rain poured relentlessly. Dazed and disoriented, Sang Zhi could only choose a direction and hope to find a place with people. Fortunately, she spotted the outline of a village in the distance. Fearing she might faint at any moment, she pinched her thigh to keep herself alert. Closer now, just a little further. Her eyelids drooped uncontrollably, her vision blurred, and her body felt icy, her feet nearly numb. Finally, she reached the last house at the edge of the village. Though dilapidated, it was her only hope for salvation. Sang Zhi pounded on the wooden door with all her might, not daring to pause. Inside, a man, roused from a deep sleep by the noise, flung off his blanket and stumbled out of bed, accidentally knocking over a basin that had been set to catch the leaking water. The muddy floor only added to his already foul mood. This house was at the farthest end of the village, separated from the others by a pond. When the village first received electricity, his family had been too poor to afford it, so they had not connected their lines. Conditions had improved somewhat since then, but he often found himself away from home, only occasionally returning to make do. Stop knocking. He assumed it was yet another unreliable relative from the village looking to cause trouble. With a curt shout, he remained calm, striking a match to light the oil lamp on the table. The dim light illuminated the room as Xiao Wu slowly made his way to the door. Sang Zhi, leaning against the door, lost her balance and fell forward, landing directly in his arms. In the dead of night, such a turn of events startled him, causing his heart to race. As he steadied her, he realized she was a woman, her wet hair clinging to half her face. He quickly pulled her inside and laid her on the ground. Hey! He kicked the other person's body with his foot, but still could not comprehend the situation. Sang Zhi was already numb from the cold and could no longer provide any response. Xiao Wu was truly at a loss. He could not simply watch a living person perish before him. He suppressed his inner turmoil and crouched down to examine Sang Zhi's condition. Soaked to the skin and icy to the touch, if he did not tend to her in this frigid temperature, she would surely freeze overnight. Being a man, he felt it inappropriate to change her clothes. Unable to think of any other solution, Xiao Wu used his foot basin as a base, placed some dry firewood inside, and lit a small flame, which gradually raised the temperature in the room. Sang Zhi was extremely weary, struggling to keep her eyelids open. She could only pray inwardly, hoping that the family she had knocked on the door to was kind-hearted. Otherwise, being alone and with her decent appearance was perilously risky. She admired herself for retaining a sliver of consciousness even after experiencing such perilous moments, having lost consciousness. She reassured herself that if she were fortunate enough to survive, and the child within her remained safe, she would choose to give birth to it. After all, the fact that nothing had gone awry in such dire circumstances suggested that fate had spared them. Should misfortune strike, and she were to lose the child, it would spare her from further inner turmoil. She felt that the latter scenario held considerable hope, if she were unable to keep these two little ones. Perhaps she would never have children of her own again. Even aside from her physical injuries, her heart was already battered and bruised. Sang Zhi was well aware that her mental state was far from healthy. Her so-called strength was merely a facade born from past wounds. By nature, she was a rather indifferent person. No one loved her, nor did she love anyone. Chapter 94. Impressions. When Sang Zhi awoke, she found herself tightly wrapped in blankets. Her clothes were dry, yet her hair remained damp, with something cold adhering to her scalp. Her face was burning, as if she were warming herself by the fire. Her head still felt foggy, barely able to hold on to consciousness. She instinctively touched her belly. It seemed to still be there, with no unusual sensations. The sound of crackling reached her ears, and as she attempted to open her eyes, she was greeted by a blaze of firelight. Her body was still fatigued, devoid of any strength. Struggling to rise, she realized she was no longer wearing her own clothes. However, judging by the style, they seemed to belong to a woman, which relieved her somewhat. There was no one else in the room apart from her. She was lying on a mat, which was laid on the ground, and a blanket cocooned her like a pupa. Despite a bed being present, the area in front of it was wet, as if water had been spilled, muddy and damp. Given the circumstances, it appeared she had encountered a kind person who not only took her in, but also thoughtfully changed her clothes and lit a fire. Her hair was wrapped in a towel, likely to prevent her wet hair from soaking the blankets. She removed the towel and moved closer to the fire, aiming to dry her hair. There was dry firewood nearby, and she added more to the fire twice before the door was opened from the outside. Illuminated by the firelight, a familiar figure stepped in from the night, carrying a bowl. It was Xiao Wu, who had gone to the kitchen to prepare porridge. "You're awake. How do you feel? Do you need to go to the hospital?" Upon parting her hair and discovering the person unconscious in his arms was the owner of the happy restaurant. Xiao Wu was taken aback, unable to close his mouth for a long while. He could never have predicted that she would be in such a dire situation in such dreadful weather at this late hour. "I feel much better. You saved me, right? Thank you so much." Sang Zhi was equally surprised that her savior was Xiao Wu, the strikingly handsome and aloof man. Though the rain had ceased outside, the wind blew fiercely. The moment the door opened, a cold draft swept in, chilling to the bone. Moreover, having just rained, the muddy road was treacherous, making a trip to the hospital exceedingly inconvenient. Even knowing she had a fever, Sang Zhi felt embarrassed to trouble him further. Xiao Wu placed the prepared porridge before her and inquired about her presence there. Sang Zhi did not withhold the truth. After all, he had just saved her and did not seem like a malicious individual. She learned from him that she was indeed far from the city, in a remote village. "It's still dark outside, and I must trouble you once more. Once dawn breaks and I return to the city, I will surely repay you." Although they had shared past interactions, they were not particularly familiar, and she knew little about his background. To establish some form of obligation would help prevent any ill intentions on his part. Upon learning that Xiao Wu lived alone, Sang Zhi's first thought was about who had changed her clothes. However, she refrained from voicing the question. If it were indeed Xiao Wu, asking would only make it more awkward. Choosing not to inquire was easier, allowing them both to sidestep the topic. After consuming a bowl of hot porridge, she felt a sense of revival and unabashedly told Xiao Wu, "I'm still hungry. Could I have another bowl?" After all, the previous night had been harrowing, depleting both her physical and mental energy. Without further ado, Xiao Wu stood up and went back to the kitchen to serve her another bowl. Sang Zhi's galoshes had filled with water, and she was wearing someone else's socks. Noticing her gaze on his feet, Xiao Wu suddenly blushed, feigning indifference as he remarked, "You're soaking wet all over. I had to let the village Annie change your clothes. The ones you are wearing are borrowed. Except the socks. Those are mine." Sang Zhi sighed in relief, glad it was not he who had changed her. She requested a pair of shoes to wear, finally getting up. Already feverish, the effort intensified her dizziness, yet she persevered to reach the table and retrieve her soaked bag. "I haven't touched your bag." This woman was clearly astute and not easy to deal with, leaving Xiao Wu with that impression. Sang Zhi couldn't help but chuckle in resignation, choosing silence as she emptied her bag. The paper currency, having been exposed to water, was damp and stuck together. She returned to the fire, carefully peeling the bills apart, laying them on the ground to dry. There was roughly 100 or more, not a significant amount. Yet it was a token of gratitude for his hospitality and the meal. "That is hardly enough." Sang Zhi had not anticipated his greed. "Then how much do you want?" She was not short on money, but it was not something that came easily, as long as it was not excessively unreasonable. Xiao Wu glanced at the damp bills and smiled, saying, "If you truly wish to show your gratitude, why not teach me some culinary skills?" Since their previous business encounter, Sang Zhi recognized that this man shared her tenacity. They both had endured hardships and possessed a certain greed. Yet, there were countless ways to earn a living, especially in this era, which was at the peak of opportunities. She could not fathom why he was so fixated on culinary arts. Sang Zhi understood that earning money was relatively straightforward in this era, yet she was oblivious to the dangers that accompanied such opportunities. It was precisely her skills that allowed her to conduct business steadily. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, lacking any particular talent, could only rely on brute strength to survive, risking his life in the mountains to earn a living. After being rejected by Sang Zhi, he sought bigger prospects, heading to the coastal city's economic development zone with his brothers. He did find promising avenues but fell prey to local thugs, losing all his savings in the process. Often, it was the successful individuals who were celebrated, while many others were buried by the times, nameless and struggling to rise again. Thus, he yearned for the ability to possess a skill like Sang Zhi's, allowing him to live in a stable environment, free from the perilous grind of life. Sang Zhi observed Xiao Wu, assessing him from head to toe, and in light of his assistance, she sincerely offered him a suggestion. "If your pursuit of culinary skills is merely to open a restaurant like mine, the cost may indeed be rather steep. After all, Mastering the art of cooking is not an endeavor that can be accomplished in just a day or two. By the time you have honed your skills, the streets may be brimming with restaurants, and you would have lost your competitive edge entirely. To earn a profit, one must seize opportunities more adeptly than others. But reality waits for no one. Currently, it is also quite challenging to recruit seasoned chefs. Those available either lack sufficient experience or are merely apprentices, requiring extensive guidance. With this thought, Sang Zhi sighed. However, if you're truly intent on opening a store for profit, I do have a suggestion. Her gaze drifted outside the window. The cold weather made it an ideal season for hot pot. Establishing a hot pot restaurant in a bustling area wouldn't necessitate hiring top-tier chefs. One could prepare the broth in advance and focus on enhancing the service quality. As Sang Zhi spoke of her entrepreneurial ideas, her enthusiasm radiated, her eyes sparkling as if she could already envision the thriving business of the hot pot restaurant. After enduring a prolonged solitude, Xiao Wu found a strange sense of comfort in her animated gestures, and he subconsciously smiled. Chapter 95. Awakening. The more Sang Zhi spoke, the more she felt her innate talent for making money. She had ample capital, but one's energy is finite, while opening a store is straightforward. Maintaining it poses a challenge that requires adept management. Xiao Wu seemed to be a suitable candidate. Evidence from their previous dealings revealed him to be an experienced leader. Even his rather cheeky brother followed his lead without dissent. Moreover, Xiao Wu was currently short on funds, which made their partnership quite fitting. She could invest, while he could contribute his labor. The more she contemplated, the more convinced she became that her idea was sound. She turned to Xiao Wu and inquired, "What do you think? If there are no objections, we can agree on this. As for the profit division, since I am investing more, I will naturally take a larger share. But do not be disheartened. Onqing is vast, and we can open branches in the future, at which point you will have your own capital." Xiao Wu perceived her as quite the money-minded individual. When she discussed making money, her fervor was palpable, and her spirits had noticeably lifted. Indeed, he was captivated, whether by the allure of the night or by her radiant smile. For the first time, he found that collaborating with her, even at a loss, seemed acceptable. Seeing him nod, Sang Zhi beamed with delight. "Since you agree, let us finalize this." Once the serious discussion concluded, she became somewhat dazed. She touched her forehead, uncertain if her fever had subsided. Wrapping herself tightly in the blanket, she murmured, "I need to sleep a bit more. You should rest on the bed. The floor is too hard," Xiao Wu suggested. Initially, he feared her damp hair might wet his bedding, but with her hair now dry, that concern dissipated. Sang Zhi too felt the floor was uncomfortable, but it was, after all, someone else's bed, a man's bed, particularly that of a rather handsome man. She hesitated to imply any romantic interest. However, Xiao Wu's offer brought her joy. "Well then, I want to be polite. Thank you." She quickly moved to the bedside, enveloping herself snugly in the blanket. The bed was icy, sending shivers through her. Xiao Wu nudged the brazier closer to the bed with his foot, making Sang Zhi, who fell on the brink of freezing, realize how crucial it was to foster a good relationship with him for their cooperation. In times of extreme discomfort, money and interests become trivial. All one desires is relief. The firewood in the brazier crackled throughout the night as Xiao Wu sat by, vigilantly watching over her. As dawn approached, and he noticed Sang Zhi shivering under the covers, he hurried to check on her. He immediately observed her flushed cheeks and pale, cracked lips. In her unconscious state, Sang Zhi sensed her body being jostled, as if someone were calling her name. Yet, she felt utterly drained, yearning only for a good sleep. The rain had ceased, and although it was morning, the sky remained dim. Chu Junhang entered the hospital. Though he still struggled to control his body completely, he could now speak and perform slight movements. The family had gone to find Sang Zhi, leaving Chu Yunxiu and Chu's mother to care for him. Chu Yunxiu, who worked at the hospital, would check on him when she could. Upon returning to the consultation room, she heard frantic shouts outside. "Doctor, help! Quick, save her!" Recognizing the urgency, Chu Yunxiu stepped out and saw a handsome young man carrying a woman, his face etched with worry, being guided by nurses toward the ward. "Doctor, that girl appears to have a high fever. She needs immediate admission," a nurse explained. "I'll go," Chu Yunxiu volunteered, feeling a sense of familiarity with the young man, though she doubted her instincts. Upon reaching the ward, she discovered that the patient in the bed was none other than Sang Zhi, who her family had been searching for all night. Her condition looked dire. It was unclear how long she had been unwell, as she lay in a stupor, unresponsive to calls. "Are you a relative?" The nurse inquired of Xiao Wu. Before he could respond, Chu Junhang interjected, "This is my sister-in-law. Let her be treated first, and I will handle the paperwork later." Xiao Wu was taken aback, staring at the woman on the bed. She was married? Bitter medicine flowed down Sang Zhi's throat, and she instinctively resisted swallowing, resulting in her chin being firmly grasped to force her to drink. Already feeling unwell, her agitation increased, despite her weakened state. She mustered the energy to bite down on the hand that held her chin. Chu's mother gasped, dropping the empty bowl she held, shattering it. When she looked back at Sang Zhi, her wrinkled face indicated she had been suffering, yet she remained unconscious, her eyes still shut. This girl truly refuses to be at a disadvantage. Chu's mother sighed, feeling helpless. She reached out to touch Sang Zhi's forehead. Having already employed physical cooling methods to lower her temperature, and after administering the medicine, she noted that Sang Zhi's complexion was not as distressing as when she first arrived. Beside the bed, a frail young man in a wheelchair watched his mother with concern. Fortunately, Sang Zhi lacked strength, leaving only faint marks on her wrist from her bite. Truly, she was a girl who would not yield an inch. Chu Junhang raised an eyebrow, only to feel a wave of melancholy wash over him. When he had been engaged to Sang Mei, he had thought their age difference and differing worldviews would make their union a torment. Who could have anticipated that? Through a twist of fate, he would now be married to the even younger Sang Zhi? Reflecting on his prolonged unconsciousness, he recalled Sang Zhi's daily complaints before him. The days ahead promised to be quite eventful. And to complicate matters, she was now pregnant. Sighing deeply, Chu Junhang acknowledged that he could only take things one step at a time. Sang Zhi had yet to open her eyes, but her consciousness was already alert. Her nose felt stuffy, and her body seemed to have recovered. She quickly touched her abdomen, initially believing it was merely weight gain, but it was still there, leaving her uncertain whether to feel disappointed or relieved. She sensed that this child was resilient, truly capable of enduring hardships. She didn't rush to awaken, but instead pretended to be drowsy as she slowly opened her eyes. She recalled entering Xiao Wu's home and discussing the hot pot restaurant with him in the middle of the night. Yet the scene before her was undeniably that of a hospital. Could it be that she was dreaming? Dreaming of Xiao Wu seemed rather peculiar. Or perhaps, during her slumber, other events transpired that led her to this hospital? Her mouth tasted bitter, and she was unsure of the flavor. Struggling to sit up, she noticed another person lying in the adjacent bed, their body positioned rigidly, hands folded over their abdomen. Clad in a hospital gown, her visage, however, bore an unmistakable familiarity. Chu Junhang. As Sang Zhi murmured his name, Chu Junhang stirred awake. His body was not as agile as it once was. Slowly turning his head to gaze at Sang Zhi. "You're awake?" he inquired. Sang Zhi did not respond, but instead looked at him in terror, echoing his words. "You woke up?" Chapter 96. Free play. What an extraordinary coincidence it was for the couple to be hospitalized together in the same ward. It was evident that special arrangements had been made due to their unique circumstances. Chu Junhang arrived to examine Sang Zhi, inquiring about her condition. But she merely lay back down, feeling utterly exhausted. Dizziness, nausea, headaches, neck pain, and abdominal discomfort plagued her. Indeed, she felt unwell in every sense. After a thorough examination, she was diagnosed with a mild concussion, given that she had suffered a blow to the back of her neck, dangerously close to her head. In truth, her condition was not as dire as it seemed, with only her neck still aching, as the other symptoms were largely fabricated. This led Sang Zhi to internally praise her resilient constitution. Yet, anxiety gnawed at her, prompting her to feign discomfort to evade reality. Seeing her distress, Chu Junhang, who initially intended to inquire about the events of the previous day, found herself unable to press the matter further. Wrapped in her blanket, Sang Zhi could still hear the conversation between Chu Junhang and Chu Junhang. The previous night's incident had even stirred the police, and Xiao Lin had come by with a team that morning, but Sang Zhi had still been asleep, prompting their early departure. They were expected to return soon. Having not spoken for months, Chu Junhang's voice was hoarse. Concerned for her well-being, he suggested they postpone inquiries until Sang Zhi regained her composure. Her safety took precedence over the rest. Chu Junhang nodded in agreement, relieved to confirm that both individuals were out of immediate danger. Before stepping out to attend to her own matters, Sang Zhi did not truly sleep, nor was she uncertain about how to confront the awake Chu Junhang. Rather, she was preoccupied with her own thoughts regarding the previous night's events. By noon, Chu Junhang was moved to the adjacent room due to an influx of visitors, as Sang Zhi needed tranquility to recuperate, fearing the disturbance from the constant comings and goings. The Sang family, upon learning of Sang Zhi's hospitalization, hastened to the hospital, and their loud entrance rendered Sang Zhi unable to maintain her fade any longer. Initially feigning a headache, she now felt genuine discomfort. "Uncle, Aunt, please quiet down. My sister is suffering from your noise," Sang Tian interjected, rushing to kneel by the bedside, his eyes filled with concern. "Sister, do you want me to fetch a doctor?" Sang Zhi was taken aback, raising an eyebrow in surprise. The little girl didn't stutter anymore. But that was beside the point. Weakly, she replied, "No, I just want to rest quietly." Thus, the Sang couple, who had only just entered, were politely ushered out by Sang Tian. He remained, quietly guarding Sang Zhi's side. The torrential rain from the previous night had prevented her brother from delivering goods, and the store remained closed. As they entered, the light drizzle resumed outside, leaving uncertainty about the weather's duration. Officer Lin had visited around noon, accompanied by Xiao Ran, the individual who had recently gone on a blind date with Zhao Yaolin. Aware that Chu Junhang was in the adjacent room, they naturally visited him first. After pleasantries, Chu Junhang spoke. "I appreciate your coming. Sang Zhi woke up this morning but was quite startled by last night's events, and her injuries have left her in a poor mental state. Would it be possible to wait until she regains her strength before discussing matters further?" Chu Junhang understood the urgency of clarifying details to capture the assailant swiftly. However, given Sang Zhi's pregnancy, his elder sister had advised against further emotional distress, prioritizing her health instead. To his astonishment, Chu Junhang found that even this small concession was not granted. As Officer Lin continued, he revealed that a body had been discovered about 10 miles outside the city. The deceased, a man, bore 4 stab wounds to his chest and legs. While the wounds were not fatal, he had also suffered a stabbing in a sensitive area. Furthermore, due to the inclement weather, he had succumbed to blood loss and hypothermia. Officer Lin further disclosed that the deceased was the husband of Liu Chanhua, who had previously drugged Sang Zhi. His words were devoid of concealment. Although Chu Junhang had been unconscious at the time, he had heard the details from his family members and was well aware of the situation. He found himself at a loss for words. When matters involve loss of life, they cannot be adequately addressed with mere words. However, one can evade for a moment, yet not for eternity. The inevitable confrontation must eventually occur. Fortunately, the individual providing testimony was a familiar face. With Sang Zhi assisted by Sang Tian to sit up, her pallid complexion betrayed her fragility. When faced with Officer Lin's inquiries, she did not shy away but spoke truthfully, albeit with slight adjustments regarding her state of mind at the time. For instance, upon awakening to find a man attempting to undress her, she had instinctively drawn a small knife from her pocket in self-defense, acting purely on impulse without forethought. When he attempted to restrain her, she had struck his thigh in an effort to escape. She had initially considered ending her own life, but was brought back to reality by the man's screams. Terrified of pain, she fled, inadvertently entering Xiao Wu's home before losing consciousness. Concerned that her account might not align with Xiao Wu's, she emphasized that she had awakened once during the night, but had been in a state of illness and fear, unaware of the man's fate, which was why she had not mentioned him to Xiao Wu. While the distinctions between intentional murder, negligent homicide, and excessive self-defense leading to death are significant, Sang Zhi had gleaned some understanding from the information-rich era of her previous life. Being a member of the Chu family, she could not escape scrutiny. Yet she faced minimal difficulty during questioning. After providing her account and surrendering her small knife, Officer Lin stood to leave. Though physically weak, Sang Zhi's mind was remarkably clear at that moment. She lay despondently on the bed, exuding an aura of hopelessness. Sang Tian watched her with concern, tears cascading like pearls onto the floor. Sang Zhi subtly squeezed her palm, ensuring no one was watching, and smiled faintly, winking to signal that she was all right. Sang Tian, taken aback, quickly caught on and began to cry theatrically, "Sister, do not be afraid. You are not to blame. You only acted in self-defense. The police will surely deliver justice." Sang Zhi was astonished. She had not expected Sang Tian to possess such dramatic flair. She merely wished to reassure her sister that she was fine and not to worry excessively. Yet Sang Tian had taken it upon herself to perform. Chapter 97. Is this real? Sang Zhi blinked, quickly joining in the act. No, I did not kill him. He is alive. I ran out of fear, and it was too cold. I did not even know how I fainted. Yes. My sister would never commit murder. That evil man froze to death. Both he and his wife have committed numerous wrongs, and surely heaven could not tolerate them, which is why it rained so heavily last night, collecting his vile life. Officer Lin, still lingering just outside, paused, unsure how to console Sang Zhi, who remained trapped in her emotional turmoil. The ward door remained ajar, allowing Chu Junhang, seated in a wheelchair, to overhear the conversations within. After Lin Gong had exited, he signaled with his eyes and returned to the adjoining room. Sang Zhi had been compelled to stab the other party, and the ensuing death was undeniably linked to the inclement weather. Was her situation dire? Despite their lack of affection and even minimal communication upon awakening, Sang Zhi still bore the title of his wife and carried his child. Thus Chu Junhang could hardly be indifferent to her plight. The comrade who had brought his sister-in-law to the hospital had yet to be located. Should her claims be substantiated, she would naturally be exonerated. After all, the wounds she inflicted were not lethal and were executed with just cause, as the other party had threatened her with coercive advances. Even if she had not perished from the cold last night, the crime of assault could have cost him his life. Following the economic liberalization of coastal cities, Anqing was also undertaking economic planning, and during this period, law enforcement was particularly stringent, especially against petty theft. The abduction of respectable women and acts of violence were particularly targeted. It was only 1982, and even into the 1990s, the legal framework was far from robust. Often, directives from above were miscommunicated multiple times, losing their original intent. Disputes frequently arose, with each party believing in their own righteousness, ultimately resolved by the loudest voice prevailing. The current crux lay with Xiao Wu. As long as he harbored no intent to harm Sang Zhi and spoke the truth, she would be completely absolved. Chu Junhang had initially intended to convey these sentiments directly to Sang Zhi, but upon her sighting of him, she feigned various pains, leaving him with no choice but to have Sang Tian relay the messages. Although he had anticipated his own lack of culpability, the gravity of the situation involving a life made it disingenuous to claim he felt no trepidation. Hearing the news, he finally exhaled in relief. She wished to avoid facing Chu Junhang, fearing that her facade might not withstand his scrutiny. Though they were not intimately acquainted, she had inevitably heard of his reputation, aware that he was not easily deceived. Sister, brother-in-law has awakened. Do you still wish to terminate the pregnancy? Sang Tian's inquiry plunged Sang Zhi into a sea of sorrow as she replied, Let us consult the doctor. If the child's health can be assured, then I shall carry on with the pregnancy. After all, they had endured hardships together. In such a dire environment, two small lives nestled securely within her. Showing no signs of departure, how could she summon the resolve to deny them their right to be born? She decided to keep them. If Chu Junhang's awakening led the Chu family to reconsider their stance, she would proceed with the divorce and raise the children herself. Sang Zhi had never contemplated marriage and motherhood, yet the thought of two little ones ignited a flicker of hope within her, albeit mingled with anxiety and uncertainty. Her own childhood had been far from idyllic, and she questioned her capacity to nurture two children properly. Nonetheless, she recognized that once these children were born, no matter the circumstances, she would never abandon them, resolutely refusing to allow them to endure what she had. Sang Tan, unaware of Sang Zhi's internal deliberations, assumed that Chu Junhang's awakening had offered her a glimmer of hope, prompting the decision to carry the child to term and lead a good life. However, she respected every choice Sang Zhi made, even if she occasionally found it difficult to comprehend. The couple recovered swiftly, especially Sang Zhi, who, despite her pitiful demeanor, felt nearly restored by the following day. Chu Junhang, on the other hand, required several more days of hospital observation. Having been in a coma for an extended period and awakened under duress, there were concerns he might lapse back into unconsciousness, necessitating additional supportive treatment only available in the hospital. Upon returning home, Sang Tian assisted Sang Zhi into the yard, a scene witnessed by many. After all, the commotion caused by the Chu family in their search for her was not easily forgotten. Zhao Yalan found herself in an exceedingly awkward position. Having never anticipated that Chu Junhang would awaken in such circumstances, a moment fortuitously witnessed by Chu Mu. Currently, she sat anxiously on the sofa, feigning a smile as she watched them enter, while internally seething with disdain. This wretched woman truly had a charmed life. She had learned the full story from Xiao Ran. After their last encounter, Zhao Yalan had refrained from expressing her disagreement to Chu Mu, and now she found it challenging to inquire about matters with others. Xiao Ran's insight proved invaluable. As Sang Zhi's sister-in-law, albeit an adopted daughter, her concern for her sister-in-law was entirely reasonable. Moreover, this was not a topic shrouded in secrecy. Thus there was no need for concealment. Yet, as Chu Mu recalled Zhao Yalan's actions, she found them distasteful. Even in the presence of Sang Zhi, she offered no kindness. How is your relationship with Xiao? You are not getting any younger, and the Xiao family is eager for grandchildren. If you feel ready, you should marry directly, she suggested, omitting even the engagement, underscoring her determination to cast Zhao Yalan aside. Having raised her for so many years, it was already sufficient recompense. Yet Zhao Yalan displayed ingratitude, creating numerous disconcerting situations behind her back. Zhao Yalan felt utterly humiliated, unable to muster a rebuttal. Sang Zhi, perplexed, could only gaze at Chu Mu with confusion. What had transpired during her absence that could so drastically alter Chu Mu's demeanor toward Zhao Yalan? It was utterly incomprehensible. Sang Tian felt a sense of vindication. She was aware of several instances where Zhao Yalan had bullied Sang Zhi, not to mention those she remained oblivious to. Zhao Yalan rushed outside, only to find several aunts gossiping about their family affairs. Gossip is a human inclination, and upon seeing her, their expressions shifted to that of wolves spotting a lamb. Yalan, come here quickly. Just the other night, your entire family was out searching for your sister-in-law. What happened? One inquired. I heard she was abducted, and that. That person made a stabbing gesture. Another recounted, fear evident in their voice. Is it true that someone was killed? Zhao Yalan's eyes glimmered with a secretive light. I don't know, but you can't blame my sister-in-law. I heard that man had ill intentions, and when my sister-in-law regained consciousness, she caught him attempting to undress her. That night, the rain was torrential, and it was the dead of night, on an isolated road outside the city. She was uncertain if another opportunity would arise. Yet everyone seemed to be pressing her. If she was to suffer, then Sang Zhi should not expect to fare any better. She could not believe that, once those unsavory rumors circulated, her brother would be able to accept such a tarnished wife. Nor could the Chu family welcome a woman of such dubious reputation as a daughter-in-law. Perhaps this was her chance. With such thoughts, she felt a slight easing of her heart. Chapter 98. Slander. Fearing that Sang Zhi might be mistreated within the Chu household without anyone realizing, Sang Tian decided to stay, allowing her to care for her during her off hours. The store had already found its rhythm, and Sang Zhi's absence would not disrupt operations. She remained oblivious to Sang Tian's true intentions. Had she known, she might have felt touched yet deemed it unnecessary. If she could be bullied, Sang Tian's presence would make little difference. Confident in her resilience, she was no easy target. Those who sought to intimidate her would find themselves facing consequences. Sang Zhi spent several days recuperating at home. Although Chu Mu's culinary skills were not exceptional, dedication led to significant improvement under Sang Zhi's guidance. In light of Chu Junhang's awakening and Sang Zhi's pregnancy, the atmosphere in the household became remarkably harmonious. Even Chu Junhang, who had previously harbored disdain for Sang Zhi, brought her tea, washed her clothes, and worried that she might grow bored at home, returning with a few books filled with intriguing tales, albeit somewhat outdated for someone of Sang Zhi's generation. Time passed swiftly, and a week elapsed. The police had not sought her for further inquiries, and the case had concluded, as she was indeed the victim and bore no responsibility in the matter. Due to the care shown by everyone, Sang Zhi, who had already recovered, decided to prepare dinner for them as a token of gratitude. When Sang Tian returned home from work at noon, he brought back meat and vegetables as instructed by Sang Zhi. Chu's mother cheerfully remarked that their family would finally enjoy a feast, but cautioned her not to overexert herself, as her health was paramount. I'm fine. Cooking is not laborious. You've been through a lot these past few days, so just take a break. I'll handle the kitchen, she insisted. Well, since I've had no time to go out with all the hospital visits lately, I'll take the opportunity to visit someone today. Before leaving, she grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds, an essential for gossip. Jun Yao went to pick up Junhang from the hospital and also informed the eldest daughter's family to join them for dinner. After enduring a prolonged period of darkness, the family could finally gather together for a reunion dinner. Today, with black fish available, Sang Zhi planned to make sauerkraut fish, along with braised pork. As the weather turned colder, it was also the season for radishes, so she intended to prepare lamb stew with radishes and stir-fried cabbage. Considering that there were 4 children in Chu Junhang's family, she cut some pork tenderloin to marinate and coated some ribs in batter, planning to add sweet and sour ribs and crispy meat. Taking her time, Sang Zhi hummed a tune as she busied herself in the kitchen. Outside, however, chaos erupted. Chu's mother, having not ventured out for several days, was unaware of the gossip surrounding her. Today, a friend informed her that rumors about her family had spread like wildfire, including scandalous fabrications about her daughter-in-law. This was intolerable for Chu's mother, who stormed over to confront the source of the gossip, dragging the person from the kitchen and engaging in a heated argument in the yard. What began as private speculation was now laid bare for all to see, and many who were previously unaware now knew the details. Pulled back by Chu's father, Chu's mother appeared disheveled, her hair a tangled mess. Having lost a shoe in the fray, the mocking words echoed in her mind, and upon entering the yard, she could no longer contain her anger. "Sang Zhi, come here," she called out. Just as Sang Zhi poured oil into a pan, she sensed something was amiss upon hearing her mother's voice. Quickly, she set the pan down, wiped her hands, and stepped outside. What happened? Her smile faded instantly upon seeing her mother's disheveled appearance. Did you get into a fight? Chu's mother avoided the question, her expression stern as she approached Sang Zhi. "I have just one question for you today. How did you escape that night?" "I told the police everything, Mom." "What's wrong?" Chu's mother dismissed her attempt to touch her, her words firing off like firecrackers. "You, a woman, have been knocked unconscious beforehand. Even with a knife, you shouldn't have been able to overcome a man. Did someone bully you?" Sang Zhi maintained her composure, striving to suppress her rising anger. "Have you been listening to others' nonsense?" "I did not." "You did not? How could that be?" Chu's father quickly covered her mouth. "Stop talking nonsense. Sang Zhi has already said it didn't happen. Don't let outsiders provoke you. Sang Zhi is carrying our eldest grandchild." At that moment, with Junhang's condition uncertain, who could guarantee that the child in her womb was indeed theirs? Sang Mei had a betrothal, yet still mingled with other men. Now, given her predicament, who could be sure of her virtue? Why would a woman venture out for business? As the saying goes, flies don't buzz around an intact egg. If she had stayed at home, she wouldn't have attracted such calamity. Why did no one else face such abduction? Chu's mother was beside herself with frustration. Throughout her life, she had never been the subject of gossip. The very thought of the vile words she had heard made her feel as though she might explode. In this moment of indiscriminate rage, she confronted Sang Zhi with all the slander she had encountered. She even questioned whether the child in Sang Zhi's womb truly belonged to Chu Junhang. "Do you know what others are saying about you? It's utterly humiliating. I can hardly show my face outside." Witnessing this scene, Sang Zhi could only laugh. She couldn't comprehend how quickly people could change. Just moments ago, they had expressed concern and affection for her, and she felt immense gratitude, having prepared everything to cook for them. Yet, in an instant, their caring words turned into daggers, piercing her heart. "If you're too ashamed to go out, then perhaps you should stay in. Why should I be seen as unclean? Just because I escaped does not mean I am tainted. Must I perish to prove my innocence? It's absurd. The chairman himself has stated that women can hold up half the sky. I ventured out for business without your financial support. I shall do as I please, and no one has the right to dictate otherwise. It's ironic that you, from a military family, display such a lack of political awareness. Your victim-blaming rhetoric suggests that if I were to stab you, it would be justified because you provoked me first. Why then should I not stab someone else? You're clearly being unreasonable." Chu's mother, confronted by Sang Zhi's verbal onslaught, momentarily fell silent. She had not heard the unspeakable comments circulating outside, nor could she bear to listen to them. Am I truly the one being unreasonable, or are you merely seeking trouble? You know in your heart what the truth is. Just as Chu's father attempted to mediate, requesting both parties to temper their words, he was rebuffed by Sang Zhi. "I refuse to believe that mere words from others warrant such a grand inquisition against me. I suspect that it's not just others who think this way. You harbor the same thoughts, don't you?" Sang Zhi advanced toward Chu's mother step by step. "You would be glad if I were to fall into misfortune, if I perished that day, or if the 2 children in my womb vanished. Your son is awake now and no longer needs me as his tool. He is a favored son of heaven, the youngest king of soldiers in the army. Even if he awakens gravely injured, his past achievements ensure his future remains boundless. And I? I am merely a rustic village girl, coarse and calculating. Even if I run a profitable restaurant, it is but speculation. I am unworthy of your son. Can you honestly claim you do not harbor such thoughts?